Mystery is my hobby.
Okay, Bart, go ahead and laugh. So I didn't recognize your voice over the telephone. Ha, ha, ha.
Inspector, I'm not laughing.
And what's that noise you're making? You gonna lay an egg or something?
I'm sorry, Inspector.
What burns me up is that this Albert Evans calls you instead of the police when he finds the body of John Crain. Fine thing.
Well, let's not be too hard on Evans, Inspector. He has the reputation of his hotel to think about, you know.
When a murder's been committed, nobody's got any
Murder?
right...
What makes you think that John Crain was murdered, Inspector?
Now, look, Bart, I'll admit that Crain was a crackpot. He had plenty of dough, and he lived like a hermit. But he wouldn't be screwy enough to kill himself by climbing into a trunk and then jiggling the thing into the lake.
I must confess, it's rather a unique way of committing suicide.
And besides, Crain died of a knife wound.
What? How do you know that?
Because I called up the doc at Chatsworth and asked him to examine the body. He found that a knife had penetrated the body just above the heart.
Inspector, you did that after I took you into my confidence and phoned you.
Yeah, you're darned right I did. I'm sick and tired of playing the dumb cop. Okay, Evans, so you won't talk because if your name is connected with John Crane's murder, your hotel gets a bad reputation. So we close up the hotel till we catch the murderer. How's that?
Oh, dear me, Inspector Danton. You wouldn't do that.
I wouldn't, eh? I'll even print your picture in the paper and tell the world that the trunk Crane's body was found in came from this hotel.
Oh, dear me, dear me. That would be dreadful. It would ruin me completely.
And stop being a cluck and talk.
Very well. What do you want to know?
Who found the trunk with a body in it?
Hugh Crain did. He's John's brother.
Brother, eh? Where's he now?
Oh, I don't know. He's around somewhere, I suppose, making himself obnoxious. What a man.
He can't be any worse than some of the other characters I've met up here. Okay, so Hugh Cross, John's brother, found the body. Then what?
Well, then nothing.
What do you mean, then nothing?
That's all I know. Hugh Crain told me he'd found the body, and I called Barton Drake.
Yeah, Drake. Why didn't you call the police?
Because if I did, they'd come up here and start bullying my guests, just the way you've been doing ever since you arrived.
Oh, is that so?
Yes.
Well, you listen to me, you little sawed-off cream puff.
Inspector, have you found out anything?
Oh, hello, Bart. And who's this gentleman?
This, Inspector, is Hugh Crain, brother of the dead man.
Well, if it isn't good old Inspector Danton. How are you, Inspector, you old bloodhound?
Mister, you hit me on the back like that again, and you'll find out how I am mighty quick.
Can't take it, eh, Inspector? Come, old man. Let's not get off on the wrong foot. We've got a lot of work to do together.
Yeah? What kind of work?
What kind? Listen to him, Drake. What kind of work he wants to know. Why, Inspector, you're a cog.
I told you he was an obnoxious person.
Now, listen, Shrimp, pipe down or I'll twist your little nose into the shape of a pretzel.
Say, he's a real tough character, isn't he? Where'd you pick him up, Bart?
I didn't. He picked me up. Tell the inspector all about yourself, Crain. I'm sure he's in the mood for
Glad
listening.
to, Drake, glad to. Inspector, you doing anything for the next couple of hours?
Look, I can see everyone's having a good time at the poor old inspector's expense. That's all very nice, but the only thing I want to know is who murdered John Crain and why?
Now there, Inspector. That's what I call getting at the hub of the thing. I'm glad you asked that question because I know the answer.
You know that... All right, who did it?
Why, Shrimp here. Albert Evans, proprietor of the exclusive Chatsworth Hotel.
Why, that's a lie. How dare you accuse me of such a thing?
Because you've got a motive, Shrimp, and a good one. John owed you money, bought all the supplies here. You went down to his cabin to collect, got into a fight, knifed him.
Of all the outlandish throws, I never in my life tried to collect money from John Crain. I didn't even tell anyone he owed me anything.
There you see, he admits that John owed him money. Don't try to get out of it, Evans. I'm too sharp for you.
You're nothing but a loud-talking, obnoxious windbag.
Now, Evans. Just because you're going to the electric chair doesn't mean you should get sore.
Oh, no.
Sometimes I think I should have been a detective. It's such nice, easy work.
Now, think of that.
Crain, perhaps now that you've had your say, you'd better let Inspector Danton take over.
Sure thing. Help yourself, Inspector. Glad that I could solve the case for you.
Well, now, Mr. Crain, that's mighty decent of you. As soon as we get the little fella here locked up, I'll...
You can't lock me up. You can't. I didn't do it. Just because this big lummox said I did doesn't prove...
Take it easy, Bub. No one's going to lock you up yet.
But you just
The
said...
inspector was being sarcastic, Evans. It's a habit he has. You see, he was a little bit out of sorts because you didn't call him instead of me.
You bet your life I am. It's things like that makes a cop wonder why he's in the business.
Well, that's all right. But if you think that I murdered...
The inspector doesn't think that you murdered John Crain, Evans. As a matter of fact, we're both convinced that you couldn't have.
Oh, now look here, Drake. I've already explained why I'm sure that Evans killed my brother. Being next of kin, I demand you arrest Evans.
And being the cop on this deal, I demand that you stop talking, Crain. Bart, explain to this loudmouth why Evans couldn't have done it.
Glad to, Inspector. John Crain weighed a good 200 pounds. The trunk he was found in weighed at least 25. Our friend Evans weighs about 110. It would have been impossible for him to lift your brother's body into the trunk and then carry the trunk down to the lake.
You see what I mean, blabbermouth? Bart and I had that one figured out an hour ago, didn't we, Bart?
You bet we did, Inspector. Come on, let's take a look at that corpse. Crain's body and the trunk in which he was found are both in the shed, Inspector. Let's take a look.
Yeah. So that's what's left of Crain, eh?
Yeah.
Say, he was a big guy, wasn't he?
Yes, but of course you knew that, Inspector, when we figured out that Evans was too small to carry him, remember?
What? Oh, yeah, sure. What stumps me is, who would want to murder a guy who lived all by himself?
Anyone who wanted money badly enough and who figured that Crain had some hidden away in his cabin.
Yeah, I suppose you're right. See, the water sure did a job on the corpse, didn't it?
Yeah. After Mason estimates, the body must have been submerged about a month.
A month, eh? It was a month ago that Crain disappeared, wasn't it?
Yeah, no one thought much about it at the time. Crain always lived by himself in the cabin down by the lake. He came up to the hotel once every 2 weeks to get supplies. Evans got curious when he didn't show up and went down to investigate.
Yeah. Say, here's something.
Huh?
If the body is decomposed by water to such an extent that it is not recognizable, how is everyone so sure that it is Crain?
His brother, Hugh, the loud-talking gentleman, identified him by a ring he wore and a birthmark on his back. And his wife also identified him.
Wife?
Yes, they were divorced, but when she heard that Crain had disappeared, she came up to help in the hunt.
Decided she loved him after he was dead, eh?
No. Crain had a reputation for being a miser, and Mrs. Crain probably reasoned he might have some money lying around.
I get it. Say, is that why Brother Hugh is here, too?
That isn't likely. Hugh has more money than he can spend. I'm convinced his only purpose in coming up here is to help locate John's murderer.
And I wish he'd do his locating away from me. By the way, where did Hugh find the trunk?
In a cove not far from here. He was walking along the shore and saw it floating on the surface when... By Jove, Inspector.
What's the matter?
I just thought of something.
Huh?
Yes, I am right. I'm sure I am. Inspector, let's get down to the cabin where John Crain lived at once. That must be the cabin, Inspector. You can just see it there through the trees.
Yeah, not much more than a shack. I guess Crain was a miser, all right.
Inspector.
What's the matter?
There's someone in the cabin. I saw a movement behind one of those curtains.
Yeah? Yeah, and I can hear voices, too.
Let's get up closer so we can hear what they're saying. I crouch down, Inspector, and listen.
You fool to come up here, mate. I told you once it was all over between us, and I haven't changed my mind.
You can't mean that, Daphne. You said that only because of John that
That
you...
was when John was alive. He's dead now, and I'm free.
And you didn't mean it when you said you loved me?
Mean it? Oh, Nate, you're so naive, really. Of course I didn't mean it. Oh, you were fun, you amused me no end, but what's the loving...
Stop it! How can you be so cruel? Daphne, in heaven's name, be human. You've got to marry me. I can't live without you.
Can't live without me. Darling, you're so old-fashioned, really.
Stop it.
You might as well know it now, Nate. I'm going to marry Hugh.
You're going to marry Hugh?
Yes, he asked me this morning. I accepted it.
But you don't love Hugh.
Did I say anything about love? Hugh is one of the richest men in the state.
You're desperate. You're inhuman. You don't deserve anyone's love, and I'm going to...
Stop. Let go, please.
I'll show you. No one's going to have you but me.
Nate, please.
Come on, Inspector.
Grab him.
Yeah, all right, Bud. Take it easy.
Take your hands off me. Let me alone.
Now, it isn't polite to choke ladies.
She's no lady.
Yeah, I quite agree with you there, Bob.
Thank heaven someone arrived in time.
I presume that you're Mrs. John Crain.
Yes, I am. I was looking over some of my dead husband's personal things, and this terrible person came in and attacked me.
That's a lie. She asked me to meet her here.
Yeah, we know all about that. We were standing outside listening.
You were eavesdropping? You heard our conversation?
Yeah, every word, lady. So you might as well stop trying to act like a lady, ma'am, and be yourself.
Why, you dirty... Who are you, anyway?
The police, Mrs. Crain. The gentleman holding your erstwhile love is Inspector Noah Danton. I'm Barton Drake.
The police? Then...
Yeah, then. That's the best answer you can think up, ma'am?
Okay, Flatfoot. What do you want of me?
Plenty. What's all this business about you and your dear, dead, departed husband? You and he were divorced.
Were we? That's where you're wrong. John wanted me to give him a divorce, but I refused. So he came up here and lived like a hermit. The fool.
Well, so now we got all kinds of motives.
What do you mean, all kinds of motives? If you think I had
Chut. Wait till you're accused before you start thinking up alibis, ma'am. I'm only saying that a babe who wanted a divorce from her husband so she could marry the guy's rich brother has a motive for murder, that's all.
That's ridiculous. I've told you that it was I who wouldn't give John a divorce.
You're lying, Daphne. You've been begging John for a divorce for years so that you could marry me.
You see what I mean, Bart? Motives. They're flying at us so thick and fast we gotta hire us a shorthand artist to take them down.
Yes, I see what you mean, Inspector. You're thinking that perhaps Nate decided there were other means of getting rid of a husband, so Mrs. Crain could marry him.
Sure, that's it.
not true. It's not true, I tell you. I hated Crain, but not enough to murder him.
So that's it. That's what you meant, Nate Hobart, when you said it wouldn't matter how we got rid of John, so long as he was no longer around. Oh, how foolish I was not to have guessed at the fiendish thoughts in your mind.
Daphne, what are you saying? You're making that up. You're trying to pin John's murder onto me because of what I might tell you.
What a fool I've been. If I'd only known there was murder in your heart.
Out of your mind. No one would believe such an absurd story. There isn't a shred of evidence.
Hold it. You two are breaking my heart. Any minute now I'm going to bust out weeping. Hobart, you're under arrest.
You can't arrest me. I didn't do it. I won't let you arrest.
Stop him. He's getting away. Why didn't you stop him? You deliberately let him escape.
Yeah, that's right. We let him escape.
Why?
She wants to know why, Bart. Shall I tell her?
No, not yet, Inspector. The pieces of the puzzle are beginning to fall neatly into place. We still have one more person to question before we can begin to speculate on the identity of John Crain's murderer.
Look, Bart, I got your signal back there at the cabin, and I let Nate Hobart escape, but I still don't see the reason for it.
Well, Hobart can be more help to us free than if we held him prisoner, Inspector.
Why?
Because he's still in love with Mrs. John Crain, for one thing.
Yeah, how's that going to help us?
And for another, he's not the murderer of John Crain.
Now, wait a minute. He's got a motive, and the girl said he made threats.
The girl was lying. Here's the hotel, Inspector. Let's go in.
So, what do we do now?
We have another talk with Albert Evans, the hotel proprietor. In case I didn't mention it before, Mr. Evans not only knows who murdered John Crain, but he holds the key to the entire mystery.
What mystery? All we got to do is catch Crain's murderer. That takes care of all the mystery.
Does it? I think we're going to find that apprehending the murderer is only a prelude to the real mystery, Inspector. Well, Evans isn't behind his desk. I wonder where he is.
Probably taking his midday nap. I'll ring the bell. No soap. Well, he can't be far away.
Listen.
Help! Keep away from me! Stop! No!
It's Evans, covered with blood.
Looks like someone knifed him and then threw him down the stairs.
Go after him, Inspector. I'll take care of Evans. Well, Inspector.
Whoever it was got away. How about Evans?
Dead. A knife through the heart.
Then that means...
Yes, that means whoever murdered John Crain also murdered Evans. Because the murderer knew that Evans was aware of his identity.
Well. If it isn't old Inspector Gumshoe. Say, what's happened?
What's it look like, loudmouth?
That's Evans. There's blood. He's been stabbed.
That's right, Mr. Crane. Stabbed through the heart. In exactly the same manner that your brother was stabbed.
By George, this is a job for the police.
He's catching on, Bart. Now life is worthwhile.
But look here, why would anyone want to murder the shrimp?
Because the shrimp, as you call him, Mr. Crain, knew who murdered your brother.
You don't say.
Yes. Mr. Crain, I'd like you to join the inspector and me at your brother's cabin in an hour.
At the cabin?
Yes.
Yes, of course. Glad to do anything you ask, but couldn't you make
Conduct my investigation here. No, Mr. Crain, I couldn't. The answer to the mystery lies in the cabin. Your sister-in-law will be there, and unless I'm greatly mistaken, your rival, Nate Hobart. I think you'll find a most interesting gathering.
Well. Isn't this the coziest little party? Mountain cabin, excellent company, and, by the way, Hobart, you were smart to give yourself up.
I'm not giving myself up. I came back to prove that it wasn't I who murdered John Crain.
You fool. Why didn't you stay away while you had the chance?
Because then everyone would have thought me guilty. And that's what you wanted, Daphne.
Oh, really, Nate? Must you be dramatic?
Returning here to the cabin was the smartest thing you've done, Hobart.
The kid couldn't be smart if he tried.
Oh, is that so, Crain? Ever since you made your pile and retired,
Okay. Pipe down, you two. We didn't come here to listen to you birds throwing insults at each other.
Well, what are we here for?
Do you object to being in this cabin, Mrs. Crain?
Oh, of course I do. This is where poor John was murdered. I hate the place.
I should think you might. Crain, what are you doing over there at that cupboard?
Getting myself a drink. We've got to stay here and fight cops and robbers. We might as well enjoy ourselves. Think, darling?
No, thanks. You know I don't like scotch.
Well, that's all there is. Here's looking at you, Gumshoe.
Mr. Crain, at the time your brother was reported missing, did you come up here to Chatsworth immediately?
No, I waited a couple of weeks. Wanted to make sure he hadn't just wandered off for a while like he'd done before.
Not many people knew it, but John was a little odd.
He must have been to marry a babe like you.
I think you're positively insulting.
Well, I gotta live up to my reputation. Everyone thinks that cops are roughnecks.
Another crack like that, Gumshoe, and I'll take a hand.
That's what I'm hoping for. All I want is an excuse.
Mr. Crain.
Huh?
Is it true that when your father died, he left you practically his entire fortune and omitted your brother John's name from his will?
Where did you get that information?
I've done some telephoning within the past hour. Your father objected to John's marrying Daphne because she was a chorus girl. When Daphne learned that her husband was to receive nothing, she left him.
And that's why Johnny decided to come up here and become a hermit.
Yes.
I don't see that's any business of yours.
Yes, what's all this about?
I'll explain in a minute. Mr. Crain, while you were up here conducting your search for your missing brother, did you live here at this cabin?
In this dump? I should say not. I stayed at the hotel.
Then this is the first visit to the cabin, inside the cabin, I mean.
Yes. Now, what's all this about, Drake? I don't like the tone of your voice.
I was just wondering how you knew where your brother John kept his scotch. He walked directly to the proper cabinet and found it.
Why, that is,
This is silly. I told him where it was. I found it this morning.
While you were looking over your dear, dead, departed husband's personal things?
And I was wondering, Mr. Crain, how you knew that your brother John owed Albert Evans a sum of money for supplies he'd bought. This morning you gave that as an excuse for Evans murdering John.
This is nonsense. Why shouldn't I know? Evans told me.
On the contrary, Evans stated definitely that he told no one that John owed him money.
Yeah, that's right. He didn't want his guests to know about it.
What are you getting at, Drake? Are you accusing me of murdering John Crain?
No, Mr. Crain. John Crain isn't even dead.
What, not dead? No.
John is dead. His body was found,
Not
wasn't
John Crane's body, Mrs. Crane. It wasn't John Crane's body that was in that trunk.
Then whose was it?
It was the body of Hugh Crane. This man here who claims to be Hugh Crane is John.
Drake, you're too smart for your britches. You haven't got a chance of proving that.
Oh, yes, I have. You and your brother Hugh look enough alike to be twins.
No, wait a minute. Bart, are you saying...
I'm saying, Inspector, that when the elder Crane died, John came up here and lived like a hermit, so people would forget any particular traits he might have had.
Oh, this is utter nonsense.
No, it isn't. You and John did look alike.
Why, you're crazy, Nate Hobart. You never saw them together more than once or twice, and that was 10 years ago.
I remember that they looked alike. They were the same size, too.
Go on, Bart.
John spent those 10 years trying to make himself as much like you as possible. He practiced his gestures and his blustering voice and his handwriting.
That was so he could sign checks, eh?
Yes. John and Daphne wanted the money they felt they'd been cheated out of. They inveigled Hugh up here, murdered him, placed his body in the trunk, and submerged the trunk in the lake, so his features would be decomposed to a point of being unrecognizable.
I get it. Then John, pretending to be Hugh, meant to go back and pick things up where Hugh left off. He and the girl here would be married a second time, and everything would be rosy.
That's it, Inspector. But unfortunately, John made one fatal mistake. Look out, Inspector. He's going to throw that bottle.
Hit him, John. Put down that bottle around.
Duck, Inspector.
I'll take care of you, gumshoe.
Get the Inspector right between the eyes. I'm heading for the door. Grab him, Hobart.
I can quit it.
Nice work, Hobart.
I learned that one when I played football in college.
Another minute and it would have been too late. Crain had a knife in his hand, the same knife with which he murdered his brother and Albert Evans. Well, how's the head, Inspector?
Okay. That guy was pretty good at throwing bottles.
Yes, and knives, too. I imagine that was another thing he practiced while pretending to live as a hermit.
Well, it's the first time a bottle of scotch ever went to my head. Say, I still don't see why Crain knocked off Evans.
Because Evans was the only man who saw John Crain while he was a hermit. Evans suspected that Hugh was John.
Then why didn't he call the cops?
But he did.
Huh?
Oh, I beg your pardon, Inspector. Evans called me.
Yeah, I remember. Now, if he...
And, of course, when John realized what Evans had done, he murdered him.
Okay. Now, what was the one fatal mistake that Crain made?
Both John and Daphne wanted to be sure that when the body was finally discovered, it would be decomposed to a point where no one would recognize it. So, John decided to discover the body himself.
So he discovered the body himself?
Yes. But when he told how it happened, he said the trunk was floating.
Something wrong with that?
Plenty, Inspector. If enough water had entered that trunk to decompose the body, it couldn't have been floating. It would have sunk.
Well, now, think of that. Now, wait. I know how you figured it out. You got a hobby.
Yes, Inspector. Mystery is my hobby.
New post-war Old Dutch cleanser, famous for chasing dirt, presents Nick Carter, famous for chasing crime. Every week at this time, two great names are joined as new post-war Old Dutch cleanser brings you one of the most resourceful and daring characters in all detective fiction, Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Hello?
Hello, Patsy. How soon can you meet me?
Why, right away, Nick. What's the matter?
We've got a job of extricating to do.
Extricating?
Yes, there's been a murder. And right smack in the middle of it, up to his neck, is a 16-year-old boy.
Now for the case of the boy who got lost. Today's adventure starring Lon Clark as Nick Carter. It is early evening, and in the back room of a slum district pool room, two men, Stan Powers and Crow Jackson, are in the midst of a business conference with Billy Turner, a 16-year-old boy, when...
Hey, Billy.
What do you want, fella?
I want Billy.
He's busy. Now beat it.
Get your coat, Billy. We're going home.
Say, maybe you didn't hear what I said.
Take it easy, Crow. This guy's my big brother.
Huh?
Yeah, how'd you find out about this joint, Roy?
I followed you. I promised Mom I'd find out where you've been going every night and bring you home.
I don't take orders from you.
Now, look, kid. I don't want to get tough.
Suppose you do, Roy. What do you think that'll get you?
What was that, Mr. Powers? A threat?
Oh, you know me, huh?
Yeah. And I know all about you, too.
Uh-huh. Close the door, Crow.
Okay, Stan.
What do you know about me, Roy?
You've been in jail a couple of times.
Is that all?
Your pool room's a hangout for crooks and gangsters. And kids that's going wrong.
Listen, Roy, if you're talking about
Shut up,
me...
Billy. I'll handle this. Crow, this guy goes out. Okay, Stan.
Look out, Roy. Oh! Crow, you killed him.
With this blackjack? Relax, kid. He's just taking a nap. He'll be okay.
You shouldn't have hit him, Crow. He thought he was doing me a favor.
He was butting in.
I know, Stan, but
Look, Billy, I thought you wanted a crack at the big time.
Well, I do. No more of them tin horn jobs on little candy stores for me.
Okay. That's why I picked you to go along with us on this job tonight.
Well, sure, Stan. I know.
Then relax, kid. Have a smoke?
Yeah. Thanks, Stan. Here, I'll give you a light.
Sure.
Oh. That's Roy, Stan.
He's coming, too. Get into the closet, Billy.
What for?
Get in there. I don't want him to see you.
Oh, sure.
Oh. What do we do with this guy, Stan?
Nothing.
We don't knock him off?
No, Crow. He's got nothing on us.
Where's Billy?
He went home, Buster.
Home?
Yeah, that's right. He didn't want to be around when you came to. He's afraid of his big brother.
You're kidding me.
All you've got to do is go home and check. You don't see him here, do you? Sure. Go ahead, look around. And you can check the pool room on your way out. Help him up, Crow. The man's going home.
Well, why didn't you come to me last night, Roy, instead of waiting until this morning?
Well, I didn't think about it. I thought maybe Billy did leave the pool room and maybe he was stalling someplace. Afraid to come home because of the beating Crow gave me.
You wouldn't have stayed out all night.
Oh, well, don't I know it.
Well?
Listen, Mr. Carter, I'm going to tell you something. Last night, when Billy didn't show up by 12 o'clock, Mom couldn't stand it anymore. So I went out to look for him. I went back to the...
Nick.
Oh, hello, Patsy.
Hello, Roy. I'm glad to see you.
Oh, thanks, Miss Bowen.
Well, some excitement last night, wasn't there?
What do you mean?
A big holdup on 9th Street, the big supermarket. They got away with $7,000.
Have the police?
Go ahead, Roy. Have the police what?
Have they found out about Stan Powers?
What about him?
He was murdered.
What's that?
That's what I started to tell you, Mr. Carter. When I went back to the pool room to look for Billy, I went into the back room. Mr. Powers was on the floor with a knife in his back.
With a knife? Well, didn't you report that to the police?
Well, I was afraid, Mr. Carter. All I could see in my mind was Billy mixed up in a killing. The police coming to our house to ask a lot of questions. Mom...
Roy, do you think Billy did it?
No, I know he didn't. At least I don't think...
All right then. Come on, Patsy. We're going down to Stan Powers' pool room.
I'm going with you, Mr. Carter.
No, you stay right here, Roy. I'll bring you back a full report as soon as I find out what's what.
Yeah, the porter found Powers, Nick. He came in to clean up about an hour ago, and, boom.
What time was he killed, Matty?
Coroner said between 11 and 1 o'clock last night.
Uh-huh.
Any idea what the motive might have been?
Yeah, Patsy, we think it was a double cross.
Oh?
We found these slips of paper on the floor.
Oh, cash register receipt. From the 9th Street supermarket.
Right. The job was pulled by Stan Powers and his gang. These receipts prove it.
Oh, but why should Stan Powers have been murdered?
That open safe should tell you why, Patsy.
Huh? Oh, I didn't notice it, Nick.
Those crooks got away with $7,000 last night, but there ain't a nickel in that safe or on Stan Powers. Now, Nick, somebody...
Somebody, one of Stan's gang probably, wanted that money and killed Stan to get it.
Right.
Mind if I look at the body?
Do what you like, Nick, but make it snappy. The boys from the morgue will be here any minute to take it away.
Hey, Matty, come here.
Yeah, what's the matter?
Take a good look at the handle of this knife. The one that did the killing.
I already did. It's a horn-handled knife, and there's white powder in some of the hollows.
Well, what do you suppose it is?
Looks to me like it's face powder, Patsy.
What? And you think that a woman?
Sure I do.
No, not so fast, Matty.
Huh?
Men use powder after shaving.
Huh? Oh, yeah. That's right. But look, Nick, I still think this is the kind of powder a woman uses. That it was on her hand when she used that knife. And, look here. Take a look at this cigarette lighter.
What about it?
We found it on the floor near Stan's body.
Billy.
What'd you say, Nick?
Said Billy. The name engraved on this lighter.
Oh, good heavens.
Now, look, Nick, I ask you, would a mug be seen with a dainty little lighter like this?
Well, that's a good point, Matty.
So I figure Billy could be a woman's name.
Do you?
It could be, Nick.
Yes, it could be. Come on, Betsy.
Right with you.
Hey, what's the rush?
It's only 299 days to Christmas, Matty. We've got some shopping to do.
Well, I'll be...
Nick, do you think that cigarette lighter belongs to Billy Turner?
I'll let you know after I phone to Roy at the office.
Okay. Oh, there's a phone booth over there.
No, Patsy. I want to use a phone that's not too close to the scene of this murder.
Hello? This is Nick Carter's office.
Roy, this is Nick.
Mr. Carter, what'd you find?
Roy, tell me, did Billy own a cigarette lighter?
Yeah.
Describe it.
Well, it looked like it was made of silver, and it was small and pretty fancy. He left it on the table once in the house. I asked him where he got it.
Was his name engraved on it?
Yeah, why, Mr. Carter?
The police found it in Stan's office near Stan's body.
What?
Didn't you see it there last night?
No, do you think I'd have left it there if I did? I saw the guy on the floor dead, so I beat it. Look, Mr. Are the cops saying Billy killed Stan Powers?
No, not yet. They're looking for someone else. Now tell me, did Billy own a horn-handled jackknife?
No.
Are you sure?
Well, I'd have seen it if he had one, Mr. Carter.
All right. Now, what can you tell me about Crow?
Well, not much. He was about my height, 5'11". He had black hair and a dirty complexion.
You know his real name? Did Stan or Billy mention it?
No, they just called him Crow.
Okay, I'll talk to you later. In the meantime, stay in my office. Goodbye.
Well, Nick?
That lighter belongs to Billy, all right.
Oh, that's bad.
Yeah, the police will trace it as sure as we're standing here, and that'll lead them directly to Billy.
Nick, are we going to look for Billy, too?
No, right now I'm more interested in the powder on the handle of that knife than the guy named Crow.
Nick sets out to find a man called Crow and learn the meaning of some white powder on a knife handle. Meanwhile, Matty and the police are tracing a cigarette lighter that will surely lead them to Billy Turner. We'll see what happens next in just a moment. Now, back to the case of the boy who got lost. Today's adventure with Nick Carter. Nick Carter and Patsy Bowen, faced with the possibility that Billy Turner, a 16-year-old boy, may be implicated in the knife murder of Stan Powers, a gang leader, are trying desperately to run down the identity of Crow, the dead man's lieutenant, and to solve the riddle of the white powder on the handle of the murder knife. In the meantime, in Crow's apartment near the center of town, Billy is having trouble.
Just let me call my mom, Crow. I won't tell her where I am.
Listen, kid, I'm doing this for your own good. So get down through your thick head and shut up.
But I ain't been home since last night. Mom will be worried sick.
You're a pain in the neck. Maybe I ought to let you go altogether. Let the cops pick you up.
But I didn't kill Stan.
Stop kidding, will you?
I forgot my lighter and I went back for it. When I got there, Stan was lying on the floor, dead.
Sure.
I didn't kill him, I tell you.
I caught you bending over him, didn't I?
I told you, Crow. I was looking to see if he was dead.
Look, Billy, I'm your pal. You don't have to lie to me.
Why should I kill Stan?
There was a lot of dough in Stan's office last night. Maybe you was planning on getting it for yourself.
You're nuts. I never went near that safe.
That's because I walked in on you.
I didn't have to swipe the dough. We were going to split that $7,000 in a couple of days.
There was more than $7,000 in that safe. There was another $3,500. You wanted that too, didn't you?
Say, how do you know how much Stan had in his safe?
Huh?
Yeah, how come you know all about that?
What are you getting at, kid?
You killed Stan. You did it.
Now, wait a minute.
Oh, I'm getting out of here.
Oh, no, you're not.
Let go of me, Crow.
Save your breath, cowboy. I got a reason for keeping you here, and it ain't because I like you.
Why don't you let me go?
If the cops pick you up, you get stretched for murder. And you talk. You're only a kid. You tell the cops about me and the other guys being in on the job at the supermarket. That makes me a 4-time loser, and I go up for life.
No, nobody can make me talk.
Nobody's going to get the chance. I protect you, and that way I'm protecting myself.
I don't need protection from nobody except you.
Why, you little punk.
Ow! Well, what's the idea?
You gotta learn to appreciate your pals, kid.
Slapping me around ain't gonna change nothing.
Look, I oughta... I'll answer that, kid.
Okay, answer it.
Yeah? Talking. What? They know anything else? Uh-huh. Okay, tell the guys not to worry. They'll never get him. Yeah, you can take my word for it. That was bad news, Billy.
What do you mean?
Your name's in all the newspapers.
What are you giving me, Crow?
The cops have got your cigarette lighter.
They got my lighter?
Yeah, they found it near Stan's body. They're looking for the owner.
Gee, they'll say I killed Stan.
I can't let them pick you up, Billy. We gotta find another hideout.
Well, what am I gonna do?
Don't worry, kid. They'll never find you. Never.
Nick, you must have questioned 100 people trying to find out about that guy, Crow.
Yeah, at least 100.
And nobody admitted he even heard of him.
Well, maybe Matty will be able to tell us.
Well, if he can't, perhaps somebody else here at police headquarters can.
Seems to be our only chance.
True.
Oh, never mind. Here they are now. I've just been trying to get you, Nick.
What's on your mind, Matty?
We traced that cigarette letter.
Oh, you did, huh?
Yeah. A lot easier than we thought. Bought in a store on the west side.
Oh. Well, at least I'm glad it was bought.
You're not going to like this, Nick, but we've got a warrant out for the arrest of Billy Turner.
Oh, but, Sergeant, he's only 16.
16 or 60. Murder is murder, Patsy.
Oh.
I'm sorry about it, Nick. I found out he's the brother of Roy Turner, one of the kids in your boys' club.
Oh, then you've been to his home.
Yeah, I talked to their mother.
Oh, that poor woman.
Well, I guess she had to know sooner or later.
I suppose so, but why would Billy want to kill Stan?
All I know is that the safe was open and that the $7,000 that gang took from the supermarket is gone.
But, Matty, that doesn't
If
prove
you
it.
ask me, Nick, we'll find that the guy who killed Stan and took the dough is Billy Turner.
Well, maybe. Oh, by the way, Matty, I found out what that white powder was.
Yeah?
A little chemical analysis reveals that it's common, ordinary flour.
The kind you make bread with.
Oh, you're nuts, Nick. Why should there be flour on the handle of that knife?
Well, it's a question I can't answer yet, but that's what it is.
Now, look, don't tell me Billy Turner is a baker as well as a crook.
Billy's no crook, Sergeant. Even I can see that.
Well, I can't.
Hey, Matty, what do you know about a man named Crow?
Crow? Crow who?
If I knew that, I'd be on my way to meet him.
Now, look, what's he got to do with this
He
case?
was a member of Stan's gang, and Roy Turner saw him in Stan's office last night.
Nick, have you been holding out on me? What was Roy doing there?
Trying to get Billy to go home with him. Crow knocked him out with a blackjack.
He blacked out Roy?
Yeah.
Why didn't you tell me this before, Nick?
Well, does it matter much?
Well, I'll say it does. Crow.
That name must
Crow.
mean something to you, Matty.
Why don't you ask me to remember a guy named Joe? Might be a lot easier.
All right.
Crow.
I'd love to be saving time by asking you, but now I guess I'll have to get Roy down here for a look at the rogues gallery.
If he saw the guy face to face, he ought to be able to pick him out.
Oh, but that'll take hours.
I know it. It may save Billy Turner a lot of years if he happens to be innocent.
That's him, Mr. Carter. This is a picture of Crow.
Oh, and I was just beginning to give up hope.
Roy, you're sure this is Crow?
Yeah, I'd know him any place.
Well, Matty?
This character is Philip Jackson, alias Jack Phillips, alias Crow Jackson.
And he's the guy who killed Stan Powers.
Hey, wait a minute, Roy. How do you know that?
Well, because he tried to kill me, isn't that enough?
No. You went to Stan's place to get Billy, didn't you?
You told him, Mr. Carter.
I had to, Roy.
All right. I went there, but Billy wouldn't come home with me.
Uh-huh.
I had an argument with Stan, and then...
Then you went out like a light.
Well, Crow came at me from behind. I never had a chance.
Hey. Maybe you got a motive for killing Stan, Roy.
Me?
Now, look here, Matty.
Why not, Nick? He found out that Stan was making a crook out of his kid brother. He couldn't get Billy to quit the gang.
So he killed Stan and framed Billy? Is that your logic, Matty?
No. He just didn't notice his kid brother's lighter.
Oh, you're nuts.
Now, take it easy, Roy. Listen, Matty, I want you and this picture of Crow to take a trip with me.
Yeah, where to?
Down to the supermarket. I'd like the manager to see this picture. Then you may have a reason to go after Crow for armed robbery, at least.
Okay, but this boy stays here.
Is he under arrest, Sergeant?
Not yet, Patsy, but I want to know where he is. If I happen to need him. All right, mister. Is the man in this picture one of the guys that held up this market last night?
Well, I think so, officer.
Well, can't you be sure?
Oh, I'd be plenty sure, miss, if the color of his hair was different.
Color of his hair? You mean it wasn't black?
Oh, no, sir. It was white.
That's it, Matty. That's why there was flour on the knife handle.
Come again?
He didn't have a knife. He had a gun.
No, we're talking about another crime, Mr. Jones. And thanks very much. You've been of great help. Goodbye.
I don't understand it. We get held up.
Well, all we've got to do now is to get Crow Jackson, or whatever other name he might be using this week.
Nick, what's this about you know why there was flour on the handle of that knife?
Matty, flour is much better than face powder for making black hair look white. It sticks better.
Why, sure. Crow used it as a disguise.
Well, right. And it's going to land him in the hot seat.
If we ever find him.
Well, Matty ought to know where to look for him.
Now, look, Nick, I don't carry every crook's address around in my notebook.
Maybe not, but the probation department does.
Yeah, you're right. I was just going to phone.
Yeah. That's the spirit, Matty. You arrest Crow for robbery, and I'll see that he's convicted for murder.
Seems as though Crow's playing hard to get, Nick.
Well, it's only a door, and we've got a warrant. Come on, Matty. We need muscles.
Yeah. Okay, let's go.
Hey, nobody's here.
We should have known that a guy with a murder rap staring him in the face would lamb out of here.
Well, just the same, I want to take
Look, Nick, I'll get out of general
wait
alarm.
a minute. I want to look around.
But what for?
Well, you never can tell what you'll find.
Okay, but if you think...
Now, wait a minute. Wait, look. 2 people were in this room, and they left only a few minutes before we got here.
Brother, I've seen you pull some rabbits out of a hat, but now you're trying... Look, I'm calling headquarters.
Matty, look at that cigarette in the ashtray.
Huh? Why, it's still smoldering.
Okay, Nick. How do you figure there were 2 people here?
Because there are 2 different brands of cigarettes in the ashtray.
Yeah.
Billy Turner smoked one of them.
Oh, but Nick, you don't know what brand Billy smoked.
Don't have to know that.
What do you mean?
Look here. At the underside of this half-smoked cigarette.
Huh? Why, somebody wrote Billy on it in pencil.
Then it was Billy who was here with Crow.
Yeah, it looks that way. Now, wait a minute. Wonder what this is. Here on the table.
Crow probably left his forwarding address.
No, he didn't, but somebody left this drawing here.
It's sure a funny kind of drawing, if you ask me.
It's doodling, if you ask me.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Well, look at this odd-shaped figure here, Matty, and this thing inside it. Could it be somebody's idea of a tree?
And look at this other figure, Nick. A circle with a swirl inside.
Yeah.
Maybe that odd-shaped figure could be a tree on an island.
Of course. And the circle... Matty, this is a message.
Nuts.
This drawing, the one you call doodling, will never win an art cast, no, but it tells me exactly where Crow and Billy went.
I'm tired, Crow. I gotta rest for a minute.
Keep rowing, kid. You'll have plenty of time to rest later.
You think the cops got to your apartment by now?
If your wise guy brother told him about me, they have. I should have knocked him off.
He was only trying to help me, Crow.
Give him more with the left oar, kid.
Huh?
The left oar.
Pretty dark, but we're heading for the island the way we're going. And that'll
We're
only...
making a detour, Billy.
If I do like you say, we'll head right into the whirlpool.
You catch on, kid. And that's where you get off.
Crow, you ain't planning to run...
That's right, kid. The cops will find you floating around in a couple of days, and they'll close the books.
Huh?
They'll say you couldn't face a murder rap.
I knew you was dirty, Crow, but
Go ahead, kid, and row. I'll tell you when to jump.
You'll tell me nothing, wise guy. If I drown, you drown with me. I got the oars, see?
And I got this blackjack here, Billy.
Why, you lousy...
It's a dark night, and we're out here in the middle of the channel. Nobody can see us. So it looks like you go overboard when I say so. Get it?
Billy Turner heads toward death in the channel, and no one to whom he can call for help is within hearing distance. We'll see what happens next in just a minute. Now for the conclusion of the case of the boy who got lost. Today's adventure with Nick Carter. It is a few minutes later, and Nick, Patsy, and Matty are in a boat or police launch heading toward the island, their eyes fixed on the water, which is lighted by the boat's searchlight.
Keep that searchlight moving, Matty. Yeah, he must be here somewhere.
There's the island up ahead, Nick. But I don't see them. They must have used a motorboat.
It'd have to be a fast one, Patsy. They couldn't have been more than a few minutes ahead of us.
Hey, you sure this is the right place, Nick?
Do you know of any other whirlpool around here?
Well, no, but there could be one, maybe.
You know of any other island shaped like the drawing Billy left?
Well, no, I don't, Nick. But that doesn't mean there ain't one.
Well, when you put the island and the whirlpool together, you have to admit, sir.
Okay. You win. This must be the place.
Come on, Matty. Can't you get a little more life into this tub?
Look, she's riding at top speed now, Nick. After all, she ain't a...
Hey, bring your ladder up. We'll find out.
Yeah, sure.
Nick, that must be them. There, in that rowboat.
Yeah, there are 2 men in it.
And they're fighting.
Speed it up, Matty. That rowboat's moving toward the whirlpool.
I'll try, Nick.
Nick, they've stopped fighting. And one of them's got a gun. And he's aiming.
Oh, so he wants to play, huh?
Well, that's what it looks like.
Hey, Nick, take the wheel. This is a game two can play at.
I got it, Matty.
He sure is a lousy shot.
Yeah, because the searchlight's in his eye.
Well, I'll give this cookie a lesson in how to shoot.
You hit him. He's down.
Good shooting, Matty. Only hope he's alive when we get our hands on him.
The idea of Crow taking Billy out to drown him in the whirlpool. What some people won't do for an alibi.
Yeah, Patsy, but it was all wasted motion. After Crow gets out of the hospital, he's going to stand trial for murder. And after that...
He'll never need money again. That $10,000 the police found stuffed in his pockets should be enough to convict him.
Yep, that and the flour particles we found on the inside of his coat and on his shirt collar.
Right. Oh, what do you think will happen to Billy?
Well, he admitted taking part in the supermarket holdup and a few others. Afraid Billy is going away for a while.
It's a shame, too. A 16-year-old kid.
Well, Patsy, I've got an idea that Billy won't be gone too long. And when he comes back, he's going to feel the way his brother Roy does about what's right and what's wrong.
I hope so.
You wait and see. We'll have him in the boys' club yet.
Nick, what about next week's adventure?
Oh, just a minute, Mike. I want to ask you a question. When are we going to announce the winners of the new 1948...
Old Dutch Cleanser, famous for chasing dirt, presents Nick Carter, famous for chasing crime. Every week at this time, two great names are joined as Old Dutch Cleanser brings you one of the most resourceful and daring characters in all detective fiction, Nick Carter, Master Detective.
But, Nick, how do you know it couldn't have been suicide?
The evidence shows it, Patsy.
But the windows were locked on the inside. No one went through the door. If it was murder, how was it done?
The same evidence, Patsy. The bottle tells how and why it was murder.
Now for the case of the Crystal Prophecy. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by Old Dutch Cleanser. Our story begins in Nick's office about 10 o'clock one bright, sunny spring morning.
Well, I'll be darned.
What is it, Patsy?
Nick, I'm following the latest records on suicides, and they show that during the past 6 weeks, 4 women have committed suicide.
Oh, what's so curious about that?
Well, each of these women was in her middle 30s. Each was a widow with quite a bit of money, and in each case, the police couldn't find a single clue to the reason for the suicides.
When was the last one?
Night before last. Mrs. Doris Manson. Nick, don't you think there might be some connection between these suicides?
Maybe. Certainly looks like a lot of coincidence if there isn't.
That's what I thought. Are we going to do anything about it?
We are. We're going to finish the report I'm working on, and then we're going down to talk to Matty about this This epidemic of suicides.
Good afternoon, Hassan. I hope I'm not late.
Please to enter, Mem Sahib. You are expected.
I get more excited every time I come here. Is Rashid El-Bey ready to receive me?
Mem Sahib, please to sit there. I go tell Master.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Langdon. It is well that you arrived.
Oh, I couldn't be late to see you, Master. I do so want to hear more.
And what you have heard has pleased you?
Oh, yes. Everything has happened just as you said it would. Just after I left you the other day, I dropped my purse and a man picked it up for me. It was a man named Robert Winter, just as you said it would be.
This Robert Winter, he pleased you?
Oh, yes. He's a perfect gentleman and so handsome. I think that he's romantically inclined, and I thought perhaps...
I understand, madam. Please to draw near and look into the crystal. Do not allow your attention to wander for an instant. O ball of ever-knowing light, bring to your surface the truth about Robert Winter and Martha Langdon. Make the future clear that we may read it. The ball begins to clear. A picture is forming. I see. No, it cannot be.
Huh?
Oh, ball of crystal, are you sure?
Oh, what's the matter, El-Bey?
I am sorry, madam. I cannot tell you what the crystal ball has shown to be the future for you. It is better that you remain in ignorance.
No. If there's anything bad, I demand that you tell me.
The crystal ball shows, madam, that you will shortly take your own life.
Oh, but that's absurd. I have no reason to do away with myself.
I am sorry. I am only the instrument through which the pictures are made clear.
Oh, but now that I know about it, isn't there any way the future can be changed?
It is difficult, madam. Very difficult.
Oh, I'll do anything. Can't you help me?
It is possible, madam.
How?
It is a long and difficult process. It will mean that I must deny myself to all my other disciples. Much time will be lost. Much money will be lost.
Oh, I have money. I'll give you money.
To take a great deal of money, madam. I shall have to devote all my time to watching over you until the danger is past.
How much would that be?
It would be $100,000.
Oh, no, I can't pay that much.
It is well known that madame wears pearls worth that amount.
Give up my pearls?
Pearls mean nothing, madame, when the owner is dead.
No. I have enough willpower to keep from killing myself. And if necessary, I can hire somebody to watch me day and night for much less than $100,000.
As you wish, madame. But it would not be
I
wise
won't pay that much to anybody for something I should be able to do myself. No, thank you.
As you please, madame. Good day. And may I wish you everything that fortune will bring you.
You know as well as I do, Nick, that suicides run in waves.
I know. That's true, Matty. But it seems to me that there's too much coincidence in these four. Each of them is too much like the other.
Oh, that's crazy, Nick. The first one drove her car off a cliff. The next jumped off a building. The third fixed herself up in a closed garage with a car motor running. And this last one jumps in front of a subway train.
But, Matty, did you notice that each of these suicides was a woman in her middle 30s, a widow, and that each had a considerable amount of money?
Sure, I know all that, but what's it prove? Now, look, Nick, my squad investigated every one of these deaths, and we didn't find anything but suicide.
Okay, Matty, okay.
Ah, Nick, you're getting all hot and bothered about something that's just a coincidence. And that's all.
Oh, Robert, how nice. Come in.
Hello, Martha, my dear. I hurried over as soon as I got your phone call. What's wrong?
It's Rashid El-Bey. He told me the most awful thing.
Really? I've known him for a long time. I never heard of him saying anything that didn't come true.
Does everything really come true?
Indeed it does. I'll never forget poor Doris Manson. He told her that she was going to take her own life.
And did she?
Yes, poor thing. She was standing on a subway platform one day when the train came along. She'd jumped in front of it.
Oh, how horrible. Robert, El Bay told me that I was going to kill myself.
Oh, that's terrible. Isn't there anything we can do?
El Bay said that he could do something about it, but it would cost me $100,000. I told him I couldn't afford to pay that much.
Not when your life is in the balance?
No. I can't believe I'm going to commit suicide.
I've never known El Bay to be wrong. I think it would be better for you to pay him, Martha.
I'm not going to do it.
Very well, my dear. You know you can count on me for any help you need.
Oh, thank you, Robert. I know I can.
Now, how about a glass of your fine port? It'll do us both good.
Oh, I think that's an excellent idea.
I'll get it. I must say I admire your courage, my dear.
Oh, I'm not brave. I just won't part with all my money for something I don't think will happen.
Well, the wine will make you feel better. Wine always helps. And now, Martha, to your health and long life.
Hello?
Hello, Martha. This is Camellia Huntington. I just called to see if you'd received my invitation.
Yes, it's lying here in front of me.
I just know you're going to enjoy Rashid El Bay. He's such an interesting person.
Yes, he is.
But whatever's the matter, my dear? You sound as though you don't like El Bay.
Oh, it isn't that, Camellia. It's just that he told me something very unpleasant.
He did? Whatever was it?
I'd rather not discuss it, Camellia.
Oh, look, Martha, why don't you try him again? Perhaps he's looked into his crystal again and has seen something for the better.
Do you think there's a chance?
I most certainly do. Think about it, dear. Anyway, I'll see you tomorrow at my party. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Camellia. And thanks. Try him again. Yes, I'll do it. Oh, why didn't I think of that before? Oh, I'm sure he's seen something else.
Yes?
Is this Hassan?
Yes. Who speaks, please?
This is Mrs. Langdon. I've got to speak to El Bay right away.
One moment, Mentayib.
Good evening, Mrs. Lang.
Oh, I just had to call you, El Bay. I wondered if you would look into your crystal ball again, see if it said the same thing.
I have looked many times, madame. The pictures have not changed.
Oh.
The span of your life is growing short.
Oh, no.
I beg of you to reconsider before it is too late.
Well, I won't reconsider paying you $100,000 if that's what you mean.
Alas, then, what is written will be so. I am sorry, madame. The sands of your life run out rapidly.
Oh, I never should have called him in the first place. It scares me so. Perhaps I'd feel better if I drank a glass of wine. Now, maybe this will lift me out of this terrible mood. I certainly hope so. What? I've got to... It was awfully nice of you to pick me up this morning, Nick.
It's all right, Patsy. I just happened to be going by. Oh, switch on the radio, will you? Police band?
Sure. Oh, gosh, it's a beautiful morning.
Car 18, go to Hemlock and Third, reported burglary. Car 43, go to 54th and 9th Avenue. Traffic light out of order.
Oh, what a charming radio personality.
Cars 256 and 257 get to 1485 North End Avenue. Assist Sergeant Madison and Homicide Squad in suicide on premises. That is all.
Nick, you don't suppose that could be
I
another...
don't know, Patsy, but I think we'll find out. We can be there in less than 5 minutes. Well, Matty,
What's the verdict this time?
Oh, I don't know, Nick. I just got here myself. Only had time to find out that this is the same kind of case as the ones we were talking about.
What? You mean the one who committed suicide was a woman?
Yeah.
In her 30s and wealthy?
That's right, Patsy.
I suppose we'll go in and take a look.
Yeah, sure, Nick. She's right in here, in the library.
Right.
Well, there she is. The late Martha Langdon.
Say the cause of death was cyanide, judging by the smell.
Yeah, I noticed the bitter almond smell, too.
Did she leave a note, Sergeant?
Not that I've been able to find.
She didn't leave a note, Patsy. But it looks as if she tried to leave us a message.
Yeah. What do you mean? I don't see anything.
Oh, look, Matty, in her hand.
Oh, I've already looked at that. It's nothing but an invitation to some swank tea party. Coming off this afternoon.
Well, let me see. Mrs. Camellia Huntington requests the pleasure of your presence at an afternoon tea in honor of Rashid L. Bey, noted analyst of the outcasts, so on and so forth.
Yeah, well, what makes you think that means anything, Nick?
Well, how does she happen to be holding it in her hand when she died?
Well, she could have picked it up before she knocked herself off.
No, I don't think so, Matty. It wouldn't be easy to open a bottle, pour out a drink, and hold on to a card like this at the same time. She must have put it down before she poured herself the fatal drink.
Well, that's right.
Yeah.
So she must have made a superhuman effort to pick it up again. Remember, cyanide acts almost instantaneously. I don't know. I think Mrs. Langdon picked this up with the hope that it would lead us to her murderer.
Murder?
What's that?
That's right. Martha Langdon was murdered.
But how, Nick? The windows are locked, and the maid says no one's been here all day. The dame drinks poison, and you say she was murdered?
I do, Matty. Smell this bottle of wine.
Huh? Say.
Yes. The bottle has cyanide in it, too.
Oh.
And no one is going to commit suicide by drinking cyanide. Poisons the whole bottle. He only puts the poison in the glass. Now, Matty, Martha Langdon was murdered.
Back to the case of the Crystal Prophecy. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by Old Dutch Cleanser. As we pick up our story, Nick and Matty are talking to Robert Winter, who says he hurried over to Martha Langdon's home as soon as he heard of her death.
Mr. Winter, do you know anything about this tea Mrs. Camellia Huntington is giving this afternoon?
Why, yes, I'm attending the party myself.
Well, can you think of any reason why Mrs. Langdon should have picked up this invitation in her dying moments?
No, I can't. It'll probably be a very dull affair.
Uh-huh. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Winter.
Quite all right. I only hope you're able to catch Martha's murderer. Goodbye.
Oh, Mr. Winter.
Yes?
Did you happen to know Mrs. Nora Church?
Why, yes.
And Mrs. Doris Manson?
Yes, I did.
Thank you, Mr. Winter. Thank you very much.
Nick, do you suspect Mr. Winter?
I don't know.
Of course, those spats he wears are enough to make me suspicious of him.
Spats aren't evidence, Betsy. But the fact that Mr. Winter knew at least two of the other dead women is interesting, at least. And the fact that he's going to Mrs. Huntington's party this afternoon also interests me.
You think all those other women were murdered, too?
I'm positive, Betsy. But proving it is going to be something else. Well, come on.
Where to, Nick?
I want you to go home and get prettied up. You and I are going to that tea this afternoon. Well, quite a party, isn't it?
Nick, you haven't explained how you happen to know Mrs. Huntington so well.
Oh, I've known her a long time, Betsy.
Apparently. When we showed up at the door, she acted as though you were a long-lost relative.
Right on. I'll confess. It's very simple. I recovered some jewels for her some years ago.
Oh.
Looks as if I'm not going to make good on my promise to Matty.
Huh?
Told him I'd keep an eye on Winter, but he seems to have disappeared in the crowd.
Well, nobody can get out of this room without passing us.
Yeah, that's right.
Attention, please, Effendi.
Oh, something's going to happen, Nick.
Yeah.
Effendi, it is the time for the appearance of my master, the master, Rashid El Bey.
Oh, Nick, isn't that a beautiful beard El Bey has? And what a gorgeous costume.
Yes, that is quite a costume.
Good afternoon, my friends. I am much pleased that you have gathered here to do me honor. I will say no more than tell you it is impossible for me to read my crystal ball before all of you. But I shall be happy to conduct individual readings in a room which our charming hostess has made available. I will retire now to that room.
Come on, Bessie.
Where, Nick? not going to have your fortune told, are you?
No, we're going back to the office.
Oh, good. You can drop me off at the beauty parlor.
Sorry, you'll have to cancel your appointment.
Oh, but Nick, this beauty parlor is supposed to take years off a girl's face.
Patsy, we're going back to the office, and I'm going to add years to a girl's face.
Huh?
And that girl is you. There you are, Patsy.
I hope I don't look as funny as I feel.
You don't. Your makeup's fine. You look at least 35.
That's the worst compliment I ever had.
Now, Patsy, remember, whatever happens, I want you to play along. And when you enter the master's presence tonight, don't forget whom you're supposed to be.
I won't, Nick. Well, here I go.
Good luck. And don't worry. I'll be around somewhere.
Yes?
I'd like to see Rashid El Bey, please. I'm Mrs. Andrew Waller.
Please to come in.
Thank you.
Mem Sahib will leave purse and hat here. Then she will wait in crystal room.
All right.
Come, please. Please to be seated here. I go now. Tell master.
Thank you.
You are Mrs. Andrew Waller, who has come to seek advice from the all-seeing crystal. You are the holder of driver's license number 74592, issued in this city 18 days ago. Your original home was in Brightwood.
Why, that's wonderful.
It is wonderful only because through this power given to me, I am able to give help to those who come here to seek the answers to those things which they cannot know.
Then maybe you can help me. It's very important.
Very well, madame. Please to draw near and look into the crystal. Do not allow your attention to waver for an instant. Oh, ball of ever-knowing light, bring to your surface the future of the one who seeks the answers to questions as yet unknown. The wall begins to clear. Picture is forming. I can see you, madame. You are wondering about a man. The man is nearly 35 years of age. He is over 6 feet tall, good-looking. He's engaged in a very dangerous occupation. His name is Nick Carter.
Well, it looks as though Nick's plan to have Patsy disguise herself as an older woman and gather evidence in Rashid El Bey's apartment has backfired. In a moment, we'll hear the conclusion of this adventure. Now back to the conclusion of the case of the Crystal Prophecy. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by Old Dutch Glinter. As we return to the story, Rashid El Bey says,
If you move, I shall be forced to use this gun.
Oh.
You are very foolish to come here, my dear young spy.
How did you know who I was?
A very regrettable mistake on your part. You were careful to place forged documents in your purse, but you also left the real one in it. Your appointment at the beauty parlor in your real name.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. And now I find it necessary to dispose of you.
But you wouldn't dare. You know that Nick will get you for it if it's the last thing he does.
If Nick Carter tries to get me, it will be the last thing he ever does. I am much too skilled in the art of having people commit suicide to be caught by a mere detective, even a detective of Mr. Carter's reputation.
Then you did kill those women.
Of course, my dear.
Why? What have they done to you?
They were stubborn. They refused to pay to keep from committing suicide. So they did kill themselves, as I arranged.
Oh.
Hassan! Hassan!
Yes, master.
What kept you?
I was in the rear, master.
Take this girl out to the car. I will join you. Miss Boyne is going to commit suicide.
You're making a mistake. Nick knows all about you and what you're doing.
I doubt that. But even so, it will do no good. You are on your way to your grave.
Oh, no.
Hassan, take her away.
Yes, master.
You know what to do, Hassan.
Yes, master.
Go away.
I am going to...
bet that's the first time you ever rang that gong with your head.
Oh, Nick, is that you?
It is.
Oh, golly, I thought you were our son.
That's what you're supposed to think. Now, I'll just rip off the master's false whiskers so that when Sergeant Madison gets here, he can book him for murder under his real name, Robert Winter.
I tell you, Sergeant, I was never so glad to hear Nick's voice. But it was certainly queer to hear it coming from the man I thought was Hassan.
How'd you do it, Nick?
I told Patsy I'd stay close to her, Matty. It was the only way I could manage it. Well, I got into the apartment, knocked out Hassan, made it a quick change so I could pass for him.
Well, you certainly look like the real thing to me. I thought you were going to take me out and boil me in oil.
Oh, Patsy, you know I wouldn't do that to you.
Oh, Nick. Tell me, how did you know that L. Bay and Robert Winter were the same man?
You were partly responsible for that.
Huh? I was?
Yes. Don't you remember you said his spats were enough to convict him as far as you were concerned?
Yes.
Well, they did convict him. When the fake L. Bay appeared at Mrs. Huntington's party, he made the mistake of wearing his spats under his robe. I caught a glimpse of him.
Well, I'll be darned.
And, of course, Mrs. Langdon gave us a lot of help by grabbing up that invitation when she knew she was dying. Thus calling attention to the party where I could find L. Bay and his spats.
So Robert Winter would advise these women to consult L. Bay, and then as L. Bay, he would tell them they were going to commit suicide unless they paid him off.
That's right. If they paid, they were all right. But if they refused...
He killed them as a lesson to the others, huh, Nick?
That's right, Matty. Well, that proves that no one should ever believe the things that are seen in a crystal ball.
Well, Nick, how about a few advance hints about the adventure Old Dutch Clencher's going to bring us next week?
Well, Bob, before I tell you about next week's adventure, I want to remind our listeners that the Red Cross is carrying on in peace just as in war. In any disaster, flood, tornado, hurricane, or epidemic, you'll find the Red Cross on hand with shelter, food, clothing, and medical care. But this is just part of the story of the activities of the Red Cross, so it's no wonder that the Red Cross needs funds. And I want to urge everyone to give, and to give generously, to the Red Cross.
And I'm sure they will, Nick.
So am I. But now, Nick, about next week's adventure.
Okay, Bob, I'll give you a few highlights. A man telephoned me greatly excited about a discovery he just made.
And before Nick could get any details, the man had hung up.
Which made me curious. And from then on, we got mixed up with red pencil lines in a phone book, a list of perfume shops,
a junkyard, a trip to sea in a crowded barge, and a...
Whoops, Patsy. Save something for next week.
What do you call the story, Nick?
I call it The Case of the Smuggled Perfume.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented each week at this time and over these same stations by the Cudahy Packing Company, makers of Old Dutch Cleanser. Remember, when you go shopping tomorrow, get the cleanser preferred by more women in America than any other. Old Dutch Cleanser. Nick Carter, Master Detective, produced and directed by Jock McGregor, is copyrighted by Street & Smith Publications, Incorporated. Lon Clark is starred as Nick, with Charlotte Manson featured as Patsy. Matty is played by Ed Latimer. Today's script was written by Charles Stubblefield. Original music is played by George Wright. This program is fictional, and any resemblance to actual persons living or dead is purely coincidental. This is Bob Martin saying, when minutes count, use Old Dutch Cleanser. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Mystery is my hobby. Inspector Danton and I had gone again to the Welcome You Ranch on the Arizona desert for a short vacation. The day after our arrival, we set out on horseback to explore the country.
Hey, Bart.
Yes, Inspector?
It's certainly good to get away from it all for a while, isn't it?
Get away from what, Inspector?
Oh, the humdrum, the hurly-burly, the helter-skelter, the murders.
Yes, I see what you mean, Inspector.
This is a life for me. Sunshine, fresh air, the wide open spaces, and a good horse under me.
And no murders.
Yeah, I said that. No murders. Well, what do you say we turn around and head back for the welcome you? A good meal, a good night's sleep.
Head back. Come, Inspector. We've only been away from the ranch a half hour.
A half hour?
That's right.
Is that a fact? Seems to me like we've been gone all day. Hey, what's the matter? What are we stopping for?
Look over there, Inspector.
Over where? I don't see anything.
There's something lying on the ground near that giant cactus.
So there is. Must be a fallen log or something.
There are no logs in this country, fallen or otherwise, Inspector. Unless I'm greatly mistaken, that's the body of a man.
I was afraid you'd say that.
Come on, Inspector. Let's have a look. Come on, boy.
Oh.
Whoa, boy. Easy now.
Yeah, it's a man, all right.
So I see. Get off your horse, Inspector.
Okay, why is it that these murders have to follow us all over the country?
Let's not assume that this is a murder yet, Inspector. By Jove, he looks done in, doesn't he?
Yeah, let's roll him over.
Right.
Say, look at the whiskers. He's an old man.
Yes, and quite dead. Now, I wonder...
Suppose he was hit by an automobile?
That's a brilliant, Inspector. Imagine the nearest automobile road isn't more than 20 miles away.
I was just supposing.
Let's see. No marks of violence.
Suppose he died of heart failure.
I doubt it, Inspector.
Why, for crying out loud? Can a man die of heart failure if he wants to?
That's odd.
What's odd?
The boots. Our friend here is wearing a pair of brand new boots. Yet the rest of his costume consists of a patched pair of jeans and a faded shirt.
Now, look, Bart, do you have to try and make something out of nothing? The guy just died. Let him lie in peace.
How old would you say the gentleman was, Inspector?
How old? Who cares? 70, maybe?
Yes, at least 70. And those brown stains on his beard, would you say they were tobacco stains, Inspector?
Yeah, tobacco stains. Now that we've reached those amazing conclusions, let's go back and report to the local sheriff.
Probably he was a prospector. Wouldn't you say, Inspector?
Yeah, out here they call him desert rat.
Right.
What are you doing?
I'm removing this poke from the old man's pocket. You see, it's full of gold dust. There's a small fortune in this poke, Inspector.
There is, eh?
Yes. Now consider the inconsistency. Here is a man carrying a fortune in gold around with him. The only thing he has to indicate such wealth is a pair of new boots.
Okay. Now, look, Bud. Suppose
Inspector, this is one of the most interesting cases we've come across in a long while.
What do you mean, case? A guy dies of heart failure.
Hello there.
Hey, there's a babe on a horse.
Yes, and a very attractive-looking young lady. Another inconsistency.
With that, I can agree, but what's a good-looking babe like that doing way out here?
We'll probably know in a minute, Inspector. Here she is.
Whoa, boy. Whoa. Well, this is a surprise. Imagine finding two civilized-looking men way out here.
We were just thinking the same thing, lady. By the way, what's the matter?
Is that a man? Why, for goodness sake.
Is he someone you know, miss?
It's Hardtack Wiggins. What's the matter with him?
He's dead.
Well. So they caught up with the old boy at last, did they?
Caught up with him? Who?
Oh, one of the bunch was after his gold. I imagine it was either Oliver or Matt who murdered him.
Murdered him? Look, lady, he wasn't murdered. He died of heart failure.
You want to bet?
Now, wait a minute.
Open his shirt, good looking. And if you don't find a knife wound, I'll never make another wager.
Go ahead, Bud. Open the old guy's shirt. Some people have just got to be shown.
I think that might be a good idea, Inspector. There. By Jove. There is a knife wound.
Of course there is. There had to be.
Why did there have to be, miss?
Because Hardtack couldn't have died of heart failure.
Why not?
Because yesterday he was examined by Doc Sandbar in Coyote Wells. And the doc said that Hardtack was in perfect health.
Well, Lady, you seem to know a lot about what's going on around here.
Naturally I do. What's wrong with that?
What's wrong? Nothing. Not a thing. Except that the way I look at it, you're sticking your neck into a noose.
I suppose by that you mean that you think I murdered old Hardtack.
Yeah, you're quick to catch on. That's exactly what I mean.
How naive you are, darling.
Darling, now look.
Inspector, I told you this was one of the most interesting cases we've run across in a long time. Pardon me, miss. Were you well acquainted with Hardtack?
Well acquainted?
That's right.
My dear boy. Hardtack was my husband.
How much farther is it? I'm getting doggone tired of carrying this dead body around in my lap.
It isn't much farther.
Want me to spell you for a while, Inspector?
No, I'll keep him. Somehow I feel more natural when I'm lugging a corpse around.
There's the shack now, down in that little hollow.
Jack is right. Don't tell me that you and your husband actually live there.
Of course not, Inspector. You don't really think that I could abide a hovel like that, do you?
I don't know. The way things are shaping up, I'm willing to believe most anything.
How long had you and Hardtack been married, Mrs. Wiggins?
No, not very long.
Oh?
The City Hall in Coyote Wells opened at 9 o'clock this morning, and we were married 15 minutes later.
This morning? Well, for crying out loud, if this isn't a screw, you
Inspector,
see,
wait.
Huh?
Tell me, Mrs. Wiggins.
Oh, darling, would you mind not calling me Mrs. Wiggins? Gives me the creeps.
What shall I call you?
Shirley, darling.
Very well. I'll compromise. Stop calling me darling, and I'll call you Shirley.
That goes for me, too.
Well, what strange men you two are. Most men
Yeah,
would
but we are not most men. And if you think we're strange, you better get out a mirror and take a gander at yourself.
Now that that's settled, I'd still like to ask a question.
But of course. Barton.
How long have you known Hardtack before you married him, Mrs. Wiggins?
2 days.
2 days? Things happen fast out here, don't they? I read about this romance on the range stuff.
Oh, Inspector, let's face it. You know as well as I do that there wasn't any romance connected with my marriage to Hardtack.
We're quite aware of that, Shirley. So suppose you tell us why you did marry him.
He was lonesome.
Oh, come, Shirley.
He was lonesome, and he wanted someone to help him spend his money.
Ah, we're getting places.
Well, I'm certainly not going to pretend that I married Hardtack for any other reason than the fact that he was wealthy. I'd be a hypocrite if I did.
I don't know which is worse, being a hypocrite or being a murderer.
Oh, don't be silly. I didn't murder the old billy goat.
Shirley, what makes you so sure that Hardtack was wealthy?
Because he discovered a pocket of gold 2 weeks ago. And the heirs appraised its value at $500,000.
$500,000. And all the poor guy got out of it was a pair of new boots.
Yes, isn't it a pity? Poor dear. Been wanting a pair of new boots for so long, but up till now he couldn't afford them.
Bought them for his honeymoon, eh?
I suppose so. Hardtack's been poor for so long that he just didn't know how to spend his money.
I imagine you plan to help him out on that score, eh, Shirley?
Oh, Barton, you're so cute. It's exactly what I planned on doing. Oh, my goodness.
What's the matter now?
Those 2 horses standing in front of the shack. They belong to Matt and Oliver.
And who are Matt and Oliver?
Matt Palmer. He's the son of Hardtack's dead partner, Chris Palmer.
I see. And who is Oliver, Shirley?
Oh, Oliver's last name is Runyon. He's Hardtack's nearest neighbor. They're both terrible people.
What's terrible about them?
You'll see. Well, here they are now. They heard us coming.
Yes, and by the expression on their faces, they're rather unhappy about something.
It's about time you got back here, Shirley Milton. By golly, you needn't think you're going to get away with this. Not by a jugful, you're not.
Hey, look. Look at what's traced across that tab.
Yeah.
Why, it's Hardtack. What's the matter with him?
He's dead, Bob. Stuck with a knife. Know anything about it?
Dead? You mean the old coot's really dead?
Oh, don't act so surprised, Oliver. You know he's dead. It was you who killed him.
Me? Dad blast you, girl. I'll wring your neck if you say that again. I never laid a hand on the old codger.
Sounds convincing, doesn't he, Bart?
Be quiet, Inspector. Let them talk. This is interesting.
Now I see it. I see it all. Shirley, you married him because you were afraid we'd get some of the money.
How quick you are, Matt, darling. And I suppose you murdered him for the same reason.
I murdered him? Are you crazy? What good would it do for me to murder him?
No more good than it do me. There's only one who would benefit from Hardtack's death. His legal heir.
How sweet of you to admit that I am my dear husband's legal heir, Oliver. I anticipate some trouble from you. Really, I have.
And you're going to get it. By gum, you are. I was with Hardtack when he discovered the pocket. I helped him. Half that there gold belongs to me.
Belongs to you? That's a hot one. Listen, my old man was Hardtack's legal partner.
So what if he was?
I'm my old man's heir. Half of what Hardtack found is supposed to be mine. Any court in the country.
Boys, aren't you forgetting that since I am Hardtack's widow, all of what he had will go to me?
I ain't forgetting nothing. I know my rights.
And I know mine. Any court in the country will back me up.
Well, Barton, now do you understand what I meant when I said they were terrible people?
Yes, I understand a lot of things. Has it occurred to any of you that giving Hardtack a decent burial would be your chief concern at the moment?
He'll be buried. Don't fret about that. Say, who be you two anyway?
We be policemen now. What do you think of that?
We don't think anything of it. We don't believe it. Shirley, where'd you pick up these dudes?
I didn't. They picked me up. They're staying at the Welcome Mule.
Dudes, eh? Well, dudes, you can leave us Hardtack's body and get out. We don't like dudes.
And we don't like murderers. Inspector, when Sheriff Tanner deputized you this morning, Did he give you the authority to arrest any suspicious characters?
Huh? What is that, Bart? Oh, yeah. Sure he did.
Fine. There's no doubt in our minds that one of the three people standing here in front of us murdered Hardtack Whitten.
Now, look here, you.
And that's right, isn't it, Inspector?
One of them... oh, sure. No doubt about it at all. We got the proof. Haven't we, Bart?
We certainly have, Inspector. We know which one of these three thrust a knife into the heart of Hardtack Wiggin.
Huh?
We know why and how and when.
Yeah, sure we do. We got the evidence to prove it, too. Haven't we, Bart?
We have, Inspector. And by virtue of the authority vested in you by Sheriff Jim Tanner of Cactus County, Arizona, I demand that you arrest the guilty person.
Tying that guy up and leaving him back there in Hardtack's shack is going to do any good, do you?
Not a bit, Inspector.
And for crying out loud, why did you tell me to do it?
We had to do something to convince them you have the authority to make an arrest, Inspector.
Yeah, but look, why didn't we just take the guy and lug him into town and turn him over to the sheriff and charge him with the murder of Hardtack Wiggins?
Because Hardtack wasn't murdered, Inspector.
Hardtack wasn't, huh? But for the love of Joshua, what are you talking about?
Oh, come, Inspector. You know as well as I that knife wound was made after Hardtack was dead.
I do? How long have I known it?
Ever since you examined the wound and saw there was no blood, Inspector.
Oh, no blood, eh? Say, I did notice that, didn't I? Now that you mention it.
You know as well as I that blood doesn't flow from a wound that is made after death.
Sure. I've known that for years. Was there anything else that I noticed when we examined the body part?
Yes. We both noticed that Hardtack's shirt didn't have a hole in it. So we wondered how the knife wound could have been made, unless someone had first opened the old man's shirt.
Say, that's an angle. What does it prove?
I don't know, Inspector. It might prove a lot of things. Well, here we are. Whoa there. Whoa. Whoa, boy.
We've arrived, have we? Where are we?
Inspector, I'm surprised. This is the spot where we found Hardtack's body, remember?
Well, so it is. What do we do now?
We get off our horses and look around.
Okay. But I don't know what you expect to find.
There's the depression in the ground where Hardtack lay. And there are his footprints, clearly outlined in the sand.
Yeah, I see him. Say.
Yes, by the looks of those footprints, it appears as though poor old Hardtack was pretty close to exhaustion, doesn't it?
Or drunk.
Oh, let's give him the benefit of the doubt, Inspector. Come along.
Where are we going?
Let's backtrack on his trail a bit and read signs.
Read signs? Say, where'd you pick up that expression?
I listened to the Lone Ranger program, Inspector.
There's Sinclair jumping. Judas, look out. There's a snake.
It's a rattler. Get your gun, Inspector.
Don't worry. I'm getting it out.
Nice work, Inspector. What? You shot its head off.
Sure I did. It was his head I was aiming at.
Oh, I see. Pardon me for the compliment. Well, come on, let's get going.
You don't have to apologize, Bart. I can't help it if I'm a good shot. What's the matter?
Look, there. Isn't that an empty whiskey bottle?
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Well, I guess for once the old inspector was right, eh, Bart?
How do you mean, Inspector?
Well, the staggering footprints, the empty whiskey bottle, the guy was drunk just like I said. What do you mean, Oh, stop saying, for crying out loud. And don't start telling me I'm wrong. Doggone it. It's as plain as...
Yes, Inspector, this is certainly the most interesting case we've come across in a long time. Come on. We're going back to the shack.
Why? What are we going back there for?
Because the evidence that proves how Hardtack died and who murdered him is there.
Don't get excited, Mad Dog. I had to get rid of Oliver, didn't I?
Well, it took you long enough. Here, get me out of these ropes.
Okay. You see, there's a knife over here on the table.
Yeah. Drake and Denton will be back any minute. We got to get out of here.
Get out of here? Well, where do you think we're going? Now, hold still while I cut the rope. There.
Oh, that feels better. Oh, those crazy fools. Tying me up and leaving me here.
What do you care? I can't prove that you murdered Hardtack.
I didn't murder him. I've already told you that.
Well, it wasn't your fault, though, was it, darling? You tried hard enough.
No, don't get cute, beautiful. I'm not in the mood for it.
Okay. So you didn't murder the old codger. So what are you getting in such an uproar about?
Don't be a dope. If Drake proves I stuck the knife into hardtack, that'll be just as bad as proving it was me who killed him.
So?
So we're heading for the border right now.
Now, just a minute, good looking. Take it easy. We've gone to an awful lot of trouble to get our hands on old hardtack's dough, and we're not going to run up.
Listen, baby, get smart. The dough won't do us any good once we're sitting in the gas chamber.
What do you mean, once we are sitting in the gas chamber?
That's it, baby. I said we, and I mean we. You're in this as much as I am.
Well, you're crazy. It was you who handled that knife.
And it was you who married hardtack after first making a deal with me to knock him off on your wedding day. Remember?
Why, you lousy bum, Miles.
You'll what?
Matt, don't look at me like that.
You'll what, baby?
Matt, Oh, Matt, don't.
Call me a bum. Try to make me take the rap for knocking off that old billy goat?
Oh, please, Matt. Matt, don't hit me again. I didn't mean it. Honest, I'll go with you.
You bet your life you will. Now get your stuff together and let's get out of here.
All right, Matt. Don't hit me anymore. Matt, what are you doing?
I'm borrowing your husband's new boots. It's the only thing he had that was any good, and I'm taking them.
I'm mad. Hardtack waited for those boots so long.
Shut up. What good will they do him now? I'm going to get something out of this deal.
Okay, Matt. Okay. Only stealing a dead man's boots will bring you bad luck.
Whoa, boy. Whoa. Watch it, boy. Whoa. Well, the shack looks just the same, doesn't it, Inspector?
Yep. It looks as though the birds have flown the coop.
So I see. Both the horses are gone, huh? Well, let's get off, go inside and have a look.
Yeah, they're gone, all right. The door's wide open.
Yes, just as I expected. Shirley came back and released Matt Palmer. There are the cut ropes lying on the floor, Inspector.
And by the way things are scattered around, they got out in a hurry.
Come on over here, Inspector. Uh-oh.
What's the matter?
Look, there's hardtack lying on the bunk where we left him. Only someone removed his boots.
Probably Shirley.
Do you see the boots lying around anywhere, Inspector?
No, but...
Which means they were stolen, probably by Matt. Come on, Inspector. We've got to catch those two before they reach the border.
Matt.
Huh? What's the matter?
What's the matter with you? For the past 15 minutes, you've been drooping in your saddle like a dish rag.
Nothing. Nothing wrong with me. How much farther to the border?
10 miles, maybe. But say, what's eating you, anyhow? You look half shot.
Oh, there's nothing the matter with me, I tell you. Come on. Let's get going.
Hurry, Inspector. They can't be much farther ahead.
They better not see much more of this, and I'm going to quietly lie down and expire.
Oh, you're all right, Inspector. Just hang on and grit your teeth.
Grit my teeth. My teeth were all shaken loose an hour ago. Look, Bart, how do we know we're even going the right direction?
Why, we're reading sign, Inspector. See? The trail was right there on the sand as plain as Fifth Avenue.
Fifth Avenue, oh, what a beautiful thought. You think we'll ever see it again, Bart?
Well, we won't unless you stop complaining and get a little speed out of that nag you're riding. Come on, man.
Matt, wake up.
Huh? What, is something wrong?
Well, there will be, and something wrong unless you snap out of it. The border's still a good 5 miles away.
5 miles. Too far. Can't make it.
What do you mean you can't make it? You've got to make it. Matt, you're falling out of your saddle.
Gotta lie down.
Matt?
Gotta lie down.
Matt, what's the matter? Matt, get up. What's happened? Matt, open your eyes. Matt.
Gotta reach the border.
Get up.
I murdered old hardtack. I killed him.
Oh, Matt.
I'm a murderer.
Matt, stop it. Someone will... Matt! Oh, Matt, here they come. Here come Drake and Danton. Get up, Matt. Get up.
Terrible pain. Terrible. I guess I'm going to die.
No.
I'm going to...
Oh, Matt. Oh, Matt.
Whoa, boy. Whoa. Something happened to your boyfriend, Mrs. Wiggins?
Hey, Bart, look, he's got hardtack boots on. You were right. He did steal them.
I told him it was bad luck to steal a dead man's boots.
A pity Matt wasn't as suspicious as you, Mrs. Wiggins. I'm afraid your erstwhile lover is dead.
Dead? How do you know? What'd he die of?
Matt Palmer, Inspector, died of snake poisoning. Down there in the valley.
Which is all right with me. Welcome you's a welcome sight to these tired old eyes.
Come, Inspector. You should be in better spirits. We've just completed one of our most interesting cases.
Yeah, well, give me the details, Bart.
Well, there aren't many details, Inspector. You see, Matt didn't discover that Hardtack was dead until after he'd driven that knife into him. Then he covered up the wound with Matt's shirt, hoping that whoever discovered the body would think Matt died of snake bite, which, of course, he did.
Yeah, but why did Hardtack have his shirt open in the first place?
Why, that's obvious, Inspector. Hardtack apparently stepped on the rattler, and the snake struck him.
And Hardtack killed the snake, eh?
Yes, by trampling the rascal to death. Incidentally, Inspector, that was the same snake that you shot.
Whoa! You mean I shot a dead snake?
Yes, I'm afraid you did, Inspector.
Well, I'm a bang-tail maverick. Get it!
You see, Inspector, the men at Hardtack realized he'd been struck. He finished off that bottle of whiskey we found lying beside the trail.
Wanted to die with a jag on, eh?
No, there are still some old-timers who believe that whiskey is an antidote for snake bite, Inspector. But the fact is that just the opposite is the case.
So the booze only made him worse, eh?
Yes, I'm afraid so. He staggered along, probably suffering horribly. When he finally collapsed, he must have clutched at his shirt in his anguish and torn it open.
The poor old guy. And Matt Palmer came along and stuck a knife in him, eh?
That's what happened, Inspector.
And Matt died the same way, eh?
Almost. It was Hardtack's new boots that killed Matt.
The boots? What are you talking about?
When the snake struck Hardtack, the old man apparently slashed down at it with a stick or some other object he was carrying. The blow broke off the rattler's fangs while they were still embedded in the soft leather of the boot.
Well, I'll be... and when Matt put on the boots, the fangs were still there, eh?
That's it, Inspector. You see, the boots fitted Matt snugly, and there was enough venom left in the fangs to work into his bloodstream and after a period of time to kill him.
By golly, what do you know about that? Just like the girl said, it's bad luck to steal boots from a dead man.
Yeah.
Say, what about the girl?
Oh, we'll have to let Sheriff Tanner settle that for us, Inspector. And, by the way...
Yeah?
When we reach the Welcome You, I think you'd better not mention our experience of the day.
No, why not?
Well, Inspector, we're out here on a vacation, and I'd just as soon that the folks didn't know that mystery is my hobby.
From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
Pat McCracken, Universal Adjustment Bureau, Johnny.
Hi, Pat. What's new?
At the moment, Edward J. Rollins III.
Oh, what about him?
One of our companies has a hefty policy on his life, and he sent word he wanted to change his beneficiary, then he disappeared.
And you want me to go looking for him?
That's the general idea.
Oh, look, Pat, you could be wasting dough sending me. Chances are he'll pop up again by himself.
Oh, yes, I know. Of course, it involves a little trip to the Caribbean, but if you're not interested...
The Caribbean? I'll be right over.
Bob Bailey in the exciting adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account. America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
And now, Act One of yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Universal Adjustment Bureau, Hartford, Connecticut. Following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the Time and Tide matter. Expense account item 1, $1.20 cab fare from my apartment to the offices of Universal Adjustment Bureau and Pat McCracken.
Now, the mention of the Caribbean did the trick. Sit down.
Yeah, thanks. Now, what's the deal?
Well, about 6 months ago, Johnny, Ed Rollins decided to marry a girl named Virginia Blake. And he took out a large policy on himself from one of our companies, naming her as beneficiary. Last week, he apparently changed his mind.
Oh?
Called from Nassau, said he wanted to remove Virginia Blake as beneficiary, and he was supposed to come to Miami to sign the papers. We had an agent waiting there for him. but he didn't show.
What was he doing in Nassau?
He had his cabin cruiser down there with 3 of his friends. Among them, Virginia Blake.
Did you check Nassau to see if he's still there?
Oh, we checked. His boat is gone. Now, the trail just starts in Nassau, Johnny. Where it'll lead is anybody's guess.
Expense account item $240 even, air transportation and incidentals to Nassau in the Bahamas. There, I found a man who remembered fueling up Rollins' boat a few days before. He'd heard them talking about working their way down through the Bahamas, skin diving, and then cutting over to Jamaica. They'd mentioned one place in particular, Crooked Island. Item 3, $50, transportation via chartered seaplane to Crooked Island. I spotted Rollins' cruiser in one of the coves, and the pilot set me down nearby. A dinghy with an outboard motor came over from the boat. It was Ed Rollins.
You say you're an insurance investigator, Dollar?
Yeah, that's right, Mr. Rollins.
Well, what are you doing here?
Well, I came to see if you were okay.
Me? Well, why shouldn't I be?
You were supposed to meet an agent from the company in Miami last week. You didn't show up.
Oh, well, I changed my mind. You mean you came all the way down here because I didn't show up in Miami?
Well, when a man with a hefty policy in his life disappears, the insurance company starts worrying.
So it seems.
Hey, mind slowing down a bit? I'd like to talk to you before we get on board.
Sure. Now, what's on your mind?
As I understand it, you took out a policy about 6 months ago and named a Virginia Blake as beneficiary.
Yes, that's right. We're going to be married.
Then a week ago, you apparently changed your mind.
Well, I decided to think it over some more. That's why I brought the boat down here.
What's the trouble?
Oh, it's just... Well, I might as well tell you. I began to suspect Virginia's been two-timing me.
Oh? With whom?
That I don't know.
Have you asked her about it?
No, not yet.
Why not?
Because I'm afraid she might tell me the truth. Maybe I don't really want to hear it.
Ah, I see.
Look, Mr. Dollar, we're going to do a little more skin diving here in the cove this afternoon and then shove off for Jamaica around dark. Why not come along? You can catch a plane back to the States from there.
Okay. Who all's on board your boat?
Let's see. Virginia, you know about. Then there's Bill Winslow.
Winslow?
Yes, kind of a beachcomber at heart. I bring him along mainly to handle the boat. He's real good at it.
Anybody else?
Oh, Tony Atherton. A worthless sort of guy, but rather amusing company once in a while. Besides, he introduced me to Virginia, so I owe him something for that. I guess.
Well, look, you mind introducing me as just an old friend of yours?
Yes, that's just what I had in mind. Oh, say, there they are waiting for us on deck.
Bill Winslow was tall, lanky, blonde crew cut, deep tan. The kind who looked at home on a boat. Tony Atherton, on the other hand, was the kind who was at home nowhere. Or maybe anywhere, as long as he had a drink in his hand. And Virginia, well, one look at her and you forgot where home was. Rollins and Bill Winslow strapped on aqualongs and went over the side to do some skin diving. Tony Atherton, Virginia, and I sat around on deck for a while. I noticed that Virginia didn't seem to be at ease. Atherton noticed it, too.
Use a drink, Virginia?
No, thanks.
What's the matter, darling? You bored?
No.
You see, darling, Virginia didn't really want to come on this trip, did you, dear?
Just skip it, Tony, will you? Seems like Ed and Bill have been underwater a long while.
Yeah, I was wondering about that. How long do they usually...
don't worry. Ed likes to live dangerously. Besides, he's got Bill Winslow, all-American boy, to take care of.
Will you lay off it, Tony?
Hey, there they are. Here, wait a minute. Looks like Rollins is in trouble.
Get him on board!
Here.
Hey, quick.
Get on!
Give me... Watch his face, buddy.
Easy.
Here. The face plate. Get it off. You okay, Rollins?
Yes. Yes, I guess.
What happened, Ed?
Oh, something went wrong with his air supply. Yeah. Sprang a leak. Thanks, Bill. If it hadn't been for you... Oh, skip it. Just lucky I was close to you.
Look at this rubber tubing. It's frayed through.
Yeah, I guess I must have scraped it against some coral. Sure.
Yeah. Yeah, that's probably it.
Act 2 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, in a moment.
And now for another episode in the life of Sergeant Donald Bellwether, my husband. the windshield wipers?
I sure did, Reba. How's that?
Oh, you fixed them. Good for you, Donald.
Thank you, my dear. Well, that's that. Now, if it rains, we're prepared for it, huh? I feel better now.
Oh, me too. A driver has to see the danger if he expects to avoid it.
That's right. And also keep the back and side windows clear in rain and snowy weather.
That's right. Oh, how about the horn?
The horn?
The horn doesn't work, Sergeant. Aren't you going to fix it?
No, I don't think so. Frankly, Reba, I hate horns. Whenever there's a traffic jam, the first thing some guys do is blow their horn.
Which does absolutely no good.
Of course not. All it does is jar everyone's nerves. No, I don't think I'll fix the horn.
Oh, but now wait a minute, Don. Look, supposing we're driving along and suddenly we see a youngster on his bicycle headed right out into the street. Sounding that horn will warn him and possibly avoid a tragic accident.
Yes, that's true, but...
Or supposing we're driving on the highway, and just as we're about to pass a car, that car decides to pull out into our lane and pass the car ahead of him. He obviously doesn't see us, and he won't hear us shout. But one little beep on that horn, and he'll automatically scoot back and avoid a collision.
Reba, you've convinced me. Even though it can be a nuisance, the automobile horn is a necessity.
Then you'll repair it?
Immediately.
Oh, that's my Donald. That's my doll.
And now, Act Two of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, and the Time and Tide Matters.
Ed Rollins seemed to regard his close shave underwater as an accident, so I decided to play it that way. But I wasn't convinced. Somebody could have tampered with his air hose. We got underway around dark and headed for Jamaica. About 10, I went up on deck for a cigarette. It was a dark night, but from the stern I could see two figures up in the cockpit. One was Virginia. The other at the wheel, I figured, was Ed Rollins. There was a long kiss. Then they lit cigarettes. In the light from the match, I could see it wasn't Ed Rollins at all. It was Bill Winslow.
Dollar? That you?
Ed Rollins. I guess he'd just come topside. But I didn't know if he'd seen what I'd just seen. If he had, he gave no sign of it.
Johnny. You know that stuff I was telling you about? Maybe cutting Virginia out as beneficiary?
Yeah, what about it, Ed?
I think you better forget it. I've decided to go ahead and marry her. Well, I don't think I could get along without her.
Oh, I see. Look, Rollins, it's probably none of my business, but there's something I feel...
There's Virginia now up in the cockpit with Bill.
Yeah, that's right.
I thought she was below. Well, she must be doing some navigating.
Yeah.
Virginia, honey, come on back.
Oh, okay, Ed.
Watch your footing. We're rolling a little.
Yeah, pretty heavy swell.
How's Bill getting along up there?
Okay, why?
It's about time I relieved him at the wheel.
I'll take over if you like.
Oh, thanks, Johnny. But I enjoy handling the boat at night. Virginia, honey, you look sort of tired. Maybe you ought to turn in.
I will as soon as I finish my cigarette.
Well, I'll take over now.
Enjoying the cruise, Mr. Dollar?
Sure. How about you?
Why not?
According to Tony Atherton, you didn't want to make this trip.
Tony's very good at remarks like that.
Oh, I thought you and he were old friends.
Let's just say I've known him a long time.
How you doing, Dollar? Fine, Winslow. How's the boat doing?
On course. We should reach Jamaica tomorrow night. Virginia.
I think I'll go below now. I'll see you in the morning.
Good night.
Night, Virginia. Well, you seem pretty much at home aboard a boat, Winslow.
It's where I belong.
You and Rollins seem to do all the boat handling. How about Atherton? He ever give you a hand?
No, he's just the passenger type.
Well, how about Virginia? Does she handle a boat?
She can handle anything.
Oh.
She's a nice girl, Mr. Dollar. She deserves the best.
Maybe that's what Rollins can give her.
Maybe.
You don't sound convinced.
Good night, Dollar.
When we reached Jamaica the next night, I decided to do some checking. I went ashore and called Pat McCracken back in the States, asked him to find out what he could about any of them. He was to call me at a restaurant where we were having dinner. Winslow went back to the boat right after the meal, and Atherton drifted out to inspect a few bars. Rollins, Virginia, and I stayed at the table over coffee, but Virginia was restless and edgy. Finally, she told Rollins she wanted to talk to him. They went out on the terrace. And just then, my call from the States came through.
Johnny, Pat McCracken.
Hi. Did you find out anything?
Yeah. Ran a check on Virginia Blake. I found out she's apparently been paying off for something.
What do you mean?
She's been issuing checks regularly, a couple of $100 apiece, and always to the same guy.
You know his name?
Yeah. Tony Atherton.
I hung up and went out to the terrace, but Rollins and Virginia were gone. I started looking for Tony Atherton. I tried half a dozen bars with no luck. It was after 1 in the morning when I got back to the boat. Atherton was in his bunk. I woke him up.
Oh, what do you want, Dollar? Don't you realize what time it is?
Yeah, I want to know why you've been blackmailing Virginia.
Wait a minute. It's a pretty ugly word.
You're so right. Now look, Atherton.
Hello? Anybody aboard?
Yeah. Who is it?
Inspector Hastings. Jamaica Police. Is this Mr. Edwin Rollins' boat?
Yes, that's right.
I'm afraid I have some bad news for you. Mr. Rollins has been slugged and robbed.
What? Good Lord. Was he hurt bad?
I'm afraid so. Touch and go whether or not he'll live.
Act 3 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, in a moment.
And now for another episode in the life of Sergeant Donald Bellwether, my husband.
Reba!
What is it, Donald?
Confound it, Reba. I can't find the fountain pen. I've looked all through this desk.
Here it is, dear.
Here it is.
You must have used it as a marker when you were reading this book. Let's see, this great literary classic, Six-Gun Showdown at Powder River Gulch.
All right, never mind about my reading habits. Just look at the coverage we're going to get with this new auto accident policy.
Let's see. We have collision.
$50 deductible.
Fire, theft, public liability, property damage, medical benefits. In other words, we have complete coverage.
That's right. Of course, it's going to cost us money. I'm sending the company a check right now. Gee, it's too bad we don't live in Rhode Island.
Rhode Island? Why?
Oh, because then our rates would be lower. Rhode Island has less accidents per capita than any other state.
Oh. Well, which state has the highest?
Let me see. Here it is, Nevada. No, by golly, Nevada's second highest. Alaska has the most.
Really? I didn't know that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's just too bad we can't eliminate traffic accidents completely. Not only would it save life and limb, but it'd be a lot less strain on the pocketbook.
Yeah, that's for sure. These automobile accident policies get more expensive every year just because there's so many costly accidents.
Well, I'm glad we've got some good insurance coverage, Donald, but just remember one thing.
Oh, what's that, honey?
Well, some auto accidents ruin a fender, and some ruin a family.
Yeah, that's true. Very true.
But as far as I'm concerned, I don't want any of your old insurance money. I want you here at home, safe and sound. You'll always drive carefully, won't you?
Yes, I will, dear.
Oh, that's my Donald. That's my doll.
And now, Act 3 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, and the time and tide matter.
Inspector Hastings led me down the pier and around the corner of a warehouse about 100 yards from the boat.
This is where one of my men discovered Rollins, Mr. Dollar.
He'd been slugged, huh?
With the length of pipe we found nearby. No fingerprints on it, Holmes. Rollins is in the hospital in a coma. Apparently he hasn't more than a 50-50 chance.
You said something about robbery, Inspector.
His wallet and valuables are gone. I'm afraid we've had quite a bit of that sort of thing around the waterfront lately.
Robbery, huh? Maybe. Maybe not. I poked around the pier for a while, but didn't turn up a thing. It was about 7 in the morning when I finally got back to the boat in Atherton's stateroom.
I told Virginia what happened, Dollar. She went to the hospital immediately.
Okay, I can talk to her later, Atherton. I still want to know why you've been blackmailing her.
Oh, look, you got proof, Dollar.
Virginia's been issuing checks to you pretty regularly.
Look, what's wrong with that? She and I are old friends. I've had bad luck with some of my investments. She's been kind enough to help me out. Now, look, Dollar, if you're trying to tie me in with what happened to Rollins, you're just wasting time.
Am I?
Of course, yeah. You stop this nonsense, I can probably help you.
Oh?
Look, take a look out this porthole. Go on. What do you see, huh?
A stretch of pier? A warehouse?
Exactly.
Well, what about it?
Well, just as I was turning in last night, I heard footsteps on the pier. I looked out the porthole. Somebody was walking along it. As he turned the corner, I could see who he was by the warehouse light. It was Ed Rollins. Oh? A moment later, somebody stepped out of the shadows and followed him around the corner. Bella, that was Bill Winslow.
I tell you, I'm not the one who slugged Ed Rollins.
But you admit taking a walk last night late.
Well, sure. So what?
All right, where'd you go?
Oh, along the waterfront. I don't remember just where, and I don't remember what time it was.
Along that pier out there, around that warehouse, maybe.
Maybe. Look, I wasn't paying much attention where I was going, but I didn't see Rollins at all. What reason would I have to do a thing like that to him?
I can maybe think of one.
Like what?
Like you in Virginia.
Me? Oh, now, just a minute. That has nothing to do with it.
I think it has, Winslow.
Get this straight, Dollar. I didn't slug Rollins.
I kept hammering away at him, but I couldn't get anywhere. Finally, I left him and went up on deck. Virginia had just come back from the hospital.
He's still unconscious, Johnny. They say they don't know whether he'll make it.
Virginia, what happened last night? When I got through with my phone call at the restaurant, you and Rollins had left.
Yes. We walked around town a while talking. Then Ed said he had something to take care of, so he sent me back to the boat in a cab. I came back here and went to bed. I didn't know what had happened until Tony Atherton told me this morning.
Mind telling me what you and Rollins were talking about last night?
He told me about the doubts he'd been having about me, that he realized he still wanted to marry me.
Oh?
And I told him there were a couple of things he should know about me first.
Like Bill Winslow, for instance?
Not that it matters now, Johnny, but that was a goodbye kiss.
Oh.
A couple of months ago, I became very attracted to Bill, but it was no good. You give Bill a boat or a beach, and... Well, his thinking doesn't go much beyond that. And I began to realize that what I really wanted was Ed.
What was his reaction when you told him about Winslow?
Well, he's a pretty wonderful guy, Johnny. That's why if anything happens that he doesn't pull through, I don't know what I'd do.
And what was the other thing you told him last night?
That Tony Atherton had been blackmailing me.
It figured.
You see, I roomed with a girl once I thought was okay, but she wasn't. Some stolen things were found in our apartment. I thought they were hers. I couldn't prove I wasn't involved.
You did time for it?
Yes. I wish I'd told Ed right at the start.
Well, at least you did tell him last night.
Johnny, who could have done this to Ed? You don't think it could have been Bill Winslow?
Oh, what I think doesn't matter, Virginia. It's what I can prove that counts. And right now, that's nothing. I walked off the boat and along the waterfront. There was a swirl in the channel. The tide was going out. It was almost low. I glanced over at Rollins' boat. It was resting lower against the pier now. Suddenly, a couple of ideas started pecking away at me. I went back aboard the boat and found a tide table. According to my watch and the table, it was low tide. Then I looked up the time of the previous roll. Yeah. I headed for Tony Atherton's stateroom.
All right. So Virginia was buying a little silence from me about her past. So what?
When Virginia told Rollins you'd been blackmailing her, he probably didn't like it much. He told her he had some business to take care of. It could have been with you.
Now, look.
So he went out looking for you around the town. He found you.
Now, wait a minute.
What'd he do? Threatened to have you prosecuted? Was that it? So you followed him down to the waterfront, sneaked up behind him and slugged him.
No.
You figured you'd killed him. But even if you hadn't, you were safe because he couldn't have seen who slugged him.
Look, Dolly, you're talking nonsense. Told you I saw Bill Winslow following Rollins. I saw it right through this porthole.
And that's where you hung yourself.
Huh?
Take a look out that porthole. What do you see?
Why?
Yeah. The pilings of the pier. It's low tide.
Well, so what?
And it was low tide at the time of the attack. You couldn't have seen over the top of the pier then. You were lying.
Oh, now, look, I tell you, I won't
try it.
Get away from me!
You know, it's funny, Atherton. Shakespeare was more right than he knew. There is a tide in the affairs of men, which sometimes leads to fortune. In your case, brother, you missed. Expense account total, including transportation and incidentals home, $403.50. Remarks? Tony Atherton's in jail where he belongs. Bill Winslow is somewhere in a boat where he belongs. Ed Rollins pulled through. He and Virginia will get married next month. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Now, here is our star to tell you about next week's story.
Next week, the plot revolves around Ong's hat. And if you want to know what that means, well, join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, originates in Hollywood and is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Today's story was written by Robert Wright. Heard in our cast were Virginia Gregg, Larry Dobkin, Herb Ellis, Tony Barrett, Frank Nelson, and Ben Wright. Be sure to join us next week, same time and station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. This is Dan Cubberly speaking.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, has been a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Yeah, Johnny Dollar.
This is Peter Hanley at Western Maritime and Property Insurance.
Holy, look, do you always start making calls at 4 a.m., Mr. Hanley?
I had to phone clear across the country, Mr. Dollar, to find out that you're right here in Los Angeles.
Yeah, that's right. The Beverly Hilton out here in Beverly Hills.
Good.
But I've cleared up the case that brought me here, so as soon as I have breakfast, if they serve it at this unearthly hour, I'll pack up my bags and go back to Hartford.
Please don't.
Oh, what's up?
One of our clients is about to present us with a claim that I think you ought to investigate. As long as you're right here.
Yeah, what sort of a claim?
For the loss of his yacht,
How much of a claim?
between $150,000 and $250,000.
Wowee.
You know where Malibu Beach is?
Yeah, sure, up the coast a few miles. Used to be a famous movie colony, that sort of thing.
That's the place. Well, if you can find some means of transportation, I'll meet you at the Malibu Pier.
On expense account, Mr. Hanley, I can find anything.
Well, now, look here.
And on a claim that could run to $250,000, I'm sure you won't be chintzy.
Mr. Dollar.
I'll see you at the Malibu Pier.
Bob Bailey in the exciting adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
And now, Act One of yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Western Maritime and Property Insurance Company, Los Angeles, California. Following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the Malibu mystery matter. Expense account item 1, $2.25 for a fancy breakfast in my room at the Beverly Hilton. Item 2, $50 deposit on the best-looking rental car I could find. I drove out Santa Monica Boulevard to the Coast Highway, then north along the edge of the Blue Pacific, some 12 or 13 miles to Malibu, where a long fishing pier stuck out into the ocean. Cars were parked for half a mile on either side of the pier entrance, and it looked as though half the population of L.A. was crowded out on the pier itself. Thanks to an ambulance that pulled away from the curb and headed south toward town, I found a parking space.
Mr. Hanley.
Come along out on the pier.
All right. What's all the mob so early in the morning?
Apparently, word of an accident like this gets around quickly.
What kind of an accident?
Don't you see the Coast Guard vessels out there circling around?
Yeah. Did this boat you were talking about sink out there?
The Tatus, Mr. Dollar, a $150,000 diesel yacht.
What happened to her?
Apparently, it just blew up.
Survivors?
Mr. and Mrs. Randolph Merrill and the steward and deckhand managed to get into the launch they used for tender. They were picked up by the Coast Guard. The skipper went down with the yacht. At least no trace of his body has been found as yet. Captain Rollins.
Well, you people just have to get back off the tip. Oh, Mr. Hanley.
Now, this is Johnny Dollar, special investigator for my insurance company. Captain Rollins of the Coast Guard.
Mr. Dollar?
Hi, Captain. Have you found anything out there, Captain?
Not a sign of the Tatus, Mr. Hanley. Yeah, it's mighty deep water. And I'm afraid that, like Mr. Merrill and his wife told us, she just blew herself to smithereens.
Yeah. Even from here, I can see some wreckage floating in.
Well, they're all working around the oil slick out there, so the grapples ought to be able to find something down below. Some trace of the hull or machinery or something.
When did it happen?
Oh, 2.5 hours ago. One of our craft got up here from Santa Monica Harbor not more than 40 minutes after she went down.
How'd you find out about it?
Phone call from somebody living along the beach. Tater stood out there blowing a whistle and foghorn, woke him up. By the time he got out of bed, well, he said it looked like a regular fireworks display.
About a half mile offshore, huh?
You see where they put a marker buoy?
Yeah. Wouldn't the wind and current move that slick and whatever wreckage there is?
No wind. That's why there's still some fog out there. And they're allowing for drift. Don't worry, if there's anything left of the Tatus, those boys will find it. Now, excuse me, will you please? I got to keep a check on operations.
Yeah, sure, Captain. See you later. Hanley, you say Mr. and Mrs. Merrill are okay, huh?
Yes. If the Coast Guard in Santa Monica are through with them, they're probably back at their home in Westwood.
I think I'd like to talk to them.
By all means.
Though I don't exactly see any particular reason for investigation.
It's company policy, Mr. Dollar, on any claim over $100,000.
Yeah, but the claim can't have been made yet.
Don't worry, it will be.
Wait a minute. $150,000 yacht. But you said the claim could go as high as $250,000.
Yes, that's because of Mrs. Merrill's jewelry, which she always took with her.
Oh, was that lost, too?
I don't know. I haven't yet talked to her.
Then let's do it.
Well, if it hadn't been for a friend of mine living up on the hill behind the beach who was also awakened and saw the explosion, I wouldn't have known about it even this soon.
Yeah. Well, come on, let's talk to the Merrills. Pete Hanley had his own car, so I tailed him to the Merrill home in Westwood. It was in a nice, but certainly not a fancy section. I'd have thought a man with a $150,000 yacht would live in the snooty Bel Air property, the Brentwood Hills, Pacific Palisades. One of the sections that displayed a little more wealth. However, Mr. Merrill pretty well explained it.
And quite frankly, when I had to take such a loss in selling out my plastics business, I decided we'd better retrench a bit.
And really, Mr. Dollar, I don't miss that lovely big place we had in Bel Air one bit. After all, there's just the two of us, and we don't do a lot of entertaining. More coffee?
No, thanks.
As a matter of fact, Dollar, I was thinking of selling the taters for, well, to be frank about it, for purely economic reasons.
Oh? Wouldn't it have been pretty hard to get your price for a boat like that?
Possibly. Quite frankly, the maintenance on it alone became quite a burden after I lost my business. But no matter. Now the insurance will pay for her.
Mr. and Mrs. Merrill, there is one thing that I must find out.
Yes, Mr. Hanley.
Mrs. Merrill's jewelry.
No, thank heavens. No, that's safe.
Oh, careful, dear, of the glass top on that table.
Oh, sorry.
No, you see, Mr. Hanley, the jewels were the first thing I thought of when the engine on the Tatus started making funny sounds and woke me up.
Well, I am glad of that.
Here they are. All safe and sound in the little casket I keep them in. Oh, look at them, Mr. Dollar. Aren't they beautiful?
Yes, very. But now suppose you tell me just what happened out there on the yacht. They said they'd been cruising peacefully up the coast, all hands on board asleep except for the skipper at the wheel. Then the engine started making strange sounds, shaking the whole yacht. The Merrills and the crew jumped out of their beds and rushed on deck. By then, the captain had discovered something wrong with the fuel system, so he ordered them off from the tender while he tried to operate the extinguisher system. Then, barely minutes after they'd cleared her side, came a series of explosions. And that was the last they saw of the Tatus and her captain. As for the Merrills, they were humbly glad they'd been lucky enough to escape. Lucky? Suddenly, sitting there, idly toying with the jewels, I discovered something that... Yeah, believe me, this case did need investigation. Needed it bad.
Act 2 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, in a moment.
And now for another episode in the life of Sergeant Donald Bellwether, my husband. Hi, honey. Did you fix the windshield wipers?
I sure did, Reba. How's that?
Oh, you fixed them. Good for you, Donald.
Thank you, my dear. Well, that's that. Now, if it rains, we're prepared for it, huh? I feel better now.
Oh, me too. A driver has to see the danger if he expects to avoid it.
That's right. And also keep the back and side windows clear in rain and snowy weather.
That's right. Oh, how about the horn?
The horn?
The horn doesn't work, Sergeant. Aren't you going to fix it?
No, I don't think so. Frankly, Reba, I hate horns. Whenever there's a traffic jam, the first thing some guys do is blow their horn.
Which does absolutely no good.
Of course not. All it does is jar everyone's nerves. No, I don't think I'll fix the horn.
Oh, but now wait a minute, Don.
Hmm?
Look, supposing we're driving along and suddenly we see a youngster on his bicycle headed right out into the street. Sounding that horn will warn him and possibly avoid a tragic accident.
Yes, that's true, but...
Or supposing we're driving on the highway and just as we're about to pass a car, that car decides to pull out into our lane and pass the car ahead of him. He obviously doesn't see us, and he won't hear us shout. But one little beep on that horn and he'll automatically scoot back and avoid a collision.
Reba, you've convinced me. Even though it can be a nuisance, the automobile horn is a necessity.
Then you'll repair it?
Immediately.
Oh, that's my Donald. That's my doll.
And now, Act 2 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, and the Malibu Mystery Matter.
Remember when you were a kid and first found out about how mercury would plate a piece of gold, make it look like silver? How you went around putting it on everything made of gold that you could find? And remember when you first learned that a diamond could put a scratch on glass? How you went around with your mother's engagement ring, cutting grooves in window panes, glass tabletops, and so on? Okay. Sitting there, listening to the Merrills tell about the explosion on their yacht, I toyed with some of the beautiful jewelry Mrs. Merrill had been able to save. Jewelry insured for $100,000. Absent-mindedly, I dragged the diamond in one of her rings across the glass top of the coffee table a couple of times. Then again with pressure. And it did not cut into the glass. I tried a couple of the other so-called diamonds among her jewels. Same result. No result. Those highly insured jewels were paste.
Well, Mr. Dollar, it looks like we have the whole story now.
Yep. It sure looks that way.
And, Mr. Merrill, whenever you're ready, you just file your claim and we'll take care of it.
All right, Mr. Hanley. And quite frankly, well, why kid about it? Now that I've lost my business, I can well use the money.
Oh? Then I'm kind of surprised you haven't sold some of these jewels.
Dollar, there is a thing called sentiment that even money can't buy.
Why, of course, Mr. Dollar. Before I part with these jewels...
Yes, I'm sure. Shall we go, Hanley?
But if you're perfectly satisfied with the Merrill's account of the wreck, why go back to Malibu?
Did I say I was perfectly satisfied, Hanley? Look, wouldn't you feel a lot better if that wreck could be located, maybe brought up for examination?
Oh, yes, but you're certainly lucky Mrs. Merrill saved that fortune in jewelry.
What jewelry?
What are you talking about? You saw it yourself.
Did I?
And it's covered for $100,000.
That jewelry that she showed me?
Of course. What are you getting at, Dollar?
Look, I take it Merrill's business came a cropper, huh?
Why, yes, he simply bit off more than he could chew. You know, overestimated his market, overexpanded. Matter of fact, I've been thankful these past couple of years that I didn't fall for his pitch and invest in it. Merrill's quite a promoter, you know.
You mean a crook?
Well, I didn't say that, no, but his Bel Air estate, where they used to live, his yacht, her jewelry, that sort of thing. They were all to impress the people he got to finance his ventures.
A real fast guy was somebody else's buck, huh?
Yeah, I guess you could say that about him.
So that's why you wanted me to investigate this so-called accident to his yacht.
No, not at all, as I told you. What do you mean by so-called?
Hanley, you say a friend of yours actually saw the explosion.
That's how I learned of it almost as soon as the Coast Guard. But now,
and if you know the address, that's where we're going.
I told you, he lives up on a hill overlooking Malibu Beach.
Only first we're going to stop at the Santa Monica Coast Guard station and pick up a chart or two.
Why?
Also, if you know a good surveyor, we'll take him along with us.
Dollar?
Yeah, Hanley? I've got an idea that may save your company a lot of money. At the Coast Guard station, we picked up a navigation chart and a topographical map of the Malibu area. Then we picked up a surveyor named Barkley, who dragged along one of those tripod surveying instruments. Then on to the house of Hanley's friend up in the Malibu Hills. And from him, we got some information that began to bear out some of my suspicions.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. When I heard the yacht's whistle and the foghorn, I hopped out of bed and I stood right here in this doorway to the porch.
Uh-huh. Leaning against it the way you are right now, Mr. Duncan?
Yeah, that's right, yeah. Well, of course, it was so dark, it was so foggy out there over the ocean. I was about to go back to bed, and then, boom, the boat exploded.
Where?
Oh, I can tell you exactly where. From here, that is.
What do you mean?
Well, the flash it made. It was, right square between those two trees.
All right, Mr. Barkley. Set up your transit and get a line on that.
Yep.
Then plot the line on this map.
Right.
Dollar, look.
You look, Hanley. See that marker buoy where the Coast Guard boats are looking for the wreck? Well, the line Mr. Dobkin has given us is nowhere near that.
Well, yeah.
Mr. Dobkin, do you suppose any of your neighbors heard the noise and got up for a look?
I certainly would think so.
Then we really have something to work on.
But, Dollar, I still don't understand.
You will, Mr. Hanley. You will. Plenty.
Act 3 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, in a moment.
Times have changed, and so has the man. How often do we hear the phrase, those were the good old days? But were they? Let's look at the record. During the War of 1812, the man who discharged a missile of destruction had a pretty simple job. A lighted taper, a fuse, some gunpowder, a metal ball, then an explosion. And the metal ball was propelled toward its target, located a few hundred yards away. Now, go back in time to the year 1327. Again, the operation was simple. The taper, the gunpowder, but this time, an enlarged arrow fitted into a block of metal. A man in mail, a smoky explosion, and the arrow flies a few hundred feet. Now, come up to the present. Seated before a complicated control panel is another man, ready to discharge a missile. He, however, is a far cry from that artilleryman of 1812 or the cannoneer of 1327. This man is a skilled, tutored technician. He knows his job. He pushes a button, and a sleek, slim, pointed missile blasts its way into the heavens. Its trajectory has been predetermined by other men with modern-day technological know-how. The missile lands, not a few hundred feet or yards from its launching site, but 3,000, 4,000, or 5,000 miles away. Quite a difference, isn't it? Yes, times have changed, and so has the man.
And now, Act 3 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, and the Malibu Mystery Matter.
Pete Hanley, the insurance man, and Barkley, the surveyor, and I continued our interviews of people living along Malibu Beach who'd seen the yacht explode.
Yes, sir. I just rose right up in bed, and I could see straight out my front window.
And you saw the actual explosion, Mrs. Gray?
I certainly did. Right out through there.
Good, thank you. Okay, Mr. Barkley, get a beat on it with your surveying instrument, then plot it on the map.
Right you are, Mr. Dollar.
right, sir. I see the flash right the other side of that big oleander bush out there in the yard.
And you were standing right here, Mr. Phillips?
Exactly here, yes, sir. Why, it like lit up the whole sky.
Okay, Mr. Barkley.
Right? Why, even through the fog I could see it just as plain as day.
I'll say I did. Gee. You see, we was having a little party, and I was just going in the kitchen to make us some scrambled eggs.
Yes, well, now, just where...
You know how it is, after being up all night and having some drink.
Well, where were you
When
standing?
the whistle started and the foghorn, we came out here.
Right where you're
and
standing
all
now?
of a sudden, Bluey. Gee, me and my friends, we thought it was the 4th of July all
Okay,
over
Mr.
again.
Barkley,
And gee,
you
what a
take over.
noise.
Yes, sir.
So according to our survey, Captain Rollins, your boats have been looking in the wrong area for that wreck.
Yeah, Mr. Dollar, according to this chart the surveyor made, the Tatus went down right on top of Calico Rocks. That's a formation only about 30 feet below the surface. That means that our divers will have no trouble at all finding the wreck.
Then go to it, Captain. We'll be at the Beverly Hilton. Let me know what you find.
Will do, Mr. Dollar.
Item 3, $5.25 for some lunch. Then we went up to my room and waited. Finally, a couple of hours later, came the call from Captain Rollins.
No, Mr. Dollar, our divers didn't find a sign of her, not a sign of the Tatus or any part of her, but
Yes, Captain?
we did find a lot of, well, they looked like heavy cans that had burst open.
Like maybe they'd contained some kind of explosive?
Exactly like that, and some heavy logs and tie chain wedged into the rocks, like an explosion had driven them in.
A raft? Maybe loaded with dynamite or something to make the explosion everybody saw?
Exactly. But what I don't understand is the oil slick we found, the wreckage floating around.
Captain, I think that oil slick and the flotsam were planted out there.
Well, then listen.
Look, check every port on the Mexican coast, large or small, for the Tatus. I'll talk to you later. Come on, Hanley. We're going out to see the Merrills. On the way out to Westwood, I wondered. I was satisfied. I was sure. I knew just how Merrill had pulled his little fraud. Little? What's little about a few $100,000? But I needed more than that for the sake of the insurance company who'd have to prosecute. So when we got there, I decided to try a bluff.
Come in, Mr. Dollar. Mr. Hanley. I didn't expect to see you back here so soon.
Yes, won't you gentlemen sit down?
Merrill, I think you ought to know the Coast Guard finally found something out there off Malibu.
Oh?
Yeah. The remains of your skipper on the Tatus.
What?
That's impossible.
Nancy.
Also, evidence that he'd been murdered.
Murdered?
Probably by you, Merrill.
No, he's still alive.
What?
Wait, Nancy.
Can you prove it?
Yes.
Or would you rather have your husband charged with his murder?
No. He's in Mexico with the yacht.
Nancy, be quiet.
That's what I figured. At some remote little port on the coast of Mexico, he and the Tatus.
Dollar.
Where the yacht can be completely gone over, disguised. Meanwhile, of course, you thought you'd collect the insurance on her because of the completely phony wreck you almost got away with, thanks to the fog and the darkness.
Nancy, you fool. I could... All right. How did you find out, Mr. Dollar?
Your wife's phony jewels tipped me off that you're not exactly paragons of virtue.
Phony, Mr. Dollar?
Paste, Hanley, and nothing else. And I'll lay odds they'll sell the originals, that they plan to carefully lose the fakes.
Why didn't they claim to lose them in the wreck?
Oh, that would have been overplaying their hand. Apparently, having saved those jewels made the wreck look all the more legitimate. But the really clever stunt was dumping oil on the water and some odd bits of wreckage away from the spot where they blew up the raft. Yeah, it almost kept the Coast Guard from finding the cans of explosives they'd used for the little fireworks display. But, Merrill, the only thing around here that's been sunk is you.
Dollar, I'll fight you and this insurance company with every legal trick in the book.
You know something, Mr. Merrill? I don't think you'll get to first base. Yeah, when a crook tries to pull a fast one on an honest insurance company, well, you'll see what I mean when the courts get through with Merrill and his wife. Expense account total, including mileage on the rental car and a couple of extra days at the Beverly Hilton, $101.50. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, originates in Hollywood and is written, produced, and directed by Jack Johnstone. Heard in our cast were Paula Winslow, Eleanor Audley, Gene Tatum, Ben Wright,
Terry Bartell, Will Wright, Lawrence Dobkin, and Barney Phillips. Be sure to join us next week, same time and station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. This is Roy Rowan speaking.
Johnny Dollar has been a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
New post-war Old Dutch cleanser, famous for chasing dirt, presents Nick Carter, famous for chasing crime. Every week at this time, two great names are joined as new post-war Old Dutch cleanser brings you one of the most resourceful and daring characters in all detective fiction, Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Johnny, I know how you feel.
No, you don't, Mr. Carter. Nobody knows how I feel. But a couple of guys named Ford and Bisbee are going to find out. And soon.
Now, wait a
minute. They framed me. They stole 3 years out of my life. They killed my mom. Now I'm going to do something about it.
Johnny, Nick's your friend. Listen to him.
I don't want any friends that work with the cops. Because I got a job to do that the cops ain't going to like.
And now, the case of the double frame. Today's adventure starring Lon Clark as Nick Carter. Brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch cleanser. Today, Johnny Wade is being released from state penitentiary. And at 10 o'clock in the morning, Nick is waiting outside the prison gate. His secretary and assistant, Patsy Bowen, and Sergeant Matheson of the homicide squad are in the car with him.
Yeah, what's Johnny going to think when he sees a cop with you, Nick?
Well, I'll simply tell him the truth, Matty, that you and I are old friends and that you came along to get some fresh country air.
Johnny won't be suspicious of any friend of Nick's, Sergeant. Why, when Johnny was a member of the Downtown Boys Club, he simply worshipped Nick. Used to call him his big brother.
Yeah, you see, Johnny never had any family except his mother, and she's dead now, so naturally I wanted to meet him when he got out.
You sure must have a lot of faith in him, Nick.
I have, Matty.
Even after he stole $20,000?
Now, look, Matty, I don't believe he did. If I'd only known about it sooner, I might have been able to prove that Johnny was innocent. But we were out west on a case at the time of his trial.
Yeah, It was only recently when we learned he was being released today that we knew he'd been in prison.
I made a few inquiries, but the evidence was all against him. And his employers, Ford and Bisbee, flatly refused to give me any help.
Nick, look, isn't that Johnny coming through the gate now?
Why, it looks like
him. It is. Oh, Nick, how he's changed. He's so thin.
Now, wait a minute. I'll be right back.
Right.
Yeah. Hey, Johnny. Johnny Wade.
Yeah?
It's me, Johnny, Nick Carter.
Oh, hello, Mr. Carter. What are you doing here?
Why, I thought you'd like to have me meet you when you got out. We're old friends, aren't we?
We used to be.
Well, we still are, Johnny. Come on. Patsy's in the car. She's anxious to meet you. And say, I've got a job lined up for you.
No, thanks.
But listen, son.
No soap, Mr. Carter. You was always swell to me, and I appreciate it, but I don't want any friends. Not anymore.
Oh, don't be foolish, Johnny.
Okay, so I'm foolish. Maybe 3 years in stir makes you that way.
But it needn't, Johnny. Now, look, I want you to forget all that.
Forget it? Forget that Ford and Bisbee framed me? Forget that for the rest of my life people are going to say I'm a crook and a jailbird?
I know it won't be easy.
Maybe I ought to forget my mom, too. Maybe I ought to pretend that it wasn't grieving over me that killed her.
Believe me, I understand how you feel, Johnny.
No, you don't. Nobody knows how I feel. There's a couple of guys that's going to find out. A couple of guys named Ford and Bisbee.
Now, wait a minute.
When they framed me, they stole 3 years out of my life. They killed my mom. Now I'm going to do something about it.
Johnny, I'm speaking as your friend. You used to say I was the best friend you ever had.
And I'm not forgetting it. But I got a job to do, and friends will only get in my way. Especially friends that work with the cops. So long, Mr. Carter.
Johnny, wait a minute.
You can tell Mr. Ford and Mr. Bisbee I'll be seeing them.
Johnny's in a dangerous mood, Mr. Bisbee, and I think both you and Mr. Ford should be prepared for trouble.
If you're such a friend of his, Carter, why did you come here to warn us?
Because he's had trouble enough. I don't want him making any more for himself.
I see. And it's not out of any regard for our safety.
I'm thinking of that, too, Mr. Ford.
I don't blame Johnny for being sore if he's innocent of stealing that money.
Innocent? He's a dirty crook, Miss Bowen, and he didn't get half what he deserved.
That's what I thought at the time, Bisbee. But I'm beginning to wonder.
You're out of your mind, Ford. If he didn't get the money, who did? Did you get it? Did I?
I beg your pardon, Mr. Ford, but I have the report.
Now, just a minute, Miner.
Yes, sir.
I put that money in the briefcase myself. You saw me, didn't you, Miner?
Oh, yes, sir. As I testified in court, I brought the cash from the bank and handed it over to you, and I was there when you put it in the briefcase, fastened the case, and gave it to Johnny.
And the young thief admitted that the briefcase never left his hands till he gave it to you at the airport, Ford.
Well, the money certainly wasn't there then.
All right, then. He took it. Nobody else could have.
I don't care. Johnny wasn't the kind of a boy to steal.
I see, Miss Bowen. You think either Mr. Ford or I stole our own money.
That isn't what she said, Mr. Bisbee, but it still seems odd that neither of you gentlemen would give me any cooperation in trying to find out who did steal it.
Rubbish. We knew who got it. By the time you came around, he'd been tried and convicted.
We were both pretty angry, Mr. Carter. This was a new business then, and $20,000 was a serious loss.
It was disastrous as far as I was concerned. You had money in the bank, Ford, but I was broke.
Well, if you didn't put all your money on the horses or a roulette wheel...
You don't have to give me another lecture, Ford.
And don't complain because you're always broke.
Now, just a minute, gentlemen. You're getting away from the subject.
Oh, you're quite right, Mr. Carter. And while both Mr. Bisbee and I appreciate your warning us about Johnny, I don't think there's any cause for alarm.
But he blames you, too, for his mother's death, and there's no telling what he's likely to do.
He'll most likely get that money from wherever he's got it hidden and leave this part of the country.
It sounds logical to me. I don't think he'll want to attract any attention to himself by coming here.
Gentlemen, I hope you're right.
If he tries anything with me, I'll break his thieving neck.
Yes? What can I do for you, laddie?
You Daddy Greer?
What if I am, huh?
My name's Johnny Wade. Link Garson told me to look you up when I got out.
Link Garson, eh? Well.
Link said that if I come to you, you'd take care of me.
So? Well, I guess any friend of Link's is all right. So, what do you want from Daddy Greer?
Just one thing. A gun.
Johnny boy, it's good to see you.
Hello, Mr. Miner. Still doing the bookkeeping around here?
Yes. Oh, Johnny, you got thin. It must have been pretty bad up there, wasn't it?
Skip it.
Well, Johnny, if there's anything I can do...
No, thanks. Are Ford and Bisbee in their offices?
Yes. Oh, but you don't want to go in there.
Oh, don't I?
Johnny, listen to me.
What's the idea of... Oh, you.
Yeah, it's me. It's the guy you and that crooked partner of yours railroaded into the pen.
Now, hold on, Johnny.
Keep your hands on the desk, Mr. Ford.
Put away that gun, you crazy fool.
Maybe you didn't know my mom was dead, Mr. Ford. Or maybe you wouldn't care. She died thinking I was a crook and a thief.
Don't do anything you'll be sorry for, Johnny.
I couldn't do anything to you I'd be sorry for. Or to Bisbee either.
Now, wait.
No, I waited long enough. And now...
Oh, watch out, Bisbee. He's got a gun.
Drop it or I'll break your arm.
I've got it, Bisbee.
That door hadn't have knocked me off balance when you opened
it. The door isn't the only thing that's going to knock you off balance, you crook. Get up, you dirty...
That's enough, Bisbee. Can't you see he's out cold?
Is anything wrong in here? Oh.
I ought to call the police and have him locked up.
Oh, no. No, please, Mr. Bisbee. I'm sure he didn't know what he was doing.
No, so you're a friend of his, too, are you, Miner?
Well, not exactly.
Well, get him into the outer office, and when he comes to, tell him if he shows up here again, I'll send him back to jail where he belongs.
Nick Carter speaking.
This is Adam Ford, Carter.
Oh, what's the matter, Ford? Did Johnny show up?
Yes, he did. Came to the office early this afternoon, threatened me with a revolver. Fortunately, Bisbee got it away
from him.
Well, I'm glad to hear nobody was hurt. What did you do? Have him arrested?
No. Bisbee was going to, but he changed his mind. And I'm glad he did.
So am I. Sending him back to jail might be the worst thing in the world for him right now. You saw how bad he looks.
I know. He was talking pretty wildly, too.
Evidently, he's been brooding over his mother's death.
That's what I mean, Mr. Ford. If I can get hold of Johnny, I'm sure I can straighten him out. Maybe it's because I take a personal interest in him, but I still don't believe he stole your money.
That's why I called you, Carter. I'm not so sure he did either.
What? You've changed your mind?
Well, if he had the money hidden away, why would he come up here threatening me and take a chance in going back to jail? It doesn't make sense.
No, it doesn't. A guilty man would go get the money and leave town as quietly as possible.
That's what I think. But if he didn't take the money, I'd like to know who did.
Are you asking me to make an investigation?
Yes. If you don't think it's too late to find out anything after 3 years.
As a matter of fact, I've been doing some looking around on my own hook, Mr. Ford. And I turned up one very interesting fact.
What's that?
May not mean anything, but in August of 1945, your partner, J.T. Bisbee, bought $28,000 worth of stock in an East Texas oil company.
He couldn't have. In 1945, Bisbee didn't have a dime.
So he said, but he paid $28,000 for oil stock just the same.
August 1945? That was less than 2 months after that $20,000 disappeared. I wonder...
Of course, there's an $8,000 difference between the amount that was stolen and the amount Bisbee invested in oil stock, but it still...
Bisbee was in charge of the office that year, Carter. I was on the road all the time.
Well?
Everybody will be leaving the office in a few minutes. But I think I'll stay down here and look over the books for 1945. Maybe I can discover where that extra $8,000 came from.
Do you know enough about bookkeeping to recognize something wrong if you found it?
I think so. And if anything does look suspicious, I'll have Miner come down and check with me on it.
Good idea. And let me know how you come out.
I'll do that. I'll give you a ring first thing in the morning.
Desk duty. It's fine in cold weather, Charlie, but on a night like this, I'd rather be back pounding a beat or... 2 to 1 at some dame whose kid hasn't got back from the movies yet. 45th Precinct, Sergeant Lafferty speaking.
This is Adam Ford, Jansen Building.
Oh, yes, Mr. Ford. What's the matter?
I've been shot. I think I'm dying.
Hold it. Charlie, get an ambulance over to the Jansen Building on the double. Guy's been shot.
Right, Sarge.
You still there, Mr. Ford?
Yes,
just hold on. We got an ambulance on the way. Do you know who shot you?
It was John Wade.
You're sure of that, Mr. Ford?
Yes, I saw him. Johnny Wade. Johnny.
Mr. Ford. Mr. Ford. Snap it up, Charlie. I think he's croaked already, but I got the name of the guy that did it.
As the police ambulance speeds toward the Jansen Building, the alarm goes out to pick up Johnny Wade for murder. We'll see what happens in just a moment. Now, back to The Case of the Double Frame. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser. It is an hour later. The photographers and fingerprint men have left, but Nick, Patsy, and Sergeant Matheson have remained at the office of Ford and Bisbee. The body of Adam Ford still lies beside the desk, his dead hand clutching the telephone with which his last call was made to police headquarters.
Wish we could get hold of Bisbee, but his housekeeper says he's been out all evening.
Have you found any trace of Johnny yet?
No, Patsy, but every cop in town is on the lookout for him.
I see.
We found out he's registered at a little hotel called the Meckley.
Uh-huh.
I got a couple of boys stationed there, too. Oh, not that he'll be crazy enough to come back.
Matty, I have a hunch Johnny didn't do this.
Oh, Nick, use your head. Now, I know you like the boy, and I'm sorry, but we've got Ford's dying statement that Johnny Wade shot him.
Yes, I know, but I think the killer himself made that call to police headquarters after Ford was dead.
Oh, for Pete's sake,
And then
Nick.
put the phone in Ford's hand to make the story look good.
Well, if that's the best idea you can dream up.
I'm not dreaming. Look at that phone. It's in Ford's hand backwards.
What?
Why, yes.
The mouthpiece and the earphone are reversed. Ford's thumb is next to the mouthpiece.
Well, I can see that. But what?
No one would hold a phone that way, Matty. You'd have to twist your arm half out of its socket to speak into it.
Hey, you're right, Nick. Now, how in... What,
That isn't the phone in Ford's hand, Sergeant. It's the other one on the desk. He had 2 of them.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, of course. Sergeant Matheson speaking. Oh, you have, huh? Good. We'll be down to talk to him pretty soon.
Did they find Johnny?
No, Bisbee. He's down at headquarters.
Oh.
Look, how about Johnny Wade? Yeah. What? Well, why didn't you tell me before that? 14 minutes after 10, huh? All right, Hanson, I'll see you in a few minutes. That's funny.
What is, Matty?
Nick Hanson says Ford called Johnny's hotel tonight, left a message that Johnny should come here to the office right away, no matter what time he got in.
What was that, about 14 minutes after 10?
That was the time on the message to the hotel, Patsy. They always mark it down when a guest isn't in.
Hey, Matty.
Yeah?
Thought you said Ford died at 8 minutes after 10.
Well, that's the time he phoned headquarters. All right. Hey, wait a minute.
Yes. Ford was dead before the call was made to headquarters. And that call was made 6 minutes before the call to Johnny.
Then both of those calls were fakes.
But why should anybody call Johnny?
I can think of one very good reason, Patsy. The murderer is trying to make sure that Johnny isn't able to defend himself on the charge of killing Ford.
Nick, it was a trap.
It's exactly what I think. And if Johnny had got that message and started for here, he probably wouldn't be alive now.
Oh, Nick, you don't suppose the killer could have found him on the street?
No, it's not likely, Patsy. The police will pick him up when he returns to the hotel, if they don't locate him sooner.
You know, I'm beginning to think you're right about the lad being framed, Nick. But who's doing it?
We may find the answer in this open ledger on Ford's desk.
Now, how can you tell anything from that? With ink spilled all over it.
Yeah, everything on the page has been blotted out.
That's just the point. Looks to me as though the ink had been spilled purposely and then spread around.
Oh, Nick, that's the ledger for August 1945. That's an old one.
Yes. Ford told me this afternoon he was going to look over the books for 1945 to see whether there was any evidence that something crooked was going on then.
Well, if somebody tried to destroy what was on those pages, he didn't get away with it. The lab boys can bring out what's under that ink blot as clear as it ever was.
No, I don't want to wait for that, Matty. Suppose we talk to the bookkeeper tonight.
Minor?
Yeah. If anybody would know what was in this ledger, he would.
Uh-huh. Well, I sent a man over to his boarding house after him. You know, he was a witness to that brawl this afternoon.
Good.
He ought to be here any minute. Sergeant Matheson speaking. Huh? He did? Well, he never got here. Yeah, you'd better stay there and wait for him. Right.
What was that, Matty?
Minor isn't at his boarding house, Nick. He left for here quite a while ago.
What?
Yeah. It seems someone who said he was Adam Ford called and asked him to come to the office right away.
What? Why, that's exactly the message that was left at the hotel for Johnny.
Yeah. Only Minor got his message and started out.
And he isn't here yet.
But why should anyone...
Well, maybe he did know something about that ledger, Nick. Maybe he knew too much.
Perhaps you're right, Matty. Let's go down to headquarters and see whether Mr. Bisbee thinks so, too.
I don't know anything about any phone calls. I didn't even know Adam was dead until the police officer told me.
Where have you been all evening, Mr. Bisbee?
That's my business.
Yeah? It's police business now, mister.
Well, if you must know, I was at the Blue Eagle.
The gambling house?
Yes.
Can you prove that?
Why, someone will remember me, but
Well, you better just hope that somebody does.
Mr. Bisbee, your partner, was examining the ledger for August 1945 at the time he was murdered.
Well?
That was the month you invested $28,000 in oil stocks, wasn't it?
All right, it was. So what?
Thought you were broke in 1945.
Well,
Where'd you get that $28,000?
I won it in the poker game.
Oh, you play for high stakes, don't you, Mr. Bisbee?
Suppose I do. What of it?
Can you prove that's where you got the money?
After 3 years, don't be ridiculous.
Matty.
Yeah?
While you check Mr. Bisbee's alibi for tonight, I think Patsy and I'd better go over to Johnny Wade's hotel.
Yeah? What for, Nick?
I'm worried about him, Matty. And maybe the desk clerk or somebody there may be able to tell us where he went tonight.
I'm sorry, Mr. Carter, but Mr. Wade checked out. He left no forwarding address.
Checked out? When?
Not more than 5 minutes ago.
You mean he was here in the hotel and the police didn't...
Police? Oh, you mean those cops across the lobby are waiting for Mr. Wade?
Didn't you know?
I know, sir. I just came on duty.
All right. But how did he get out of here without us seeing him?
Oh, Mr. Wade wasn't here. He phoned and said we could release the room. He'd paid in advance.
Phone? Nick, another phone call.
If the police are looking for him, they may be able to catch him at the office of Ford and Bisbee in the Jensen building.
Why do you say that?
Well, there was a message from a Mr. Ford that he should go there immediately, no matter how late it was.
You gave him that message?
Of course I did, and he said he'd stop there on his way out of town.
Oh, thank goodness he's all right, Nick. When he gets to the office, the police will be waiting.
Yes, but I think we better see whether we can catch him before he gets there.
Why?
Because it may be that whoever phoned him doesn't want him to reach the office.
Johnny Wade.
Huh? Oh, Mr. Miner, what are you doing here?
Ford went home, Johnny, but he asked me to wait here and drive you to his house. Come on, get in.
What's he want to see me about?
Well, I think he's found out that you didn't take that money after all.
He has?
That's the impression I got. Now, hurry up, get in.
Well, you bet I will. Hey, is this on the level? You're not kidding me?
Take my word for it, Johnny. Before long, your troubles will be all over.
What are we doing out here, Mr. Miner? You said we were going to Mr. Ford's house.
He's at his country place, Johnny.
Sure out at the end of nowhere. Don't look like there's 3 cars a year come over this road.
It is lonely, isn't it? Well, here we are, Johnny.
What do you mean, here we are? Where's the house?
There isn't any house, Johnny. Only an old stone quarry about half full of water. But it's very, very deep, Johnny.
I don't get it.
You will. Get out.
Hey, what's the idea of the gun?
Get out, Johnny. You're going to join Mr. Ford. Right here.
As Johnny Wade gets out of the car, there is no sign of mercy on the face of his supposed friend, the bookkeeper. Only a grim determination to kill. We'll see what happens in just a moment. Now for the conclusion of The Case of the Double Frame. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser. Beside a lonely country road, the headlights of a parked car shine upon the figure of an elderly man with a revolver in his hand and a young man standing helplessly at the edge of an abandoned rock quarry half filled with water.
You're the one that took that 20 grand 3 years ago. You're the one that framed me.
It was so easy, Johnny. After Bisbee put the money in the briefcase, he turned his back to get some papers off the desk, and I took the money out again. That's all.
You put that ticket from Montreal in my pocket, too.
Of course I did. It made the police think you were planning to run away. It was a very efficient plan, Johnny.
Yeah, you're a smart guy, you are. So you bring me out here. Make me carry all this scrap iron over from your car.
They make excellent weights, Johnny. Excellent. Now, I want you to take that roll of wire and fasten scrap iron securely around your ankle.
Huh?
Go on. Take a piece of that scrap iron.
Okay, I'll take it. And give it right back to you.
Why, you young... Oh! Keep away, Johnny. I don't want to kill you. Just yet.
Okay. What do you want to bump me off for? You framed me. You got away with it.
You have to disappear, Johnny. You see, you murdered Mr. Ford tonight.
I did what?
I needed that money 3 years ago to cover a shortage in my accounts. And tonight the old fool started looking over the books.
He found you'd faked him, huh?
Unfortunately for him, yes. He phoned me to come down to the office to accuse me. But I wasn't going to the penitentiary as you did.
So you knocked him off?
Oh, no, Johnny. The police have Mr. Ford's dying statement that you killed him. I know. Because I made that dying statement myself over the phone.
Well, you're double-crossing.
That's enough, Johnny. Get busy with that scrap iron.
With this bullet in my arm? You're crazy.
You're right. I'll have to attend to that detail myself. Later. Goodbye, Johnny.
Now, look, Mr. Miner.
It won't hurt much, Johnny. I'm just going to... What the...
That's just a warning, Miner. Drop that gun or I'll shoot to kill.
Mr. Carter.
Where the devil did you come from?
Patsy, take Miner's gun.
Right, Nick.
Look, Carter, I can explain. Johnny confessed to killing Mr. Ford. He was going to kill me.
Save your breath, Miner. For you, the highway back to town is going to be a one-way road to the electric chair.
How's your arm, Johnny?
Oh, it'll be all right.
It's just a flesh wound.
Oh, gee, you're lucky, Johnny. We were on our way to Ford's office when Nick saw you getting into Miner's car.
And you followed us all the way out from town?
Yeah. If we had to drive without lights and stay quite a distance behind, our miner would have noticed us.
I still don't know why he wanted to bump me off. After the way he framed me, I never could have proved I didn't kill Mr. Ford.
Well, he couldn't take any chances on you having an alibi.
Nick, how did Bisbee get that $28,000? Did he really win it in a poker game?
There's no reason to doubt it now, Patsy. Oh, Johnny, here's something Bisbee asked me to give you.
Oh?
Probably a nice little apology for sending you to the penitentiary for something you didn't do. I just don't like that man.
Well, what is it, Mr. Carter?
Here.
Gee, it's a check. For $1,000.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. He thought it might make up for at least part of what you've been through.
Oh, Johnny, that's wonderful. Now you can make a real start in life.
Yeah. Yeah, gee, $1,000. I wish Mom could be here to see this.
And he has a job for you, too. A much better job than you had before.
Gosh, Mr. Carter. That just goes to show you how wrong a fella can be sometimes. Mr. Bisbee ain't a bad guy at all when you get to know what he's really like.
You know, Johnny, that's generally true. Very few people are really bad when you get to know them. I'm glad you found that out while you're still young. It'll make your life a whole lot easier sometimes.
Well, Nick, can you tell us something about the adventure new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser is going to bring us next week?
Yes, Mike. Next week we're going to meet a young man who didn't commit murder because the victim wasn't running backwards.
And the only way Nick could prove it was by tracing $5 worth of toy money to the real killer.
Well, between running backwards and toy money, there ought to be plenty of excitement. What do you call this adventure?
I call it The Case of the Bull and Bear.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented each week at this time by the Cudahy Packing Company. It is produced and directed by Jock McGregor and is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. Charlotte Manson is featured as Patsy. Ed Latimer plays Matty. Today's script was written by Jim Parsons. Original music is played by Henry Silverne. This program is fictional, and any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental. This is Michael Fitzmaurice saying, when minutes count, use new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Johnny Dollar.
Jack Price.
Well, how come, Jackson?
What do you mean?
Things getting slow down there in Corpus Christi? I haven't heard from you in nearly a month.
Well, that makes you mad?
Sure it does, because you're one of the few insurance agents in this country who's sucker enough to pile a nice extra fee on top of my expense account whenever I handle a case for you.
Oh, I am, huh?
Sure, and I love you dearly for it.
Not this time, Johnny.
Oh? Why not?
Well, brother, you don't need any extra fees. And speaking of
now,
brother...
Jackson, you touched me to the quick.
Speaking of brother, Johnny...
Yes?
Doug Johnstone.
Doug Johnstone?
Kid brother of the man who writes up those cases you handle for CBS Radio.
Oh, sure. What about him?
Well, it seems he has a little problem. Of course, if you won't come down here unless you can pick up some ridiculous extra fee, even though Doug has suffered considerable loss already.
Jackson, what's it all about?
Just don't worry about it, Johnny. We'll somehow...
Jackson?
Somehow... I'll get hold of somebody who really cares about the misfortunes of his old friends. I'll find somebody.
You do, and I'll break your neck.
And my faith in human nature is restored.
What's the problem?
I'll be waiting for you at the airport.
Jackson!
Now, according to this timetable on my desk, you can pull in here about noon.
Hey, I asked a question.
See you later, Johnny.
Look, I said what's... Hello. Hello. Oh, okay, Stinky. I'll be there.
CBS Radio Network brings you Mandel Kramer in the exciting adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account. America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator, yours truly, Johnny Dollar. expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Tri-Western Life Insurance Company Corpus Christi office. Following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of
the Skidmore matter. Expense account item 1, $10.12, plane fare to New York. Item 2, $114.02 for the rest of the trip. As promised, Jack Price was waiting at the Corpus Christi Municipal Airport. He picked up my luggage, led the way out to a car at the curb, threw the stuff into the back, and...
That's one of those rental jobs, Johnny.
Oh? How come?
Because you're going over to the little town of Skidmore. Hop in.
That's where Doug Johnstone is? What's happened to him?
To Doug? Nothing.
Oh, you told me over the phone.
Well, he's happily running that home for old folks, the Hearth, doing a bang-up job of it. He said to give you his regards. He'll see you later. But as long as this problem's really ours, the insurance company...
Now, wait 1 minute. You said over the phone...
I said as little as possible to be sure you'd hike on down here.
Jackson, you're a dog.
Sure I am. But anyhow, here's what goes.
Yeah.
Doug has been pretty well in the stock market since he came here to Corpus. And some other investments.
Didn't he go for some oil properties, too, somewhere in these parts?
Yeah, and a lot of other things, including a smart buy of heavy machinery and parts for it, mostly tractors, bulldozers, graders, that kind of equipment.
Mm-hmm.
Stuff that's used around the oil fields and for road building.
Oh, good for him.
It was.
What?
Until he began losing some of it.
Losing it?
Well, that is...
I heard of a man losing a bass drum once, but isn't losing a bulldozer a little ridiculous?
Oh, you know what I mean. Somebody's been stealing a lot of those big parts from out of the big, warehouse, I guess you'd call it, that he rents over by the little town of Skidmore. And because of the insurance, every piece of equipment gets taken, we have to pay for it.
Where is Skidmore?
North and west of here, about 60 miles. There's a map with the route marked out for you there on the seat. So if you want to hire yourself over to Skidmore...
Jackson?
Yeah?
Well, tell me, hasn't Doug some kind of a guard or a watchman, looking over the stuff?
He has now.
What about the police?
Have you any idea how big a place Skidmore is? Or I should say, isn't?
No.
Just follow the route on this map, and you can't miss it.
Okay.
And the old watchman will be glad to help, I'm sure.
What's his name, by the way?
Joe Hernandez.
All right, Jackson. I'll be in touch. I drove the freeway to Gregory, then west on 181. Jack was right. The actual town of Skidmore wasn't much more than a crossroads. South of it, on the road to Timon, I found the sprawling warehouse that he mentioned. As I pulled up in front of it, the door of a nearby tool shed opened quickly, and out came a man about, maybe 4 feet 10, I'd say, and perhaps 100 pounds, wringing wet. His deeply wrinkled face as brown as a proverbial berry. Atop it was an oversized, beat-up old sombrero. Then as I started toward him, from somewhere under his ragged shirt, he pulled out the biggest old-fashioned six-gun that I had seen in years.
You do not come any closer, senor.
I guess not, if you're going to wave that thing in my face.
Who are you? What do you want?
I'm looking for a man by the name of Joe Hernandez.
Huh?
My name is Dollar.
Juanito Dollar? The famous, what you call the investigate? You are Senor Dollar?
That's right, Johnny Dollar. Now, would you mind putting down that...
Juanito. Senor Price from the insurance, he say he would come. Permit me to introduce myself. I am Jose Elguera de Santiago, McPherson, Julio Hernandez. At the service, senor.
Would you like to start that over again?
Jose Elguera de Santiago, McPherson, Julio Hernandez.
Oh, did I hear a McPherson thrown in there somewhere along the line?
See? It's the most very honorable name of my most very honorable what you call ancestor.
Oh, I'm sure he was.
Oh, see, but there was no need for you to come here, senor.
No?
With me, Jose Elguera de Santiago, McPherson, Julio Hernandez on the job. Senor Johnson will lose no more of his fine equipment. This I personally, I guarantee.
Oh, you do?
24 hours a day. I am here now, and with this, my 45 pistola. Nobody would dare to challenge me, not me, Jose Elguera.
Yes,
Julio
Julio Hernandez, yes. Well,
So you may leave now, senor, with the most very peace of mind. I bid you adios.
Now, just wait a minute, Jose.
See?
Do you mean to say that since you've come on the job, there has been no more stuff taken out of this place?
Only the one, what you call skip loaded.
A skip loader?
That is all.
Oh, that's all, huh? Maybe $10,000 or $15,000 worth.
Huh?
No wonder Jack Price seems to think you need some help.
Well, senor, I have it now.
What kind of help?
Oh, you see? The pistola. Look.
Holy... What's the matter with you? Did you see what you've done with that cannon? You knocked the side window out of my car.
I am sorry, senor, but you see what I mean. Now I have this.
Look, just tuck that back into your shirt, huh?
I see, of course. But everything is safe now. You may go now. There is nothing to worry about. Nothing.
You know something, Jose? I think that's a matter of opinion.
Can you provide skilled assistance on a farm cooperative? Teach reading and writing to people who want to learn? Assist in industry management or nurse the sick? These are a few of the many jobs open to members of the Peace Corps. Dozens more countries in Asia, Africa, and Latin America are asking for help from the Peace Corps. To find out if you can qualify for this exciting work, write to Peace Corps, Washington 25, D.C.
Before showing me through the huge windowless warehouse, Jose introduced me to his wife, Carmela, who was living there with him in this kind of tool shed. It was she who'd insisted that he buy the gun after the last robbery. Then he took me in for a look at the heavy equipment parts Doug Johnstone was storing there until it could be sold.
Can't you wait, senor, while I turn on the light? Buena. You see?
Wow. I don't blame Doug for wanting this stuff protected.
See? And that is why he select me, Jose Elguera de Santiago.
I'm sure. Not only tractors, graders, bulldozers, power shovels, skip loaders. Enough spare parts here to sink a ship.
See, and I, Jose Elguera
Must
de
be
Santiago.
a couple of $100,000 worth.
And like I say, that is the reason Senor Johnson has selected me, Jose Elguera de Santiago.
Yes, okay. All right, Jose. Now, tell me, when did you say the last robbery was?
The night before last, right after the day of the wedding, senor.
What wedding?
Fernando Ignacio Porfirio Ortiz. My 32nd, what do you call it, cousin.
Cousin?
And the party I make here in the Vina. Oh, the Vina. Senor Dollar, Juanita, you should have been here.
So that's it.
Huh?
By the time you and your wife got to bed that night, Jose, you were boiled to the ears.
Senor?
How else could you have slept through somebody moving this kind of stuff out here? Look, Jose, I don't know who picked you for this job or why.
This cousin I tell you about, Fernando Ortiz, he gave me what you call the recommend to the Senor Johnson.
No, he didn't.
Because he know all about these things, his equipment.
This 32nd cousin of yours?
See?
What's he do for a living?
He's operate this kind of machine.
What?
And sometimes he's fix it up in his shop in the town of Tres Rios. What you call Three Rivers.
You mean that he operates and repairs this kind of stuff? In his own shop?
He's a very smart hombre. My 32nd cousin.
I'll bet he is. No wonder he recommended you for the job.
Senor?
So why Doug Johnstone would fall for anything so obvious. Okay, Jose.
See?
I'm going back to Corpus Christi to see Mr. Johnstone at the hearth.
Bueno. And you said to him that I, Jose... Huh?
You and your wife had better pack up to leave.
To leave? Senor?
Because after I talk with him, I suspect there'll be some changes made around here.
Juanito, you mean...
I'm sorry, Jose. I'll see you later. that I couldn't meet you at the airport, Johnny, but this really has me tied down here.
I know, Doug. It's perfectly all right. What isn't all right, though, is the guard you have at that building over at Skidmore.
I know.
Tell me, didn't you smell a rat when this 32nd cousin recommended him, if there is such a thing?
Cousin?
Yes, this Ortiz.
Well, I didn't know they were related, even that distantly. Point is, Johnny, that I just found out that Ortiz owns a piece of a repair business for road building machines and the like.
Well, sure he does.
All I'd known about him before was, well, he did some odd jobs around here, mostly earth moving. Now, of course.
Well, of course. All he has to do is get old Jose and his wife drunk, then help himself to your warehouse full of parts.
It certainly looks that way. And this Ortiz is a sort of sharp sort of character.
Have you called in the police?
No, because meantime Jack Price promised to get you down here, and, well, I figured you'd handle it.
Yeah, well, I'll try. The first thing, of course, will be to replace old Jose.
Do you think he's wise to this caper?
No.
He's such a sweet old man.
No, I don't think he's wise, but that's beside the point.
Yeah, I know.
The main thing now is to get somebody smart out there before this Ortiz can hit you again.
Well, I'm sure he won't tonight.
Why?
Because he's coming in here to see me.
Oh? What about?
I don't know. Probably looking for some more odd jobs. I told him I don't need him again, but he's coming anyway.
Do you mind if I'm among those present?
Oh, might be a good idea. You can look him over. He's due at 8:30.
Good. I'll be here. Purely on a hunch, I drove on over to Skidmore again just to make sure that old Jose was on his toes and would stay that way.
Have no fear, senor. As long as I, Jose Elguera de Santiago McPherson.
Then I drove on back to town, checked in at the Robert Driscoll, unpacked my bags, changed, and ran up item 3, $5.80, for one big, delicious dinner. By then it was time to meet Doug, and more important, Fernando Ortiz. Sharp character is right. In spite of his working clothes, and regardless of how good a job he might have done for Doug and the rest home, I just didn't like him.
No, I'm sorry, Ortiz. There just isn't a thing we need you for at the moment.
But, Mr. Johnstone...
Not a single thing. Now, if you don't mind...
But if something does come up that I can do for you, will you call me?
Sure. As I told you nearly an hour ago when you first got here. But now my wife is waiting for Mr. Dollar and...
Oh, of course. I am sorry to hold you up this way. But just one more thing.
Ortiz.
If you decide to level off the recreation area...
Some other time, Ortiz.
Very well, whatever you say. Mr. Dollar, it has been nice to meet you.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night. Good night.
Well, Johnny, what do you think?
I don't know, this visit tonight. The way he kept thinking of just one more thing to discuss. Almost as though he was stalling.
I got that feeling, too.
Yeah, but why? In the first place, Doug, he didn't seem a bit surprised to see me here.
I know.
He arrived at 8:30 on the nose. It is now 9:02.
What are you thinking of?
His real reason for coming here, for the stalling around.
Oh, excuse me. Hello? Oh, yes, Jackson. Sure he is. For you.
Oh, thanks. Johnny Dollar.
Oh, Johnny, Jack Price. Thank goodness I finally ran you down.
Oh, yes, Jack.
I'll meet you there right away. We're going over to Skidmore to the warehouse.
Why? What's happened?
That poor old man, Jose.
Yes?
Somebody just murdered him.
Ortiz.
I'll be right over, Johnny. Bye.
Wait a minute, Jackson.
Yeah?
Just murdered, did you say? When? What time?
Well, according to his wife, it was 8:25, 8:30.
That's too late.
Oh, what?
That's when he was here with us.
Oh, Jose?
No, Ortiz.
Ortiz? What do you mean?
I mean that he couldn't have.
Johnny...
Doggone it, I think he did.
Will you make some sense?
Come on over, Jackson. We'll be waiting for you.
Newport filter cigarettes, Newport menthol cigarettes, a hint of mint makes the difference. So fresh that you know the difference.
Funny thing how you can hear a tune 100 times and never hear the words, and then boom, you know what the tune's saying. It's like that with Newport filter cigarettes. That special combination of good, rich tobacco flavor, the right amount of menthol, and just a hint of mint makes a difference a man can notice because it freshens up his taste. No wonder Newport's more refreshing to begin with, more refreshing all the way.
It's so refreshing while you're smoking Newport filtered cigarettes. Newport filtered cigarettes. Newport.
The warehouse over near Skidmore was crawling with state police. Fortunately, Sergeant Billy Roscoe, an old friend of mine, was in charge.
Now, Johnny, Mr. Johnstone, Mr. Price, see here? Whoever plugged him with that old gun of his got him real close up. Because if he used Jose's clothing to muffle the sound.
Yeah, I see.
Right, sure.
Tell me, are there any prints on the gun?
All wiped off.
Jose's wife, Carmela, she see anybody around?
Only you, and then later some cousin Fernando...
Ortiz.
Yeah, that was it.
Where is she, Roscoe?
Asleep?
Asleep?
Sure, she was in bad shape. The doc gave her a sedative.
Oh.
One of my boys who understands Mexican got the whole story from her.
Oh?
Yeah, this Ortiz talked with the old man a while and tried to give him a couple of jugs of wine. But Jose wouldn't have it, chased him away.
What time was that, do you know?
Around 5 o'clock, she said, just before supper. But now about this Ortiz.
But tell me just what happened, Roscoe.
Well, when they had supper, then the old man said he was going to the house. He was a watchman.
Yes, I know.
And after a while, she got a phone call from Ortiz.
What time was that?
Exactly 8:25.
You're sure of that time?
Oh, only because he asked her the time. And that clock of hers in the shack is right.
You happen to know what he said to her?
Said to get Jose to the phone. She told him Jose was out around the warehouse, but she'd come out and get him.
8:25.
Yeah, so she came on over here to the big sliding door, the one Mr. Price is looking at. Jose always came in by it.
Yeah.
And she started pushing it open. Bang, she heard the shot.
Well, then, Johnny.
Yes, Doug?
It couldn't have been Ortiz.
Well, why, Mr. Johnstone?
Well, because he met us at my office in Corpus at exactly 8:30. He couldn't possibly have been over here only 5 minutes before.
Yeah. Looks as though we were wrong about him.
Well, you suspected Ortiz of this, Johnny?
Or else he's a lot smarter than we think. Anyway, what happened then, Roscoe?
She came in and found the body, and put in the call to us.
No sign of anyone else in here?
Well, of course, the man could have hidden away in all his junk.
Yeah. Listen, if he was heisting these machine parts, if he knew that Jose had been talking to me, that I might get on his trail...
Well, sure, he'd have reason to kill off Jose.
Yeah, but he couldn't, Sergeant, because he was in Corpus at 8:30 with us.
Now, where was he when Jose was killed?
Well, like I said, on the telephone. He must have been in Corpus waiting for Jose to get on this end.
Was he still on the phone when she got back to call you fellows?
Well, now, I don't know.
No, I'm betting he wasn't. If he talked to Jose after I was here, he knew I told Jose to keep an eye on this place tonight, to be here inside this warehouse. Okay. Then why did he make that call?
Well, I'm sure that I don't know.
So that she would come out here and find the body? At about the time he'd be walking into Doug's office?
No, wait, Johnny. You sound as though he's the only possible killer.
I think he is. Suppose he'd killed him earlier.
Oh, Carmela heard the shot, a great big bang as she touched the sliding door.
Even so, Wait a minute.
You can't lick it, Johnny.
Did you say a great big bang?
Yeah, like it was just inside of the door.
But look, his body's over here. And the way that gun was shoved into his clothing, it should have been it should only have been kind of a muffled sort of a thug.
Well, now, say, you're right.
That shot must have been here at the door, Johnny.
What's that, Jackson?
Look, this funny mark on the door, kind of burned.
Yes.
And the smell, you smell it? Like iodine.
Yes. Yes, you're right.
What is it, Johnny?
The answer, Doug. I'm sure of it.
The answer to what?
How Ortiz killed him. Sometime after I left, as soon as Jose came out here to this warehouse, Ortiz killed him and then went to keep the date with you, Doug.
Yeah, with the shot at 8:30.
Sounded like a shot. It would to an untrained ear. And she set it off when she pushed against this door about the same time that he walked into your office, Doug, for an alibi.
I don't get it, Johnny.
crazy kid caper. High school chemistry class.
What?
Do you remember, Doug? Like making stink bombs, carbon disulfide, but this one was the best one of all.
Wait now.
Nitrogen iodide. You remember you made a kind of a soup real carefully out of iodine crystals and ammonium something?
Of course I remember.
Sure, then we'd filter it then, get a sort of a paste out of it and spread it around.
Sure, on the door hinges, on the seat hinges in the assembly hall, under a book on somebody's desk, and we'd let it dry.
And when it was disturbed, even the least little bit, the stuff went off with a bang.
Yeah, and the girls all squealed, and we boys had a ball.
But in this case, Ortiz's alibi. If, that is. Roscoe, you want to scrape off some of that and have a lab man see if it's the residue of nitrogen iodide?
Well, I sure do.
That's really all there is to the case. It was nitrogen iodide, all right. And a rundown on Fernando Ortiz brought out the fact that he'd been quite a prankster in his high school days. But you know what gave me a big surprise? The way that he made a full confession after I told him exactly how he'd set up his alibi. Expense account total? $276.28. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Now, here is our star to tell you about next week's story. Next week, one of the most beautiful spots on Earth that really shouldn't be the site for a murder. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Truly, Johnny Dollar is written by Jack Johnstone, produced and directed by Bruno Zerato Jr., music supervision by Ethel Huber, sound patterns by Joseph Cabibbo. Johnny Dollar is played by Mandel Kramer. Featured in our cast were Santos Ortega as Jose Hernandez, Maurice Tarplin as Jack Price, Richard Keith as Doug Johnstone, Ralph Camargo as Ortiz, and also heard were Bill Lipton and Sam Rapkin. Be sure to join us next week, same time, same station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. This is Gaylord Avery.
War Old Dutch Cleanser, famous for chasing dirt, presents Nick Carter, famous for chasing crime. Every week at this time, two great names are joined as new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser brings you one of the most resourceful and daring characters in all detective fiction, Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Now, let's have the truth, Whitey. Where did you get that suit of clothes?
The fella that got croaked, he took them off and gave them to me himself.
Uh-huh, and I suppose he gave you his shirt and socks and necktie, too?
Sure. He said I'd need him to go with his suit. And he stopped the car so I could put him on.
Was that when you tried to kill him?
No, Chief. That's when he tried to kill me.
Oh, Nick, this isn't getting us anywhere.
You're wrong, Patsy. Now I know who really killed Mr. Ratwell.
Now, the case of the unexpected corpse. Today's adventure starring Lon Clark as Nick Carter. Brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser. It's about 10 o'clock in the morning as Nick and Patsy enter the office of Sheriff Tabor in the little town of Plain City, Texas.
Hiya, Sheriff.
Hello, Sheriff Tabor.
Well, I'll be dogged. Nick Carter and Patsy Bowen. What are you two doing out this way?
Why, we're on our way back home from California, Sheriff.
And since we had to come through Texas anyway, I reminded Nick of that invitation you gave us 3 years ago. Remember?
Sure, I remember. And you got here just at the right time. We had a murder last night.
Oh, now, wait, Sheriff. This is purely a social visit.
A murder? Here in Plain City?
Well, about 10 miles east of here. A big oil man from Dallas named Leonard Atwell. He was shot and killed by some hitchhiker.
Now, look, Sheriff.
Well, how do you know it was a hitchhiker, Sheriff?
Well, because we know Atwell started out from Dallas alone.
Uh-huh.
And when we found the body, it was behind the wheel of his car with powder burns and a bullet hole in the right side of his head.
Well, that sounds more like suicide.
No, it couldn't have been that. The gun was gone, so was Atwell's money, his watch, and a big gold signet ring that he always wore.
You found any clues yet?
No, can't tell yet. I had everything that was in the car brought up here to my office and spread them out on those big tables over there. Come on, I'll show you.
Oh,
I put the tools from the car in this table here, see?
Mm-hmm.
Now,
I wonder what he used this piece of rubber tubing for.
Yeah, search me. Now, over here, these were the clothes he was wearing.
I see. Hey, what's this little piece of adhesive tape?
Well, that was on his right hand. There was a little scratch there.
Oh. Hey, look at this piece of tape. See that flaw in the weave where it was torn off the roll?
Yeah.
A thing like that might be a clue.
Sure. Now, on this table here, I got his suitcases and the stuff that was in them, clothes mostly.
This looks interesting. Last will and testament of Leonard Frank Atwell.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he left everything to his wife in Detroit.
Thought he was from Dallas.
Well, he was, but he deserted his wife in Detroit 18 years ago. There's a letter there in that envelope marked to be opened in case of my death, asking her to forgive him and all that stuff.
Looks of it, he must have been carrying that around a long time.
Yeah, I guess so.
I suppose a man like that carried a lot of insurance.
$150,000 worth.
Oh, golly.
Took out the policy only a couple of months ago. Right here in Plain City, by the way.
$150,000, huh?
Uh-huh.
Who gets it?
Well, the wife, I guess. She's the sole heir, and the policy's made out to his estate.
Hey, Sheriff, I don't see any first aid kit here.
No, there wasn't one in the car. Just that stuff you see here.
Well, then where'd he get that strip of adhesive tape? It's perfectly clean. Couldn't have had it on more than a few minutes.
Well, maybe when he cut his hand, he stopped at a filling station or a lunchroom, and they fixed it up for him.
Say, Patsy, now that sure sounds reasonable.
Yeah, maybe if you can find that filling station or lunchroom, you can get a description of the man who was riding with Atwell just before he was killed.
Say, that's a great idea. I'll do that.
Couldn't have driven more than a few miles without getting the tape soiled, and if he should be...
I'm sorry to butt in, Sheriff.
That's okay, Buck. Folks, this is Buck Henderson, my deputy. That's Mr. Carter and Miss Bowen.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Hello, Buck.
This telegram just come, and I thought it might be important.
Oh, thank you, Buck. Oh, say, Buck.
Yes, Sheriff?
I want you to hop in your car and start out on the highway toward Dallas. Stop at every filling station and lunchroom along the way and find out if Atwell stopped there last night.
Good gravy, Sheriff. Dallas is 290 miles.
Never mind. You just do what I... Well, I'll be dogged.
Something wrong?
Why, this telegram is from the chief of police in Dallas. You see, I wired him to send someone out to Atwell's home address and tell the folks there what had happened.
Well?
Well, the chief says they ain't no such address. It's a vacant lot. We came out here to see you, Colonel Gardner, because you knew Mr. Atwell better than anyone in the country.
Well, yes. In the course of our business dealings, we became very close friends. His death has been a terrible shock to me.
You have any idea why he should have given a false address?
No, but I'm sure it wasn't done with any intent to deceive. I've never known a more honorable gentleman than Leonard Atwell.
Oh? Then you didn't know he deserted his wife?
His wife? Atwell told me he was a bachelor.
Well, you'll get a chance to meet the bachelor's wife this afternoon.
She's coming here?
Yep. When I notified her of his death, she wired back that she was taking the next plane.
Colonel Gardner, would you mind telling us the nature of your business dealings with Mr. Atwell?
Not at all. He bought some oil leases from me, $130,000 worth.
Well, you didn't sign those leases over to him without getting the money, did you?
As a matter of fact, it did.
What?
He gave me a certified check for $40,000 at the time, and he was on his way here last night to pay the balance and pick up his note.
You mean the hitchhiker who killed him got away with $90,000?
Oh, no, Miss Bowen. It wouldn't have been in cash, of course.
Oh.
This sure ought to be a warning to you, Colonel, not to go picking up folks on the road.
I'm afraid I'm too old to change my ways now, Sheriff.
You make a habit of doing that, Colonel?
Why, every tramp in the country knows that this ranch is good for a meal and a night's lodging. Why, last winter, an old hobo got sick and died here. And the colonel even paid for his funeral.
Well, Sheriff, there's little enough that we can do for those less fortunate than ourselves. Oh, excuse me, please. Hello. Yes. Yes, he's here. Just a minute. For you, Sheriff.
Oh, thanks, Colonel. Must be from the courthouse. Hello? Yes, this is Sheriff Tabor. You did? When? Yeah? Uh-huh. Fine. Fine. I'll come right back to town. Oh, Nick, we got him.
A murderer?
Yep. Caught him trying to peddle Atwell's ring and watch.
Is it somebody from around here?
No, it's some old bum, just like I thought. I'm sorry to rush off, Colonel, but we got a killer to take care of.
got me wrong, Chief. Honest, I never croaked nobody.
Then where'd you get his watch and ring?
I told you, I found
And
them.
that suit he was wearing. I suppose you found that too, huh?
Yeah, that's right, Chief. They was all rolled up in a bundle, like at the side of the road.
Now, look, you, whatever your name is.
It's Morgan, Chief. Whitey Morgan.
Okay, Morgan. Now, why don't you open up and tell us what you did with the gun?
I never had no gun. I'm a bum, sure, but I never hurt nobody in all my life.
You hitched a ride with a gray-haired guy in a big sedan last night, didn't you?
No, I never did.
You pulled the gun and you made him drive off on a side road.
I never seen the guy, honest.
And after
I
you
did.
killed him, you took his watch and ring. Then you opened up his suitcases and got yourself a new suit of clothes.
No,
didn't you? Huh?
no, I swear I didn't.
No.
Hey, look, Chief. You wouldn't send me to the pen for something I didn't do, would you?
It ain't the pen you're headed for, brother. It's the electric chair. But Nick, he's bound to be the guy. How else would he get Atwell's watch and ring? And those clothes, they were Atwell's, too.
Okay, Sheriff, but why didn't he have any money in his pockets? You said Atwell always carried a lot of cash.
Yes, but you didn't think he really did find that stuff, do you, Nick?
No. If ever I saw a man trying to lie out of a bad situation, it was Morgan. But, well, that's pretty slim evidence in which to convict him of murder.
Hey, Sheriff.
Yeah?
Sheriff, I found it.
The place where Atwell got the adhesive tape?
Well, I don't know about that, but he stopped at a filling station about 30 miles up the line and had the oil changed in his car while he was eating dinner.
Good work, Buck.
Yeah, and there was somebody with him, too, sort of an old gent with white hair.
Whitey Morgan. I knew it.
I got the kid from the filling station out in the office. You want to talk to him?
Well, I can't right now. Not right now, Buck. Miss Atwell's due in about 5 minutes, and I've got to go down and meet her. Come on, Nick. The undertaking parlors are at the back of the store here, Miss Atwell.
Oh.
I want you to identify the body, just for the record, you know.
I can't believe it after all these years. Poor Leonard.
Judging by the letter he left, he must have still thought a great deal of you, Mrs. Atwell.
Yes, I don't suppose he ever married again, or he'd have left the money to his second wife.
Yeah, quite a pile, too. $150,000 on the insurance alone.
I can't imagine Leonard getting rich. Why, 20 years ago, he couldn't even hold a job.
Right through this door, ma'am.
All right.
The blue casket over there.
And to think everybody used to call him lazy and shiftless. I guess now they'll...
What's the matter, Mrs. Atwell?
Why, that's not...
Not your husband?
Or... yes, of course that's Leonard, but...
But what?
Well, naturally, he's changed a lot in 18 years. But that's definitely Leonard Atwell.
Sure it is, Nick. I know him myself. Everybody in town did.
All right, then. Since we've identified the victim, suppose we go back to the jail and see what the kid from the filling station can tell us. You're sure you'd know this man if you saw him again, Whitaker?
Oh, sure. Him and Mr. Atwell stood around waiting while I finished changing the oil, and I got a right good look at him.
Now, Whitaker.
Yeah?
When my deputy brings a suspect in here, I don't want you to say anything till I ask you.
Oh, no, sir.
By the way, did you notice a strip of adhesive tape on Mr. Atwell's right hand?
Well, I don't think he had none, or I'd have noticed it when he paid me for the oil.
Here they are.
Oh, Chief, you're going to let me go now? That's why you had me brung in here, ain't it? So as you can turn me loose, huh?
Well, that all depends, Whitey. Do you still say that you didn't hitch your ride last night with a gray-haired man in a big sedan?
Oh, Chief, so help me, I never seen the guy nor the car neither.
How about that, Whitaker?
No, he's a liar, Sheriff. That's the fella that was with Mr. Atwell when they stopped at the filling station. I'll swear it on a stack of Bibles a foot high.
With the filling station attendant's identification, the case against Whitey Morgan seems complete. We'll see what happens in just a minute. Now, back to the case of the unexpected corpse. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch cleanser. After a sleepless night in the county jail, Whitey Morgan has sent word that he's ready to tell the truth, and the sheriff has asked Nick to accompany him to Whitey's cell.
Now, let's have the confession, Whitey. You admit you were lying about where you got that suit of clothes.
Yeah, Chief. I didn't find them. This fella that got croaked, he gave 'em to me.
You what?
He did, so help me. Right after he picked me up on the highway. He said it was an old suit that was getting too tight for him.
That suit was brand new.
I don't care. That's what he told me.
I suppose the shirt and socks and the necktie, they were too tight for him, too, huh?
Well, he
Yeah.
said I'd need them to go with the suit. Then later, when it got good and dark, he stopped the car so as I could get out and put 'em on.
And that's when you killed him.
No, honest, Chief. That's when he tried to kill me.
Now, wait a minute.
He did. I put on the clothes he gave me, and then when I was getting back in the car, he slugged me with a wrench. I seen it coming too late to duck, and that's all I know till I come to in a ditch someplace else.
Someplace else?
Yeah. He must have hauled me there in the car and dumped me out for dead.
Yeah, so he got you all dressed up so you'd die happy, huh? Even gave you his watch and ring.
I don't know nothing about the watch and ring. When I come to, I was wearing them.
Whitey, when you were in the car with Atwell, did you notice a piece of adhesive tape on his right hand?
No. There was nothing on his hand.
You're sure?
Yeah.
What difference does it make, Nick? You're not going to swallow this crazy story, are you?
Why didn't you tell us this at first, Whitey?
Well, when the chief here said the guy had been croaked, I got scared. I didn't think he'd believe me.
You bet I wouldn't. And take it from me, brother, neither will the jury.
Hiya, Sheriff.
Hi, Nick. Hello, Patsy.
Hi.
Well, where have you two been all afternoon?
Oh, lots of places. The post office, the photographers, the garage where you put Atwell's car.
What'd you go there for?
Wanted to check the speedometer. It registers 9,485 miles.
And that boy changed the oil in the car at 9,427, according to the sticker inside the door.
So what?
Well, from that filling station to where the body was found is a distance of 24 miles. From that spot to the garage here is 10 miles. That's 34 altogether.
Yeah?
But the car had been driven 58 miles.
See what I mean, Sheriff? Atwell must have driven 24 miles out of his way for that piece of adhesive tape.
For the love of Pete, Nick, I think that you're touched on that subject of that tape.
We found something else, too, Sheriff.
Yeah?
A spot of blood on the floor in the rear of Atwell's car.
I'm going to have it analyzed to see if it could possibly have come from that cut on Whitey's head.
Oh, Nick, don't tell me that you take any stock in that wild story of his. Why, any 5-year-old kid could make up a better lie than that.
And so could Whitey, unless it happens to be true.
But he's got to be lying. Why would Atwell give all that stuff to a tramp, then hit him over the head and throw him out of the car?
Look, let me ask you a couple of questions, Sheriff. You said the suitcases were both neatly packed and locked. Why would Whitey repack them after killing Atwell and stealing the clothes?
Why,
And what happened to the money Atwell always carried?
Okay, I give up. But do you know the answers?
No, not all of them. But I can guess at a few. For instance, Atwell took out a lot of insurance only 2 months ago, payable to his estate.
Yeah?
Now, suppose Atwell planned to stage a fake accident with the car. And suppose he planned on having Whitey's body found behind the wheel, wearing his clothes, his watch, and his ring.
Yes, but he couldn't got away with it. Everybody in town knew Atwell.
Yeah, Whitey and Atwell were both about the same size and age. They both had gray hair. And if the body were badly burned...
Burned?
Remember that piece of rubber tubing? It had been just the thing for siphoning gasoline out of the tank to be sure that the fire burned everything it was supposed to.
Why, every insurance company knows that trick, Sheriff. It's been done 100 times.
Yes, but Atwell didn't do that. There wasn't any accident. The car wasn't burned.
All right, maybe something went wrong at the last minute, and the plan was changed. Remember how surprised Mrs. Atwell looked when she saw the body?
Yes, I know, but she explained that.
Yes, and she has some more explaining to do. I've been in touch with the Detroit police, and the surprise she got yesterday is nothing to the one I have in store for her today. Mrs. Atwell, you recognize this picture?
Well, where did you get that? The Detroit police found it in the bedroom of your apartment and transmitted it here to Nick by wire photo.
Isn't that a picture of your husband?
Well, yes, but... Well, it was taken more than 20 years ago, and he...
Let me see it, Nick. Yeah, that's Atwell, all right. But I wouldn't have known it unless I was looking for the resemblance.
Now, look at this picture.
What is it, an ear?
Right, Sheriff. The left ear of Leonard Atwell enlarged 50 times from that snapshot.
You see, Mrs. Atwell, ears are as individual as fingerprints. They never change from birth to death, except in size.
Say, I didn't know that.
And this ear, Leonard Atwell's ear, is an entirely different shape from that of the man you identified yesterday as your husband.
All right, I lied about it. I knew that wasn't Leonard.
But, Nick, it is Atwell. I know him myself.
You mean you knew the man who posed as Leonard Atwell?
I don't understand. Why should anyone do that?
There's one obvious reason, Mrs. Atwell. That $150,000 insurance money.
Hey, I get it, Nick. He was going to fake the accident like you said and split the money with her. But then she killed him in order to keep it all to herself.
You're accusing me
of murder. You bet I am.
No, Sheriff. According to the Detroit police, Mrs. Atwell was attending a bridge party the night of the murder. I checked that angle.
Well, she could have hired somebody to do it for her, couldn't she?
Perhaps, but I don't think so. There was big money behind this impersonation.
Nick, I have an idea. Didn't the colonel say that he signed those oil leases over to Atwell absolutely?
Yes, in return for a check and a promissory note for the balance.
Then maybe that was the real reason behind it. And the insurance was only part of the scheme to carry out the idea that he was a rich man.
If you think he was cheating the colonel, you're barking up the wrong tree, Patsy. Nobody gets ahead of that old bird.
Yeah, but the dead man did get absolute title to $130,000 worth of oil leases. And all he actually paid out was $40,000.
Well, even if the colonel never gets another cent, he's doing all right.
What do you mean?
Why, those leases ain't worth anything. He couldn't have peddled them to anybody around here for more than $5,000 or $10,000.
So that's it. Come on, Patsy.
Huh?
Hey, where you going?
To look for a roll of adhesive tape.
My first aid kit, Mr. Carter.
Oh, it's an awfully big one, isn't it?
On a ranch, you never know what may happen, Miss Bowen.
May I look through the kit, Colonel Gardner?
Certainly, Mr. Carter. But I'd like to know why you're so interested.
I'm interested because the man who was murdered 2 nights ago had a fresh grip of adhesive tape in his right hand. And I'm wondering whether it came from here.
But Atwell never got to my ranch. I told you he was on his way.
I know that's what you said, Colonel. But there was an extra 24 miles in his speedometer. In other words, he must have made a side trip of 12 miles and back.
And this ranch is exactly 12 miles off the main highway.
Are you calling me a liar, sir?
Worse than that, Colonel. I'm calling you a murderer.
Ridiculous. Leonard Atwell was my friend.
The man who called himself Leonard Atwell was your stooge. You paid his expenses for 4 months while he built up the illusion of being a wealthy oil promoter.
You're out of your mind. Why should I do such a thing?
So that he could take out a big life insurance policy payable to his estate, and then make a will, starting with the usual clause about paying all just debts.
Meaning that promissory note you hold, Colonel.
There's a neat way to collect $90,000 for your worthless oil leases.
You're imagining things.
Maybe so. The way I see it, the plan went like this. Atwell picked up somebody who roughly resembled him, dressed him in his clothes, then knocked him out. This man was Whitey Morgan, who was to be found dead in Atwell's car, and would be taken for Atwell because his body would be too burned for positive identification.
Then you and Atwell would share the money you would collect from Atwell's estate because of that note for $90,000 you held.
But when Atwell, with Morgan's unconscious body in his car, came here to get your help in faking the accident, you decided that a substitute wasn't as effective as the real thing, so you killed Atwell.
This is ridiculous.
Then you emptied Atwell's pockets to make it look like a robbery. Then you took the unconscious Morgan miles away and dumped him by the side of the highway, knowing he'd be the logical suspect in Atwell's murder. And you didn't burn the car because it was no longer necessary, with a real Atwell dead in it.
How do you expect to prove any such wild story?
Atwell had no adhesive tape on his hand when he picked up Morgan. He did have it when he was found dead. If that tape came from your first aid kit, it'll prove he was here after he had set Morgan up for the fake killing.
A very interesting theory, Carter, but not proof.
You'll hand me the roll of adhesive tape from your kit. I think it'll give me the proof I need.
Very well. All right.
What?
Get your hands up, both of you.
Nick, he had a gun in the kit.
Yes.
I put it there when I went out of the room to get this kit, Carter. I thought there was something odd about your wanting to inspect my first aid supplies.
Why? Because you remember the last time you used that kit was just before the murder?
A very shrewd guess, Mr. Carter.
So you did kill that man, just as Nick said.
With this very gun, my dear. It's too bad that you have to be so clever, Mr. Carter.
What do you mean by that?
I mean that you two are the only people who suspect I killed that stupid fool. So I'm going to kill both of you. Right now.
With his hands in the air, Nick hasn't a chance of reaching his own gun before Colonel Gardner's finger closes on the trigger. We'll see what happens in just a minute. Now for the conclusion of the case of the unexpected corpse. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser. In the living room of Colonel Gardner's ranch house, Nick and Patsy stand with their hands in the air, staring at the revolver in the colonel's hands as he says,
You two are the only ones who suspect I killed that stupid fool. So I'm going to kill both of you. Right now.
You're wrong, Colonel. The sheriff knows all about this. I told him not half an hour ago.
I'm too good a poker player to fall for a bluff like that, Carter.
This is no bluff, Colonel. Drop that gun.
Table, you.
Yes, Colonel, I've been standing outside that window. That was a mighty interesting confession.
And thanks for telling us that this is the gun you killed your partner with.
Why, Nick, you were right about this adhesive tape. It does match that strip on the dead man's hand. You can tell by that same flaw in the weave.
So, even if we didn't have the gun, that would prove he was here just before he was murdered.
You're pretty smart, Nick. No mistake.
By the way, Colonel, will you tell us why Atwell, or whatever his name was, had that adhesive tape on his hand?
He scratched it while he was getting his suitcase out of the luggage compartment. Didn't amount to anything, but it was bleeding some.
Well, Colonel, you ought to be right proud. You'll go down in history as the first man who ever hung himself with a piece of adhesive tape.
Well, Patsy, I hope we can get home without any more distractions.
Uh-huh. Nick, do you suppose they'll ever find out what happened to the real Leonard Atwell?
Why, Patsy, that came out in the colonel's confession.
Huh?
Remember the sheriff telling us about that old bum that died on the colonel's ranch last winter?
What? He was Leonard Atwell?
Nobody else. When the colonel went through his effects, he found that letter to his wife asking her to forgive him for deserting her 18 years ago.
Uh-huh.
That's where the colonel got the idea for cashing in on those worthless oil leases.
Well, then it's no wonder the false Atwell resembled the picture of the real one. The colonel knew the type of person he needed for the impersonation.
And he found him in Hollywood. A broken-down movie extra with a shady reputation.
Uh-huh. You know, Nick, I bet he never knew to the last minute that he was cast as the corpse in the colonel's little drama.
Well, that corpse was an unexpected shock to almost everyone. Mrs. Atwell expected it to be her husband. The imposter expected it to be Whitey.
And only the colonel knew who the unexpected corpse really was, and he wasn't telling.
And now, Nick, how about the adventure new post-war Old Dutch cleanser is going to bring us next week?
Well, Mike, if you were a young man with all the money you wanted, and if you had everything in the world to live for, can you think of any reason why you would want to die?
I can't think of a reason for wanting to die under any circumstances.
Well, a young man named Miles Kincaid had a different attitude.
Yes, he was found drowned in a lake, and yet he wasn't drowned in a lake.
And before the case was over, Nick uncovered the reason for not just one, but for 3 mysterious deaths.
Well, it sounds as though we're in for a lot of excitement as well as mystery. What do you call the adventure, Nick?
I call it The Case of the Flowery Farewell.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented each week at this time by the Cudahy Packing Company. It is produced and directed by Jock McGregor and is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. Charlotte Manson is featured as Patsy. Today's script was written by Jim Parsons. Original music is played by Henry Silverne. This program is fictional, and any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental. This is Michael Fitzmaurice saying, when minutes count, use new post-war Old Dutch cleanser. This is the Mutual.
Mystery is my hobby.
Ladies and gentlemen, Barton Drake speaking. For tonight's drama, I've selected case history number 115 from my book, Mystery is My Hobby. I call it The Case of the 65 Women.
Now, do not worry, ma chérie. Many times I have fought the Boche, and each time I have returned victorious.
But your good fortune, mon brave capitaine, it will not hold out forever.
It is not my good fortune, Annette. It is my skill.
Oui, I know. But just the same, I have brought you something. Something to guard and protect you while you are fighting in the sky.
Anything of yours, my dear wife, I will gladly carry.
It is the medal of Saint Christophe. Here, take it and wear it forever next to your heart.
Merci, ma chérie. And now one petit kiss, no?
Oh, you will be so careful.
We do not be afraid to run. And now I go, eh?
I will be here waiting, Maurice. Blessed Saint Christophe, protect me. Bring him back to me. Bring him back. My brave man. He is so wonderful. Mon Dieu! The Messerschmitt! Little Saint Christophe, he is wearing your medal. Help him. Make him victorious. Mon Dieu, he is hit! My husband, he is hit!
Madame, do not go near Ferret.
But my husband is there. He's at his side.
I am sorry, madame, but anything in that plane will be burnt to a crisp.
Barton Drake strolled easily along as he traversed the 4-block long pier shed where the Queen Elizabeth was in the process of being docked in New York. Inspector Noah Danton, huddled to his ears in his heavy overcoat, which gave scant protection against the icy draft that penetrated the walls of the barn-like structure, took a hop, skip, and a jump to catch up and get in step.
What's your hurry for?
Oh, don't hurry, Inspector, but please don't mince along.
I got to come down here to pick up a prisoner, but why you're coming down here on a day like this is beyond me.
Oh, that's sentimental reasons, Inspector.
Yeah.
I was on the maiden trip of the Queen Elizabeth. I just wondered if the old girl looked the same.
You can see the pictures in the paper in the morning.
She's docked, Inspector. Better hurry. We still have nearly a block to go.
Oh, I'm in no rush. The fellow I'm after isn't going anywhere. That is, except with me.
Who is this chap you're picking up, Inspector?
Full by the name of Burlingame Birdie.
An Englishman?
Obviously. Only he made the mistake of floating some fake stocks in New York.
And you had him extradited.
Yeah. Traded him for a Brooklyn mug who slit a dame's throat in Piccadilly Circus.
So there's lend, lease, and crime, too, eh, Inspector?
Well, as far as I'm concerned, England could have kept this guy.
To each his own, eh? I see what you mean. Now, here we are. Look at her, Inspector. Isn't she beautiful?
Which one? There's a bunch of dames coming down the gangplank.
Not the dames, Inspector. The ship, the Queen Elizabeth.
Yeah, it's a pretty good-looking tub.
I'll have to bow to your astute perception, though, Inspector. And the young ladies you mentioned are also very beautiful.
And get a load at the load of them.
Oh, must be a theatrical troupe. 50 or 60 at least.
Probably on that in the French ballet.
You know them, Inspector?
No. I saw them on the passenger list. We always look over those things down at headquarters.
An excellent idea, too. Hey, by George, look at that redhead.
You look at her. I'm going aboard and pick up my prisoner.
You go ahead, Inspector. I'll wait for you here by letter B. This is where our beauties seem to be congregating. B for ballet, I suppose.
Be back in a minute, Bert. And while you're waiting, you might practice up on your adagio.
Back to the customs inspector, please. Open your baggage, please. Open your baggage, young ladies.
You will hurry with the customs, will you not, monsieur? I wish to get mes enfants to your hotel.
Well, with the dispatch as possible, madam. I don't guess we'll have any trouble. Not with you French.
But no. My poor country would have nothing to, how you say, smuggle into your rich land.
Yeah, I'm sure of it, madam.
Monsieur, Yvonne! Look at Yvonne!
Yvonne? Which one's Yvonne?
She's falling!
Hey, wait a minute. See where you're going.
To that poor girl, mister, and don't try to stop me. What's the matter, Annette? What's the matter with this girl?
I do not know, monsieur. Only will not someone stop this horrible, horrible thing?
Yes, you're right. It is horrible, Annette. Yvonne is dead.
And now back to Glenn Langan for the second act of
Mystery is my hobby.
The girl is dead, Mademoiselle Annette. And from all the signs, she's been poisoned.
But who would do this horrible thing? First it was Marie, then it was Maxime, then Yvette. Now poor little Yvonne.
You mean there's been other deaths with your troops?
Oui, monsieur. 4. All since we sailed from France for your so beautiful America. There were 65 of us. Now there are only 61. This is horrible. Horrible.
Yes, I know. Try and calm yourself, Mademoiselle.
Someone is murdering us one by one.
Hey, Bart, what is this? Somebody hurt?
A suicide or a murder, Inspector?
Huh? Well, now, I'll just take over.
Yes, I should think you should. Mademoiselle Annette, this is Inspector Denton of the New York Police.
Bonjour, monsieur.
What's that?
Just good morning, Inspector.
Oh, brother, she got eyes.
I say, old boy, couldn't you deposit me at your station house or something? I still have my sea legs, you know.
No, you're staying with me, buddy, old boy. Handcuffed right to my arm.
It's beastly embarrassing, you know.
Sure, I know, but I'm not turning you loose. That's how how you gave the boys a slip the last time.
Oh, very well.
You're a prisoner, Inspector?
Yep, Burlingame Birdie. This is Barton Drake.
Charmed, old boy.
Thank you.
Now, what's this about a murder, Bart?
I didn't say it was murder.
Now, don't start getting technical. Who was killed?
This young lady, Inspector, her name was Yvonne.
Oh, poor Yvonne. I admired her, you know.
You knew her?
Oh, goodness, no. Just traveling companions, old boy. The trip over, you know.
Well, don't just stand there, monsieur. Monsieur Drake, please tell your gendarme to do something.
Of course, mademoiselle. Inspector, hadn't you better start your investigation?
Sure. How was she killed, Bart?
I suspect poison, Inspector.
Where's this girl's baggage, Miss Annette?
Right here on the bench. She was waiting for the customs inspector.
Yeah, we'll just have a look here.
Well, your girls have an excellent wardrobe, mademoiselle.
Yes, monsieur. We managed to salvage a great deal from the war.
Hey, Bart, what's this?
What, Inspector?
This bottle.
Well, read the label, Inspector. Read the label.
Belladonna. Hey, that's poison stuff.
Yes, I know it is, but it's also widely used by theatrical people for their eyes.
Eyes?
Yes, Inspector. It dilates the pupils, makes the eyes look large and shiny.
Then,
Yes, I'm certain Yvonne used it. Also, our friend Annette here.
But of course, monsieur.
Okay, so Yvonne did use belladonna in her eyes. She could have swallowed some, too. That'd have killed her.
She'd have had to swallow a great deal more than's gone from this bottle. It's a very weak solution, too. Besides that, Inspector, she hasn't the symptoms of belladonna poisoning.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Belladonna brings delirium, stupor, and coma before they kick off. Nope, couldn't be the belladonna.
Right, Inspector. The poison used here was one that acted much quicker.
The baggage has all been inspected and cleared, mademoiselle.
Thank you, monsieur. Gentlemen, could we perhaps leave this horrid place and go to the hotel? I'm sure it's much more comfortable.
Yes, I guess that could be arranged. Hey, Inspector?
Sure, just as soon as I make arrangements to send the body down to the morgue.
I see, old boy. How about sending me along with the jolly old corpse? I'm dreadfully fatigued.
Look, Bertie, you're going to stick right with me.
Excellent accommodations you have here, mademoiselle. How did you manage it? What with the housing shortage and all?
I have some rather influential connections, monsieur. That and a little money in the right places.
Apparently you know the right places. Your girls on this floor, too?
Oui, monsieur.
Could I possibly lie down, old boy?
You'll sit right where you are, connected to me.
Mademoiselle, down at the pier you mentioned the fact that 3 other of your girls had met death on the voyage over. Would you please give us the details?
Oh, certainly. First it was Marie, then Maxine.
How were they killed?
Poison, monsieur, poison.
There was another one, wasn't there?
Oui, poor Yvette. She was lost overboard. Now, little Yvonne. Oh, monsieur, you must do something.
We will. You can depend on that.
Well, mademoiselle, there's not much we can do until...
Monsieur, I must correct you. I am not mademoiselle. I am madame. Madame Annette Vauvray.
Oh, your husband, Monsieur Vauvray?
Dead, monsieur. Killed in the Great War.
Oh, I'm sorry, madame.
It was horrible. I saw him shot down before my very eyes. Shot down in flames by the terrible Germans.
No. Madame, you mustn't. It's all over now. You must remember that he died fighting for the country he loved.
Forgive me, monsieur. You are right. My brave captain would not have me grieve. Monsieur, at least I have this to carry as a constant memoir of my husband.
What's that?
His St. Christophe medal. I had given it to him that very day. It was the only thing rescued from the ashes of his flame.
Yes, I understand. That medal must be very precious to you indeed. By the way, Inspector, as I started to say, there's very little more we can do until we have a report on the autopsy of poor Yvonne.
I left word down at headquarters for them to call me here when they got it.
Oh? Well, I guess we'll have to sit around and wait, then.
I say, could we perhaps prevail on fair madame to serve a spot of tea?
The only spot you're going to get, Bertie, is a spot of bread and water, and that'll be down at the jailhouse.
Then, for heaven's sake, old boy, take me there.
Not until I get ready. Now, you just sit there and button your lip.
Madame Vauvray, there's one little thing that puzzles me.
Oui, monsieur?
How were you able to obtain the money in order to make this trip?
Well, you see, we have been able to save a little, scrape together a little here and there.
Mm-hmm.
We worked together all through the war, you know, entertaining our boys.
I see.
Oh, this,
Probably your call, Inspector.
Oh, yeah. Come along, Bertie.
Oh, dash it all. Nice going.
Hello? Inspector Danton speaking. Yeah. You don't say. Well, what do you know? You don't say. Fine. Great. You don't say. Okay, goodbye. You can sit down again, Bertie.
Thanks. No end, old chap.
That was Headquarters calling.
You don't say.
I did. They had the autopsy.
Yes?
They found the poison.
They did. What was it?
Kernite.
Kernite?
Funny thing, though, there wasn't very much in the stomach.
Did they analyze the contents of the belladonna bottle?
Yep.
What was it?
Belladonna, just like you said, a weak solution.
How about fingerprints?
Plenty of them.
Where?
On the belladonna bottle?
Well, there's nothing strange about that.
That's what you think. There was plenty of fingerprints, all right, but only a couple of them were Yvonne's.
So? Whose were they?
Mine.
Inspector, did you handle that bottle?
Well, I guess I must have. There were some other ones, though, but nobody knows
Well,
who.
it doesn't make any difference. It wasn't belladonna that killed her anyway.
Could have been my fingerprints, old chap. I bought Yvonne a bottle of the stuff at the Jolly Old Ship store.
When I get you down to the clink, I'll just check up and see.
Madame Bouvray, you must have some connections over here in America who arranged your bookings. Would you mind telling us who they are?
Oh, but no, monsieur. Our engagements were arranged in France. Oh, but wait. There is one I know.
Yes, who?
Monsieur Max Armand. He is the conductor at the theater where we shall dance.
Oh, and just how well do you know this Max Armand?
Oh, Max was with us in France during all the war. It was because of that, because he knew all of our routine, that he was hired at the theater.
I see. And he preceded you over here?
Oh, yes, nearly 6 months ago.
Hmm? Had this Max any reason to hate any of the members of your troop?
Of course not. However, you will find him a peculiar person.
Peculiar in what way, madame?
Well, Max suffered very much during the occupation. After nearly starving to death, he was forced to sustain himself by hunting out and killing cats.
And now back to Glenn Langan for the third act of Mystery is My Hobby.
Now, gentlemen, we will try the second movement. Allegro agitato, if you please.
There must be armor in there.
Yes, Inspector. Maestro, one moment, please.
Oh, what is it? Who are you? Can you not see I'm very busy?
I just wish to speak to you for a moment, monsieur.
I have not the time. We're rehearsing the ballet. Now get out, get out, get out.
Just a minute, you. I'm Inspector Noah Danton of the New York Police.
The police?
Yeah.
Oh, well, what do you want? I guess I will talk to you. Gentlemen of the orchestra, as your Monsieur Petrello says, take 5.
Yeah, that's much better.
The police, eh? It was that pig of a Madame Bouvray who sent you to me, was it not?
As a matter of fact, it was.
No, God. If it were for me to kill anyone, it would be she, not my poor little Yvonne, Maxine, Marie, Yvette.
How did you know those dames were killed?
I was to meet the boat. I've seen the captain. Oh, my poor enfant.
Apparently, you don't care much for the fair Annette Bouvray.
She's a pig. And to think that to her I was one time so much in love.
You and she were in love?
All my life she has brought me nothing but misery. Now this... Oh, monsieur, this is too much.
Yes, well, you tell us something about this misery.
First, she throws me under for this Captain Bouvray.
Yes? What do you mean by that?
It was for love of his money that he yielded me. He was a very rich man.
But his money could have done Madame Bouvray very much good after the Germans came.
So it would seem, monsieur, but I do not know how she did it. But all through the occupation, she lives a life of, how you say, O'Toole?
Riley.
Inspector.
She's a mercenary, greedy, money-loving pig.
Yeah? Then if you hate this Madame Bouvray so much, how come you took this job directing the orchestra for a ballet?
A man has to work in order to eat. In your so wonderful America.
So you knew all these girls that have been killed, eh?
Monsieur.
And you hate this Annette girl?
Very much, monsieur.
I don't suppose that you could have engineered all this business so that she would have to break up her company and go back to France? Now, could you, Armand?
Oh, but certainly
But you said you'd like to kill this Annette, now, didn't you?
I do not know. Maybe I did.
Well, would you? Would you?
Yes. Yes, yes.
Then maybe you poisoned Marie and Maxine on the boat.
But I wasn't on the boat.
Then maybe you had the poison shipped to them while they were still over in France, mailed them some candy or something.
But I didn't.
Well, I can't figure out how you pushed the other gal overboard when you weren't on the boat. How did you do that?
Inspector, don't you think you're acting a bit silly?
You'll let me handle this part. I got this guy on the run.
All right. It's your funeral.
Here's you mean. I got it. You had a Confederate on that boat. You paid somebody to push the girl over.
Now, who would that be?
How do I know? Maybe Burlingame Bertie here.
Me? Huh, don't be an ass.
Oh, getting your damn rip up, am I, too, huh? Maybe that's just what happened. I think I'll just arrest you for murder, Mr. Max Armand, and take you down to headquarters where I can sweat the truth out of you.
Inspector, I can't let you do that.
Why not?
You haven't one shred of evidence.
Oh, haven't I? Just take a look at this Armand's eyes, will you, Bart?
Yes, go on.
See how big and shiny they are? Well, I got a hunch this Armand fella's using belladonna, too.
Right, George, I believe you're right, Inspector. Well, you can chalk one up against me. I hadn't even noticed.
What do you think now?
Maybe it wouldn't be a bad idea to bring him along, and we'll all go back and have another talk with the fair Annette.
Now, wait a minute. By Jove, I'm getting sick and tired of all this.
Shut up, Bertie. I'll just handcuff Armand to your other arm. Here. Come over here, Armand.
You are making a big mistake, monsieur.
Welcome, old chap. Join the jolly old chain.
I'm wondering how Madame Vouvray will greet you, Armand.
Do not let her to me get too close. I will spit her in the face.
Oh, I say, that is disgusting.
Shut up, Bertie.
Oh, you are back, Monsieur Drake. Well, and you have brought Maxie with you. Come in, please.
Name of a name. It is to you I have to thank for all this, huh?
Oh, what is the matter with poor Max, Monsieur? The handcuffs?
If I could see you alone, Madame.
Oh, certainly. However, I have nothing but my boudoir.
That'll do. Come on.
You will have the chair, Monsieur. I'll sit on the bed.
Thank you.
A drink, Monsieur. I have some very fine cognac here on the dresser.
Thank you very much. Don't mind if I do that. You know, you're very beautiful, Annette.
Thank you, Monsieur. And you are not what they call unhandsome.
Oh, thank you, Madame. Well, here's to La Belle France.
La Belle France. Now, Monsieur, would you please to tell me why you have my poor Max in jail?
The good inspectors arrested him for the murder of Mademoiselle Yvonne.
No, Monsieur.
Yes, Madame.
Oh, but poor Max. But, I can't believe it. He is so bitter. He imagines he has been wronged so terribly. Oh, but how could he have done those murders, those on the boat, I mean?
That's something for the inspector to figure out, I'm afraid.
Oh, you Americans. You are so brave, so clever. At last, now it is all finished. My girls are safe again.
Yes, ma'am. They're safe. I can guarantee you there will be no further murder.
Monsieur, do you mind if I kiss you?
Not at all. I think I might rather like it.
Monsieur Drake.
One moment, please, Annette. Your eyes.
My eyes?
Yes, when I kiss you, I'd like to see your eyes, all wide and shining like they were this morning when I first met you.
But, Monsieur...
Perhaps a few drops of belladonna?
Belladonna?
Yes, it's in your bag here. I'll get it for you.
No, Monsieur. You must not touch...
Touch the bottle, I won't, my dear. I'm much more careful than the inspector. I'll just use my handkerchief, open the bottle, and smell it.
Monsieur!
Mm-hmm. Just as I suppose. My dear, I'm afraid we're going to have to dispense with that kiss. Come on, the inspector's waiting.
Very well. I go.
Come, Madame Vouvray.
All right, ready to go, Bart?
Yes, Inspector, we're quite ready.
Huh? Madame Vouvray coming too?
Yes, indeed, Inspector. You may add her to your list.
But what? Why?
Smell this, Inspector?
Huh?
Be careful. Don't touch the bottle fingerprint, you know.
I won't. Smells like dead rats.
Doesn't it, Inspector?
Hey, that's Kernite.
Huh?
What's it doing in a belladonna bottle?
Inspector, do you always believe what you read on the label?
Well, I'll be...
Don't say it. There's still a lady present. And now if you have another handcuff, we can put the Theranet on the end of your line.
Oh, no, you don't. I've had enough of this silly business, and I can't stand any more. You're not going to add another link to this chain.
What can you do to stop me?
I'll confess, that's what.
Confess to what?
To something more serious than selling silly old fake stocks. And you'll have to extradite me back to England.
Oh, yeah? Huh?
I'm wanted in London for murder.
Murder?
Right. I'm not Burlingame Bertie at all. I'm really Jack the Ripper.
And now back to Glenn Langan for the conclusion of
Mystery is my hobby.
Come along, Bertie. We got to make that boat.
Oh, right. I wouldn't miss it for the world.
Oh, it's too bad you had to confess. I was just beginning to like you.
I was sort of attached to you myself, old boy.
Bart, you were sure right about that belladonna bottle. The one you took from Madame Bouvet was full of Kernite.
Mm-hmm.
And there were fingerprints all over it.
Who?
Madame Bouvet's.
And who else's?
Yvonne's?
Mm-hmm. Exactly. You see, Madame Bouvet substituted her bottle of Kernite for Yvonne's belladonna. After the murder, while the bags were open for inspection, it was a simple matter for her to switch back to the original bottle.
Well, what I can't see is how Madame Bouvet got the girls to take this stuff. The autopsy didn't show a drop of it in the stomach.
Through their eyes, Inspector.
Their eyes?
Yes. The girls themselves put it in their own eyes, thinking it was belladonna. 1 drop of Kernite in the eye will kill in just 3 seconds.
Yeah. What made you suspicious of the redhead in the first place?
The troop's extensive wardrobe, for one thing. You know that while the Germans held France, they confiscated everything of any value, especially clothing. Well, to be able to hang on to all that stuff, somebody in the troop had to be a collaborationist.
Well, what made you think it was Madame Bouvet?
Because she lied to me, Inspector, when she showed me that St. Christopher's medal that she claimed her husband carried to his death in the burning aeroplane.
Oh, how could you tell that?
Because in a fire that hot, that medal would have been melted into a nugget. And there wasn't a sign even of a burn on it.
All right, so what? What has Madame Bouvret's being a collaborationist got to do with all these killings?
Don't you see, Inspector?
No, I don't see.
The girls knew her for what she was and were threatening to turn her over to the authorities. Very simple, isn't it? She's about ready to sail, Inspector. You better get your prisoner aboard.
Oh, yeah. Just ahead.
Goodbye, Bertie.
Bless you, dear boy.
You know, you aren't fooling me a bit, Bertie. You're not guilty of those murders you confessed to.
I'm not? And what makes you think that, old boy?
Oh, it's simple, old boy. Because mystery is my hobby.
Johnny Dollar.
Freddie Friedkin, Johnny, over here at Mono Guarantee Insurance.
Freddie, how are you?
Oh, same as always. Listen, why don't you do me a favor?
If I can.
Ever hear of an old dame by the name of Mrs. Ambrose Winningford Van Turtle?
Ambrose, what?
Van Turtle.
No, I'm happy to say I haven't.
Yeah, I guess you have a point there. Nancy's an old fuzz budget. Lives over on South Tyrone, 1227.
South Tyrone? She must be loaded.
And depends on how you look at it. But we have written a bit of insurance on her jewelry. And Johnny.
How much?
Just under $2 million. And Johnny.
You're kidding.
Not a bit. But now listen.
My regular commission on $1 million?
Now listen, will you?
Freddie, say no more. I'll take the case.
The CBS Radio Network brings you Mandel Kramer in the exciting adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account. America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator, yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar, the Mono Guarantee Insurance Company, Hartford, Connecticut. Following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the Too Many Crooks matter. You know, they say that too many cooks spoil the broth. Well, believe me, too many crooks can certainly mess up an insurance investigation. I know. Expense account item 1, $4.60 to fill the gas tank on my car. Then I drove to Freddie Friedkin's office down in the square. He was waiting for me out front. Okay, Freddie, let's have it.
Now, look, if you hadn't hung up the phone on
I figured it must be pretty urgent. You're standing here says I was right. So, what goes with this Van Turkle dame and her $1 million worth of jewelry?
I told you, and that's why she's an important client. I understand, incidentally, she keeps it all out there at her home.
She does, huh?
And that's fine with us. Makes the premiums that much higher.
What's happened to her, Freddie?
Her? Well, not a thing, nothing at all. It's what happens to me.
What do you mean?
Well, it's the day off for all her servants, including the chauffeur. So I promised to drive her in here to the office this morning to go over some of her policies.
Well, Fred.
Well, now, if I don't, the old fuss pot is liable to blow a gasket and cancel everything. And she would.
You mean that's all you called me about?
So the first vice president in charge of me has just arrived in town, and that means I don't dare leave this place.
Freddie, I was counting a commission on
So I told her you'd drive her in here.
You what?
And, Johnny, I don't know what this power is that you seem to have over these old biddies, but she knows all about you. Listens to every program every week and thinks you're wonderful.
Freddie, flattery will get you nowhere.
Now, look, instead of chewing me out, she said fine. She'd get all tricked up in her Sunday best and be waiting for me.
Oh, Freddie, look.
And I'm serious, Johnny. This is really important.
Am I supposed to wear a uniform and chauffeur's cap?
I'm not kidding. It is important, very. Will you do it as a favor to me?
As a favor to you?
Yeah.
No.
Now, John.
But I will for another reason.
Oh?
I would just like to have a look at the female who can throw such a scare into fearless Freddie Friedkin. I drove to the CCU residential section on South Cologne Avenue. Number 1227 was one of those huge, once very fashionable brownstone affairs surrounded with broad lawns, formal gardens, and plenty of stately elms. The winding driveway led to a porte cochere on one side. I pulled into it, gave the horn a couple of polite beats, and waited. Looks like a ladyship really does want service. Well, something they're still using these things. Well, come on, the ladyship you're carrying is waiting. So am I. Oh, Mrs. Van... When I finally saw the light again, the birds out there in the trees were singing merrily. But to my aching head, it sounded like they were screaming. I just lay there for a minute or two trying to collect my wits. Whoever given me that cloud over the head had really done a good job of it. It made sure I'd stay out of circulation long enough for him to... But wait a minute. I'd had just one glimpse of him in a brief second when I'd opened that door. William McPeak. That's who it was. William McPeak, slugger and second story man with a record as long as your arm. With old Mrs. Van Turkle alone in this big house. And I painfully to get back on my feet. Mrs. Van Turkle? Mrs. Van Turkle! I found her slumped over in a chair in a sort of morning room. She'd been struck over the head, too, and hard. Bleeding, but only simply. I grabbed the telephone. Come on.
Dr. Blakely here?
Oh, Doctor, listen.
Yes?
This is Johnny Dollar. I'm over here at Mrs. Van Turkle's place.
Oh, yes, Johnny. She's a patient of mine.
Listen to me, Doctor, will you? Somebody got in here and hit her over the head, and she's in bad shape.
What?
I don't know whether she'll live.
I'll be there right away.
You better. Another call, this time to headquarters from Sergeant Harry Benning. He promised to send somebody pronto. Then, after throwing Ashland into Mrs. Van Turkle, I looked around. Finally, I found it in the library. The oil painting pushed aside. In back of it, the wall safe. Broken open and very empty. On the floor, a single room that apparently had been dislodged from the setting. I dropped it in my pocket and made another phone call. Johnny.
But where are you, Johnny? What happened? Didn't you go out there and pick her up?
Listen to me, Freddie.
Yeah?
How much did you say you've insured the jewelry for?
Well, close to $1 million. Why?
You better get ready to send her a check.
What?
If she stays alive.
This ever happened to you? You're driving down a long highway or working late, and then monotony makes you feel drowsy. Perk up with No-Dose. No-Dose keeps you alert with the same safe refresher found in coffee. Yet No-Dose is faster, handier, more reliable. Absolutely not habit-forming. The safe way to stay alert without harmful stimulants. No-Dose.
Sit down. Thanks for the tip on old Van Turkle. I sent Mullins over there right away.
No good. I left as soon as the doctor got there.
Yeah, I talked with the doctor on the phone and sent an ambulance out. Mm-hmm. He's going to try, but he's not sure if he can pull it through.
Good. Listen, Harry.
Hey, that reminds me.
Yeah?
Yeah, an old friend of yours just left town only about an hour ago at our request.
Friend of mine? Who?
An old strong-arm by the name of Willie McPeak.
Willie? What?
Yeah, we helped him onto a train to New York.
Oh, fine.
Told him we just don't like his looks around here.
Harry, he's the man.
What?
Didn't you know? He's not only a strong-arm specialist, but he has enough raps against him for burglary to fill a book.
Well, our records here only show a couple of arrests over the years.
I don't care what they show, Harry. He's the one I found there at Mrs. Van Turkle's house, the one who belted me over the head.
Oh, and we helped him out of town.
You sure did.
Okay, Johnny, okay. I'll notify the New York Police Department right away to grab him for us.
If they can find him. And you know how long it'll take just to get the wheels turning, get all the red tape out of the way?
Yeah, I know.
Oh, brother. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe I can find him.
Wow, Johnny.
A little local knowledge, Harry.
About him?
About him and about some other people down there. I'll see you later. Item 2, 1045, plane affair to New York. And I was lucky. A flight took off just a few minutes after I got to Bradley Field. Item 3, in the big city, $4 even for a cab into 18th Precinct headquarters. Before even talking to my old pal, Lieutenant Randy Singer, I appropriated a phone in the office next to his and made 5 calls to men who were always ready to dig up a little information from me for a price. Then I walked into Randy's office.
Okay. Now, what's it all about, Johnny? You can make all those calls to him there.
Randy, if I told you, you'd probably round them all up and toss them in a jug.
Oh, feelings, eh?
Right. And they're a lot more valuable to me on the loose.
Well, sure you hadn't better tell me who they are so we can, sort of protect them for you, know? Departments can always use some extra talkers too, you know, Johnny.
Randy, I'd rather not.
Okay, but stop tapping that diamond or whatever it is on the top of my desk, will you? Want to scratch the glass?
This diamond is what I came here about.
Well, Johnny, you sure couldn't have picked a better day than this to come down here and check you.
Why, what's the matter?
Oh, everything. Something's on our necks again. Maybe a lot of phony dough that's circulating around.
Oh?
This place is so darn good, it takes an expert to tell the bad 10s and 20s from the good ones.
How does it mean?
Yes and no. I mean, when you say rings, you're pretty up to those bills around here, Johnny. I mean, we've got a feel at almost all of them.
Almost all.
Well, of course, the federal boys are beating their brains out, too, but what's happening is this.
Yeah?
Every time we knock over a print shop that's been making the stuff, we get there too late.
How do you mean?
Well, the place is gone. Been sold to someone else. And not just to another printer, Johnny. That we could track down real easy. I think, I hope, but to some intermediary, some brain who plants them with another printer just long enough to get out a mitzvah and then pass them on to somebody else.
Well, maybe you better shut down every print shop in town, Randy.
Oh, sure. You know what it takes? Just one little crack tucked away in somebody's basement. City this size, there could be thousands of them. But the department's raising Cain. The feds are complaining we aren't cooperating. I feel lousy. And what's your problem?
Willie McPeak.
McPeak? Well, he hasn't been active for a long time.
Oh, he hasn't,
Ambitious, Willie? Yeah. Always on the way to something big and always on much mistake.
Now, let me tell you now, Randy.
Oh, excuse me. Yeah? No. tried peddling juice balls for a while, Johnny. 2 years up the river. Tried just making another turn. Tried half a dozen rackets. Always fell on his face. The only thing he could seem to get away with was a burglary and safe job.
Well, he can't this time, so listen.
Now, look, Johnny, I'd like to help you with it. Will you stop tapping that thing?
Nearly $1 million worth of jewels.
I don't care if it's... Down here?
No, up in Hartford, but I need your help.
Well, Johnny, until we get official fix from the boys up there, you know how it is.
I mean, a little deal between you and me has to be official all of a sudden.
Oh, no, of course not. But will you stop scratching that diamond on the glass?
Okay,
huh?
Randy.
Well, wait. Yeah? This? Who? Yeah. To you, Johnny.
Oh? Johnny Dollar.
Spotty.
Oh, yes, Spotty.
Spotty who?
This number, give me headquarters.
Oh, don't worry about that. That's where I am. Go ahead.
You wouldn't pull one on me, Johnny.
Nah, Spotty, you know me better than that.
Yeah, I guess I do.
You got something for me?
Say, couple of C-notes, Johnny?
Let's say 100, Spotty. If it gets me anywhere, wins, too.
Okay. Just a couple of minutes ago with a briefcase on him.
Yeah.
718 East 49th.
I got it.
He pokes the buzzer for number 2A, and then he goes in.
2A, huh? Okay.
Now, what does that mean?
You know anybody who lives over on East 49th Street, Randy?
Did I?
I'll let you know.
Now, wait, Johnny. I thought you wanted some help.
I may not need it now.
Oh, no? Well, now, wait a minute. Maybe you...
I didn't pay $1 even for a cab to the musty 6-unit apartment building on East 49th Street. I quickly pushed the button for each apartment in the number 2A. They all must have been answering the tenants going out because nobody kicked open the lock on the front door for me. So I flipped the lock, then I quietly went inside and up the stairs to the door of 2A.
Nobody talks to them, sir. What do you mean, give them back to you? You crazy or something? I give you the rack for them, so now I'll keep them. Oh, yes, you gave me these, all right. Sure, I made a deal. I carried out my head, and now you want to work out on me? Keep your voice down, Willie. What are you trying to pull on me, huh? You want me to get rough? I tell you, Willie, these stones you broke. I'm telling you, Buster. All right, put down that gun. You listen to me, Willie. I warned you, Buster. Start.
All right, don't try it, Willie. Just drop your gun. Kick it over here. Come on.
Sure. Okay.
All right, now sit down over there against the wall. Let me take a look at you. Looks like you killed him, Willie.
Turn it back out on me.
But if you figure on keeping this nest of jewels and whatever it was he gave you for them. What was it, Willie? What did he give you for them? Look, take a look at his briefcase here. Don't move, Willie.
Okay. You got the gun.
About as pretty a set of approximation plans and flowers as I've ever seen.
There's that Newport team again. Comes through like the taste of a Newport filtered cigarette. Fresh and cool. Like the voice of a girl you used to know. Listen. There's a difference, all right. Like when you light up your first Newport. Man, who's never tasted anything like this. Good, rich tobacco flavor. The right amount of menthol and just a hint of cool, refreshing mint. So, what is it that spelling the commercial says about Newport? Are there any questions, man? Questions? No. I got the message. Newport, more refreshing to begin with, more refreshing all the way. Newport.
Brandy, this is Johnny again.
Johnny, where are you calling from?
718 East 49th.
Well, listen, I just...
Apartment 2A.
There's a guy living over there we've been looking at for years.
There was, Randy.
Name of Horace Petersley. A passer of hot jewelry, that sort of stuff, you know? Only we never have been able to... Hey, what'd you say? What?
That's right, he's dead.
Okay, I'll be right over.
No, Randy.
What do you mean?
Send somebody else.
Well, now listen, Johnny. If you knocked him off, I mean, even
Somebody else killed him, Randy. The punk I have sitting here at the other end of my gun.
Who?
You stay right there in your office, and I'll be along in a couple of minutes with the Van Turkle jewels and with Willie McPeak in tow.
You're kidding.
Not a bit.
And that's all the more reason I better get over there.
No, Randy, because while you're waiting for us, I want you to get hold of Fritz Melchior.
That, gemologist?
Yes. Tell him to get there immediately with all of his equipment.
Well, I don't get it, Johnny.
You will, Randy. You will. Item 4, another $1 for another cab. Luckily, by the time we got to headquarters, Melchior, the gemologist, was there and waiting. I handed him the Van Circle jewels and told him to set up his equipment on Randy's desk and get to work.
Now, it's going to take the ultraviolet lamp a moment or two to get warmed up, Mr. Dollar.
Oh, that's perfectly all right, Mr. Melchior.
In the meantime, I'll just set up this butyl refractometer and the mic.
Just take your time.
But why can't we just book Willie and lock him up, Johnny? Conroy's going to get tired sitting there holding a gun on him.
Randy?
this guy makes me nervous.
And he sees what I think he's going to see. He'll wish that he had that gun to shoot himself with. After you, by the way.
What do you mean by that?
I remember that since you got a little annoyed earlier when I sat here at the glass-top desk fooling around with the stone that Willie left behind at Mrs. Van Tipple's.
But sure, you kept tapping, and rubbing it over the glass, trying to scratch.
Just the point, Randy. Rubbing it on the glass, but not scratching. Johnny, tell me, is there a single scratch there?
No. No, Johnny, you're right. Son of a gun.
No, of course, it isn't absolutely conclusive. I make no bones about it. It didn't sink in at all while I was doing it. But when I heard the now deceased Horace Petersley back there in his apartment, when I heard him telling Willie that the deal was off to give him back the place, it suddenly dawned on me.
Yeah, so maybe we've got more crooks on this deal than we bargained for, huh? Too many crooks.
Mm-hmm. Including a little old lady who figured on collecting nearly $1 million on that stuff that Mr. Melchior is looking at.
Hey, now, listen, what do you mean by that?
All right, hold it down.
Well, Mr. Melchior?
Gentlemen, there is no question about it.
Are you sure, sir?
I'm absolutely certain. Now, look here, please. Here, too, Lieutenant.
Yeah?
You see, I used a polished piece of corundum. Now, does the so-called diamond strip it? No. The corundum wears away the stone. And here, the test with the refractometer is further proof.
With the what?
The refractometer. It measures the deviation from a straight line suffered by a ray of light in passing obliquely through various media of varying density. Now, look here, under the ultraviolet light. Now, you see?
Yeah, that's mighty pretty, Mr. Melchior.
Now, that is a genuine diamond, Lieutenant, that I brought along for comparison. But, now look at this one, under the black light. And this. And this. And this.
A lot of nothing by comparison.
Exactly.
In other words, Mr. Melchior, the supposedly precious jewels insured by Mrs. Van Turkle.
Quite so, Mr. Dollar. They're straps, paste, common glass. They're not valuable gems.
What are you, some kind of a nut?
Although some of them have been very cleverly cut.
No. Hang on, Conroy. Wait a minute. Look. It ain't true. It's a lie. It ain't true. I took him out of that safe myself. I had to kill a man to make a deal with him. No, it ain't true.
True, all right, Willie.
Then I've been robbed. Get him out of here, Conroy. Lock him up. Right. Look, I've been robbed.
Well, Johnny, much as I hate to admit it, you've kind of done yourself a good day's work.
Well, of course, Willie helped a bit. Oh, sure. He got hold of those counterfeit plates for you, Randy, didn't he? And he took care of that Petersley character for you, too. So, Randy, why don't you be a nice guy and see that he doesn't get more than a couple of lifetimes. As for the phony jewels, well, old Mrs. Van Turkle has completely recovered from her beating, by the way. Get us straight. The real gems she always carefully kept in her vault in the bank. The paste that she had there in the wall safe were for casual wear. Expense account total, including the payoff to my friend's party, call it $250. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
get premium gasoline performance at regular gasoline price, find out what so many other car owners have found. In 3 out of 5 cars, regular price Sinclair Dyno gasoline matches performance of premium gasoline. Saves you up to 4 cents a gallon. Almost anywhere you see the Sinclair sign, you can save up to 4 cents a gallon with Dyno and still get premium performance and mileage. Drive with care and buy Sinclair Dyno gasoline. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, is written by Jeff Johnstone, produced and directed by Fred Henderson, music supervision by Ethel Huber, sound patterns by Walter Otto. Johnny Dollar is played by Mandel Kramer. Also featured in our cast were Court Denson, Jim Stevens, Tom Gorman, Jackson Beck, Sam Gray, Maurice Copeland, and Bill Smith. Be sure to join us next week, same time, same station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Art Hannah speaking. Hear Coleman on Sports 10 times each weekend on the CBS Radio Network.
This is KRLD, AM and FM, Dallas. If everybody's passing you on the highway, chances are you're going too slow. The too slow driver, the lane changer, inattentiveness on the part of experienced drivers whose driving skills have become automatic are the real menaces on the highway. Sudden stops or slowdowns invite rear-end collisions. Try to maintain an even speed, neither much faster nor much slower than the flow of traffic. Follow other vehicles at a safe distance. Remember, at 60 miles an hour, under good conditions, it still takes 23 car lengths to stop. Friends, this is Kelly Maddox, Executive Secretary of the Citizens Traffic Commission, asking you to take stock of your driving habits. Don't be a slowpoke driver, and don't be a speed demon. Drive at a speed that is safe and prudent. Safe and prudent not only for you, but for others that are driving on the same street or highway. Driving too slow can be just as dangerous as
New post-war Old Dutch cleanser, famous for chasing dirt, presents Nick Carter, famous for chasing crime. Every week at this time, 2 great names are joined, as new post-war Old Dutch cleanser brings you one of the most resourceful and daring characters in all detective fiction, Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Matty, I want you to get hold of a delivery truck and 2 suits of overalls.
Okay, Nick. Anything else?
Yeah. Get enough grease to turn us into a couple of overworked truckmen.
And then what?
Then we've got half an hour to make the wrong delivery to the right party and prevent a murder.
Now, the case of the Bull and Bear. Today's adventure starring Lon Clark as Nick Carter. Brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch cleanser. Jeff Howe and Dodie Murray think they're a lucky couple. Just when they thought they'd never get the money to get married, old Sidney Poor, who owns a candy store in their rundown neighborhood, is breaking them into a racket that's going to make them rich. He keeps telling them,
Now, you understand. You walk into the department store. Dodie's got 2 $100 bills in her purse.
Yeah, one's real money, and the other's counterfeit.
Yeah, we got that. Yes. You buy something. A watch, maybe. Something in the jewelry line.
Uh-huh.
Dodie takes out the real $100 bill to pay for it.
Yeah.
Then the
what?
clerk will have to have the bill checked by the floor manager.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I know. All stores do that. It's a rule.
And you make a big fuss. Both of you. Like you're being insulted because they don't trust you. You get that?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
But when the floor manager says the bill is okay, and for the clerk to go ahead and make the sale, you grab the bill back and you walk out like you're real mad.
Well, what do we do after that?
You wait about a half hour, then you go back. Make out like you're ashamed of yourself for losing your temper. Apologize. Say you'll buy the watch after all.
Uh-huh.
And this time, you pay for it with the counterfeit 100.
I get it. The clerk thinks it's the same bill the manager okayed.
That's right. He won't check it again. He'd be glad to make the sale. So you walk out with the watch, or whatever you bought, and you bring it back here. And bring back the change, too.
Sure, it's a cinch.
Well...
Anything else now, Mr. Poor?
This is the kind of a test. If it works out okay, I'll take you on regular. I like to give nice young folks a helping hand.
They're all very nice, madam. May I suggest... how much is that bracelet? The one with the red bead. The ruby? Yeah, $290. Oh, well, how about that one there? $98.
That's the one for you, honey.
Oh, okay. I'll take it. Very good, madam. May I have your charge number? Oh, I'll pay cash. I just happen to have $100 with me. Here, thank you.
Well, what are you gawking at the bill for? We're not accustomed to having our honesty taken.
Mr. Roberts, you recounter, please, and hurry. Yes.
I think the manager. I think he's a detective.
Stay right where you are.
Go on, Dodie, run. Quick, I'm going.
Oh, Mr. Roberts, don't that man. Look out.
Anybody tries to stop me gets a bullet in the head. See what I mean?
All right, fella, I'll take that gun.
Why, you...
Come on, let me have it.
Let go of me.
That's more like it. Anybody hurt, Patsy?
Yes, Nick. The store detective was shot.
You hurt bad?
Yes. Yes, he was. He's dead.
All right, Nick, now see if I got this straight.
Go ahead, Benny.
Jeff Howe and a girl come into the store and try to buy a bracelet with a counterfeit $100 bill.
Right.
The clerk spots the phony and calls Roberts, the store detective.
Right.
Jeff Howe makes a break and Roberts chases him. The girl disappears and Howe kills Roberts.
Wrong.
What do you mean, wrong?
I mean, Howe didn't kill the detective.
But he was doing the shooting.
We know that, but he was shooting over his head to break up the crowd.
Just the same, Patsy, he could have shot one bullet over his shoulder and drilled Roberts. Roberts was only 6 or 7 feet behind him.
Yes, Matty, but Roberts was shot in the back.
In the back?
Yes, and he couldn't have been running backwards when he was chasing Howe.
Holy smoke. You're telling me someone else shot Roberts?
I am. But I have a hunch the killer was really shooting at Howe.
Oh, but look, Nick...
If I'm right, Matty, the shot that killed Roberts came from the door of the fire stairs. Come on, I'll show you.
But what makes you think the shot came from there?
I examined the wound, and I figured out the approximate angle the shot was fired from.
Did anyone notice a shot from this direction?
Not so far as I know.
There was too much excitement in shooting.
Incidentally, how did you and Nick happen to be here in the store?
Why, I was trying to buy a birthday present for a boy named Lucas. And Nick was very annoyed because I wouldn't tell him anything about Lucas. I was trying to make him jealous.
Oh, save it, Patsy. Here we are, Matty. Now, the killer could have stood about here, just inside the emergency exit door. The sound of the shot would have been swallowed up by the stairwell. The killer could have...
Yes, by George, he did.
What?
Did what, Nick?
Look there in the corner, right next to that piece of paper.
What is it?
An ejected cartridge from a .45 automatic.
Well, how about that?
Nick, that's not a piece of paper. It's a bill. Money. It's a... Oh, shucks. No, it isn't either.
Yeah, let's see it.
It's make-believe money, toy money from some game. But it's a pretty good imitation in a rough sort of way.
Yeah, probably from the toy department. Well, Matty?
So Jeff Howe didn't kill Roberts.
Right. Let's go to headquarters. I want to see if Howe can tell us who did kill him.
A crazy little dope. Scared she was. She pulled out the phony bill first.
Who was she, Jeff?
None of your business.
Oh, tough guy, huh?
Yeah.
Look, Jeff, I know that routine. I've heard it 100 times. I'm tough. I can take it. I don't squeal.
Yeah, you said it.
They all say it, but change their minds when they find out they're suckers. You're trying to be loyal, Jeff. Only trouble is no one's going to be loyal to you.
Says you.
Someone put you and the girl up to this racket, Jeff, and I want to know who it was.
Yeah?
Yeah. I've got to notify the Secret Service. I want to give them that information.
Too bad. You ain't gonna.
Still loyal, huh? It's rather foolish, Jeff.
Why?
Because someone has tried to double-cross you already.
Double-cross me?
Yes, double-cross you. They didn't trust you. You and the girl were followed when you went to the store and were watched very carefully. When you got in that jam, someone tried to shut you up. With a bullet.
What bullet? What are you talking about?
A .45 automatic slug. Meant for you.
What?
You didn't get that slug because the store detective got it. And he's dead.
Is that on the level, Mr. Carter? Someone tried to plug me?
I'm sure of it. Now, look, Jeff.
Eventually, you're going to be handed over to the Secret Service. Counterfeit money's their case. They've got you cold on that count.
Yeah. But murder.
But murder comes first, and murder's my business. So if you want to escape a murder rap, you've got to help me.
Well, what do you want to know?
A lot of things. Who put you up to this racket? Who supplied the phony money and the real bill? Who would want to shut you up for keeps?
It's Sidney Poor. 1270 Grand Apple.
Mm-hmm.
But don't tell him I told you.
Now, don't worry, I won't. But I've got a few things I want him to tell me.
He left me, Mr. Poor. He ran off and left me on my own. The dirty, double-crossing heel.
No, my dear.
If I hadn't had good luck, I'd have been caught. He didn't even try to help me. He just ran out of the
Jody,
place.
everything's going to be all right. You've got to... Someone just came into the shop.
Hello? Anyone minding the store?
Coming, sir. Coming. Just resting my feet in the back for a moment. Hard on an old man's feet, keeping shop. Yes, sir.
You, Mr. Poor? Sidney Poor?
Yes, sir. What can I do for you?
I'd like $1 worth of that candy.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
It's cold in here. Don't you have any heat?
No, sir. Just the stove in the back. I haven't started it yet. Can't afford to with the price of coal so high up. Poor is a poor man. My favorite joke.
Oops, careful with that tray. Hey, what's the matter with your hands?
No, old age, sir. Just old age. Makes a man shake. Will that be all, sir?
Yeah, that's all.
Well, here you are, sir. And many thanks. Come again.
Thanks.
Any luck, Nick?
Yeah, here. I brought you some candy, Betsy.
Where's Poor?
Still in the store?
You didn't arrest him.
Nope.
Why not?
He isn't the man we want.
But Jeff said...
Poor may be the man who started Jeff in the racket, but he isn't the killer, and I have a hunch he isn't the big boss counterfeiter either.
What? How do you know?
Because he's an old man. His hands shake constantly. He couldn't shoot a gun with any accuracy at all.
Oh, but how do you know he isn't the boss counterfeiter?
Look, Betsy, if Poor is operating from that store, where's his plant? You need machines, storage space, room for a press.
Maybe his plant's in the cellar.
There's no cellar. He heats the store with a stove in the back.
Oh.
No, I have a strong hunch Poor is just a middleman, the agent who passes counterfeit money from the plant down to kids like Jeff.
And if we want to find out who killed Roberts, we'll have to locate the plant and the man who runs it.
That's right. He's the one who'd have most reason to cover Jeff and try to kill him to keep him from talking.
Well, could we locate him through Poor?
All depends on how smart we play it and how far we can play Poor. But I've got an idea.
Yeah? What is it?
Listen to this and tell me what you think.
Crystal, open up!
Who is it?
It's me, Sidney Poor.
Oh. You and your crazy ideas. Ought to cut you up and feed you to the lions at the zoo.
Now, take it easy, Crystal.
Take it easy. I just killed a man. You know what they hand out for murder in this state?
But, Crystal,
This was a nice, smooth business until you started getting ideas. Let's break new people in, you said. Smart young kids, you said. Make it easy for us, you said.
But, Crystal,
Oh, you certainly made it easy, all right. Now, who's going to be the next bright boy I have to kill to make it easy?
That's what I came to tell you. Jeff isn't dead.
What?
You didn't hit him. You hit the store detective.
You're kidding.
I'm not kidding, Crystal. And the man who caught Jeff was around to my store just now, snooping, I guess. Dodie recognized him.
Who is he?
I don't know. He's a tall fella, about 6'1", weighs maybe 190, dark brown hair, blue eyes that kind of look through you. About 35, I'd say. Nice-looking fella. Looks like an athlete.
Wait, did he have a soft hat pulled out in front?
Yeah, that's him.
Nick Carter.
Nick Carter?
Yes, you dope. I know he was in the store this morning. I saw him there.
I guess we better pull out. You can't buck Carter.
I've got to. And I can. I'm smart, Sidney. And I'm already one step ahead of Carter.
I don't see it, Crystal.
He doesn't know I know he's looking for me. Maybe I'll let him find me. Yes, maybe I will.
But, Crystal,
You know, it's a funny thing, Sidney. The first murder's the hardest, and the rest come easy. And no matter how many times you kill, they can only send you to the chair once.
Crystal Davis, young, beautiful, and hard, stares icily at Sidney Poore as plans to outwit Nick Carter race through her head. We'll see what she decides to do in just a moment. Now, back to The Case of the Bull and Bear. Today's adventure with Nick Carter. Brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser. While Crystal Davis prepares for an all-out war to the finish, Nick is making plans of his own at police headquarters with Jeff Howe.
Did you go after Poore, Mr. Carter?
Yeah, Jeff, I did. But Poore isn't the man I want. I want the man he's working for. And you're going to help me find him.
I am? How?
You're going to escape.
But how?
Patsy Bowen's going to help you. You and Patsy will head straight for Sidney Poore's candy store. She'll tell you our plan on the way.
Yes, sir.
And get this straight, Jeff. I went out on a limb to give you this chance. I had to do some hard talking to get Sergeant Matheson to agree.
Yes, Mr. Carter.
Now, this is your chance to come through. So don't let me down. And above all, don't let yourself down.
Shut the door, babe.
Okay.
What are you doing here, Jeff? What happened? Who's this girl?
I made a break, Mr. Poore. She helped.
You got away?
Yeah, but I wouldn't have if she didn't give me a hand.
That's right.
This here's Penny Blake. Good kid.
Hi.
But why did you come here, Jeff? I mean,
You don't think I'm quitting the racket, do you? No, sirree. Me and Penny's going to work together and act together. She's smart.
Yeah, sure.
I'd have pulled it off before if it wasn't for Dodie. Why, that crazy kid's the dumbest cluck I ever seen. You know what?
Yeah.
Dodie!
I heard every word you said, Jeff. Everything. So, this is your new girl, huh? Want to make something out of it? She's just right for you, Jeff. A cheap little dame for a cheap little young
Why don't you shut up?
Shut up? Me? I'll show you. Hey.
Well, who are you staring at?
You.
What's the matter with me?
Mr. Poore. She's the girl that was with Nick Carter when he caught Jeff.
And stay with that phone, Scubby. Patsy's due to check in any minute. I'm going down to headquarters to fight with Matty.
Good afternoon, Mr. Carter. I've been waiting for you.
I beg your pardon. I thought this was my car.
It is. Please get in.
Well, thank you.
I'm Crystal Davis.
Charmed, Miss Davis.
Call me Crystal, please.
Delighted, Crystal.
Thank you. Nick. Are you a gambler?
Isn't everyone? One way or another?
I suppose so. My favorite game is open poker. I like to see everyone's cards. I like them to see mine.
You have some good cards to show, Crystal?
I think so. I killed a store detective, Nick.
What? You killed us?
I killed him with the same gun I've got in my purse now.
Is this a confession?
No. I'm just showing my cards. You've already shown yours. Patsy Bowen.
Oh?
I've got her, Nick.
I guessed that, more or less. What's your proposition, Crystal?
I want you to call off the war, Nick. Drop the case. Let me alone.
But someone's got to take the rap for the murder.
What's the matter with Jeff Howe?
Jeff?
Sure. Who cares about him? Pin it on Jeff, Nick. You can do it.
Except that he'll talk.
No, he won't. I'll arrange it so that you get him back, dead.
You will?
Nick, if you'll promise me to drop the case, you get Patsy Bowen back. Otherwise...
I see. Suppose I give you my word in 1 hour.
No, Nick. Now.
That's impossible. The whole homicide squad's working on this case. It'll take me an hour to pull him off. It'll take an hour to convince Matty I was wrong about Jeff.
You mean that?
I do.
All right, Nick. In 1 hour. It's a deal. I'll let the girl go in 1 hour. I have your word that you'll drop the case.
In 1 hour, yes. You have my word.
Nick, are you out of your mind? Why didn't you just pull Crystal in when you had her?
Use your head, Matty. She's holding Patsy a prisoner. If Crystal didn't get back to her hideout, Patsy'd be killed.
You're right there. Well, what do we do now?
After Crystal left me, I found this key on the floor of my car. She must have dropped it.
The key? Let me see it.
Here.
Hotel key from the old Kettle Inn. Nick, now we got something. Any idea where this old Kettle Inn is?
Yeah, it's North Barton, about 50 miles from here. I've been past it a couple of times.
Well, what are we waiting for? I'll get my car.
No, hold it, Matty, hold it. Do you think Crystal's fool enough to drop a hotel key accidentally in my car right where I could find it?
What? Oh, then you think it's a plan?
Of course I do. She hoped we do just what you started to do, dash up there to try to locate her.
Yeah, I see what you mean. It's a trap.
She wanted to gain time so she could clean up her business and get out of town. She wanted to let me know she was holding Patsy as a hostage.
Yeah, and maybe Patsy ain't safe even with that deal you made with Crystal.
Yeah, that's what I'm afraid of, Matty. No crook would ever trust anybody as much as Crystal says she trusts me, which means we've got to locate her hideout and fast.
Yeah, but where is she?
Well, let's use our heads. Suppose we were in the counterfeiting racket.
Yeah, sure.
What's our problem? First, we need a hideout. A place where we can run a printing press without drawing attention to ourselves.
Yeah. A printing plant would do the trick.
Yeah, but what do we do with print? What do we print? We've got to be in a position to buy paper and ink of high enough quality to use for counterfeiting money.
Oh, there you got me.
And our next problem, the distribution of the money. How do we send it out to men like Sidney Poor all over the country? How do we get it to the middlemen who hire the crooks who pass it?
Uh-huh.
Maybe. Hey.
What's the matter?
The toy money.
What?
The crumble bill of toy money Patsy picked up. It was lying next to the ejected cartridge shell in the store.
Well, what about that?
Don't you understand, Matty? It was a pretty fair imitation of real money. So real it fooled Patsy at a distance. That satisfies the conditions.
Holy smoke, Nick, you got it.
You have a plant that makes a game using toy money. Probably a very expensive game because the toy money looks so real. That's your excuse for buying high-quality paper and ink.
Yeah, but I never saw a game that used toy money that looked that good.
Now, I doubt whether many people have, Matty. And if I'm right, I don't believe the manufacturer cares if nobody buys it.
Nick, that's it. That's how you distribute the counterfeit money to middlemen. You send them a dozen boxes of the game with the counterfeit money hidden under the toy money. And no one would ever notice.
Right, Matty. Here, let me have that phone.
Yeah, sure, here.
Maybe when Crystal pulled the gun out of her purse, that toy money came out, too. Maybe she manufactures this game for a cover-up.
Yeah, could be.
Yeah. Hello? Croydon Department Store? Let me speak to the buyer in the toy department, please.
What are you doing now, Nick?
Just a minute. You find... Hello? Can you tell me whether you stock a game using toy money that looks very much like real money, except that the president's face on the bill is changed to a joker? Uh-huh. Bull and bear. I see. A Wall Street game, speculation in the toy exchange. Yeah. Now tell me, is that the only game using that kind of toy money? It is. Good. Can you tell me the manufacturer who supplies Bull and Bear? This is very urgent.
You got something, Nick?
I think so. Adult Games Company, 25 Archer Street. Thank you very much.
Adult Games Company. You think that's Crystal's outfit, Nick?
I hope so. What time is it?
Almost 5:30.
All right, let's go. I've got a little over half an hour to show Crystal how I play poker.
Nick and Matty rush from the room, wondering whether Nick's deduction is right, wondering whether they'll find Patsy and Crystal Davis at the home of Bull and Bear. We'll see what happens in just a moment. And now for the conclusion of The Case of the Bull and Bear. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser. In a dimly lit plant on Archer Street, the presses that turn out toy money for Bull and Bear games and counterfeit money for cheating Uncle Sam make an ominous background for the five people who sit and wait.
Sidney.
Yes, Crystal?
What time is it?
5 or 6.
All right. Got the press, Mike.
Okay, Crystal.
All right, Miss Bowen. Time to get ready to leave. That goes for you and Dodie, Jeff.
Now, look, Crystal, we don't like this.
You don't like what?
I mean, the boys, we don't like to deal with Carter. How do we know he keeps his word?
Who cares if he keeps his word?
Nick always keeps his word. But I thought you trusted him.
The whole deal was a stall, honey. I wanted to get us time to finish up and get out of here.
I gotta hand it to you, Crystal.
Now that the last batch of phony dough is finished, we blow town.
Yeah, but what about the gun?
What do you think? They can only hang you once.
You're going to...
Yes, honey. You and Jeff and this dumb girlfriend of his. 3 bullets.
Oh, no, you can't do that. We have nothing to do with this.
Mike, get the car. We'll take them over to the river.
Okay.
The rest of you get that money packed and get ready to...
Hey, Crystal, open up.
Who's that?
I don't know. Come on, open up.
Look, nobody makes a break. I can shoot this gun fast and straight. Now stay put. Okay? Open the door, Sidney.
Come on, will you? Look, I got my truck here. 3 dozen bales from Consolidated.
Wait a minute. I didn't place any order with Consolidated.
All right, Crystal, drop that gun. Drop it.
Nick!
No tricks, Sidney. Watch yourself, Crystal. I'm warning you. I'd pick up that gun, Matty.
Okay, I got it, Nick.
Material evidence in Crystal's trial for murder. Well, look. 6 o'clock, Crystal. The hour's up. and I'm keeping my word. I'm dropping the case right now. Only I'm afraid it's too late to do you any good.
Well, it sure was a nice haul, Nick. Secret Service is going to be mighty happy with that printing plant, to say nothing of the list of Crystal's customers.
And you've solved your open and shut murder, Sergeant.
Yes, Matty, with the pistol that killed the store detective and the evidence that Jeff and Doty are prepared to give, you've got Crystal right where you want her. Headed for the death house.
Yeah, I guess we're all lucky you and Patsy decided to go shopping this morning, Nick. All except Crystal.
And Patsy.
Why me?
Well, you never did buy that birthday present for your mysterious Lucas.
Nick, I'll bet you are jealous. Goody. Now, I can tell you, I got the present already.
Oh, but how? You didn't have time.
I took one of those bull and bear games from Crystal's hideout. It'll be just right for Lucas. He's 10 years old.
What about the adventure that new post-war Old Dutch cleanser is going to bring us next week, Nick?
Mike, we're going to meet an old lady in a wheelchair who refuses to be murdered.
Well, I can understand why she might not approve of the idea.
Not only that, Mike, she objected so violently that she joined Nick's staff long enough to catch the killer.
Say, that's a new kind of detective. An old lady in a wheelchair.
And it's a story I think you'll enjoy, Mike, about a murderer who discovered too late that he was his own victim.
What do you call the adventure, Nick?
I call it The Case of the Wrong Mr. Right.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented each week at this time by the Cudahy Packing Company. It is produced and directed by Jock McGregor and is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. Charlotte Patsy, Ed Latimer plays Matty. Today's script was written by Alfred Bester. Original music is played by Henry Silverne. This program is fictional, and any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental. Friends, in every community chest city, nearly half the families benefit from Red Feather Aid. This year, however, these services cost more. Hence, there must be more and greater contributions. What's more, the USO is back, and community chest gifts must also cover it. We urge you, therefore, to give generously to the community chest in your city. One contribution is a gift to all the services in your community. Remember, everybody benefits, everybody gives. This is Michael Fitzmaurice saying, when minutes count, use new post-war Old Dutch cleanser. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
From Hollywood, it's time now for Johnny Dollar.
Hiya there, Johnny. This is your old pal, Lefty.
Lefty?
Well, sure. You remember. Lefty Stemper.
Huh?
You know, down here in Virtue.
Virtue?
V-I-R-G-U. Virtue. South Carolina.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, you remember. Me and the boys, we occupied this Caraway plantation down here on the Petey River.
Well, sure, of course. Listen, are you having trouble again with old man Caraway?
Oh, no, sir, not a bit. And you know how we stopped them, me and the boys, from making trouble for us?
Oh, Lefty.
We bought them out, that's how. Yeah, we give them 100 G's for the place, cash money. Now we own a whole entire plantation.
Well, good for you. But now what's your problem?
Well, Johnny, we fixed this place up real nice since you've seen it. You know, we spent a lot of dough on it.
So?
So we want to buy a lot of new insurance on it.
Oh, well, then hop on over to Georgetown and see your old friend Joe Picatello about it.
Old friend, huh?
After all, he's your insurance agent.
Yeah, is he?
Well, sure, of course he is. Didn't he sell you all the other insurance you... Lefty, has something happened to Joe?
Yeah, only I don't know what it is.
What do you mean?
Well, that's just it. I don't know. I talked to him on the phone, asked him to come out here. He says, okay. But he don't come.
You think somebody's knocked him off?
Then I call him again. He says, okay again. He'll be right over. But he still don't come.
Well, have you gone over to Georgetown to see him, to see what's the matter?
5, 6, maybe even half a dozen times. But every time he ain't there.
Lefty, I don't get it.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. There's something wrong about it, Johnny. And if I was you, I'd come down here and find out.
You know something? I think you're right.
Bob Bailey in the exciting adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
And now, Act One of yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Continental Insurance Company, Home Office, New York, New York. Following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the Virtuous Mobster matter. Expense account item 1, $7.85, train to New York City and taxi to the office of Continental Insurance Company. Fortunately, my contact there, Ben Orloff, was in.
Come in, Mr. Dollar, come in.
Thanks. How are you?
Sit down.
Thanks. Now, Mr. Orloff...
Wait a minute. Don't tell me you never received that check for your services down in South Carolina.
Oh, yes, I got that.
Why, I had that mailed out to you nearly 2 months ago.
Yes, I said I got it.
Oh, good. Incidentally, I thoroughly enjoyed your report on that case, the Village of Virtue matter, you called it?
Yes,
So why a group of ex-gangsters should decide to settle in a town called Virtue, I'll never understand.
Well,
Were they really behaving themselves, as your report indicated, or had they been using that old plantation for a sort of hideout?
Their records have been clean down there for over 20 years now.
Is that so? Well, maybe the answer to organized crime is to give all those fellows a nice, quiet plantation to live on.
Yes.
Though I must say that when our agent down there, Joseph Picatello...
It's about Joe that I've come to talk
I
to.
must say that I was a bit concerned when I found Joe had sold policies to characters like Lefty Stemper and Bully Magoon and Flippy Lackovich.
Mr. Orloff.
Why, those were the very sort of men that Thomas E. Dewey chased out of New York when he was D.A. some years ago.
Mr. Orloff.
That was before Dewey became governor, you know. So naturally, what were you going to say about Joe Picatello?
Have you heard from Joe recently?
No, I don't think I have, now that you mention it.
Because I just talked over the phone.
Wait. You must understand one thing, Mr. Dollar.
Oh, what's that?
Our office down there in Georgetown is probably the smallest one we have in the whole country. Joe really doesn't handle much business for us, you know.
Yes, I understand. I understood that when I talked to him in April.
If it weren't for those mobsters over in Virtue...
Ex-mobsters, Mr. Orloff.
Well, if it wasn't for them and some of the townspeople to whom we've issued policies, I'd... Mr. Dollar, has something happened to Joe Picatello?
That's what I want to find out.
Because now that I think about it... Excuse me. Miss Bailey?
Yes, Mr. Orloff.
Did you ever get a reply on the Harmon policy from Mr. Picatello in our Georgetown office?
No, sir. I've written Mr. Picatello several times now.
Thank you. Dollar, we wrote Joe about that Harmon matter over 4 weeks ago.
Well, didn't it occur to you to phone him and find out why he hasn't answered you?
But it involves such a small policy that... yes. Perhaps I'd better try to call him. Miss Bailey?
Wait.
Yes?
Nothing.
What?
I said nothing. Well, Mr. Dollar?
Well, Mr. Orloff, if something has happened to Joe Picatello... Well, look, instead of spreading the alarm, how about if I quietly run on down there?
But have you reason to believe something wrong has happened to him?
Only from what his clients down there at the plantation have told me over the phone.
You think perhaps some of his old gangland enemies have got to him?
After 20 years? I don't know. But if you'll okay my expense account, I'll go down there and see.
Well, now, Mr. Dollar...
And if you won't, I'll go down there anyway.
But there's the danger, too. This might be a very dangerous... Let me hear from you as soon as you can, Mr. Dollar. Act 2 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, in a moment.
And now for another episode in the life of Sergeant Donald Bellwether, my husband. Oh, Donald, it's sure pouring, isn't it? Can you see all right?
Oh, yeah, I can see. Those windshield wipers are operating with mechanical perfection. You notice there are no more streaks either since I put on the new rubber blade.
You know, I think every driver should have his windshield wipers in good order. It's much safer. It would be much safer if everyone would slow down during wet weather like my husband is doing right now.
Just being cautious, Reba. We don't want an accident in this downpour.
We don't want an accident any time.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Well, the experts say that accidents just don't happen. Something causes accidents, and that cause can be prevented. By the way, dear, in what kind of weather do you think most accidents occur?
Oh, I'd say in rain or snowy weather or slippery weather when visibility is impaired.
That's the wrong answer, dear.
Wrong? Are you serious?
Statistics show that 8 out of 10 accidents occur when the weather is clear or with a cloudy overcast.
Are you positive? I wonder why.
Well, here's our house, dear.
Oh, yeah. Now, you sit right here, Reba. I'll get out with the umbrella, and then I'll come around and open your door.
All right, honey.
I wonder why.
Wonder why what?
Why 8 out of 10 accidents happen in clear weather?
Oh, well, I don't know for sure, Sergeant. But I do know that you drove very carefully tonight in the rain.
Thanks.
Now, if everyone drove as carefully during clear, dry weather, there'd be less accidents, I'm sure.
Hey, that must be it. People automatically get cautious in the rain and snow. Too bad they don't stay that way in good weather.
You will, won't you? I mean, drive safely in good weather, too?
I promise.
Oh, that's my Donald. That's my doll.
And now, Act Two of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, and the Virtuous Mobster Matter.
Expense account item 2, $28 even, transportation and incidentals, New York City to Georgetown, South Carolina. It was late when I pulled into the prosperous little southern community, and it was dark, pitch dark. Item 3, $50 deposit on a rental car. Item 4, 70 cents for a sandwich and a Coke at an all-night diner. Then I drove over to Joe Picatello's on a side street near the park. The small frame building that served as both office and living quarters for Joe was dark. But in the hope he might be asleep in his little apartment up above, I knocked. No answer. Until I was about to turn and go back to my car. There was the sound of a door slamming somewhere inside. But still no light showed. I knocked again. Then, faintly, I heard footsteps approaching. But why hadn't Joe turned on a light in there?
Yeah? What do you want?
Joe!
Yeah?
Joe, open up. It's Johnny Dollar.
Johnny who?
Johnny Dollar, insurance investigator, you know.
Investigator? That's what you said?
Are you kidding? What's the matter with you, pal? Open up.
Yeah. Sure.
Hiya, Joe. What's the idea of no lights in here? You forget to pay your bill or something?
Maybe. What do you want?
What?
Investigator, you said, Willie. Did you hear that?
Willie?
Yeah, I heard.
Hey, what is this?
Don't move.
Huh? Oh, no, you don't. Oh.
All right, Willie, I got his gun. Now hit him again.
Yeah.
Again. Once more.
Okay. There he is. I'd like a light.
Yeah.
What do you want I should do with him now?
Huh? You crazy, Willie? You mean you don't know?
Okay, but if I blast him here, it's going to make a lot of noise, and if anybody...
Shut. Listen.
Hey, it's a car coming down the street.
Investigator, he said. So he wouldn't be working alone. Come on, out the back way.
But I know who's going
Shut
to
up
stay
and
here.
let's get out of here.
Don't see no lights on, Lefty.
Well, maybe Joe's went to bed, if he's there.
He didn't answer the phone when you called him.
Listen, Flippy, Johnny Dollar told me I should come down here and look for Joe myself. So come on, we'll see.
Well, whatever you say, Lefty. Only I thought that Johnny was coming down here himself to...
Huh? Hey, look, this door's open.
You look what I stepped on.
Joe, what happened there?
That ain't Joe. It's Johnny Dollar.
Johnny Hey, you're right, Flippy. Somebody must... Listen, get away. Oh, Johnny, it's me. It's me, Lefty. Lefty?
And me, Flippy.
Johnny, okay? You all right?
Yeah, Oh, holy... Who done this to you, Johnny?
Yeah, we'll murderize him. Hey, Flippy, turn on some lights.
Yeah, sure. What happened in here?
You know who done this to you, Johnny?
Yeah.
Yeah?
It was... Oh.
Hey, come here, Flippy. Help me lay him up on the sofa.
Sure, Lefty.
Easy.
Yeah, get it easy. Yeah. Here now. Yeah.
All right, now. Johnny, listen to me. Who, Johnny? Who?
Yeah, Johnny.
I can't believe it, but I could see him in the light from the street.
Who?
Joe.
What?
Joe Pigatello.
Smokey Pigatello done this to you?
Another guy with him. Called him Willie.
Willie the Lump?
Why? Why did he do it?
I don't know. Acted very strange when he came to the door.
But I don't get it. He was my pal. He was your pal.
And, Willie the Lump with him. That's what I don't get.
It means he's went back. That's what it means. He's went back to the old racket, dope smuggling.
No.
Yeah, him and Willie the Lump was partners in the old days.
But 20 years. Joe's been straight, Lefty. Like you and me and Bully Magoon.
Yeah, for 20 years, you and me and Bully, the only guns we ever used was for hunting, for killing snakes. But not no more.
What do you mean, Lefty?
Joe Pigatello done this to you, Johnny. Means only one thing. There's only one thing we can do.
No.
He's right, Johnny.
No, Lefty.
Yeah, Johnny. First we take you back to the plantation where you get all right again.
No, listen to me.
Then we find Joe Pigatello. Flip and Bully and me.
No.
And when we do... Huh?
Well, now, what are you punks doing here, huh?
Hey.
Joe.
That's right. Who'd you expect? What's the big idea?
All right, don't move. Because, Joe, I'm going to blast your head off.
Act 3 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, in a moment.
Do you know who said, every individual in society has certain powers, rights, and privileges which no other individual can justly abridge or destroy? Those words were written by Noah Webster, the man who compiled America's first great dictionary. Mr. Webster knew that if the country which he had seen come into being were to succeed, the rights of the individual have to be protected. Each person is entitled to certain basic rights, powers, and privileges which must not be taken away because of the whim of someone with greater power. In the United States, the individual is important regardless of his wealth, power, or position. The importance of the individual is closely linked to the American tradition. Remember the words of Noah Webster. They are part of your American heritage. The rights and privileges of the individual must be preserved.
And now, Act 3 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, and the Virtuous Mobster Matter.
To say the atmosphere was tense there in Joe Pigatello's office in Georgetown, South Carolina, would be the understatement of the week. After the beating I'd taken from the ex-gangster and one of his pals, my old friends Lefty and Flippy had come in and had found me there. And they couldn't understand why Joe had done this to me. Unless...
It means he's went back. That's what it means. Went back to the rackets.
Oh, Willie the Lump was with him.
Him and Willie was partners in the old days. Dope, narcotics.
So the two of them swore to get Joe. And then suddenly we looked up to see someone standing in the doorway.
It's Joe.
It was Joe Pigatello.
That's right. Now, who'd you expect? And what's the
All
big
right,
idea?
don't move. Because, Joe, I'm going to blast your head off.
Oh, now put that thing down, Lefty.
Don't move.
What is this, Flippy? A gag or something?
Is it a gag what you done to Johnny Dollar?
Huh? Johnny.
I said one move and I'll give it to you.
Johnny.
Turn around, Joe, or I'll shoot you in the back, you dirty...
What did they do to you, Johnny?
Listen, Joe.
Lefty. Flippy, I'll kill you for this.
What are you talking about, you dirty
Wait,
rat?
wait, Lefty.
Johnny's my pal. Like you used to be before you went back in the rackets.
Went back in the racket?
Yeah, with that dope hound with Willie the Lump.
What do you know about Willie the Lump?
Plenty. Now that you're back with him.
You're crazy.
It's no good, Joe, because Johnny recognized you. You and Willie the Lump when you waked him over.
And I tell you that I had
20 years, you and Bully and Flippy and me, we showed we could do it straight. We could be respectable. Me and the boys at the plantation, you down here. But now you spoiled it. You ruined it for all of us.
Look, will you listen?
So don't move.
We made a deal. You and me and the boys. 20 years ago. If anybody slips, anybody breaks up our respectable life, he gotta go. Was that the deal?
Yeah, that was the deal. But you don't know what you're talking about when you say I'm going back
All right, so you lousy scum, you not only go back, you do this to Johnny Dollar. My friend, the guy who believed in us.
Lefty.
So for that, you gotta go.
Lefty, listen.
Now, Joe. Right.
Lefty. Give me your gun, Lefty.
No, Johnny. That was the deal.
You ever use a gun on a man, you'll go up for the rest of your life.
Johnny, it's for you. I'm killing him.
Hand it over, Lefty. Okay, thanks. You see, it wasn't Joe who worked me over.
What?
I thought it was. It looked like him. It sounded like him.
Then it was him.
Look at his hands, his face, his clothes. Is this the man I fought with in here 5 minutes ago? Sure, maybe I did get the worst of it with 2 of them on top of me. But believe me, I cut them up some, too.
He's right, Lefty.
Yeah, but then I don't... Look, if it wasn't him... The twin.
You're right, Lefty. It must be the twin.
The twin here?
All right, boys. Let me in on it, too, will you?
Shep Larko, the twin they called him. That's what the law called him. Call him and Joe the twins. Because they looked like each other. They talked like each other. There was always the alibi for each other.
But what's Shep Larko doing here?
I can't tell you, Flippy. Not yet.
All right, Joe. All right. I believe you about not working over Johnny here. Because of what he says about you and me, it must up. But if you and Shep are back in the racket...
I'm not, Lefty. That's straight.
No? All right, then tell me. Where you been?
I can't tell you.
3-4 weeks now, we don't know where you are. The insurance company don't know where you are. Well?
I can't tell you. Now listen.
Oh, you listen.
You listen. If Shep and Willie have been here, they'll be coming back.
Why?
Yeah, Joe. Why?
I can't tell you. I can't tell you. All right. Listen.
We're listening, Joe.
The Secret Service.
Huh?
Well, after those killings up in Baltimore.
During that smuggling job?
Yeah, Johnny. They knew the twins, Shep Larko and Willie. Well, the boys in Washington knew they did it. But they didn't know where to find them.
Well, go on, Joe.
So they spread the word. The Secret Service spread the word. That I knew where Shep and Willie were. That I would lead them to them.
You knew where they was, huh?
No, but the law boys knew that'd flush them out. Get Shep and Willie out looking for me. Gunning for me.
And the Secret Service didn't keep you undercover?
Yeah, until today, back in Washington.
But I talked to you on your phone right here.
Oh, the line was rigged through to Washington.
You said until today, Joe.
Yeah, because Shep and Willie didn't show. The law boys had to make them show.
So then they sent you here as living bait?
Yeah.
And they passed the word that you'd be here?
That's it, Johnny. That's why Shep and Willie were waiting here when you came. That's why they'll come back now that I'm here.
Boy, you stuck your neck out for the sake of going straight.
I couldn't help myself. The Secret Service rigged it on me. Guy named Phillips. But now you're all in it. So, Flippy, turn out the lights.
Yeah, and let's get out of here. No.
What?
Oh, listen, we was crooks, but never killers. But it's killers that's coming to get Joe.
What do you mean, Lefty?
But they won't. And they won't get you, Johnny.
Sorry, Lefty, I can't move.
But then we're staying. For you and Joe.
Yeah, right.
So turn out the lights, Flippy.
You're too late, boys.
Shep.
The twin.
That's right. Your old pal, Shep Larko. Keep a rat on him, Willie.
Don't worry, Shep.
Investigator, huh, Dollar? Only at Secret Service, ain't it?
Is it?
I knew we should have killed you when we had you, Dollar. But we thought these boys driving up was reinforcements. Ha! Reinforcements. We should have known the Secret Service wasn't that bright. All right, Willie, frisk him while I keep this gun on him.
Sure. Don't none of you try nothing.
Not Dollar. We got his gun.
Oh, okay.
Just what do you intend doing, Shep?
They're clean, Shep.
What do you think? All right, Joe gets it first. Put your gun up close so it don't make no noise. Go ahead, Willie.
Yeah.
Whew. Oh, you got them both. And I thought you couldn't move.
Yeah, boy.
Thanks, Johnny. Thanks.
Thank Lefty for giving me his gun when I asked for it, Joe. Oh. Hey, look. Any of you guys know a good doctor? Yeah, I've said it before and I say it again. In this insurance business, you never know what you'll run into. Expense account total, including a flock of medical expenses and the trip back to Hartford, $174 even. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, originates in Hollywood and is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone, who also wrote today's story. Heard in our cast were Gene Tatum, Jack Crucian, Les Tremaine, Billy Hallett, Frank Gerstle, and Gil Stratton, Jr. Be sure to join us next week, same time and station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. This is Roy Rowan speaking.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, has been a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Mystery is my hobby. This story began only last week. Inspector Nodan and I had settled down for a friendly game of chess at the Lamplighters Club when... Well, Inspector, I guess we have a free evening ahead of us for a change.
That's all right with me. Which do you want, the black or white?
White. And I feel pretty sharp tonight. I hope you're on your toes.
Don't worry about me. Okay, go ahead and move.
Very well. I'll jump my knight over here.
Huh?
Mm-hmm.
You been reading some books or something? Never saw you open like that before.
Variety, Inspector. Variety is a spice of life, haven't you heard?
Yeah, I heard all right, and here it comes now.
Here comes what, Inspector?
Variety in the form of Jimmy the page boy. I knew something like this would happen.
Telephone for Mr. Drake.
Okay, Jimmy.
I'll plug it in here if you want.
Thank you, Jimmy. Here you are.
Thanks, Mr. Drake.
This telephone gag is beginning to get monotonous.
Yes, Barton Drake speaking.
Drake, this is Fred Chambers. 327 at St. Andrew's Circle.
Yes?
Here it comes.
I'd like you to come out right away, if you will. My wife has just shot herself.
Shot herself? But look here, why don't you call a doctor and...
There is a doctor already here. In his opinion, my wife was murdered.
Oh, I see. Then, of course, the police have been notified.
Police? That's me. What's all this about?
The police have not been notified yet, Mr. Drake. You see, Dr. Morrissey and the others think that I murdered my wife.
Think that you murdered your...
You will find this a most interesting case, Drake. Most interesting. Solve it and you'll be mailed a check for $10,000.
I can assure you that $10,000 interests me very much, Mr. Chambers, but I don't suppose you are guilty of the crime.
It's going to appear as though I am, Drake. Even to you. That's why I'm offering you $10,000 to prove that I didn't do it. Goodbye, Drake.
Well, that's strange.
What's strange? Who's been murdered? Who was that calling? Let me in on the deal, will you?
It was a man named Fred Chambers, Inspector. He said his wife had just shot herself. And the doctor who examined her believed that he, Chambers, murdered her.
Is that strange?
Yes. I had the impression that Chambers didn't believe I could or would prove him innocent of the crime.
Maybe he isn't innocent.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he did murder her. Say, that's an angle. He knocked her off. Someone suspected him. He offered you $10,000 to prove him innocent. I know a lot of guys that paid $10,000 if they could shoot their wives.
No, Inspector. I think you're on the wrong track. Oddly enough, I think Chambers is innocent.
It doesn't add up, Bart, my boy. If the guy is innocent, he shouldn't be running away.
Maybe he isn't running away, Inspector. Suppose we stop guessing and we get out to Chambers' home. You know, I have a feeling we're going to have a surprise waiting for us.
Yeah, it'll take a lot to surprise me after working with you for the past 10 years. Okay, let's go.
This is it, Inspector.
Yeah, you can see the house number from here.
I wish we could see the future as clearly as we can see that sign.
Huh? Yeah. Say, it looks as if they were having a party.
Yes, at least the place is brilliantly lighted. Well, we'll know in a minute. Push the door bell, will you, Inspector?
Yeah.
Good evening. Good evening. I'm Barton Drake. This is Inspector Noah Denton.
Oh? The police?
Oh, is something wrong? We're not sure yet. We'd like to see Mr. Fred Chambers, please.
Come in, Fred. Fred is upstairs with his wife at the moment.
Thank you.
Upstairs with his wife, is he?
Yes, Maxine, Mrs. Chambers, has been ill for some time. I am Dr. Joel Morrissey, her physician.
I see. Will you be good enough to show her to...
Oh, there you are, Gretchen. You and Dorothy come over here, please.
More callers, Joel? I hope one of them can play bridge.
Just an innocent little group looking for someone to make up a foursome.
Yes. Gretchen, I want you to meet Barton Drake and Inspector Noah Danton. Gentlemen, my wife.
How do you do, Mrs. Morrissey?
Hello.
Barton Drake. Oh, how exciting. Dorothy, did you hear? It's Barton Drake, the criminologist. Yes, I heard. I wonder...
This is Miss Dorothy Winters. We're all old friends of Fred and Maxine.
Good evening, Mr. Drake.
Miss Winters?
You must have a reason for coming here at this time of night, Mr. Drake. Is something wrong?
That's the second time we've been asked that question. The answer is we don't know yet.
Oh, this is exciting. Well, of course, you must suspect that something wrong. I mean, you must.
You won't be disappointed there, lady.
Dr. Morrissey, how long ago did Mr. Chambers go up to see his wife?
Oh, about an hour ago, I should judge.
Mm-hmm.
Why?
It's been gone an hour, And none of you wondered what had detained him? Is he in the habit of asking guests to play bridge and then leave them to shift for themselves?
Aren't you being a bit prying, Mr. Drake?
Yeah, that's our business, lady.
I'm afraid you don't understand, Mr. Drake. We're all old friends of Fred. His wife has been confined to her bed for several months. Frequently, she calls, and Fred goes and sits with her. It's the least he can do.
I see. Being a doctor, I should think that you would also go to your patient when she calls, Dr. Morrissey.
Isn't he clever?
It's an angle, lady. Drake never overlooks him.
It isn't that Maxine is in pain, Mr. Drake. She merely wants company. I'd only be in the way.
I see. What's the nature of her illness, Dr. Morrissey?
She has leukemia.
I object to all these questions. You two men have no right to come in here.
That may be true, Miss Winters, but for the moment, however, we'll have to override your objections. Dr. Morrissey, which room is occupied by Mrs. Chambers?
I'll take you up.
I prefer if you didn't. Professor Danton and I can find our own way.
Well, I like that. Joel, you do no such thing. Dorothy, do you want to spoil the most exciting thing that's happened to any of us in here? The first room to the left at the top of the stairs, Mr. Drake.
Thank you. Come along, Inspector.
I'm not tolerating this. Joel, stop them.
I think it best to let them go, Dorothy. It will be time enough to demand apologies.
Say, Bart, that Winters babe acts as though she owns the place.
Perhaps she expects to, after tonight.
Huh? Oh, I get it. Wedding bells, eh? You think maybe she...
Let's not jump to conclusions, Inspector. We don't even know that Mrs. Chambers is dead yet. That might have been a phony call I received back at the club. This must be the room here.
Jumping Judas. If that's Mrs. Chambers lying there on the bed, there's nothing phony about what's happened to her.
No, she's quite dead. Shot to the heart. Well, so far, things are happening just as Fred Chambers described.
Happening as he described. He said they'd already happened.
Yes, that's true. Chambers also said that Dr. Morrissey would call this murder.
Yeah, that's right. And Chambers said he would be accused of the murder.
But that Mrs. Chambers shot herself.
If she shot herself, where's the gun? She was shot through the heart. She couldn't have hidden it.
That's good reasoning, Inspector. Let's look around a bit. And afterwards, we'll let Dr. Morrissey examine the body.
A good idea. If he calls it murder like Chambers did, then we'll know something. Or will we?
I think we'll know more after Medical Examiner Ryan gives his report, Inspector. Inspector, Chambers said we'd find this a most interesting case. And you know, I'm inclined to agree with him.
Dorothy, in heaven's name, will you stop that endless pacing back and forth? Makes me nervous.
Oh, I'm nervous, too. What in the world are they doing up there? Are you worried, darling? Worried? Why would I be worried? Yes, search me. Unless it's because Maxine and Fred might affect a reconciliation and you'll never get to marry the guy. Oh, for goodness sakes, Gretchen, don't be so vulgar. Vulgar, she says. Darling, you're wonderful.
Fred was gone an unusually long time. I wonder if it had anything to do with the Rembrandt.
The what?
Nothing. I was just thinking.
Oh, Joel, for heaven's sake, forget that old painting.
Forget it? I'm not apt to. If anything's happened to Fred, I might not be able to collect my just debts.
Just debts? What in the world are you talking about? Oh, Joel, he won that painting that hangs in Maxine's room from Fred at poker the other night. Fred asked Joel if he'd leave it hanging there until... The Rembrandt? Fred lost it at poker? Oh, that can't be true. Fred would never gamble with that painting. He prizes it more than anything he possesses.
Well, he did gamble with it, and I won it. I have witnesses. He promised to give it to me as soon as Maxine...
As soon as she dies. Oh, why don't you say it, for goodness sake? And who cares about the old picture anyhow?
Gretchen, it's a pity you don't know more about art. That original is worth thousands of dollars.
Oh, thousands of dollars? What nonsense. Well, a 5 and dime store... But it is worth thousands. Fred's told me so a dozen times. Really? And just who would pay...
I'm sorry to keep you folks waiting.
Oh, I should think you would be. Who were the people who came and left our house by the back way? While you can find us in this room. Does Fred know what's going on? I'd like to see it at once.
One question at a time, please. The people who came and left by the back way were Medical Examiner Ryan and his assistant.
Medical Examiner Ryan?
That's right.
Now, look here, Drake. I'm Maxine's physician.
That's why Mr. Chambers, Miss Winters. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you.
Well, where is he, for goodness sake?
I haven't the remotest idea.
Oh, nonsense. Drake, what's this all about? What's happened? What brought you here in the first place?
That is something I think you will help me find the answer to, Dr. Morrissey.
I? What are you talking about?
Maxine Chambers is dead. She was shot through the heart more than 2 hours ago.
Maxine murdered? Oh, why, that's incredible. Who could possibly want to kill her?
Did I say she was murdered, Dr. Morrissey?
Oh, why, what that is,
How very clever of you, Mr. Drake. Yes, how very clever. I suppose that's what you call a trap.
You can call it what you like, Mrs. Morrissey. Well, Doctor?
You tricked me into saying that, Drake. You implied that she'd been murdered. You put the words in my mouth.
No, Doctor. Fred Chambers put the words into your mouth. He called this evening and said his wife had been shot. He said that you would call it murder, Dr. Morrissey. Why do you suppose he said that?
Fred called you?
Hmm?
Well, that's a lie. How could he? He was here with us all evening.
You all admitted earlier that none of you had seen him for an hour after he went upstairs to see his wife.
Then it must have been Fred who shot her. That's it. He shot her, then escaped down the back way and called you. He figured that you would charge me with the murder because I had a motive.
That's interesting. What was your motive, Dr. Morrissey?
I'd won an original Rembrandt that he owned at poker. And there was a stipulation that I was to leave the painting hanging in Maxine's room as long as she lived.
I see. And being Maxine's physician, you knew she would live a long time, so you hurried things along?
Now, that's not true. You can't arrest me on such flimsy evidence. Dorothy had a motive just as strong, if not stronger than I.
Oh?
Joe Morrissey, how dare you say such a thing?
I'm saying it to protect myself, if you want to know. You were going to marry Fred as soon as Maxine was gone. Perhaps you decided to hurry things along.
Despicable of you to even think such a thing.
Well, you had your chance, darling. You went upstairs to powder your nose just before these policemen arrived.
Well, so did you, Gretchen Morrissey. You were gone a full 15 minutes. And Joel went up to get a package of cigarettes out of his coat. We all had a chance if it comes to that.
Well, this is an interesting case. I wonder what you're all going to say when we determine whose fingerprints are on the gun.
You found the gun?
Oh, yes, we found it. It was lodged between the bureau and the wall. Evidently, the person who put it there stupidly thought it wouldn't be found. What are you looking so frightened about, Doctor?
Was the gun, was it an old hammer-action antique revolver?
Yes, as a matter of fact, it was.
Oh, my goodness.
Well, at least you all seem familiar with the lethal weapon.
Yes, we're all familiar with it.
Well, you see, Fred bought that gun today in an antique shop. He showed it to us when we first arrived. We all handled it. And when Fred went upstairs in response to Maxine's call, he took it with him.
Then that means... By Jove, that means that Fred must have murdered her. He deliberately got our fingerprints.
Oh, come in, Inspector.
Bart, you weren't kidding when you said this was a strange case.
Something unusual turned up, Inspector?
Plenty. There were only 2 sets of fingerprints on the gun. One was Mrs. Chambers.
The other must have been Fred.
Why? A minute ago, you were deliberately accusing Fred of getting all of our prints on the gun.
Wait a minute, lady. Wait a minute. There were 2 shots fired, and both of them went through Mrs. Chambers' heart.
2 shots?
Yeah, 2 shots. Only it's a funny thing. There was only one exploded shell in the gun.
By Jove.
Well, Doctor?
It's as clear as crystal.
Oh?
Fred and Maxine were quarreling. I heard them when I went up to get my cigarettes. Fred must have shot her twice. He started to reload and heard me coming along the hall. He had time only to get one fresh cartridge into the breech and then ran out onto the balcony and jumped to the ground.
That, Dr. Miles, is not very clever. Chambers didn't have time to shove home the second cartridge, but he did have time to wedge the gun behind the bureau? Is that what you're trying to say?
Well, yes.
I think we're going to find that Mrs. Chambers was killed by someone who's in this house right now.
Bart, what the heck are you hunting for in that wastebasket? What are you doing in this bedroom anyhow?
Well, this is the bedroom that Fred Chambers occupied, Inspector, and I'm looking for... Oh, here it is.
Here's what? Looks to me like an ordinary piece of wrapping paper.
Exactly what it is, Inspector. It's the paper that the gun was wrapped in. Yep. Here's the name of the antique shop. The Old Antique Shop, 521 Washington Place.
So, now what do we do?
Call them up, Inspector. Ask if they provided an extra cartridge when they sold Chambers that revolver. I have a hunch that the manufacturers long ago discontinued making ammunition of that particular caliber, but still it is possible that...
But for God's sake, you don't think that Mrs. Chambers' murderer actually stopped to reload?
You can't pass up any bets, Inspector, especially when we know that both those bullets came from the old hammer-action revolver.
How could they both have come from it? Even if the rifling is the same, it just doesn't make sense.
That's right, Inspector. It doesn't make sense. The only logical answer is... an extra cartridge that would fit that antique gun.
All right, but I still think... Hey, what are you doing here standing outside this door?
I'm sorry, sir. I was just about to knock.
I'll bet eavesdropping. Come on in here.
Very good, sir.
Well, and who have you got there, Inspector?
I don't know yet. What's your name, Junior? Come on, speak up. What were you doing listening outside that door? Well, are you going to talk?
I am, sir, if you'll give me a chance.
Yeah. Are you going to tell us who you are, or do we have to beat it out of you?
I'm quite willing
Oh,
to.
so you won't talk, eh? Okay, Junior. What? Did you say something, Bart?
I wonder if you'd make that telephone call to the antique shop.
Telephone call now? But look, this eavesdropper...
I'll question the eavesdropper. You make the telephone call.
Huh?
Mm-hmm.
Well, okay. Only if he won't talk, just let me know.
Thank you, Mr. Drake. My name is Edwards. I'm Mr. Chambers' manservant.
I see. Where have you been all evening, Edwards?
I was at my sister's.
Oh?
Today was my day off. I just returned a few minutes ago. Dr. Morrissey told me of the terrible thing that had happened. I'd like to offer my services.
Services?
Yes, I'm a bit of an amateur sleuth, if you'll pardon my saying so.
Is that a fact? Didn't know it was loaded, eh? Okay, thanks. You were right, Bart. The antique shop had a record of the sale. There wasn't any extra bullets. The shop owner didn't even know the gun was loaded.
That rather complicates things, doesn't it,
Puts
Inspector?
us right back where we started. Has Junior here decided to talk?
Oh, Inspector, this is Edwards, Mr. Chambers' manservant, and he's a bit of a sleuth.
Really? Well, a sleuth's just what we need. You and I aren't getting any place.
Mr. Drake, would you mind letting me see the 2 bullets that came from the gun?
Not at all. Show him the bullets, Inspector.
Okay, here you are, Bub.
Thank you, sir.
Say, Bart, come over here a minute, will you?
Yes, Inspector. What?
I don't get this. How do we know but he's the guy who murdered...
Not so loud, not so loud. What if Edwards overheard you say that?
Well, what if he did? Who cares? Listen, maybe he's got a motive.
He has, Inspector. He's got the best motive of them all.
What the devil are you talking
Never
about?
mind, I'll explain later. Just take your cue from me, and I'll guarantee to have this case solved within an hour. At last, we've got something definite to go on.
Something definite?
Well, Edwards, you find something interesting?
Indeed, I have, sir. Look here.
Look where?
Here, at these bullets. See their peculiar shape? Both of them are flat on one end only.
That means anything, Edwards?
But it does, you see it.
Nonsense. You're trying to make something out of nothing.
Now, wait a minute, Bart. Now,
Inspector, I'm surprised. When will you learn that these amateurs are all alike?
I beg your pardon,
That's quite
sir.
all right, Edwards. Now, I want you to go downstairs and to tell our 3 guests to come up here at once.
But, sir, if you'll just let me...
I'm sorry, old man. You've wasted enough of our time already.
Now, you look here.
That's enough. Are you going to do as I ask, or will I have to put you out forcibly?
Very well, Mr. Drake.
Thank you.
All I can say is, whoever assigned you to this case was a fool.
Well, Inspector, that does it. At last, we've solved the strangest case we've ever been asked to handle.
We have, eh?
Mm-hmm.
Bart, you know what I think?
Now what?
I think you've suddenly gone crazy.
Oh, come, Inspector.
First, you won't let me ask the guy any questions. Then you won't let him talk when he figures something out. What do you mean we got this case solved?
Coincidence, Inspector. Everything is based on coincidence. Haven't you wondered why nobody claimed to hear the shot that killed Mrs. Chambers?
Yeah, that's right. I wonder why I didn't think that.
Coincidence again, Inspector. Chambers had gone to his wife's room. He left the door open. He was probably telling his wife that he had to give the Rembrandt painting to Marcy.
Now, wait a minute. You're not going to tell me he heard someone coming along the hall and slammed the door.
That's precisely what I'm going to tell you, Inspector. He slammed it. Exactly as Edward slammed the door in this room a moment ago.
Now, look, Bart, wait.
Coincidence, Inspector. Coincidence. But in a moment, coincidence is going to begin working again.
Jumping Judas, what's that?
That's it, Inspector. That's coincidence. Come on.
Lucy, hurry up. Hurry up. I'm coming.
Well, what are you coming up here for, ladies? Where's your husband, Mrs. Marcy?
I don't know. He came up here. We heard a crash and someone yelled.
Yeah, and I got a hunch that the guy who yelled was Doc Morrissey. What did he come up here for? We told you all to stay in the library.
Well, Joe was nervous. He wanted to talk to Mr. Drake. That's not true. Gretchen, it's about time we began telling the truth.
That's a good idea, Miss Withers. Suppose you start.
I will. Joel came up to get the Rembrandt painting. That's a lie. He only wanted to make sure that it was still here.
And that means he's in Mrs. Chambers' bedroom. Come on, Bart.
I'm right with you, Inspector.
Here we are. Darkest pitch inside.
Yes, where the light switches on that right-hand wall.
Yeah, I got it.
What?
Oh.
Hey, there's Doc Morrissey on the floor.
What happened? Joel. Is he dead?
No, knocked out is all. He'll be all right.
Joel, darling, speak to me.
Yes, what happened?
Suppose you tell us, Doc.
Give him a chance, can't you? He's hurt.
Take all the time you want. Just keep him here, that's all. Hey, Bart, what are you doing over there?
Oh, just checking the windows, Inspector. Is the doctor all right?
Yeah, he's okay. Say, look, those windows...
All locked, Inspector. You feeling better, Dr. Marcy?
Yes, I'm all right.
Shall I have Edwards get you something?
Edwards?
Mm-hmm.
Well, who in the world is Edwards?
Who is he? You were talking with him a little while ago. It was you who told him what happened to Mrs. Chambers.
Nonsense. We've talked to no one all evening.
Exactly. Dr. Marcy, did you recognize the man who attacked you when you came up here to steal the painting?
Steal it? Now, look here, Drake.
Fine. I see you didn't recognize him. Inspector, let me see those bullets that were taken from Mrs. Chambers' body.
Bullets? Oh, yeah, here they are.
Thank you. Now, please notice that one has been flattened on the pointed end and the other on the firing end.
Well, what does that prove?
That, Dr. Morrissey, is the answer to our very strange case.
Well, I wish you'd explain how it answers anything.
Gladly. A long time ago, the revolver which was used to kill Mrs. Chambers was fired, and the bullet became lodged in the barrel.
Say, that's the answer, Bart. When the gun was fired the second time, it knocked out the first bullet, and both of them penetrated Mrs. Chambers' heart.
That's it, Inspector. The flattened ends of the two bullets prove it.
Oh, yes, maybe, but it doesn't prove who fired the gun.
I think it does, Doctor.
Who fired it?
Mrs. Chambers did. Chambers had wiped it off, handed it to her. She was examining the gun when Dr. Morrissey came along the hall.
Sure. Chambers knew that Morrissey was going to demand the painting, and he didn't want his wife to know he'd lost it playing poker.
Yes, Inspector, that's it. He slammed the door in Morrissey's face. Now, isn't that right, Doctor?
Well, yes, that part's right.
The slamming of the door startled Mrs. Chambers. The gun went off in her hand, killing her.
Wait a minute, Bart. Who hid the gun behind the bureau?
No one did. The terrific recoil of the two bullets knocked the gun out of Mrs. Chambers' hand, and it landed behind the bureau. Coincidence again, Inspector.
Well, I'll be a brown-eyed blonde. But look, why did Chambers take it on the lam?
Because he knew Morrissey had heard him and Mrs. Chambers quarreling. He knew his fingerprints would be found on the gun. He thought Morrissey had heard the shot, and he knew he was sunk.
Yeah, but I still don't.
After he got away, Chambers called me. Then he began thinking. He finally figured out what had happened.
Chambers figured it out?
Yes. He tried to tell us back in his own bedroom, but I wouldn't let him because I wanted to be positive that the man who called himself Edwards was Fred Chambers.
What?
He proved it when he caught Morrissey trying to steal his painting. Inspector, open up that closet door and ask Fred Chambers to step out, will you?
Say, Bart.
Yes, Inspector.
Decent of Chambers to let us spend the night here, wasn't it?
Did you wake me up to tell me that?
Well, no, I was wondering.
Wondering what, Inspector?
How did you know that Edwards was Chambers?
I guess.
Now, listen, don't tell me.
Well, of course, my guesswork was backed up by the fact that I thought it strange Edwards or Chambers should call us both by name when he never met us.
Oh, I see.
Also, the fact that he asked to see both the bullets.
Huh? So he did. Yeah. Then he claimed he was a bit of a sleuth. Tried to sell us the idea that sleuthing was his hobby.
On the contrary, Inspector, I think he tried to sell us the idea that he knew that...
Yeah, go ahead and say it.
Mystery is my hobby.
Johnny Dollar.
Mr. Dollar, this is Herbert Lynn, State Unity Life, Denver, Colorado.
Mr. Lynn?
I wonder if you're free to come out here and see me right away.
Well, now, let me see.
I hope so. What's more, I can promise you a handsome fee, in addition to your expense account, of course, whether my fears are justified or not.
Fears of what, Mr. Lynn? What seems to be the trouble?
A murder, Mr. Dollar,
Oh?
that has not yet been committed.
I see, but you think will be,
I must confess that I alone anticipate it, or at least an attempt at it. I hope that you can somehow forestall any such attempt.
Well, I can certainly try.
Fine.
I'll grab the first plane.
The CBS Radio Network brings you Mandel Kramer and the exciting adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the State Unity Life Insurance Company, Denver, Colorado office. Following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the old-fashioned murder matter. Expense account item 1, $111.45 airfare. The first plane to make the right connections didn't pull out of Hartford until late in the afternoon, so it was close to midnight by the time we sat down at Stapleton Field on the outskirts of the mile-high city of Denver. In spite of the time of year, the mountain air was cold, crisp, and clear. It was well after midnight by the time a cab,
and that's item 2, 6 hours even, dropped me off at the famous old Brown Palace Hotel. I got myself a comfortable room and hit the sack, then first thing in the morning I dropped in on Mr. Herbert Lynn at the State Unity office in one of the big new buildings in Mile High Center.
I suggest you rent a car, Mr. Dollar, because this client of ours lives in Green Mountain Falls. That's a small settlement down just west of Colorado Springs, Manitou Springs, that section.
Oh, I know the place well, Mr. Lynn.
Oh, do you?
Mm-hmm. Back in the summer of 58. I spent a couple of weeks fishing out of the Lucky Four Ranch with my old pal Ray Schmisney.
Ray, what did you say?
Schmisney. Believe it or not, that name's a lot easier to say than to spell.
I'm sure it is. Now, this client's name is Howard Hartzell.
Yes?
He's 73 years old, Mr. Dollar, and at one time was quite wealthy, which explains his insurance policy for nearly $250,000.
And you think somebody wants to murder him?
Yes, I could almost say I'm certain of it.
Who, Mr. Lynn, and why?
One or all three of his beneficiaries, or at least two of them.
Want to tell me who they are?
Well, to begin with, Clara Johnson, a niece. School teacher in Colorado Springs. 45, I'd say. And about as mean, selfish, and grasping an old maid as I've ever seen.
Mm-hmm.
When she found out about her uncle's insurance policy, she immediately wanted to know why she wasn't made the sole beneficiary. Mr. Hartzell had quite a time with her.
What does Clara teach?
High school chemistry. Then there's another niece, Bonnie. She's young, smart, good-looking, married to a plumber by the name of Harry Briggs. Also lives in Colorado Springs. They have no children and manage to make a living of sorts.
Now, you have the addresses of these people?
Yes, right here. I've listed them on a slip of paper for you. Here you are.
Good, thank you.
And finally, as you see, there's Tony Johnson, a nephew.
In Manitou Springs, it says here.
Yes. Tony inherited quite a bit of money from his own family and went through it in less than a year. You know, big parties, expensive cars and girls and so on. And he's now working as a bartender in some cheap saloon there in Manitou Springs. Lazy, no-good wastrel, Dollar.
In other words, if something does happen in your book, he'll be number one suspect.
Yes, and I pride myself in having a sort of instinct in such matters.
Which of the two girls, the nieces, would you put next?
Well, if there were any reason to suspect anyone else, I should say Clara. I'm sure that when you see Bonnie and talk to her, you'll realize that she couldn't even think in terms of murder. What's that?
Oh, excuse the chuckle. I suppose if all the stuff you read in detective stories means anything, then Bonnie is the one I should suspect.
Didn't you hear me, sir?
If only because she apparently is above suspicion.
You'll see for yourself.
But suspect of what? Has there been any actual attempt to murder Mr. Hartzell?
Twice, Mr. Hartzell was narrowly missed by a car that bore down on him as he was crossing the highway in front of his place.
Mr. Lynn, you're talking about Route 24 that cuts through Ute Pass there at Green Mountain Falls?
I am.
Good grief, as I remember the traffic on that main highway.
Howard Hartzell is absolutely certain that each time the car tried to run down, and it was the same car each time.
Well...
Then, early one morning, a small caliber bullet plunged through the window of his living room, missed him by only a couple of feet.
Might be a careless hunter.
Then there was a mysterious fire at his home. In the middle of the night, Dollar. If a passing motorist hadn't seen it...
Even so.
And Mr. Hartzell was confined to his bed at the time. Well, he wouldn't have stood a chance. Incidentally, there's another thing.
What's that, sir?
His health recently.
After all, I believe you did say he was 73.
But up until recently, as healthy a specimen as you could... Why, if I'm in as good shape when I reach that age as he is, or rather was...
What's been the trouble?
I tell you, Dollar, that whatever's ailed him has been too all-fired mysterious.
Hasn't he had a doctor?
That's another thing. That ancient family doctor of his, Dr. Easterday.
What about him?
Well, if you ask me, his name ought to be Yesterday. He should have quit practice 20 years ago. But he's the only one that Hartzell will have. Matter of fact, Doc Easterday is living there with him now, to protect Hartzell, he says.
Oh?
Yes, and I suppose I must give the old pill pusher credit for that anyway.
How do you mean?
Well, I'm not the only one who feels that Hartzell's life is in danger, that those things that have happened weren't accidental. Now, that fire didn't come from any greasy rags.
Is that what the fire department said?
Yes, but I don't believe it.
Tell me, is Mr. Hartzell sick right now?
Well, right now he's on the mend from this last attack of, well, whatever it is. Liver ailment, says old Easterday. I think he was poisoned.
Have these nieces and the nephew been to see him recently?
Not since the doc moved in there, believe me. And that's been a couple of months now. He's allowed them absolutely no contact whatever with his uncle.
Well, if they've had no contact with him, How could they poison him?
That's what you've got to find out, Dollar. And find out which one and bring him to justice.
Him, you say?
Of course. It has to be that no-account nephew, Tony. But just because there's no reason to suspect her, I suppose you'll go to work on Bonnie.
Mr. Lynn, I think you're making a couple of mountains or two out of a molehill.
Oh, you do?
But as long as I'm here, I'll look in on these folks you've mentioned.
Now remember one thing, Dollar. If I'm right...
If?
And I'm sure I am...
Well?
Whoever would plan the murder of the uncle would be only too glad to get you out of the way.
Mr. Lynn had given me a good idea, possibly a dangerous one. It was simply to make no bones about who I was, why I'd come out here, why I wanted to see and talk with them. The nieces and nephew, I mean. Then, if one of them did try to make a fast move, get me out of the picture, I'd be on guard. It was a pretty sure way of knowing who was up to something. Item 3, $1.95 worth of phone calls to tell the relatives and the old man that I was on my way to... Item 4, $50 deposit on a rental car. I'd like to have stopped off at the U.S. Mint there in Denver, one of the largest in the country, to see if they were handing out any free samples, but instead I headed south on 87 past the big new Air Force Academy into Colorado Springs. Clara Johnson, the older niece, lived in a tiny 3 or 4 room house badly in need of repair on a side street off Cascade Avenue. Fortunately, for pretty obvious reasons, the interview was a short one.
Ridiculous, that's all. Utterly ridiculous.
Now, Miss Johnson...
I mean that Uncle Howard, the old fool, should have included those other two in his will, in his insurance. Positively indecent.
Well, tell me, does your uncle have much of an estate besides the insurance?
No, not anymore. But do you know how much that insurance is?
I have a pretty good idea.
Nearly $250,000. And do you know what that would mean to me? To me, who's worked and struggled along all these years alone. I could give up this miserable teaching of those nasty, unappreciative brats at the high school. I could travel, go abroad, enjoy myself for a change, the way I deserve to after all these years.
Now, don't you think that Tony and Bonnie...
Oh, look at Bonnie. She has that young husband to take care of her, give her everything she wants, or at least most everything. And she's pretty. She has a nice figure, and do you think that Tony deserves anything?
Miss Johnson.
After the way he went through the fortune that his father left him. He does not.
Well, nonetheless...
Saloon keeper, that's what he is. And always getting into scrapes for those gangsters that hang around that dive where he works. It's disgusting.
Miss Johnson.
I'm the one who deserves that money. All of it.
Clara.
If only that old miser would die before it's too late, before I get too old. But he keeps on living just to spite me.
Too bad you can't help him along then, isn't it?
I don't wish I could, Mr. Dollar. Believe me, if I could find some way to... Oh, no, I didn't mean that.
Didn't you?
No, I shouldn't have said such a thing.
Well, I'm afraid you did. Thanks very much, Miss Johnson.
Now, wait. I didn't mean that the way it sounded.
Bye. My next stop along the way was at Harry Briggs' plumbing shop. Bonnie was there holding down the store while her husband was out on the job, and she was pretty. Although it always kind of stops me a little when I see a girl working on her makeup over a business desk.
And I was so glad when you phoned to say that you're here to kind of look out for Uncle Howard. Oh, I called Tony and told him you'd be seeing him, too. Here. I look better now?
Oh, you look like a million.
Well, thanks, Johnny. Gee, you're cute for a private eye.
Oh, thank you, ma'am.
No derby, no cigar in the corner of your mouth. Just a real good-looking guy. Only I shouldn't talk like that, should I?
Well, I'm afraid flattery will get you nowhere.
Oh, darn.
Tell me, did you mean that you two have been worried about your uncle?
Well, of course, after those cars that almost killed him and that fire at the posterior of his house and these sicknesses he's been having one after the other. Oh, I'm sure that Dr. Easterday is doing all he can for him, but much as Harry needs me around here, business isn't too good these days, and I feel I ought to be out there taking care of Uncle Howard, nursing him. It isn't as if I didn't know how.
Would he have you?
No. No, he wouldn't, Johnny. I'm afraid he thinks that all Clara and Tony and I keep hoping is that he'll die and leave us that insurance.
And isn't that true?
Should I lie and say no? Of course, we'll be glad to get that money, all of us, at the proper time.
completely forthright and frank, and I must admit I was well impressed. Maybe Herbert Lynn was a good judge of character. He was certainly right about Tony there in the cheap bar and grill over in Manitou Springs. This was a character I didn't like immediately. Short, thin, hair plastered down with nervous hands and shifty eyes set close together. As we stood there behind the bar talking, with Tony claiming only undying affection for poor Uncle Howard, another man came in and stood by, as though waiting for Tony's signal to rough me up. Yeah, Mr. Lynn was right, all right. I wouldn't have trusted Tony as far as I could throw the Empire State Building.
Sure, Dollar. If you can figure some way to knock off the old man. Well, I know 3 of us would be glad to cut you in on that nice fat hunk of insurance. What good is he living out the rest of his days? Sick half the time.
Maybe you'd like to help him along,
You think I wouldn't, wise guy, if I thought I could get away with it?
Don't pull any boo-boos, Tony.
Don't worry, buddy. I'm too smart.
Or all talk.
Hey, Tony, give me a drink.
Hey, look, I got to get ready for the afternoon train, huh?
Go ahead. Maybe I'll see you later.
Sure. Any old time. Usual, Eddie?
The important thing now was to see Mr. Hartzell and the old family doctor at Green Mountain Falls. I walked around to the back of the saloon, got into my car, then turned on the ignition. But in that brief moment before the starter took hold, I heard a buzzing under the hood, a sound that I knew only too well. That car had been wired. I jumped out and ran, almost too late. By the time the smoke cleared away from the carefully set explosion, I was blocks away at another car rental agency. I knew that Tony would be even further away, if, that is, he was the one who planted the bomb. So item 6 is another $50 deposit on another rental job. I sped up to Green Mountain Falls, then, to keep the date I'd promised over the phone. In answer to my knock on the small 2-story home there on the side of a mountain.
Mr. Dollar?
That's right. Mr. Hartzell?
No, I'm Dr. Estee, and thank heaven you've got here.
Oh?
Albeit I'm afraid you're too late.
You mean something's happened to him?
Howard Hartzell is dead.
When?
Just a few moments ago. Would you like to come in?
Yes, I think I'd better.
We can sit here in this combination living bedroom of mine, unless you wish to see him. But there's really no point in it.
How did he die, Doctor?
It was a severe case of toxic jaundice.
Oh, jaundice?
Yes, this hemolytic jaundice. A liver condition has been bothering him for quite some time.
Just one moment, Doctor.
Yes. Well, Mr. Dollar.
In spite of your rather fancy medical terms, something has just rung a bell. I can't quite tie it down. You're sure that jaundice is what killed him?
Mr. Dollar, after all, I've been practicing medicine some 50 years.
Well, maybe that's good, and maybe it's bad.
I beg your pardon.
When I was out here before on a vacation, I had an infected finger.
Well, I failed to see what...
Now, the doctor who treated me was a young fellow by the name of, Ed Wilson. Where's your phone? What young Dr. Ed Wilson had to tell me was more than a little interesting.
That's right, Johnny. If administered at repeated intervals, even minute quantities of arsenic compounds may produce a subacute type of poisoning.
Go on, Ed.
Well, the victim may develop a toxic degeneration of the liver. It may progress to an acute or subacute yellow atrophy that's accompanied by an intense toxic jaundice.
I see.
And that, in turn, can be followed by severe, even deadly gastroenteritis.
And is that sort of poisoning something that might fool an old-time doctor who hasn't kept up with modern developments in medicine?
Johnny, I wouldn't want to go so far as to... what is all this, anyway?
Thanks, Ed. Thanks a lot.
Do you mind telling me what that was all about, young man?
Doctor, I want you to have an autopsy made immediately.
But there was a physician in attendance at his death. I myself, it isn't necessary.
Doctor, will you please order the autopsy?
Well, very well, if you insist.
The result? Arsenic poisoning beyond the least shadow of a doubt. But then came the real problem. How and when was it given to him? More important, how it was given to him in small doses over a long period of time and by whom.
I, Mr. Dollar?
Apparently you're the only one who's been with him all this time.
But to think that I might... Oh, that's ridiculous.
Well, I hope so, Doctor.
I said, yet.
Yes? Well?
Well, I suppose I can't blame you for wondering about me. Ever since I began to worry about him and he began to suspect his relatives of planning his death, I've permitted no one else to see him. As you can see, I have my room and bath here on the first floor. His are on the second. And there is no way anyone could have gotten to him up there without my knowing about it.
You always ate the same food he did?
Always, and I prepared it myself. The only time during his waking hours when I wasn't with him, watching over him, was when he was in the privacy of his little bathroom up there.
Mm-hmm. And yet somehow... Did Clara ever come here to see him?
No. As I told you, ever since I've been here.
How about Tony?
Well, Tony hasn't been here since the day he... And even then I didn't let him in the door, since the last time he delivered a bottle of whiskey.
Whiskey?
Yes. In the beginning, I had Mr. Hartzell take a small quantity of it each night as a stimulant.
Well, all right, then.
Well, that was stopped months ago.
Oh. Where's the rest of the whiskey?
Oh, I'm afraid I drank it myself.
Oh, well, then that's out. Now, how about Bonnie?
Well, I told you, Mr. Dollar.
Yes, you told me.
Even her husband, when he came to fix the plumbing in the basement.
Oh?
That was 2 months ago.
Yes?
Even he wasn't permitted inside the house proper.
I see. You say you did the cooking?
Yes.
Who brought in the groceries?
I did all the shopping myself. No one could possibly have contaminated them, and I myself ate them.
And while you were out shopping?
The house was locked, and Mr. Hartzell let no one in.
You're sure of that?
Absolutely. Because during the past month or so, he was upstairs, unable to come down here.
Yet somehow, somebody... Wait a minute.
Oh, yes.
Posterior. A fire in the posterior of this house.
What?
That's the way it was told to me, and that's what's going to tie up this case.
I'm afraid I don't
Not the back of the house, Doctor, but the posterior. That's what you would have said. You, a doctor. So would a nurse, and a nurse would know all about arsenic, too.
Well, of course, but I
told me that she ought to have been here taking care of him, nursing him, that she knew how. Of course, she'd been a nurse.
Mr. Dollar.
And her husband is a plumber. Come on, Doctor, let's see if we can find the green telltale that arsenic would leave up there in his bathroom, say around the nozzle of a water spigot. And that's exactly where we found it. And downstairs in the cellar, hidden behind a furnace pipe and hooked up to that cold water line, not the line to the kitchen or the bathroom on the first floor, but hooked up to the line to the second floor was that ingenious, deadly device, a small container half full of an arsenic solution with a valve, so that only a drop at a time would enter the pipe that gave Mr. Hartzell his drinking water, the one drop at a time that killed him. Funny. It wasn't the sweet, gentle Bonnie who finally broke down and confessed their little plot, but her husband, the plumber who'd rigged the device, who'd also rigged my car for that explosion. So, once more, it's up to the courts. My only regret is that worthless Tony and selfish Clara will share that nice hunk of insurance. Expense account total, including the trip home, $347.85. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Truly, Johnny Dollar is written by Jack Johnstone, produced and directed by Bruno Zerato, Jr., musical supervision by Ethel Huber. Johnny Dollar is played by Mandel Crain. Also heard in our cast were Leora Thatcher as Clara, Lawson Zerbe as Dr. Easterday, Patsy Campbell as Bonnie, John Seymour as Herbert Lynn, Richard Holland as Tony, and William Lipton as Dr. Ed Wilson. Be sure to join us next week, same time, same station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. This is Alan Burns speaking.
Johnny Dollar has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
brings you Bob Bailey in the exciting adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Are you smoking more now, but enjoying it less? Have a real cigarette, have a Camel. The best tobacco makes the very best smoke. Have a real cigarette, have a Camel. Are you looking for flavor and mildness? Have a real cigarette, have a Camel. The best tobacco makes the very best smoke. Have a real cigarette, a real cigarette, a real cigarette, have a Camel.
Again, for the 11th straight year, Camel outsold every other cigarette, filter, king size, and regular. The best tobacco makes the best smoke. So if you're smoking more now but enjoying it less, change to Camels. Get more real satisfaction every time. Start to really enjoy smoking again.
Have a real cigarette, a real cigarette, a real cigarette, have a Camel.
And now, Act One of yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Tri-Western Life Insurance Company, Corpus Christi office. Following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the Unholy 2 matter. It was a little late in the day to ride all the way to Texas, but I managed to make a pretty good set of plane connections. So, expense account item 1, $127.20 plane fare and tips, Hartford to Corpus Christi. Item 2, $4 even for a cab in from Cliff Mouse Airport to the Driscoll Hotel on North Broadway. As I was about to sign my name on a registration card for the benefit of the room clerk, well, I guess this is a pretty small world at that.
And I'm sure you're going to find this room very comfortable, Mr. Dollar.
Sure.
Okay, then, Obi. I'll see you first thing in the morning.
Here you are.
Thank you, sir.
Right now, I'll turn over and tell Wayne to stock this.
Boy,
Yeah.
take Mr. Dollar's bags up to room.
Dollar? Excuse me. Did I hear the name Dollar?
What's that?
Johnny Dollar, the insurance investigator?
That's right. Who are you?
Well, the name is Doug Johnstone.
Johnstone?
Yes.
Funny. Man by the name of Johnstone dramatizes all these cases I handle so we can put them on the air.
Jack Johnstone.
That's right.
Well, I'm his younger brother, Douglas.
No kidding.
No kidding.
Well, glad to know you,
How are
Doug.
you, Johnny? Listen, I'm in a big hurry. I've got somebody waiting for me, but I hope we can get together while you're here in town and, well, tear that brother of mine to pieces or something.
Sure, why not?
If you're down here working on a case, if I can be any help to you, you know. Hey, wait a minute. Are you here to look into the Peterson matter by any chance?
Well, frankly, I haven't the least idea.
I wonder. Well, can you tell me this? Did Jack Price over at Tri-Western Life send for you?
Yeah?
Clerk, may I have a piece of paper, please?
Oh, yes, sir. Here you are.
Sorry, I've got to rush out of here, Johnny, this way, but...
Well, who is here, Peterson, Doc?
Here's my address and phone number. That's both the home and the office.
All right.
Now, maybe I can be of help to you, so don't lose that. Huh?
Yeah, okay, thanks. But now,
because
Doug,
if it is on account of old man Peterson, Johnny, well, I've got some ideas about it, and then, well, they could be helpful to you. If, as I say, that's why you're here.
Well, what kind of ideas?
Well, you know he was supposed to have died because his heart gave out on him.
No, I didn't know.
Yeah. But if you ask me, well, if it turns out this is the case you're working on, well, you give me a call now, will you?
Yeah, sure. But look, why not tell me what you know about it?
Well, Johnny, after all, you may be here for something entirely different.
Maybe, maybe not.
Well, why don't you see first what Jack Price has to say, huh?
Well, now, look, Doc, you said...
Johnny, this theory of mine could be all wrong.
About the death of some man named Peterson?
Yeah, John Ridgway Peterson.
Well, come on, tell me anyhow. What is your theory?
Well, it may not mean anything to you. You may have no interest whatsoever in Peterson.
Oh, come on, stop beating around the bush, Doug. What do you think about his death?
Well, okay. Murder.
What?
Yeah, Johnny. Murder.
But because neither of us really knew if I'd become involved in it, that was all he'd tell me at the moment.
And as he said, he had to run off to meet somebody. It was late, and I was tired after the plane trip, so I grabbed a bite to eat. That's item 3, 2 1/4, then hit the sack. The first thing in the morning, I was in Jack Price's office at Tri-Western.
Well, no, I didn't mean to sound in a rush for you to get down here, Johnny. On the other hand, the hotter the trail, the easier it is to follow.
Whose trail, Jackson?
Sterling Peterson, beneficiary of his uncle, John R. Peterson's life insurance policy.
100,000 clams.
Yes.
And what's happened to him? The nephew Sterling, I mean.
He simply disappeared.
When?
About the same time his uncle died, apparently.
When was that?
5 days ago.
Huh. Funny that he should leave town when he was about to be presented with that wad of insurance money.
He didn't know that he was his uncle's beneficiary.
Oh?
No. Old John Peterson never told him. Actually, the old man didn't particularly want to leave it to this nephew, but, well...
Why not?
Oh, they never really got along, as I understand it. The old man had been a hard worker all his life, and Sterling is anything but. Nonetheless, he named him his beneficiary, so that's that.
And as heir to whatever else there is to the estate, huh?
No, that goes to Sterling's half-brother, Paul.
Much of an estate?
Certainly not as much as the insurance. The old man didn't have much use for either of them, Johnny. But since they were his only surviving relatives, since they'd probably get everything he left anyway...
Yeah, I see what you mean. Does Paul live here in town?
Yes.
What does he do for a living?
Apparently has some money in the stock market.
And Sterling?
Johnny, I don't know what he lived on. No visible means of support kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
I tried to call him, tell him of his uncle's death. His landlady said he wasn't there, hadn't been there for a couple of days, that he'd simply packed up his things and left. I'll give you the address.
Yeah, do that.
Then I called his brother, but Paul didn't know where he was either.
Just disappeared.
That's right.
I wonder why.
Who knows?
Have you called the police?
Why? Just because a man suddenly leaves town? That's hardly reason to call in the police, Johnny.
Maybe not.
What?
Sterling didn't know he was beneficiary of this policy.
No.
But maybe he did think he'd get some of the estate if he were lucky and the old man turned up dead. And maybe Sterling needed money.
I understand he always did.
So if he could help the old man on his way...
No, Johnny. The doctor said it was a heart attack.
Yeah? Well, there are a lot of ways to make it look like a heart attack. Has there been an autopsy?
Why, no.
Then have one made. The insurance company's entitled to one.
But you're saying Sterling murdered him?
Maybe.
Johnny.
Just go ahead and order that autopsy. Item 5, $1.25 for a taxi. I found Doug Johnstone in his office, a small place, but with a cluttered desk of a busy man. Full of stock market reports, that sort of thing. Doug brushed him aside and got right to the point.
Yeah, I've got to know a lot about Sterling Peterson lately. Now, you see, I have interest in a handful of oil wells, a gas compressor station, and things like that.
Ah, lucky man.
Well, I spend quite a bit of time over at Merrill Lynch trading in the stock market.
You met Sterling in a brokerage office?
Well, that's where I met his brother, Paul. That's where I learned about Sterling. Seems he was always trying to get money out of Paul.
I take it Paul is pretty well healed, huh?
Hardly. He's a sharp one. He has a pretty wild idea of how to make money in the market.
What do you mean by that?
Well, you know, it's always flattering for someone to ask your advice.
Naturally.
Well, I'd recommend he buy something like IBM. Good, solid stuff for a stable company like U.S. Steel, AT&T.
Nothing wrong with that, brother.
No, but instead he'd throw his money into some crazy penny stock like, well, Golden Dream Uranium Company. It was being pushed by some crooked promoter, some boiler room operator.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
I'd suggest Union Carbide. He'd end up with some speculation nobody ever heard of, and so on. Yet somehow he managed to stay solvent. The point is, Sterling was always going to Paul for money.
Money for what?
Oh, to pay off his gambling debts. Much as I hate to admit it, civic pride and all that sort of thing, there are plenty of places in and around this town to gamble.
Yeah, so I've heard.
So when a stupid guy like Sterling Peterson simply won't learn the house never loses, well, you see what I mean.
Yeah. And Sterling never really worked for a living.
No, and he was always in debt up to his ears.
Isn't it possible he simply left town because his debts had caught up with him? Some of his creditors were getting tough with him?
Well, Sterling needed money badly, and... Well, Johnny, I think he finally reached a point where he's willing to kill to get it.
His own uncle?
If what Paul has told me about him is true, yes. Now, you remember, he thought that he would inherit part of the estate.
Which, of course, was wrong.
But he didn't know that. Not then.
Then his running away...
Well, the way I look at it, Johnny, if he did kill his uncle...
And you think he did?
Yes, I do.
Wow.
Well, when he found out he wouldn't get his uncle's money, his property, after all, that he'd killed him for, nothing, he didn't know about the insurance, you know.
Yeah, I know.
Well, what was left for him around here?
I'll buy.
Nothing but a lot of creditors pounding on his door. And once people begin to think about that, they might get suspicious, start asking him questions about his uncle's death. Questions that he didn't have good answers
Yeah,
for.
but to run out is the surest way in the world to arouse suspicion.
I know. It's stupid. Well, what do you think?
Well, I'm not sure. But thanks. I'll see you later. I took a taxi over to the place where Paul Peterson lived. That's item 6, $1.50. It was a nice apartment in a fairly good neighborhood. But he wasn't home. Item 7, $1 even for a cab to the brokerage house Doug had mentioned. I talked to Wayne Stockset, a friend of Doug's. He hadn't seen Paul Peterson around there for several days.
Well, Paul said something about going out of town, Dollar, to look at some of the companies he considers investing in.
I see.
When he gets the money from his uncle's property and so forth, Paul will have quite a bit to play with. And play with is the proper term, despite our advice to avoid so many cheap speculations.
I've heard he's a bit of a plunger.
Yes, I'm afraid so.
Well, if he does come around, Wayne, ask him to call me immediately. I'll be at the Robert Driscoll. Item 8, $2 for a late lunch. Item 9, $1.30 for a cab to Jack Price's office.
Now, wait a minute, Johnny.
Yeah?
Instead of hunting for Sterling Peterson, you're just hanging around hoping to find out the old man was murdered.
Well, give me time, will you?
But I tell you, the doctor who was with him when he died said it was heart failure.
And I tell you, Jackson, there are plenty of ways. There are medical tricks. I can't
Hold
believe...
it a minute, Johnny. Price speaking. Yes? All ready? Well, Doctor, what did you... What? Oh. I see. Thank you.
What's the matter, Jackson?
How did you know?
How did I know what?
The autopsy.
Yeah?
You were right. Apparently some drug substituted for the digitalis the old man was taking.
You mean Doug Johnstone was right. The old man was murdered.
Yes, Johnny. Murdered.
Act 2 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, in a moment.
Welcome, recording star Mel Torme.
It's terrible trying to sing with a bad cold. So I always take 4-way cold tablets to relieve cold miseries fast.
Good idea. Tests of all the leading cold tablets proved 4-way fastest acting. 4-way starts in minutes to relieve muscular pains, headache, reduce fever, calm upset stomach, also overcomes irregularity.
When you catch cold, try my way. Take 4-way cold tablets. The fast way to relieve cold distress and feel better quickly.
4-way, only 29 cents.
Now, here's a word about another fine product of Grove Laboratories. To get rid of embarrassing dandruff in 3 minutes, change to Fitch Dandruff Remover Shampoo. 3 minutes with Fitch regularly is guaranteed to keep unsightly dandruff away forever. Apply Fitch before wetting hair, rub in 1 minute. Add water, lather 1 minute. Then rinse 1 minute. Every trace of dandruff goes down the drain. 3 minutes with Fitch and embarrassing dandruff's gone. At the same time, Fitch can brighten hair up to 35%. Get Fitch Dandruff Remover Shampoo today. And now, Act 2 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Expense account item 10, $1.70 for a taxi to the cheap rooming house where Sterling Peterson had lived before his mysterious disappearance. The landlady turned out to be quite helpful.
Well, that chiseling, no-account, tin-horn gambler owed me 2 months back rent, Mr. Dollar.
Well, if we can find him. Only I'm beginning
And
to
you
doubt
ask me there's something mighty suspicious about the way he picked up and left.
Yeah? What do you mean,
Yeah.
Mrs. Toomey?
Well, now, here. Here, now, you look for yourself. You see all them empty hangers in that closet there and them empty drawers I pulled out on the bureau?
Oh, so what?
Yeah, took every stitch of clothes he had. How he ever stuffed them all in them 2 little suitcases he owned would have been impossible.
So he picked up a tour over, a couple of more handbags.
Without me seeing him come in here with them?
You apparently didn't see him leave.
Well, no. Look here, in the medicine cabinet in the bathroom. Now, here, receipt.
Yeah, that is funny.
Well, it sure is. Man not taking along his comb and razor and shaving things and his toothbrush and his hair tonic. I don't care how much of a hurry he was in.
Mrs. Toomey, the day that Sterling Peterson disappeared.
You mean the night he disappeared, don't you?
Do I?
All that day, he just sit around here. Said he was waiting for his brother. His brother had promised to come and see him.
Oh?
Ask me, he was hoping his brother'd bring him some money to pay up his rent and things.
Did his brother come around?
At 7 p.m., his brother telephoned. I took the message.
Yeah?
Said Sterling was to meet him at some dive out on Staples Street, so he left.
And that's the last you saw of him?
I heard him come back here and up to this room sometime after 2 a.m.
But you didn't actually see him.
I go to bed at a respectable hour.
Then how are you sure it was?
Next morning he was gone. Bag and baggage must have just plain sneaked out on me.
No, I don't think so, Mrs. Toomey.
What's that?
A couple of things I learned earlier, a couple of things you've told me, and the stuff in that medicine cabinet.
Eh?
Now, I don't think you'd better bank on collecting any back rent. Not from Sterling Peterson.
That beat.
Is he?
Of course he is.
Or is he just plain dead? I went back to my hotel. No, Paul Peterson hadn't called me. But there was a message from Jack Price, so I went to my room and I phoned him.
I just wanted you to know the police are in on this now, Johnny.
As a result of that autopsy.
Yes, they're looking for Sterling Peterson, too. Also, they've been looking for you. They're very anxious to talk with you.
Anytime they like.
After all, it was you brought this thing out in the open by suggesting the autopsy. Because you had the idea that it might be murder.
No, that was Doug Johnstone's idea, and a very good one. Have they talked with Paul Peterson?
Well, I assume they will.
Well, if he's back in town, huh? Okay, Jackson, thanks. Now, let's see. Yeah? Come in.
Dollar?
That's right.
I'm Paul Peterson. I got your message.
Wow. Come in.
I understand that you're an insurance investigator, that you're looking for my half-brother Sterling.
Ah, that's right. Who didn't know that he was the beneficiary of your uncle's insurance. Sit down.
Well, thanks. I just got back in town from a business trip, and...
That's so?
Look, I found these letters waiting for me.
Oh, from Sterling?
Yes, here.
Dallas, Wichita, Sioux Falls, South Dakota, Fargo, North Dakota?
Yes, and by now he could be across the border in Canada.
Yeah, maybe.
Read it, Dollar.
Just keep quiet and give me time, and you won't have to worry about me anymore.
Yeah, the others are practically the same.
Yeah. Neatly typewritten, no signature.
I'm afraid it's obvious who they're from.
So it looks as though your half-brother is running away. Now that we know your uncle was murdered.
Murdered?
Yeah, that's right.
Sterling.
Type these on your own machine, Paul? That might be pretty easy to trace.
What?
Yeah, with Sterling out of the way, you'd get your uncle's insurance as well as his money and property, wouldn't you?
I suppose so, but I don't see what you're driving at.
Oh, you did things up pretty well, Paul. Much better than your stupid brother could have.
What are you talking
and
about?
And all to play safe in case we discovered it was murder.
Dollar.
That so-called business trip. It was so that you could mail these letters to yourself, make it look as though Sterling had done the murder.
Well, he must have.
And what happened? Did you make the mistake of telling him you'd done it?
I? Now, look here.
After all, he would never have thought of substituting for the digitalis your uncle was taking.
Look here,
So
Dollar.
did Sterling threaten to blackmail you? Is that why you had to kill him, too?
You're crazy. You don't know what you're talking about.
And the tiny thing that tipped me off.
What?
When you went back to his room that night, after you'd killed him, to haul away his stuff, make it look as though he'd taken a powder.
Yes?
Silly little thing. But no man, no matter how much of a hurry, would have left behind his comb, his razor, a toothbrush. And that isn't all.
I say you don't know what you're talking about. Or maybe you do.
Oh, no, easy, Paul. That gun will make an awful lot of noise in here.
No. Not when it's tied up against your back with a pillow over it. Stand up, Dollar.
And if I don't? Well?
Okay, Doug. What? Kick open the door. I'll cover him.
I tried it.
The police.
That's right.
All right. Look, boys.
I said you covered, Peterson. Drop it. Drop it.
Johnny, you okay?
Yeah, sure, Doug. You hear it all, Sergeant?
Yeah, sure did, Mr. Downer. It's funny, though.
Funny?
All I really came up here for was to talk to you. Not much point in it now, is there?
So, another day, another dollar. And I'm not talking about myself. Expense account total, including hotel bill, a flock of incidentals, and a plane back to Hartford, $287.20. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Our star will return in just a moment.
Constipation is something people don't talk about much, but it can be a problem for anyone, even doctors. And when constipation occurs, it's interesting to see just what doctors consider important about a laxative they might use or recommend. Well, a majority of the doctors we heard from had this to say.
A laxative should be effective, gentle, as close to natural acting as possible, and a medicine that can be used with complete confidence.
Now, X-Lax has been popular with many doctors and millions of people over the years because pleasant-tasting chocolated X-Lax is effective. Overnight, it helps you toward your normal regularity. X-Lax is gentle. Next morning, it gives you the closest thing to natural action. And that's why many doctors and millions of people use X-Lax with complete confidence. X-Lax, the laxative that helps you toward your normal regularity gently, overnight. Is X-Lax in your medicine cabinet?
Now, here's our star to tell you about next week's story.
Next week, a hurried trip to Alaska to look for a clue to a murder. And say, if you've been to Alaska, if you know anything about the customs, the manners of the people up there, especially their eating habits, well, it's quite possible that you'll find a solution to the case even before I do. Or maybe you will anyhow. Because it all hangs on a tiny, seemingly unimportant clue. And yet, well, give a listen. See how well you can break down a killer's alibi. Yeah. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, originates in Hollywood and is written, produced, and directed by Jack Johnstone. Heard in our cast were Virginia Gregg, Jack Edwards, Forrest Lewis, Stacey Harris, Gil Stratton, and Barney Phillips. Be sure to join us next week, same time and station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. This is Dan Cubberly speaking.
Tangled secrets unravel eerily all through the long night as suspense follows on the CBS Radio Network.
Mystery is my hobby.
Bart, go ahead and laugh, so I didn't recognize your voice over the telephone. Ha, ha, ha.
Inspector, I'm not laughing.
And what's that noise you're making? You gonna lay an egg or something?
I'm sorry, Inspector.
What burns me up is that this Albert Evans calls you instead of the police when he finds the body of John Crain. Fine thing.
Well, let's not be too hard on Evans, Inspector. He has the reputation of his hotel to think about, you know.
When a murder's been committed, nobody's got any
Murder?
right...
What makes you think that John Crain was murdered, Inspector?
Now, look, Bart, I'll admit that Crain was a crackpot. He had plenty of dough, and he lived like a hermit. But he wouldn't be screwy enough to kill himself by climbing into a trunk and then jiggling the thing into the lake.
I must confess, it's rather a unique way of committing suicide.
And besides, Crain died of a knife wound.
What? How do you know that?
Because I called up the doc at Chatsworth and asked him to examine the body. He found that a knife had penetrated the body just above the heart.
Inspector, you did that after I took you into my confidence and phoned you.
Yeah, you're darned right I did. I'm sick and tired of playing the dumb cop. Evans, so you won't talk because if your name is connected with John Crane's murder, your hotel gets a bad reputation. So we close up the hotel until we catch the murderer. How's that?
Oh, dear me, Inspector Dent. You wouldn't do that.
I wouldn't, eh? I'll even print your picture in the paper and tell the world that the trunk Crane's body was found in came from this hotel.
Oh, dear me, dear me. That would be dreadful. It would ruin me completely.
And stop being a cluck and talk.
Very well. What do you want to know?
Who found the trunk with a body in it?
Hugh Crain did. He's John's brother.
Brother, eh? Where's he now?
Oh, I don't know. He's around somewhere, I suppose, making himself obnoxious. What a man.
He can't be any worse than some of the other characters I met up here. Okay. So Hugh Cross, John's brother, found the body. Then what?
Well, then nothing.
What do you mean, then nothing?
That's all I know. Hugh Crain told me he'd found the body, and I called Barton Drake.
Yeah, Drake. Why didn't you call the police?
Because if I did, they'd come up here and start bullying my guests, just the way you've been doing ever since you arrived.
Oh, is that so?
Yes.
Well, you listen to me, you little sawed-off cream puff.
Inspector, have you found out anything?
Oh, hello, Bart. And who's this gentleman?
This, Inspector, is Hugh Crain, brother of the dead man.
Well, if it isn't good old Inspector Danton. How are you, Inspector, you old bloodhound?
Mister, you hit me on the back like that again, and you'll find out how I am mighty quick.
Can't take it, eh, Inspector? Come, old man. Let's not get off on the wrong foot. We've got a lot of work to do together.
Yeah, what kind of work?
What kind? Listen to him, Drake. What kind of work he wants to know. Why, Inspector, you're a cog.
I told you he was an obnoxious person.
Now, listen, Shrimp, pipe down or I'll twist your little nose into the shape of a pretzel.
Hey, he's a real tough character, isn't he? Where'd you pick him up, Bart?
I didn't. He picked me up. Tell the inspector all about yourself, Crain. I'm sure he's in the mood for
Glad
listening.
to, Drake, glad to. Inspector, you doing anything for the next couple of hours?
Look, I can see everyone's having a good time at the poor old inspector's expense. That's all very nice, but the only thing I want to know is who murdered John Crain and why?
Now, there, Inspector. That's what I call getting at the hub of the thing. I'm glad you asked that question because I know the answer.
You know that... All right, who did it?
Why, Shrimp here. Albert Evans, proprietor of the exclusive Chatsworth Hotel.
Why, you... That's a lie. How dare you accuse me of such a thing?
Because you've got a motive, Shrimp, and a good one. John owed you money, bought all the supplies here. You went down to his cabin to collect, got into a fight. Nice.
Of all the outlandish frauds, I never in my life tried to collect money from John Crain. I didn't even tell anyone he owed me anything.
There, you see, he admits that John owed him money. Don't try to get out of it, Evans. I'm too sharp for you.
You're nothing but a loud-talking, obnoxious windbag.
Now, Evans. Just because you're going to the electric chair doesn't mean you should get sore.
Oh, no?
Sometimes I think I should have been a detective. It's such nice, easy work.
Now, think of that.
Crain, perhaps now that you've had your say, you'd better let Inspector Danton take over.
Sure thing. Help yourself, Inspector. Glad that I could solve the case for you.
Well, now, Mr. Crain, that's mighty decent of you. As soon as we get the little fella here locked up, I'll...
You can't lock me up. You can't. I didn't do it. Just because this big lummox said I did doesn't prove...
Take it easy, Bob. No one's going to lock you up yet.
But you just
The
said...
inspector was being sarcastic, Evans. It's a habit he has. You see, he was a little bit out of sorts because you didn't call him instead of me.
You bet your life I am. It's things like that makes the cop wonder why he's in the business.
Well, that's all right. But if you think that I murdered...
The inspector doesn't think that you murdered John Crain, Evans. As a matter of fact, we're both convinced that you couldn't have.
Oh, now look here, Drake. I've already explained why I'm sure that Evans killed my brother. Being next of kin, I demand you arrest Evans.
And being the cop on this deal, I demand that you stop talking, Crain. Bob, explain to this loudmouth why Evans couldn't have done it.
Glad to, Inspector. John Crain weighed a good 200 pounds. The trunk he was found in weighed at least 25. Our friend Evans weighs about 110. It would have been impossible for him to lift your brother's body into the trunk and then carry the trunk down to the lake.
You see what I mean, blabbermouth? Bart and I had that one figured out an hour ago, didn't we, Bart?
You bet we did, Inspector. Come on, let's take a look at that corpse. Crane's body and the trunk in which he was found are both in this shed, Inspector. Let's take a look.
Yeah. So that's what's left of Crain, eh?
Yeah.
Say, he was a big guy, wasn't he?
Yes, but of course you knew that, Inspector, when we figured out that Evans was too small to carry him, remember?
What? Oh, yeah, sure. What stumps me is, who would want to murder a guy who lived all by himself?
Anyone who wanted money badly enough and who figured that Crain had some hidden away in his cabin.
Yeah, I suppose you're right. Hey, the water sure did a job on the corpse, didn't it?
Yeah. Dr. Mason estimates the body must have been submerged about a month.
A month, eh? It was a month ago that Crain disappeared, wasn't it?
Yeah, no one thought much about it at the time. Crain always lived by himself in the cabin down by the lake. He came up to the hotel once every 2 weeks to get supplies. Evans got curious when he didn't show up and went down to investigate.
Yeah. Say, here's something.
Huh?
If the body is decomposed by water to such an extent that it is not recognizable, how is everyone so sure that it is Crain?
His brother, Hugh, the loud-talking gentleman, identified him by a ring he wore and a birthmark on his back. And his wife also identified him.
Wife?
Yes. They were divorced, but when she heard that Crain had disappeared, she came up to help in the hunt.
Decided she loved him after he was dead, eh?
No. Crain had a reputation for being a miser, and Mrs. Crain probably reasoned he might have some money lying around.
I get it. Say, is that why Brother Hugh is here, too?
That isn't likely. Hugh has more money than he can spend. I'm convinced his only purpose in coming up here is to help locate John's murderer.
And I wish he'd do his locating away from me. By the way, where did Hugh find the trunk?
In a cove not far from here. He was walking along the shore and saw it floating on the surface when... By Jove, Inspector.
What's the matter?
I just thought of something. Huh? Yes, I am right. I'm sure I am. Inspector, let's get down to the cabin where John Crain lived at once. That must be the cabin, Inspector. You just see it there through the trees.
Yeah. Not much more than a shack. I guess Crain was a miser, all right.
Inspector.
What's the matter?
There's someone in the cabin. I saw a movement behind one of those curtains.
Yeah? Yeah, and I can hear voices, too.
Let's get up closer so we can hear what they're saying. Right, sit down, Inspector.
You're a fool to come up here. I told you once it was all over between us, and I haven't changed my mind.
You can't mean that, Daphne. You said that only because of John that
That
you...
was when John was alive. He's dead now, and I'm free.
And you didn't mean it when you said you loved me?
Me? Oh, Nate, you're so naive, really. Of course I didn't mean it. Oh, you were funny, you amused me no end, but what's the loving...
Stop it! How can you be so cruel? Daphne, in heaven's name, be human. You've got to marry me. I can't live without you.
Can't live without me. Darling, you're so old-fashioned, really.
Stop it, I can't.
You might as well know it now, Nate. I'm going to marry Hugh.
You're going to marry Hugh?
Yes, she asked me this morning, and I accepted it.
But you don't love Hugh.
Did I say anything about love? Hugh is one of the richest men in the state.
You're desperate. You're inhuman. You don't deserve anyone's love, and I'm going to...
Stop. Let go of me.
I'll show you. No one's going to have you but me.
Nate, please.
Come on, Inspector.
Grab him. Yeah. All right, Brother. Take it easy. Take your hands off me. Let me alone.
Now, it isn't polite to choke ladies.
She's no lady.
Hey, I quite agree with you there, Bob.
Thank heaven someone arrived in time.
I presume that you're Mrs. John Crain?
Yes, I am. I was looking over some of my dead husband's personal things, and this terrible person came in and attacked me.
That's a lie. She asked me to meet her here.
Yeah, we know all about that. We were standing outside listening.
You were eavesdropping? You heard our conversation?
Yeah, every word, lady. So you might as well stop trying to act like a lady, ma'am, and be yourself.
Why, you dirty wretch. Who are you, anyway?
The police, Mrs. Crain. The gentleman holding your erstwhile love is Inspector Noah Denton. I'm Barton Drake.
The police? Then...
Yeah, then. That's the best answer you can think up, ma'am?
Okay, Flatfoot. What do you want of me?
Plenty. What's all this business about you and your dear, dead, departed husband? You and he were divorced.
Were we? That's where you're wrong. John wanted me to give him a divorce, but I refused. So he came up here and lived like a hermit. The fool.
Well, so now we got all kinds of motives.
What do you mean, all kinds of motives? If you think I had
Tut. Wait till you're accused before you start thinking up alibis, ma'am. I'm only saying that a babe who wanted a divorce from her husband so she could marry the guy's rich brother has a motive for murder, that's all.
That's ridiculous. I've told you that it was I who wouldn't give John a divorce.
You're lying, Daphne. You've been begging John for a divorce for years so that you could marry me.
You see what I mean, Bart? Motive. They're flying at us so thick and fast we gotta hire us a shorthand artist to take them down.
Yes, I see what you mean, Inspector. You're thinking that perhaps Nate decided there were other means of getting rid of a husband so Mrs. Crain could marry him.
Sure, that's
not true. It's not true, I tell you. I hated Crain, but not enough to murder him.
So that's it. That's what you meant, Nate Hobart, when you said it wouldn't matter how we got rid of John, so long as he was no longer around. Oh, how foolish I was not to have guessed at the fiendish thoughts in your mind.
Daphne, what are you saying? You're making that up. You're trying to pin John's murder onto me because of what I might tell you.
What a fool I've been. If I'd only known there was murder in your heart.
Out of your mind. No one would believe such an absurd story. There isn't a shred of evidence.
Hold it. You two are breaking my heart. Any minute now I'm going to bust out weeping. Hobart, you're under arrest.
You can't arrest me. I didn't do it. I won't let you arrest.
Stop him. He's getting away. Why didn't you stop him? You deliberately let him escape.
Yeah, that's right. We let him escape.
Why?
She wants to know why, Bart. Shall I tell her?
No, not yet, Inspector. The pieces of the puzzle are beginning to fall neatly into place. We still have one more person to question before we can begin to speculate on the identity of John Crain's murderer.
I got your signal back there at the cabin, and I let Nate Hobart escape, but I still don't see the reason for it.
Well, Hobart can be more help to us free than if we held him prisoner, Inspector.
Why?
Because he's still in love with Mrs. John Crain, for one thing.
Yeah, how's that going to help us?
And for another, he's not the murderer of John Crain.
Now, wait a minute. He's got a motive, and the girl said he made threats.
The girl was lying. Here's your impel, Inspector. Let's go in.
So, what do we do now?
We have another talk with Albert Evans, the hotel proprietor. In case I didn't mention it before, Mr. Evans not only knows who murdered John Crain, but he holds the key to the entire mystery.
What mystery? All we got to do is catch Crain's murderer. That takes care of all the mystery.
Does it? I think we're going to find that apprehending the murderer is only a prelude to the real mystery, Inspector. Well, Evans isn't behind his desk. I wonder where he is.
Probably taking his midday nap. I'll ring the bell. No soap. Well, he can't be far away.
Listen.
No! Keep away from it! No! Stop! No!
It's Evans, covered with blood.
Looks like someone knifed him and then threw him down the stairs.
Go after him, Inspector. I'll take care of Evans. Inspector.
Whoever it was got away. How about Evans?
Dead. A knife through the heart.
Then that means...
Yes, that means whoever murdered John Crain also murdered Evans. Because the murderer knew that Evans was aware of his identity.
Well. If it isn't old Inspector Gumshoe. Say, what's happened?
What's it look like, loudmouth?
That's Evans. There's blood. He's been stabbed.
That's right, Mr. Crain. Stabbed through the heart. In exactly the same manner that your brother was stabbed.
By George, this is a job for the police.
He's catching on, boss. Now life is worthwhile.
But look here, why would anyone want to murder the shrimp?
Because the shrimp, as you call him, Mr. Crain, knew who murdered your brother.
You don't say.
Yes. Mr. Crain, I'd like you to join the inspector and me at your brother's cabin in an hour.
At the cabin?
Yes.
Yes, of course. Glad to do anything you ask, but couldn't you make
Conduct my investigation here. No, Mr. Crain, I couldn't. The answer to the mystery lies in the cabin. Your sister-in-law will be there, and unless I'm greatly mistaken, your rival, Nate Hobart. I think you'll find a most interesting gathering.
Well. Isn't this the coziest little party? Mountain cabin, excellent company, and, by the way, Hobart, you were smart to give yourself up.
I'm not giving myself up. I came back to prove that it wasn't I who murdered John Crain.
You fool. Why didn't you stay away while you had the chance?
Because then everyone would have thought me guilty. And that's what you wanted, Daphne.
Oh, really, Nate? Must you be dramatic?
Returning here to the cabin was the smartest thing you've done, Hobart.
The kid couldn't be smart if he tried.
Oh, is that so, Crain? Ever since you made your pile and retired,
Okay. Pipe down, you two. We didn't come here to listen to you birds throwing insults at each other.
Well, what are we here for?
Do you object to being in this cabin, Mrs. Crain?
Oh, of course I do. This is where poor John was murdered. I hate the place.
I should think you might. Crain, what are you doing over there at that cupboard?
Getting myself a drink. We've got to stay here and play cops and robbers. We might as well enjoy ourselves. Drink, darling?
No, thanks. You know I don't like scotch.
Well, that's all there is. Here's looking at you, Gumshoe.
Mr. Crain, at the time your brother was reported missing, did you come up here to Chatsworth immediately?
No, I waited a couple of weeks. Wanted to make sure he hadn't just wandered off for a while like he'd done before.
Not many people knew it, but John was a little odd.
He must have been to marry a babe like you.
I think you're positively insulting.
Well, I gotta live up to my reputation. Everyone thinks that cops are roughnecks.
Another crack like that, Gumshoe, and I'll take a hand.
That's what I'm hoping for. All I want is an excuse.
Mr. Crain.
Huh?
Is it true that when your father died, he left you practically his entire fortune and omitted your brother John's name from his will?
Where did you get that information?
I've done some telephoning within the past hour. Your father objected to John's marrying Daphne because she was a chorus girl. When Daphne learned that her husband was to receive nothing, she left him.
And that's why Johnny decided to come up here and become a hermit.
Yes.
I don't see that's any business of yours.
Yes, what's all this about?
I'll explain in a minute. Mr. Crain, while you were up here conducting your search for your missing brother, did you live here at this cabin?
In this dump? I should say not. I stayed at the hotel.
Then this is the first visit to the cabin. Inside the cabin, I mean.
Yes. Now, what's all this about, Drake? I don't like the tone of your voice.
I was just wondering how you knew where your brother John kept his scotch. He walked directly to the proper cabinet and found it.
Why,
This is silly. I told him where it was. I found it this morning.
While you were looking over your dear, dead, departed husband's personal things?
And I was wondering, Mr. Crain, how you knew that your brother John owed Albert Evans a sum of money for supplies he'd bought. This morning you gave that as an excuse for Evans murdering John.
This is nonsense. Why shouldn't I know? Evans told me.
On the contrary, Evans stated definitely that he told no one that John owed him money.
Yeah, that's right. He didn't want his guests to know about it.
What are you getting at, Drake? Are you accusing me of murdering John Crain?
No, Mr. Crain. John Crain isn't even dead.
What, not dead? No,
John is dead. His body was found.
Not John Crane's body, Mrs. Crane. It wasn't John Crane's body that was in that trunk.
Then whose was it?
It was the body of Hugh Crane. This man here who claims to be Hugh Crane is John.
Drake, you're too smart for your britches. You haven't got a chance of proving that.
Oh, yes, I have. You and your brother Hugh look enough alike to be twins.
No, wait a minute. Bart, are you saying...
I'm saying, Inspector, that when the elder Crane died, John came up here and lived like a hermit, so people would forget any particular traits he might have had.
Oh, this is utter nonsense.
No, it isn't. You and John did look alike.
Why, you're crazy, Nate Hobart. You never saw them together more than once or twice. And that was 10 years ago.
I remember that they looked alike. They were the same size, too.
Go on, Bart.
John spent those 10 years trying to make himself as much like you as possible. He practiced his gestures and his blustering voice and his handwriting.
That was so he could sign checks, eh?
Yes. John and Daphne wanted the money they felt they'd been cheated out of. They inveigled Hugh up here, murdered him, placed his body in the trunk, and submerged the trunk in the lake, so his features would be decomposed to a point of being unrecognizable.
I get it. Then John, pretending to be Hugh, meant to go back and pick things up where Hugh left off. He and the girl here would be married a second time, and everything would be rosy.
That's it, Inspector. But unfortunately, John made one fatal mistake. Look out, Inspector. He's going to throw that bottle.
Hit him, John.
Put down that bottle or I'll...
Duck, Inspector.
That'll take care of you, Gumshoe.
Get the Inspector right between the eyes. I'm heading for the door. Grab him, Hobart.
Got him. Wait a minute, Sam.
Nice work, Hobart.
I learned that one when I played football in college.
Another minute and it would have been too late. Crain had a knife in his hand, the same knife with which he murdered his brother and Albert Evans. Well, how's ahead, Inspector.
Okay. That guy was pretty good at sewing bottles.
Yes, and knives, too. I imagine that was another thing he practiced while pretending to live as a hermit.
Well, it's the first time a bottle of scotch ever went to my head. Say, I still don't see why Crain knocked off Evans.
Because Evans was the only man who saw John Crain while he was a hermit. Evans suspected that Hugh was John.
Then why didn't he call the cops?
But he did.
Huh?
Oh, I beg your pardon, Inspector. Evans called me.
Yeah, I remember. Now, if he...
And, of course, when John realized what Evans had done, he murdered him.
Okay. Now, what was the one fatal mistake that Crain made?
Both John and Daphne wanted to be sure that when the body was finally discovered, it would be decomposed to a point where no one would recognize it. So, John decided to discover the body himself.
So he discovered the body himself?
Yes. But when he told how it happened, he said the trunk was floating.
Something wrong with that?
Plenty, Inspector. If enough water had entered that trunk to decompose the body, it couldn't have been floating. It would have sunk.
Well, now, think of that. Now, wait. I know how you figured it out. You got a hobby.
Yes, Inspector. Mystery is my hobby.
Johnny Dollar.
Pat McCracken, Johnny. Universal Adjustment.
Sorry, Pat, but the answer is no.
Huh?
My bags and fishing tackle are all packed.
Johnny.
My plane ticket is just waiting for me out of Bradley Field. Plane's due to take off in a few minutes, and believe me, I'm going to be on board.
Well, fine.
So don't try to stop me.
Well, because what I called you about... Well, listen, Johnny.
It's no use, Pat. I'll see you when I get back, and not until.
That's what you think.
Well, now, look, there's nothing so important that it can't wait a week or so.
Wrong, Johnny. Now, listen.
No, I'm sorry, but it's no use.
But don't you see, Johnny...
All I see is that it's time for me to get out there to the airport.
I'll drive you out.
Oh, no, you won't.
Johnny, will you listen to me?
So long, Pat.
Johnny!
And so help me if he tries chasing me out to the airport.
CBS Radio brings you Bob Bailey in the exciting adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Now, Act One of yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar. Yeah, to the Universal Adjustment Bureau, Home Office, Hartford, Connecticut. Following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the wholly unexpected matter. Well, it looked as though even my taxi out to Bradley Field was conspiring against me. It developed a flat tire along the way that almost made me miss the plane. Oh, and that cab and plane fare, item 1 on the expense account, $163 even. Though I didn't realize that at the time it was going to be paid for by Universal Adjustment Bureau. Anyhow, I got to the field in the nick of time, jumped aboard the ferry plane for New York.
Sit right here by the door, please, Mr. Dollar,
Okay.
until we get airborne. Oh, and be sure to fasten your seatbelt, please.
Yeah, sure, miss. There you are.
I thought for a minute we'd have to take off without you.
Oh, not a chance. I wouldn't have missed this plane if I'd had to fly after it under my own power.
Johnny Dollar. You're the famous private investigator, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm an insurance investigator.
Oh, I listen to every one of the exciting cases you handle every Sunday on CBS.
Do you? Good. Only, believe me, they're not as exciting as they sound.
I don't believe that.
No, it's just like any other job of work.
And as for that wild expense account of yours, thousands and thousands of dollars,
That's a very touchy subject, Miss...
Claire, my name's Claire.
I mean, after all, Claire, a man has to wangle some kind of compensation on a job like mine.
You mean because it's so risky and all, and I don't blame you a bit. Are you off on some dangerous investigation now, Mr. Dollar?
No, sirree. No, ma'am. I'm heading for a place over in western Arizona, Lake Mojave Resort on the Colorado River.
I know. The place you're always going to fish.
Well, the place where I always try to get in some fishing.
That's right. Something always happens and spoils your plans.
But not this time.
You see, I do listen to your program. But now we're airborne, Mr. Dollar, so you can get rid of the seatbelt and go up to seat 11 that I saved for you.
Oh, yeah, sure. Thanks a lot, Claire.
Pleasure, Johnny, and I hope you have a wonderful trip.
Oh, believe me, nothing's gonna stop me this time. For once in my life, I'm gonna... Oh, no.
Yeah, I arranged for this seating myself, John.
Pat McCracken.
That's right. Sit down.
Stewardess, Flair, help! Now, you listen to
Johnny,
me, Pat.
Come on, sit down and make yourself
What is it,
easy.
Mr. Dollar? What's wrong?
Give me another seat on this crate.
Oh, now, Johnny.
I'm sorry, Mr. Dollar, but this is the only one left, and Mr. McCracken insisted that I save it for
Oh, he
you.
did he?
You wouldn't want to stand all the way down to New York. Besides, the airline wouldn't like it.
Now, Pat. Okay. But only as far as New York.
Yes?
Yeah.
If I were you, I wouldn't be too sure.
Yeah? All right, now you listen. The minute we land in New York, where I can pick up another plane, Pat, you and I part company.
You want to bet on that?
It's an interesting fact that many of our greatest inventions and discoveries have been hit upon accidentally by doctors, engineers, or inspired tinkerers while working toward some other objective. Thomas Edison had such an accident. While working on an advanced telegraph instrument, he noticed a faint musical sound coming from the revolving paper-covered cylinder he was using. He noticed that indentations in the paper caused the needle to vibrate, and the vibrations produced the sound. Setting aside the telegraph instrument momentarily, he experimented with the principle he had accidentally discovered. He fixed a needle to a diaphragm mounted on the short end of a horn and arranged this apparatus so that the needle would scrape on the revolving cylinder as it turned. Instead of paper on the cylinder, he used a covering of tinfoil and then spoke through the horn as the cylinder turned, and the vibrations of his voice caused the needle to make indentations of varying depths in the tinfoil surface. After a few models had been made and tested with minor success, Edison recited into the horn the nursery rhyme, "Mary Had a Little Lamb." Then it was played back, and for the first time in history, a machine spoke with a man's voice. Thus the phonograph was born, an invention that grew out of an ingenious inventor's attempt to produce something else. The phonograph and all its various advancements and refinements up to today's tape recording have brought endless pleasure to millions throughout the world. More importantly, they have been used for the advancement of science and culture to an incredible degree. This is just one of many cases in which the illustrious Thomas A. Edison succeeded in his efforts by following the American inventor's traditional philosophy, there must be a way. Let's find it.
Now, Act Two of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, and the wholly unexpected matter.
When we got off for New York, I said so long and goodbye to Pat McCracken, then climbed aboard one of the big jets. But just before takeoff, who should come barging in and take the seat next to me?
Well, of course, Johnny. This is the seat that was assigned to me.
All right now, Pat. How did you know what flight I was taking out of Hartford, which one out of New York?
Easy, Johnny, easy. I simply checked with the airline back there at Bradley Field.
Ish.
Now, instead of clamming up the way you did on the trip from Hartford to New York, let's talk about this.
I'm sorry, Pat, but I'm on a vacation, and this is one time. Neither you nor anybody else is going to keep me from going out to...
Yes?
Well...
Go ahead and say it, Johnny, to Lake Mojave Resort out along the Colorado.
How did... I mean... Oh, what makes you think that?
Well, where else in the world would you go to get away from it all for a few days?
Well, lots of places.
Not this time.
How do you know?
I'm just betting on it. That's why I dragged along all my fishing tackle.
Huh?
Sure. After hearing you rave about the place all these years, I decided it was high time I took a crack at it, too.
Now, wait a minute, just a minute.
Yes, Johnny.
You mean that when you called me back at my apartment, it wasn't about some kind of an assignment?
Farthest thing from my mind.
Oh, yeah?
Honor bright.
What? Then why didn't you say so?
So who had a chance? Well, do we go fishing together or don't we?
All right, just one condition, Pat. Not one single word of business until we get back to Hartford.
Who said anything about business? Don't you think I need a vacation now and then as much as you do?
Okay, then, okay. Now, that's settled.
That's settled, yeah. Now, make with some talk about those nice big fish that we're gonna...
Okay, Huh? What's the matter? What?
Nothing. I've been looking at that fellow sitting up there in the seat next to the emergency exit.
Oh, what about him?
Nothing really. It's just that he looks very familiar, and what's more, I'm sure he was also aboard the plane out of Hartford.
Oh, so were several other people. Remember, the plane was full.
Yes, and I tried to tell you about the way he kept looking back at you in a funny sort of
now
way.
quit it, Pat. Just
well,
quit
it's a fact, John. Oh, look, did you see that? He gave us a quick glance and then buried his face in his magazine again.
So what?
Well, almost as though he didn't want to be seen by us.
Now, you look here,
Are you
Pat.
sure that you don't recognize him? That face is mighty familiar.
Well, it isn't to me, so forget it and relax and let's enjoy ourselves.
Funny little scar on his cheek when he half turned just... Johnny, are you sure you didn't...
Now, I said forget it.
Okay, whatever you say.
At Los Angeles, we grabbed another ferry plane, this one to Las Vegas, Nevada.
Johnny, look, that same man aboard, and don't tell me so what.
It was late when we arrived at the fabulous city of Chance out there in the middle of the Mojave Desert. So we grabbed a cab into the Hotel Sahara. That's item 2, $1.25. Item 3 is $16 for a suite of rooms. Item 4 is $12.20 for a couple of drinks and a good meal. Then we dropped into the casino. Oh, real excitement. Yeah, watching the little ivory ball click around the roulette wheel, the snap of cards at the blackjack table, the rattle of dice, the click of poker chips, the ring of silver dollars, and over it all, the constant chuck and whir of the slot machines. Pat and I had separated, and by some stroke of good luck, I did all right with the dice. So I hauled my stack of chips over to the cashier's cage and collected, believe it or not.
200, 300, 350, 60, $365.
Right on the nose. Thanks very much.
Yes, sir. Next, please.
Johnny, there you are.
Yeah, I sure am. Well, how you doing, Pat?
All right, fine. Now listen.
Yeah?
That man we saw on the plane.
That you saw?
Well, I saw him again a little while ago while you were at the roulette table. He was watching you, and when he saw me watching him...
Now, Pat, would
Johnny,
you... Probably, look, half a dozen people from Hartford have taken this same set of planes out here. After all, it's vacation time. A lot of people.
Okay, Johnny, I hope you're right.
Oh, sure I'm right. Now, look, let's get some sleep, and first thing in the morning, we'll head down to the lake, huh? Come on.
Well, whatever you say, only...
Stop worrying, will you? Will you?
Sure, Johnny, sure.
Any American accused of a serious crime has the right to a jury trial. But you also have the right to have your case decided by a jury in most civil cases when you're suing in the federal courts for damages or for the recovery of your property. Do you know when you can exercise this right? The answer is in the Constitution. The 7th Amendment says that you can have your case decided by a jury whenever the amount involved is greater than $20. This is one of the ways in which the Constitution seeks to provide every citizen with fair and impartial justice. It is one of the ways in which the Constitution ensures that this country of yours and mine shall be our country under God.
And now, Act 3 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Well, it wasn't much after the crack of dawn that Pat McCracken and I rented a car. That's item 5 on the expense account, $50 deposit. And then we headed south. 5 miles short of Kingman, Arizona, we swung right on 68 down toward Davis Dam, down to Lake Mojave Resort. Once over the mountain pass, there were miles and miles of nothing but sun-baked rock and sand, of sagebrush and Joshua trees, of tumbleweed and cactus. And then, right in the middle of it, that clear blue water of Lake Mojave. The resort itself, with everything for water sports and, more important for me, for the fishermen. Buster Favors signed us in at the office, and then...
Okay, you're number 8, Johnny. And if you and Mr. McCracken don't get limits every day...
Mr. McCracken? Out here, Buster, it's Pat.
Okay, Pat.
Wow, shall we?
Oh, incidentally, you're not the only one that's out here from Hartford.
Oh, that right, Buster?
Mr. Malloy arrived late last night.
Malloy. Does that name ring a bell, Johnny?
It certainly does not. Now, will you forget about that man you saw?
Excuse me.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Well, you ought to be.
Okay. Now let's unpack and go fishing.
Oh, brother, just try and stop me. Just forget all about business.
Excuse me, Pat.
What?
This calls for you.
Oh, thanks.
You mean you told somebody where you were coming?
Only my office, Johnny, you know.
Idiot.
Here you are.
Thank you. Hello?
Mr. McCracken, this is Marion at the office.
Now, Marion, I said the only calls I want out
Please,
here...
Mr. McCracken, is Johnny Dollar with you?
You know he is. Why?
That arson case you assigned him 3 years ago, the Morley warehouse?
The Morley warehouse fire?
What? What's that?
Get this, Johnny.
Yeah?
What about it, Marion?
Well, it was Mr. Dollar who told the police how to catch Danny Maloney for that job.
Yes, that's right. Scarface
And
Maloney,
when they
but...
put Maloney in state prison for it, he swore that if he ever got out, well, he's out.
Maloney.
Did you hear me, Mr. McCracken? Scarface Maloney has escaped from the state prison over at Weathersfield night before last.
Yeah.
And if he carries out his threat against Johnny Dollar...
You hear that, Johnny?
Yeah, I heard.
The man aboard the plane with a scar on his cheek? And you wouldn't bother looking at him.
All right, now,
Okay,
wait.
Johnny, you're on the expense account.
Hey, what's this all about? Buster, the man from Hartford. Malloy, isn't?
Has he got a scar on his face, Buster?
Why, yeah, on his cheek.
Where is he?
And come to think of it, Johnny, he asked when you'd be arriving.
Where is he?
Oh, he went out fishing early this morning.
You know where, Buster?
Just up the lake somewhere is all I know.
All right, now. Did you tell him when I'd arrive?
No, wasn't sure myself.
Then we're one up on him.
Maybe.
Mr. Malloy looks like a mighty fine man to me.
Don't be fooled, Buster. Johnny, what'll we do?
Buster, you're the best judge of character I've ever known.
Thanks, Johnny.
Well, Johnny?
Pat, you and I are going fishing.
What?
I know Lake Mojave well. Scarface Maloney, he couldn't possibly know much about it. So Pat and I put on fishing clothes, took along our tackle. I took along a gun, and we headed up the lake in a fast outboard. We prowled into every wash and cove at the lower end of the lake, slowly and methodically. We saw lots of fishermen, but not the man we were looking for. Finally, well, I guess the spell of Lake Mojave was just too much for me, so I hove to at the end of a long, narrow cove with high walls of rock on every side.
Hey, why stop here, Johnny?
Well, one cast cove, Pat.
What?
Oh, look, it's just too good to pass up. Now, you drop a plug there in the corner. Just one cast, and I guarantee you a bass.
You think of fishing at a time like this?
Oh, come on now. Just try it, Pat. Then we'll go back to the main body of the lake and we'll find the...
Johnny, look.
Huh?
No, careful so he won't see you. Up on that rock that overhangs the end of the cove.
Yeah, I see him. Hiding behind a boulder.
Yeah. Look.
I see it. At least the glint of the sun.
Blued steel, Johnny.
Yeah.
I can't see what it is, but I don't need to, Johnny, because it's aimed this way.
Of all the heavenly bodies, the moon has gained such importance that it's continually in today's news. Now, to land a rocket ship on the moon, you must know the moon's exact orbit and rate of speed around the Earth. For decades, scientists were sure they knew these facts, but one man felt they were wrong and proved it. Simon Newcomb was born in 1835 in Wallace, Nova Scotia. Throughout his childhood, he amazed his elders with his uncanny perception of mathematics. While in his teens, Newcomb joined his father, who was teaching in the United States. In 1854, they finally settled in Maryland, where Newcomb also became a teacher. One day on a trip to Washington, he visited the Smithsonian Institute. From then on, he spent every free moment studying from its wonderful wealth of books. Reading book after book, he stumbled onto 4 volumes which kindled his enthusiasm into a brilliant flame. The books told of the amazing world of astronomy. Early in his new career, he became especially interested in the moon. He studied it intensely. One evening, he noticed that it seemed to be lagging a little behind its predicted schedule of motion. Surrounding himself with tables and charts, he painstakingly pursued the possible error. After exhaustive effort, he found it. An error in computation had been made back in the year 1675. If Newcomb had not discovered this error, a flight to the moon might never have been possible. Simon Newcomb, another American scientist dedicated to the principle that somehow there must be a way. Let's find it.
Now, here's Act 4 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
The end of a long cove surrounded by high walls of rock, and on top, a man with blued steel in his hand, aimed straight down at us.
Johnny, with the sun in our faces, he's got the advantage of us. We're like sitting ducks down here. What do we do?
Now listen, Pat. Yeah? I don't like it, but it's the only way. If I rock us forward a bit, like this, it'll put my end of the boat behind the ledge.
Yeah?
I'll tie up to it, out of his sight. You'll be the sitting duck.
So what? It's you he's after.
You'll be in plain sight of him, so go ahead and fish. If you get something, and I'm sure you will, make like you're talking to me, like I'm still here, huh?
And you?
Through that crevice. Do you see it there?
Yeah.
Maybe, just maybe I can get around and up behind it.
Oh, Johnny, that gun
It's our only chance, Pat. Now look, I can tie us up now, with only you inside of me.
Okay, Johnny.
All right, start fishing. And believe me, brother, good luck.
Right. One cast cove, huh? Well, Johnny, we'll just see about that. Right there in the corner, huh? You mean like this?
Carefully,
Holy smoke,
slowly,
you are right. He's a lot
I
of
edged my way up the long crevice in the rocks toward the man who'd been spying on us from above. I was afraid that every step would loosen a slide of rocks and warn him. But all of his attention was on the boat in the cove below where Pat, bless his heart, was dragging out his fight with the fish. The man's back was to me, and then... Wait a minute. Blued steel? Sure it was. Yeah. An old pair of binoculars. Then I slipped on a small rock.
Oh, why, Mr. Dollar.
Yeah, that's right. Who are you?
Malloy's the name, Mr. Dollar. Franklin J. Why, that gun.
That's right.
Why, good heavens, I didn't realize you were this jealous of your fishing secrets.
Now, what's that supposed to mean? Malloy, Maloney, whatever your name is?
Please put it down, sir.
Brother, you start talking.
Well, you see, it's just that I've heard so much about your fishing over here over the years.
Oh, yeah?
And when my lady friend who works for the airline back there in Hartford...
Your lady friend...
Well, when she told me you were coming out here again, I thought maybe if I kind of spied on you, well, maybe I could learn to catch some of the nice big fish out here the way you do.
Now, Mr. Malloy...
I didn't think you'd go so far as to use a gun to protect...
Johnny!
Yeah, I'm here, Buster.
Oh, yeah. Well, I just thought you and Pat here ought to know about another phone call just came in.
Yeah?
Those Hartford police of yours must be pretty good.
What's that mean?
They picked up that Scarface Maloney about an hour ago, and he's back in the pen.
Johnny!
Oh, and I see you found Mr. Malloy.
Buster, please, Mr. Dollar.
I'll get to you in a minute. Hey, Buster, you take Pat out where he can catch some little bluegill or a tired old carp, maybe.
Eh?
Mr. Malloy and I are going after some real lunkers. A couple of secret spots I know.
Well, sure.
Okay, Mr. Malloy?
Bless you, Mr. Dollar.
Well, you sure can't win them all, especially when there isn't anything to win. And at long last, I got in a full week of fishing at Lake Mojave. Expense account total? Well, Pat, you add it up. After all, you're paying for it. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey. Originates in Hollywood and is written, produced, and directed by Jack Johnstone. Heard in our cast were Virginia Gregg, Shirley Mitchell, Larry Dobkin, Sam Edwards, Barney Phillips, and Edgar Barrier. Be sure to join us next week, same time and station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. This is John Wall speaking.
Johnny Dollar has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Johnny Dollar.
Hi, Johnny. How are you?
Who's that, Ted?
That's right, Ted Orloff, Los Angeles.
Well, how are you, Ted? What goes with you these days?
Problem.
Haven't we all?
Series of fires, Johnny, that have been costing Western Indemnity a heap of dough.
Suspect arson?
Suspect? I'm sure of it. But, Johnny, somebody's got to prove it. Prove I'm right. Can you make it?
Sure, Ted. Why not?
CBS Radio Network brings you Mandel Kramer in the exciting adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account. America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator, yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Western Indemnity Company, Los Angeles office. Following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the all-too-easy matter. Shortly after dawn cracked the next morning, I drove to the airport and spent item one, $204.20 plane fare for a 9:30 jet out of New York. It dropped into Los Angeles International just 10 minutes before noon Pacific time. Item two, $6.50 into the office of Western Indemnity. As I started through the front door of the building, a man rushing out bumped into me.
Oh, sorry, mister, but I'm going to...
Hey,
Johnny!
Ted, what's the hurry?
Listen, I'm glad you're here. Come on. My car's right around the corner. Come on.
Anything you say, but what's the big emergency?
Another one, Johnny. Another one of these fires I called you about. That'll be number 6, Johnny. 6 in a row. Here, get in. Come on, see for yourself why I'm going off my nut.
That old building is going up about as fast as anything I've ever seen. You ask me, that's going to be a total loss.
Yeah, sure, like the others. Thank God no people have been living in it, not for years. But that doesn't lower the insurance we're going to have to pay. If only I didn't know there were going to be more of them.
What do you mean you know?
I mean that firebug will start exactly 15 more of them before he's through if somebody doesn't stop him.
You seem to know an awful lot about him.
You bet I do. Plenty. Except for his next method and where he's going to strike next.
Oh, wait a minute, Ted. Where's the arson squad in all this?
Yeah, where?
You know your fire department out here is one of the best in the country? And if it is ours,
sure it is. They agree it is. But in spite of all I tell them, they refuse to grab the guy who's doing it.
I mean, you know who this torch man is?
I sure do, Johnny.
Well, who is it?
Look out! Get back!
You're right. That wall is up.
There it goes.
Boy, that was too close for comfort, Ted. Come on, let's get out of here. Nothing for us here until it cools off.
Good. Let's go someplace where I can get a drink. Boy, I can use it.
Well, Ted, tell me, who benefited?
Okay, listen. This client of ours, name is Alpheus Brockway Brox. Yep, widower, 82 years of age. Lives on Petway Drive in Beverly Hills.
Mm-hmm.
Doctor says he has only a couple of years to go, at the most. Heart condition.
Uh-huh.
But he doesn't look it, Johnny. If I look as good as that when I'm 60, I'll be mighty thankful.
Well, what about him, Ted?
Johnny, old man Brockton's one of those guys who never had to do a lick of work in his life. A playboy in spades. But by the time his beautiful young wife died, he had to quit all that because of his age and his heart.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the old boy had just about had and done everything. And, of course, he'd gone through a stack of dough.
I should think so.
But he was apparently content to settle back and take it easy. Live this simple life and just live out the end of his days. He had no responsibilities. His only child, really a stepdaughter, had got married, a fellow by the name of Ben Plater in the import-export business. And, she incidentally is beneficiary of his small life policy and whatever else he manages to leave, if any.
You mean he's broke now?
Well, he isn't rolling in dough the way he used to, but he isn't broke because his old man, who had worked for a living, has been smart enough way back to buy up all the property he could lay his hand on here in L.A.
Ah, I see.
But now all he has left is a little bit here and a little bit there, and what's turned out to be pretty poor sections of town.
Mm-hmm.
An old broken-down frame house on South Cordero Street, the remains of a creaky log building on some land that won't be redeveloped for another 10 years, and so on. So what happened?
Go ahead, you tell me.
taxes higher and higher every year on this land of his.
Yeah?
So he has to get up the dough for them every year.
Well, naturally.
He still has insurance on the worthless old buildings on that land.
So you figure that old Alpheus Broxton is eating his cake and having it too?
Right. Now you're with me. He burned down a worthless old building that would have cost him money to wreck. He collects a big hunk of insurance from me, and he still has the valuable part, the land. Oh, boy, what a racket.
No, maybe so.
Sure. Well, let's go back to the office, and I'll, what's the matter?
I don't know, Ted.
But it has to be that way. It's the only thing that makes any sense. Broxton is burning down those buildings. And he's not only costing the company a fortune, but making a bunch of suckers of us.
I wonder.
Wonder? Isn't it obvious?
Maybe it's too obvious. Makes the answer seem all too easy.
Oh, now, Johnny, Lord.
Yes, sir. Just a little too easy. But we'll see.
When you have to stay alert, don't let drowsiness slow you down. Perk up. Perk up with No-Dose. The safe way to stay alert without harmful stimulants. Remember, when you're driving, working, studying, and monotony makes you feel drowsy. Perk up. Perk up with No-Dose. No-Dose.
Okay, Johnny, here it is. The old man's address and a list of all his properties that haven't gone up in flames. Not yet. Not until he gets to them.
Now, look, Ted, if you're so sure that Buxton is setting those fires...
Have you forgotten that favorite saying of yours?
I don't know, have I?
Cui bono? Who benefits? Well, Alpheus Brockway Broxton is the only one who has benefit and the only one who will benefit when the rest of his properties burn.
I guess you have a point there, Ted, but if the fire department arson squad can't pin it on him...
They simply refuse to look at the obvious. And you listen, Johnny.
That's all I am doing.
Oh, you think it's too obvious, huh? Well, haven't I heard you say, and more than once, that the obvious makes the best cover-up of all?
Perhaps, on occasion.
Well, it's true now. The police, the fire department say, oh, no, a crook would never be so dumb as to leave a clue or evidence or a motive right out in the open. So it has to be somebody else, they say. It simply can't be poor, dear, sweet old Mr. Broxton. It has to be somebody without a motive, somebody all the suspicion doesn't point to.
You sure that's their reasoning, huh?
Well, I say they're wrong.
And what about Broxton's age? 82, did you say?
Okay, so perhaps he has somebody else do it for him. Is there any difference? Aren't there bound to be plenty of pros in a town like this?
Ted, whether you realize it or not, the arson boys know the pros, all of them, and they usually keep pretty close tabs on them.
Usually, huh? Well, they haven't done it this time. So, Johnny, you've got to work on it. Okay?
Okay, Ted.
Oh, excuse me.
Sure.
Hello. Oh, hello, Commissioner. Huh? Oh, no. Where? Okay, then you listen. I know, but now listen. You know what I've done? I've brought somebody out here who's going to prove that I'm right. Yeah, Johnny Dollar. Huh? Well, yeah, I guess so. Johnny.
Oh, yes, sir?
Another fire, Johnny. Another one of Broxton's building. That's two in one day, and now he wants to talk to you.
Who, Broxton?
No, Fred Klein.
Fred Klein?
Yeah, he's a fire commissioner.
Oh, no. Here, let me have the phone.
Here. Fred, how are you?
Pretty good, Johnny.
You're just the man I want to see.
I kind of thought you might.
Tell me where and when.
For you, Johnny, right now, if you like.
Good, where?
My room 401 at 217 South Hill.
I'm on my way.
You're going to see him, Johnny?
Yes, sir.
Then get him working on this thing from the right angle. And I know that you can do it, Johnny, that you can prove to him that I'm right about old Alpheus B. Yeah?
We'll see. Item 3, $50 deposit on a rental car, and 20 minutes later, after the usual amenities, Fire Commissioner Fred Klein sets me straight on a few things.
No, Johnny. All our feelings on the matter don't bother me a bit. A lot of people don't think too much of us until they see the results of our work.
I know.
And luckily, knock on wood, we usually do manage to get some results.
Luckily,
What?
Fred, in my book, it takes a lot of hard work to get lucky. And in a department like yours, I'd say a lot of ability, too. But now, what about this stubborn notion of Ted Orloff's?
In the beginning, we were inclined to think the same way he does. Until we really looked into things.
And now?
Alpheus Broxton, a little 82-year-old man with a heart condition who won't stand any kind of excitement. Wait till you talk to him, Johnny. And I think you should, by the way.
Yes, I want to.
Now, see if you come up with the same idea that we have.
That he's hiring a pro?
His 6 files, 7 as of now, have not been set by a professional.
You're sure of that?
I'd stake the reputation of this whole department on it.
Why?
A pro has a pattern, Johnny, almost invariably an easily identifiable modus operandi. You may not realize it, but it's their trademarks that enable us to nail so many of them.
Yes, I know.
What's more, we have files on those boys that are so complete that, well, we're like an expert dry fly fisherman.
He's always set to strike just before the trout hits the fly.
Exactly.
And I take it these fires don't fit the pattern of any known arsonist.
They don't fit any pattern. But we believe they're all the work of an amateur.
No?
Yeah. Who tries one method here, another there, and so on.
The same amateur?
Only because of the frequency and regularity old man Broxton's properties have been hit. 7 in less than 6 weeks.
Yeah, that would seem to indicate at least that he's in back of them, wouldn't it?
Will it? Go see him, Johnny.
I will.
And who knows? Maybe you'll come up with the same idea we're working on.
Which is what?
Talk to him. Then we'll compare notes. And remember one thing.
Yeah?
In spite of its inadequate size, the arson squad is my pride and joy. 11 of the best men in the country. But only 11 of them. And they're called all over the city every day. We do have other fires, you know. Which means that not one of them can afford to spend the time on a single assignment that you can. I'll go see Barton.
Right. I drove out to South Peckway Drive and talked with Mr. Broxton. Fred Klein was right. That old man would have been utterly incapable of setting those fires. The excitement alone would have killed him in a minute. What's more, although he was no longer wealthy, he was perfectly content to live out the rest of his days taking care of his modest little house. Motive? Absolutely none. He didn't care about accumulating money to leave to his stepdaughter Lois and her husband. They were grown up and able to take care of themselves. He didn't see much of them. They'd never been to him for help of any kind. And they'd assured him they were getting along just fine. So on the strength of that one brief conversation with him, by the time I thanked him and left, I was completely convinced of his innocence. But then, a few blocks away, it suddenly hit me. A couple of things. Ted Orloff's reminder of my own words, cui bono, who benefits, and the old man's insurance policy in the state. The same idea Fred Klein said that he had? Maybe. Maybe not. But it was certainly worth following up. I like that idea. Newport filter cigarettes. Newport menthol cigarettes. I like that idea. Good, rich tobacco flavor. The right amount of menthol and just a hint of cool, refreshing mint. That's the thing about Newport. That's the combination that makes Newport more refreshing to begin with, more refreshing all the way. Just enough menthol to make Newport so refreshing while you're smoking, without hiding the rich taste of great tobaccos.
George. Can I have Newport, too?
Expense account item 4, a dime for a phone call to Mr. Broxton.
Now, what do you want that for, Mr. Dollar?
I want to call on them.
You do, huh?
Now, why?
Just give me the address, please, Mr. Broxton.
Well, sure. Of course. It's 1201 North Woolworth, Sherman Oaks.
Good. Thank you.
Now, just a minute, Mr. Dollar.
Thank you very much. Item 5, $10.40 for a fancy imitation leather portfolio, plus $1 for some gold lettering on it that said Federal Housing and Occupation Survey. Then I drove to the San Fernando Valley to Sherman Oaks, to another modest little home. A rather poor sort of home is more like it, because of the neglect it showed both inside and out. And the woman who met me at the door? Well, she was young and good-looking, cheerful, well-spoken, but there was something about her that belied not only what I'd heard, but what she told me. More important, what she told me about her husband.
You'll have to pardon my looking this way, but I just got home from work.
Oh, that's perfectly all right.
Federal Housing and Occupation Survey,
That's right.
Another big government investigation?
Well, it's just a kind of general survey.
Oh, I see. Why'd you have them pick on us?
Us?
Yes.
Oh, you're married then?
Oh, yes. My husband's name is Ben Plater, and I'm Lois Plater, Mr. Dollar, did you say?
That's right.
Won't you sit down, Mr. Dollar?
Oh, I'm sorry. I guess this pacing of mine is just kind of a nervous habit. I hope you don't mind.
Oh, not at all. Well, now, what can I tell you?
You say you go to work?
Oh, just to fill in time, you know. I'm a typist over there, Jack.
Oh, I see. And your husband, does he work?
Oh, yes. He's in the import-export business.
Oh. And his office address?
Well, that's his little office right behind that door.
Oh, I see. But he isn't here now,
No, he left for Mexico, where he has a lot of business contacts.
Mm-hmm. And when did he leave, Mrs. Plater?
Yesterday morning.
I see. Now, what does he do then?
Oh, there's a big sort of cement machine that's used in building work, and it's made by Centorga Corporation over in East Los Angeles.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's a sort of a crane that goes on a truck that he imports from Finland.
I see.
And an air conditioner that's made over in Long Beach, and some Japanese transistor walkie-talkies. All sorts of things.
I see.
Oh, that's some of the literature on that desk beside you.
Yes, I see. Well, would you say he's pretty successful at it?
Oh, yes, very.
Good. All right, now suppose I look around the house.
All right.
And we'll start with his office.
Oh, dear, I'm sorry.
Sorry?
Well, he always keeps it locked. And he took the only key with him.
Oh, well, that's all right. We'll skip it for now. That the house of a successful businessman? Hardly. And among the papers on the desk, I glimpsed a repossession notice for their TV set. So as soon as I'd made a cursory inspection of the rest of the house, I left and drove to the nearest gas station and ran up item 6, $1.30 on 2 phone calls. The first was to the head of the Centorga Corporation that she'd mentioned over in East L.A.
Now, don't mention Ben Plater's name around here, Mr. Dollar.
Oh, why not, sir?
All he's been is trouble for us. Expense. Sure, he had a working arrangement with us until we got wise to him. All those phony claims to have a lot of big deals pending down in Mexico. Baloney. Well, I think he's just a lazy, good-for-nothing... Look, over the phone is no good. But if you want to drop in here, Mr. Dollar...
No, thanks. I don't think it'll be necessary. The information from the air conditioner outfit in Long Beach was virtually the same. Then I dropped in at the state employment office near where they lived. And there I learned Plater had had something like a dozen jobs in the last 5 years. Had held each one of them just long enough to get fired, then collect unemployment insurance. And some disability insurance as well. All right. Tie that in with the fact that old man Broxton didn't have long to live. And sure, it all tied in. I put in a call to Fred Klein, then drove back to the house, and there...
Oh, Mr. Dollar.
I'm afraid I didn't really finish my job here. May I come in again?
Well, of course. I was just fixing myself some dinner. But I've plenty for two if you'd like to stay.
Oh, well, thank you. But all I want is to look at your husband's office.
Oh, I told you, Mr. Dollar, it's all locked up.
Well, then I'm going to have to break my way in, won't I?
Well, break? Well, without a warrant or something? Well, I mean, but why?
Just stand aside, Mrs. Slater.
Mr. Dollar.
Please stand aside.
No!
What I found in that room after turning on the light? Long strips of paraffin tape, Candles, cans of solvent, gasoline, even a couple of crude timing devices made to set off a blaze. I'd been right. Ben Plater was behind the fires, and the reason? They had every possible dollar to the old man's bank account before he died and left it to Lois. And there was all the evidence I could need. The case was closed. Almost.
Okay, Dollar, don't move.
Ben Plater,
I said don't move.
Ben, that gun.
You see, he has one, Lois.
Yes, here it is.
Just hang on to it. You made a bad mistake giving Lois your right name, Dollar.
I guess my big mistake was believing you might really be in Mexico. But don't you think you're making one now?
You think I didn't know all about you? Didn't figure something was up when you came here before. Too bad you got back so soon, Dollar, before I had a chance to clear out this room. It doesn't give me much of a choice, does it?
Nice fellow you married to, Lois. Now he's going to be a killer.
Ben.
So this is it, Dollar.
No, Ben.
Get away, Lois.
No, you can't.
Who said I can't?
The fire's all right. Because of the money they'd get it, but not this. This is murder.
It's him or me, isn't it?
No.
Dollar.
No, I won't let you. Look, Ben. Look at me. Look, I have his gun.
Put that thing down and get away.
No, I won't let you kill him.
Get away. You won't stop me. I'll stop you.
I didn't know. I didn't realize how far he'd go with it.
Johnny, I see you're under control.
Yes, Fred, I think so.
I suspected you might lead us to something. That looks like you have, doesn't it?
I think so, Commissioner. Ben and Lois Plater. I think they're through playing with fire. Not a very pretty one, I know. And I hope the shock of it all isn't too much for old Mr. Broxton. Expense account total, including the trip home, $491.34. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Now, here's our star to tell you about next week's story.
Next week, 2 good men, 2 beautiful girls, and 1 not-so-beautiful motive for murder. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Can you get premium gasoline performance at regular gasoline price? Find out what so many other car owners have found. In 3 out of 5 cars, regular priced Sinclair Dino gasoline matches performance of premium gasolines, saves you up to 4 cents a gallon. Almost anywhere you see the Sinclair sign, you can save up to 4 cents a gallon with Dino and still get premium performance and mileage. Drive with care and buy Sinclair Dino gasoline. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, is written by Jack Johnstone, produced and directed by Fred Hendrickson, music supervision by Ethel Huber. Johnny Dollar is played by Mandel Kramer. Be sure to join us next week, same time, same station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. This is Art Hanna speaking.
The winners! Yes, the winners in the second big jingle contest will be announced today. So listen now while new post-war Old Dutch cleanser, famous for chasing dirt, presents Nick Carter, famous for chasing crime. Every week at this time, 2 great names are joined as new post-war Old Dutch cleanser brings you one of the most resourceful and daring characters in all detective fiction, Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Nick, I'm getting cramped hiding under this desk. Do you really think he's coming?
$50,000 is pretty tempting bait. And he sounded plenty interested over the phone.
Well, if we only had a light in here, maybe
Quiet. Listen.
Someone's forcing the window.
Hold tight, Betsy. I think that's our man.
And now, the case of the last old-timer. Today's adventure starring Lon Clark as Nick Carter. Brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch cleanser. If you ask Waldo McGlynn, crime isn't what it used to be. No, sir. Give Waldo the good old days when Nick's father, Sim Carter, was one of the country's leading detectives, and his right-hand man was Waldo McGlynn. Those were the days when crime was crime. But today, at Nick's office, Waldo's audience isn't very attentive. because Nick is inspecting a new camera and Patsy is finishing some letters. But Waldo still holds forth on his favorite subject.
I tell you, Nick, boy, we had real criminals in them days. You didn't catch them fellas by using a microscope and a lie detector. No, sirree, you had to stand up.
Nick. Anything else?
Oh, no thanks, Patsy. Hey, you know, with a fast lens like this, I could down here take pictures in the dark.
Doggone it, Patsy. I wish you wouldn't interrupt me. Now I forget what I was saying.
Oh, that's easy. No, sir, you had to stand up and shoot it out. Shoot first and ask questions afterwards. That's the way we work.
I didn't say all that. Well, not yet, anyway.
But you were going to. Oh, I know that routine by heart, Waldo. I've heard it so often.
All right, laugh. Go ahead. But you'll find out I'm right. And before long, too. You know who got out of Sing Sing this week?
No.
Who? Nitro Nelson. That's who. The king of the safecrackers.
Oh, yes. I heard my father talk about him.
Yes, sirree. Your old man and me shot it out with Nitro and his pal, Dan Brinkley, after they pulled that Cohen security job and killed the night watchman.
Oh, I thought they got the chair for that, Waldo.
No, only Dan Brinkley was executed. Nitro testified against him and got off with a life sentence.
And they released him this week?
Yep, paroled after serving 25 years.
Oh.
So, Nick, you better look out for the biggest crime wave this old town has seen for many a day.
Well, I doubt whether Nitro's much of a menace anymore, Waldo. Well, the old boy must be past 70.
Well, so what? He still knows more about cracking a safe than all these modern yeggs put together. You just give him a flask of nitroglycerin, and he will...
Waldo, those methods are out of date. Modern safes can't be cracked as easily as those old-timers.
Okay, you just wait and see.
All right, Waldo. I promise to call on you the very first time I get a case involving a blown safe. Nick Carter speaking.
Hello. This is Cornelius Jones of Jones, Fisher and Caraway.
Oh, yes, Mr. Jones.
Somebody broke into our offices here at the factory last night, murdered the night watchman, got away without payroll.
Well, have you notified the police?
Well, of course, but we'd like to have you on the case, too. Will you help us out?
Okay, I'll be out there in 30 minutes, Mr. Jones.
Splendid.
Oh, by the way, where was the money? In a safe?
Of course it was. This thief got it by blowing the door of the safe clear off its hinges.
What did I tell you, Nick, boy? What did I tell you?
One case doesn't make a crime wave, Walter.
Just the same.
Oh, Patsy, you have the camera, haven't you?
I sure have. Well, here's Mr. Jones's office.
Come on. Very well, Lewis. I'll take 2 safes of this QS2 model. I want delivery as soon as possible.
I'll have them for you inside of a week, Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones, I'm Nick Carter.
Oh, come in, Mr. Carter. Come in.
Thank you. This is my secretary, Miss Bowen.
Hello, Mr. Jones.
How do you do?
And my assistant, Mr. Waldo Aloysius McGlynn.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Meet Mr. Lewis of the Hercules Safe Company.
Miss Lewis?
How do you do? Hercules Safe Company, huh? You investigating the robbery, too, Mr. Lewis?
No. I'm a salesman, not a detective. I just sold Mr. Jones 2 of our latest models, one for the factory here and one for the downtown office.
Wish you'd sold them to me before this thing happened last night.
Well, you can't see I didn't try, Mr. Jones.
Pardon me, Mr. Jones. Would you mind showing me where the safe is? I'd like to take a few pictures.
Pictures?
Yes, I'm testing a new camera with a special lens for detail work.
Say, that's quite a camera, Mr. Carter. May I see it?
Certainly. Help yourself.
I've read about these, but this is the first one I've ever seen. Wow. F1.4 lens. That's unusual. Golly, I'd like to have one of these.
Yeah, well, you get those new safes here by Saturday. I'll buy a roll of film.
They'll be here, Mr. Jones.
Come on, Carter. I'll show you where the robbery took place. You can get all the pictures you want. Well, there's the safe, Mr. Carter. The police have been over everything, of course.
Oh, gee, that is an old-fashioned safe.
Yeah, I'll say it is. Modern safe couldn't have been blown open so easily. Thief must have used nitroglycerin, too. See where he plugged up the cracks with soap?
Let me take a look, Nick, boy.
Yeah, go ahead, Walter. Go ahead. Hey, Mr. Jones, where was the night watchman's body found?
Oh, just outside in the corridor. He was shot. The janitor found him when he opened up this morning.
Nick, boy, this is one of Nitro Nelson's jobs if I ever saw one.
Oh, Walter, you've got Nitro Nelson on the brain.
I know what I'm talking about, Patsy. In the old days, we could recognize the work of every big-time safecracker in the business.
Well, if you're right, Walter, we'll find out pretty soon. I see the police have been dusting for fingerprints.
And it looks as though they've found plenty.
Yeah. Well, as soon as we're through here, we'll go down to headquarters and check with Matty.
I'm waiting for a report on those fingerprints now, Nick.
And when it gets here, you'll find out I'm right, Matty.
Oh, yeah?
This takes me back 25 years. Nitro killed the night watchman on that job, too.
According to court records, his partner killed him.
You could never make me believe that. Dan Brinkley wasn't the killer type. But Nitro swore Dan did it, and the court believed him.
Oh, were you at the trial, Waldo?
Sure, Nick. I had to testify.
Oh.
Yeah, I remember how sorry I felt for Dan's wife and kid when the judge passed the death sentence on them. It's funny why their faces keep sticking in my mind the way they do.
Oh, that's probably the report, Nick. Sergeant Matheson, homicide. Yeah? Uh-huh. Okay, Peterson, thanks. Waldo, I gotta give you credit.
Huh?
You sure called the turn this time.
What? You mean those were Nitro Nelson's fingerprints, Matty?
As plain as day.
What did I tell you?
In spite of his age, the old boy must be pretty spry to pull a job as neat as that one.
Well,
and you mark my words, this is only the beginning. Nick, boy, you're up against a real crook this time.
Darn it, Patsy, it doesn't seem possible. 3 more safe robberies in 5 days, and all of them exactly like the first.
Nitro Nelson, Nick, boy, just like I told you.
I can't argue with you anymore, Waldo. I found his fingerprints on every safe. I can't even get a lead on him.
The day Nitro left prison, he must have gone directly to some hideout.
Yes, I know, Patsy, I know, but where?
Ever since we saw that first safe he blew, I've had a feeling that there's something I ought to remember.
Huh?
Something in my mind keeps going back to that courtroom 25 years ago.
Well, when you remember what it is, let me know, Waldo. You gave us the right steer the first time. Maybe you can do it again.
And, Mr. Carter, when I opened up the office this morning, this is what I found.
Uh-huh. A cracked safe with the door blown right off its hinges.
And almost $40,000 in negotiable securities gone.
Was the window open as it is now, Mr. Harris?
Yes. Nothing's been touched.
Oh, but Nick, this is the top floor. Whoever cracked that safe couldn't have got in through the window.
No, but he could have lowered himself down from the roof with a rope.
Oh.
In fact, Miss Bowen, it's the only way he could have got by our watchman without being seen.
That'd be quite a trick for a 75-year-old man.
Not for Nitro Nelson, Nick.
You know, if he'd only waited till next week, we'd have our new safe installed. I'll bet not even he could crack that.
Hey, Patsy, come here.
Yeah, what is it, Nick?
What does this look like to you? Found it here on the floor in front of the safe.
Why, it looks like a bit of gelatin.
That's what I thought. Gelatin. I think we finally hit on something.
Nick, boy, I got it.
What, Waldo?
What I was trying to remember. But I ain't sure, so let me work it out on my own.
Well, shouldn't you tell Nick so the two of you can work it out together?
Nope, I got to do this myself. Just give me 24 hours, Nick, and if I don't find Nitro's hideout, then I'll tell you, okay?
Well, all right, Waldo, but be careful.
Sure, I'll be careful, but I caught that old son of a gun once, and I can do it again.
Matty, flash that enlargement of the fingerprints on the screen again, will you?
Okay, Nick, but what's the use? It's exactly the same as the prints of Nitros we have on file.
Sure it is, no question about it.
I know, but... Yeah. Every whirl, every loop, every ridge is there.
What's bothering you, Nick?
I'm looking for something that isn't there.
Something that isn't there?
Oh, just a minute, Nick. Sergeant Matheson, homicide. Where's that? 347 Hillside Road, eh? How long ago? Okay, I'll run out and have a look. Yeah, I'll leave right away. Okay, Thompson.
Trouble, Sergeant?
Yeah, somebody found a dead body in the cellar of an old house out on Hillside Road. You want to come along, Nick?
All right, Matty, I can finish up here when we get back. Come on, Patsy.
The body's down in the basement, Sergeant. This way.
How did you happen to find it, Mr. Wilkins?
I was out in my backyard when I heard a shot. I live in the next house down the road.
Yeah?
And then a minute later, I saw somebody run out of here carrying a suitcase. He jumped into a car and beat it fast. So I came over to see what was up.
Was the door unlocked?
Yes, it was wide open. Well, I thought that was funny, so I kept looking around, and finally I found this dead man in the cellar.
You didn't move him, did you?
No. I just looked from the top of the steps. Then I run and called you.
This, the basement door?
Yeah. He's right at the bottom of the steps. See? There he is.
Good grief.
Nick, look.
Great Scott. It's Waldo.
At the foot of the cellar stairs in a deserted cottage, Nick's old friend and assistant, Waldo McGlynn, lies stretched out with a bullet hole in his chest. Now, back to the case of the last old-timer. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser. Sergeant Matheson took Nick and Patsy with him to investigate a report that a body had been found in the basement of a cottage on Hillside Road, only to discover that the man who was shot is Nick's old friend and assistant, Waldo McGlynn. A few minutes later...
Well, I managed to stop the bleeding at least. I'm afraid he doesn't have much of a chance. Hey, Matty, when will that ambulance be here?
Any minute now, Nick.
I suppose Waldo was following that clue he spoke about when he came here.
Probably. I wish now I'd made him tell me just what it was. Even if he recovers, it'll be days before he can tell us what happened.
Hey, Nick, there's something over here I'd like to show you. If you can leave Waldo for a minute.
All right, Matty. There's nothing more to be done until the ambulance arrives anyway. What is it?
Here, behind this partition. Take a look.
Why, those are safes.
Yeah.
4 old-fashioned safes.
And each one has the door blown off the hinges.
What do you know?
Mr. Wilkins.
Yes?
You know who lives in this cottage?
Well, yes. I own the place. And about a month ago, I rented it to an old man named Triplett.
An old man? How old?
Why, he must have been 70, 75. Hard-boiled old gent, too. Looked like one of those gangsters in the movies.
You see, Nick, it was Nitro. This is the hideout we've been looking for.
Well, how about those 4 safes, Mr. Wilkins? Do they belong to you, too?
No. I never saw him before.
Well, how well did you get to know this Mr. Triplett?
Why, I didn't get to know him at all. The fact is, I haven't even seen him since he rented the place.
Hey, Nick, I've been looking at those safes.
Yeah?
You know, only 3 of them were blown open. The door's wide open on the 4th, but it's not damaged.
Yeah, I noticed that too, Matty. Probably the 4th one was used to store the loot from the robberies.
But why would he have 4 safes and then blast 3 of them open?
Well, he was practicing, Patsy. Here, look. It took 3 attempts to get this first one open. It was still a clumsy job.
Yeah, but the technique was better on this next safe. He did a perfect job on the 3rd one.
Well, I get it. After 25 years in jail, the old man had to do a little practicing in order to get back his skills.
Come over here, Matty.
Yeah?
Bring your flashlight.
Okay.
It's pretty dark in this corner.
Now, did you find something else?
Throw the light down here, on the dirt floor.
Okay. Hey.
See what I mean?
Yeah. The dirt isn't packed down as hard as it is in the rest of the cellar.
Better get some men out here and start digging.
Right.
What for, Nick?
Wouldn't be surprised if they find the body of Nitro Nelson.
Careful, boys. Lift them out easy. Why, that's Mr. Triplett, the old man who rented my house.
Maybe he was Mr. Triplett to you, Wilkins, but he was Nitro Nelson to the police.
But, Nick, it can't be Nitro. Look at the body. It must have been buried there for at least a week.
Perhaps even longer, Matty. But it's still Nitro.
Well, that's impossible, Nick. Those robberies started less than a week ago, and you know Nitro did them. You found his fingerprints on every safe.
Yeah, and fingerprints don't lie.
Well, if they're not lying this time, Matty, the only answer is that the robberies were committed by a ghost. And you don't believe in ghosts, do you?
Nick, please, give with some answers. How did Nitro's fingerprints get on those safes after he was dead?
Well, Patsy, you know what happens when you develop photographic film.
Well, only in a general way. Why?
Well, film is covered with a thin layer of sensitized gelatin.
Yes, I know that much.
Okay, then. When the film's put in a developer, the developer turns the exposed part of that gelatin black, and it eats away the unexposed part.
Go ahead. I'm still with you.
Now, suppose a photograph of a fingerprint were printed on a very thick layer of that gelatin.
Uh-huh.
And it were left in an extra strong developer until all the white spaces between the ridges were eaten away, as deeply as say, a 32nd of an inch.
Why, I suppose the black part, the ridges of the fingerprint, would stand out like a rubber stamp.
Exactly, Patsy. Like a rubber stamp, made out of gelatin.
Then somebody took a photograph of Nitro's fingerprints and made one of those gelatin rubber stamp things out of it.
Yes, see?
Oh.
I began to wonder when I found that bit of gelatin on the floor by the safe in Harris's office.
Uh-huh.
Must have broken off when he put the prints there. Then, when we enlarged the prints at headquarters just now, I was sure.
Yes. You said you were looking for something that wasn't there. What did you mean?
Patsy, there are pores in all human skin.
Naturally.
But not in gelatin. No matter how much we enlarged those prints, there wasn't a single pore mark. That's why I'm sure the fingerprints were faked.
Well, all right, so we know Nitro didn't rob those safes, but who did?
I want you to phone all the companies that have been robbed. After we've made those calls, I think that'll give us the answer to your question.
Hello? Hello, Lewis.
Yes?
This is Cornelius Jones of Jones Fish and Caraway.
Oh, yes, Mr. Jones.
About those 2 safes I ordered from your company.
Yes?
Could you possibly deliver one of them this afternoon?
I'm afraid not, Mr. Jones.
But I've got over $50,000 in cash and securities here that just came in, and the banks are closed for the day. Now, all we have is that old safe in our downtown office. I don't trust that anymore.
I'm sorry, Mr. Jones. That old safe will have to do until tomorrow night. But before then, I'll take care of everything. That's a promise.
Nick, do you really think he's coming?
$50,000 is pretty tempting bait. And Jones said he sounded plenty interested over the phone.
Well, if we only had a...
Listen.
Someone's forcing the window.
Hold tight, Patsy. I think that's our man. All right, don't move. I've got a gun on you.
Oh,
Turn on the lights, Patsy.
Right. Well, Nick, you're right. It is Mr. Lewis.
Yes, but perhaps he'd rather be called Mr. Brinkley.
So you know, do you?
I do. Your father was Dan Brinkley, wasn't he?
Yes, Dan Brinkley. The man Nitro Nelson sent to the electric chair for a killing he did himself.
That's what Walter was trying to remember. Huh? Walter was at Brinkley's trial, and he recalled the resemblance between you and your father.
Yeah? Who's Waldo?
He's Nick's assistant. The man who trailed you out to the cottage.
The man you shot, Brinkley.
And he may die.
Well, what did you expect me to do? He ran down the stairs waving a gun and yelling for me to give up. Sure, I shot him. Then I grabbed the stuff out of the safe and beat it.
Well, you're not going to beat it this time.
I'm not? Look, do you think I'm going to the chair like my father did?
You don't have any choice.
No? Well, look at what I've got in my hand.
What have you got in that bottle?
Nitroglycerin, sister.
Oh.
You take a shot at me, Carter, and we'll all be blown into a million pieces. So put that gun away.
You won't get away even if I do, Brinkley. This whole place is surrounded. This is the end of the line for you.
Okay, then it's the end of the line for all of us.
Oh, don't throw that bottle, don't!
Here it comes!
With all his force, Brinkley hurls the bottle of nitroglycerin directly at Nick and Patsy, preferring to die with them rather than be captured. We'll see what happens in just a moment. Now for the conclusion of the case of the last old-timer, today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser. Nick and Patsy trapped George Brinkley as he was about to blow open the safe of Jones, Fisher, and Caraway. But Brinkley holds a bottle of nitroglycerin above his head and says,
Okay, Carter, this is the end of the line for all of us.
Don't throw that bottle, don't!
Here it comes! Oh, my hand!
The bullet only grazed you, Brinkley. Stop whimpering.
Oh, but Nick, isn't there going to be any explosion?
No, Patsy. When he threw the bottle, I managed to catch it.
Oh, gee. Oh, we're still lucky it didn't explode.
Yeah.
Oh, brother, I never want to do that again.
Neither do I.
Oh.
Well, come on, Brinkley. I want you to meet an old friend of mine, Sergeant Matheson of Homicide.
Nicky, you sure it's all right for us to see Waldo today?
Sure. The nurse said he was conscious and asking for us.
Good.
Ah, here's his room.
Oh, hi there.
Oh, hello, Waldo.
Hi, Waldo.
Gosh, I'm glad to see you.
Hi, Patsy. Oh, Nick, boy, there's something I gotta tell you. That salesman for the safe company,
He's Dan Brinkley's son.
And you trailed him to that cottage on Hillside Road, and he shot you.
Yeah, we know all about it, Waldo. We caught Brinkley last night.
You did? Oh, how?
Well, to begin with, I couldn't believe a man Nitro's age could pull those jobs.
Oh, but Nick, boy...
What's more, I figured those jobs were pulled by someone who knew where there were old-fashioned safes that could be blown open by Nitro's out-of-date methods.
So when two of the victims mentioned buying new safes, Nick figured that a safe salesman trying to sell them new ones would know all this. And it didn't take long to find out that Brinkley or Lewis had called on all the victims.
Sure, but... And when I discovered the secret of the phony fingerprints, I remembered Brinkley's interest in photography.
Photography? How does that fit in?
Oh, we'll tell you later, Waldo, after you feel better.
It's enough right now to tell you that Brinkley's mother brought him up hating Nitro Nelson.
So when Nitro got out of jail, Brinkley was there to meet him.
And Nitro didn't recognize him. That's why he agreed to teach him his methods of safe-cracking for $1,000.
But after Brinkley learned the technique, he strangled the old man and buried him in the cellar of the cottage.
So it wasn't Nitro that blew them safes after all.
Sorry to disappoint you, Waldo, but you can credit the younger generation with those jobs.
I guess that's why you caught him so easy. In my day, you had to stand up and...
Shoot it out. Shoot first and ask questions afterwards. That's the way we work.
All right, laugh. Go on, laugh.
Oh, Waldo.
And now, the winners of the 4 1948 Super Deluxe Ford V8 four-door sedans in the second new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser contest, which closed March 6th.
Stand aside, Mike. I'm doing the honors here.
Okay, Nick, go ahead.
Friends, it gives me great pleasure to announce that brand new 1948 Fords were won by Mrs. M.T. Bird of 16 Lexington Avenue, Needham Heights, 94, Massachusetts. Mrs. J.M. Bramlett of 1825 A Street, Lincoln, Nebraska. Mrs. Frida Karlitz of 94 East 57th Street, Brooklyn 3, New York. And Mrs. F.D. Long of 208 Northeast 4th Street, Galva, Illinois. And to these lucky people, let me say, may you have many happy hours of driving pleasure.
Yes, and let me add, to all these Ford and other prize winners, congratulations. And be sure to listen next week for more winners. But now, Nick, how about next week's adventure?
Well, Mike, next week we're going to look for a piece of rope.
That's right. One you could buy in any hardware store for $1 or $2. And yet 2 murders were committed because somebody wanted it.
Yes, and after the killer got his hands on it, he didn't want it anymore. So he gave it away.
Well, this all sounds very mysterious. What's the name of the story, Nick?
I call it The Case of the Magic Rope.
Nick Carter, presented each week at this time by the Cudahy Packing Company, is produced and directed by Jock McGregor and is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. Charlotte Manson is featured as Patsy. Ed Latimer played Matty, and Humphrey Davis played Waldo. Today's script was written by Jim Parsons. Original music is played by Henry Silverne. This program is fictional, and any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental. The Campfire Girls, the homemakers of tomorrow, are having an anniversary this week, and to them, the Cudahy Packing Company says, happy birthday, and many happy returns of the day. This is Michael Fitzmaurice saying, when minutes count, use new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Johnny Dollar.
This is Mr. Ernest L. Whiteman, Providential Assurance Company.
Providential Assurance?
That's right. You've heard of us, of course.
No, sir, I can't say that I have. But what's on your mind, Mr. Whiteman?
Embezzlement.
Don't try it.
What?
Liable to get yourself into a lot of trouble.
I beg your pardon.
I'm sorry. I was just trying to make it funny.
Oh, yes. Yes. Well, now, if you care to look into this for us...
Sure, why not?
Then I suggest you come here to my office and I shall give you the details.
I take it there's a fee here in addition to my expenses?
If you recover the money, something over $200,000, you can practically name your own fee.
Great.
That is up to, say, $5,000.
On a $200,000 loss?
That's right.
Oh, well, then maybe I'd better figure on padding out my expense account.
No, just a minute.
Oh, stop worrying, Mr. Whiteman.
But if you have any intention of...
Just keep your shirt on. I'll be over to see you.
Radio brings you Bob Bailey in the exciting adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Talk about best-selling records. Here's a familiar tune about America's best-selling filter cigarette, Winston. Winston gives you real flavor, full, rich tobacco flavor. And you know, that's because only Winston has filter blend up front. Choice, flavorful tobaccos, specially selected and specially processed for filter smoking. No wonder Winston tastes good, like a cigarette should. Smoke Winston.
And now, Act One of yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Providential Assurance Company, Hartford, Connecticut. Now, at this point, I don't know if it's the home office or not. Anyhow, following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the Hand of Providential matter. For some reason or other, dealing with a new company usually spells trouble for me. But expense account item one, $1.25 for a taxi to the offices of Providential down on the square. When I say offices, I mean exactly two with a connecting door.
I'm very glad to see you, Mr. Dollar. I'm Ernest L. Whiteman.
Mr. Whiteman?
And this gentleman, Mr. Dollar...
I'm the man that had Ernie Whiteman send for you.
Yes, this is...
Name is Elwood Sprague, Dollar. I'm the owner of this business.
The sole owner, Mr. Sprague?
That's right, son. Providential Assurance is all mine, lock, stock, and barrel.
I see.
Made a lot of money in oil down in Texas. Couldn't find any way to spend it all, so I started this here. So what happens? All I get is more money out of it.
Yeah, well, Mr. Whiteman said something over the phone about an embezzlement.
Exactly. $200,000 that was taken from...
Go ahead and tell them all about it, Ernie, my boy. Tell them how it happened.
Well, you see, Mr. Dollar, immediate public acceptance of our company is largely due to the fact
What he means, Dollar, is the reason we sell so many policies is on account of we always pay off any claims real prompt in cash and hard, cold cash.
Exactly. And for that reason,
Never question a claim. Just pay it off in cash. That's what we promise, and that's what we do.
And for that reason, Mr. Dollar...
That's why so many people who can't afford much insurance come to us.
Yes, but as a result...
So what happens? Instead of a nice tax loss, there ain't enough claims to fill your hat. All we make is profit.
You mean you've hoped to lose money in this business?
Tax loss, Mr. Dollar. You ever have to pay the taxes on profits from a couple of hundred producing oil wells?
Hardly. But now, Mr. Whiteman, about this embezzlement.
As I started to say, paying off in cash as we
That's right.
do...
Means keeping a lot of cash on hand.
Oh? Then this embezzlement was of your own money?
Exactly. The money was stolen from us.
You kept that kind of money here in a safe or something?
Well, wouldn't keep it laying around on the floor, would you?
Well, have you any idea who might have taken it?
We most certainly have.
Sure. It was Hauser. Tom Hauser. The only one besides Whitey had the combination to the safe.
He also kept the books, Mr. Dollar.
Well, didn't you check his books periodically?
Oh, of course I did. But when I discovered the loss this morning, I also discovered he'd been juggling the accounts.
Well, how long ago did this Tom Hauser work here?
Up until yesterday.
As I told Mr. Sprague, I informed Hauser last night that I planned to check the cash as well as the books this morning.
So what happens? This morning he's gone, and so is the money. Well, Dollar?
When you ask me, this sounds like the most loosely run insurance company.
Mr. Dollar.
How you ever managed to get a license from the insurance commission?
Well, now, that license is something we ain't bothered with yet.
You what?
We gotta make sure we got a business first, don't we?
Are you kidding? Do you realize what the commission will do when they find out about this?
Don't give it a thought, son.
To say nothing of the police?
Your job is to catch that Tom
Now,
Hauser.
look here, Mr. Sprague.
Then, if the insurance commission or the government or anybody says we're doing wrong...
And you can bet they will.
Why, then I'll pay up and get out of this business.
Believe me, it'll cost you a lot more than this $200,000.
Well, sure, maybe a couple million. It'll make a nice tax loss.
Yeah, and you'll probably end up in jail.
Well, now, you let me worry about that. Your job is to get this embezzler. And don't forget, we're paying you $5,000 to do it.
Look, you say it may cost you millions to get out of this mess.
That's right.
And yet you're worried about a couple of $100,000?
Well, now, that's different.
Huh?
That was stolen, son. That was illegal.
Trying to make sense with this man was like trying to reason with a hitching post. I told him I didn't want the case and that I could understand why he'd hesitate about calling in the police. Sure, they'd probably start asking questions. With the only answers he could give them, he'd really be in trouble. I told him that my only duty, as far as I could see, was to notify the commission of this whole operation.
Sure, son. If your conscience hurts you, go ahead and notify him. After you got this money back first.
After?
Well, I don't know much about investigation, but it seems to me that with him gone only a few hours, well, if I was you, I wouldn't be wasting any time.
Yeah, you got a point there.
Sure. And don't you forget that $5,000 that's waiting for you when you bring that money back.
Well, I ask you, what would you have done? And with a fee of $5,000 dangling in front of your eyes? Yeah, that's what I did. I took the case.
Act two of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, in a moment.
Higginbotham here. We will now commence our lesson in stereophonic reproduction. Listen to the call of the spotted bill snicker on ordinary stereo. Now then, on a Columbia Stereo 1 phonograph. Obvious difference, what? The Columbia stereophonic system really causes all others to blush. For it is not composed of just a few separated speakers. Columbia is the originator and exclusive purveyor of stereo projection. Only Columbia fills every inch of a room with real, lifelike sound. Now, when I was bird watching with the Duchess of... But let that pass. You simply must hear the Stereo 1 phonograph by Columbia. Ask your Columbia phonograph dealer for a demonstration. And, chaps, portables are priced as low as $39.95. Consoles commence at $129.95. Lost that bird.
And now, Act two of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, and the hand of Providential matter.
Hoping the insurance commission wouldn't hang me if they ever found out I'd taken an assignment from this outfit, I decided to check the last known whereabouts of the embezzler, the bookkeeper who'd stolen some $200,000 from them. After getting his description and his address from Mr. Sprague, I spent item two, $1.85, for a taxi to a dingy rooming house on the north side of town. At the front door, I was met by a frowsy old maid wearing a rather slovenly blue housecoat. She looked like she'd just gotten out of bed, and her stringy black hair was up in paper curlers.
Special investigator, huh?
That's right. Here, my credentials.
Johnny Dollar, freelance. Well, Mr. Tom Hauser ain't here right now.
I know. Have you any idea where he might be?
I seen him leaving bag and baggage late last night. Guess he's gone on a trip somewheres. I was sitting by the front window having a can of beer before I went to bed, and I seen him get in his car and drive off.
Yeah, well, just let me have the key to his room.
Are you sure that's all right unless you got some kind of a warrant?
Yeah, I'm sure. The key, please.
Well, I ain't had a chance to clean his room up yet today.
Don't do it. Don't touch a thing of his until I tell you to.
Oh, well, now look, dearie.
Just let me have the key. And here. Here's a 5-spot for your trouble.
Oh. Well, now, you're what I'd call a real gent. And here's the key. It's the first apartment on the right, top of the stairs.
Yeah, thanks.
Something wrong, Mr. Dollar? Did Mr. Hauser do something he oughtn't have done?
What do you mean? What are you talking about? Hey, I had to come back here, pick up my stuff.
So he isn't here.
Yeah, don't worry about the split. I'll meet you like I said. Yeah, then we'll take care of it. All right. I'm leaving it right away. Neither Johnny Dollar nor anybody else will ever... He what? Well, if he does, I'll be ready for him. So come on now, hang up. Let me get out of here. Stop worrying, pal. I can take care of him and anybody else.
Quietly as possible, I slipped the key into the door. I had some difficulty turning it, but finally heard the lock slip. Then I started slowly turning the knob. And then Well, I'm not quite sure exactly what did happen, except the door was suddenly pulled open so quickly that...
Okay, baby. Oh. You want some more? What's the idea, hanging around outside? Wait a minute. You must be Dollar. Yeah, Johnny Dollar. Then, baby, I'm gonna make sure you never get up again. Never! Never!
Out of this bottle. Just leave that wet rag laying there on your forehead. It'll make you feel better.
What do you... Oh, holy...
Yeah. You just stay there on the floor until you feel better.
Where'd he go?
Oh, dearie. Who done this to you?
You didn't you see him?
I heard a big noise up here, and when I run up the stairs, he must have heard me and run away. You was just a-laying here bleeding this way.
That window. What's outside that window?
Only the fire escape. Look, dearie.
Yeah?
Busted table lamp. This must have been what...
Don't touch it.
What?
No, I'll wrap it in my handkerchief and...
But who could have come here and done this to you? I can't imagine.
Well, I can. Tom Hauser. Item 3, $1.20 for a cab to police headquarters. Anybody but Sergeant Ed Wilson would have asked a lot of questions that I didn't feel like answering. Ed simply took the lamp, told one of the boys in the lab to check, and if he found any prints on it, to classify them, then send a teletype to Washington. Item 4, $1 even for a cab to my apartment. After a long, cool shower, I felt somewhat better. I just got back into my clothes when the phone rang. Johnny Dollar.
Ed Wilson, Johnny. Those prints on that lamp.
Yeah, Ed.
Thomas Harker, alias Tim Hosker, alias Tommy Hauser, alias just about everything else you can think of. Johnny, that boy is one of the 10 most wanted.
No kidding.
And for everything from safe-cracking to murder. You got any kind of a lead on him?
Only that rooming house where he slugged me.
Then he may be 100 miles away by now.
I wouldn't bank on it. So, Ed.
Yeah?
You'd better put out that good old dragnet.
Oh, don't worry, Johnny. But listen, just remember one thing about him.
Like what?
If that boy thinks you recognize
I didn't
him,
even get a look at him.
maybe he doesn't know that. And if he finds out he didn't kill you, Johnny...
Well?
He'll be back to finish the job.
Act 3 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, in a moment. Here's Hollywood star Mona Freeman.
Who feels like acting with a miserable cold? I relieve cold distress the fast way with 4-way cold tablets.
Yes, tests of all the leading cold tablets proved 4-way fastest acting. Amazing 4-way starts in minutes to relieve muscular pains and headache, reduce fever, calm upset stomach, also overcomes irregularity.
When a cold strikes, do what I do. Take 4-way cold tablets. It's the fast way to relieve nasty cold distress and feel better quickly.
4-way, only 29 cents. Now, here's a word about another fine product of Grove Laboratories. Does dandruff dull your hair, leave scalp itchy? Get Fitch Dandruff Remover Shampoo and get rid of unsightly dandruff in 3 minutes. 3 minutes with Fitch regularly is guaranteed to keep embarrassing dandruff away forever. Apply Fitch before wetting hair, rub in 1 minute. Add water, lather 1 minute. Rinse 1 minute. Every trace of dandruff goes down the drain. 3 minutes with Fitch, unsightly dandruff's gone. Fitch can also leave your hair up to 35% brighter. Fitch Dandruff Remover Shampoo. And now, Act 3 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yeah, Ed.
Ed, this is Pat McCracken, Johnny, at Universal Adjustment Bureau.
Oh, sorry, Pat. I thought it was Ed Wilson again.
Sergeant Wilson of Police Headquarters?
Yeah, and listen, I'm in kind of a hurry.
Oh, then I won't hold you. I was just hoping you'd have time to look into what appears to be a phony insurance company for us.
What? Keep talking.
But if you're already working on it...
No, just go on with what you were saying, Pat.
Well, we got a complaint about some new company here in town that we'd never heard of. Seems they're stalling on the payment of a small claim.
Yeah, sure. In spite of their pledge to pay off promptly and without question.
Yeah.
Also to pay off in cold cash.
Yes, that's right.
Providential Insurance Company.
Well, what do you know about them? Johnny?
Oh, I'm working on a case for them.
Oh, no. Oh, Johnny, don't. I telephoned the commission, to find out who they are and
Yeah,
where
but the
they
commission never heard of them.
Exactly. So if I were you, until we can find out whether they're a legitimate outfit, Johnny, I wouldn't touch them.
Hey, tell me, Pat, what'll the commission do?
But they've notified him by mail. They're sending over a committee to investigate, to look at the books and so on.
When?
First of the week, Monday or Tuesday. Why?
That may be too late.
What?
If that outfit's what I think it is, and if I can do what I think I can.
Johnny.
Well, if I can't collect my fee and expenses from them, maybe I'll send a bill on to you.
What?
After all, I may be doing the whole insurance business a great and glorious service.
Johnny, what are you talking about?
That is, if I don't get killed first.
Listen, Johnny.
I'll see you later. Now the question is, but wait a minute. If Providential is what I think it is, where does Tommy Hauser's theft of $200,000 come in? If he was working for them. Why did they call me in? Johnny Dollar. Hello.
This here is Elwood Sprague.
Oh, yeah, Mr. Sprague.
I wasn't sure I'd find you in.
Yeah, I think I can understand that. Or maybe you weren't sure you'd find me around at all anymore.
No, listen, don't get me wrong, Dollar. I want to see you. I got to see you right now.
Yeah, why not? They're at your office?
No.
Well?
My room, here at Guilford. And you'll come alone?
Are you alone, Mr. Sprague?
Yes, Mr. Dollar. Will you come right away?
Yeah, as soon as I can.
Thank you.
That's funny. If he wants to see me, if he is alone, or is this some kind of a trap? No, there was absolute sincerity in his voice. I was sure of it. Yeah, and there was something else, too. Fear. Maybe that was it, fear. Hello?
Johnny, listen, you said you'd been working with the police.
So?
Well, I knew I'd never get anything out of you, so I called them. Listen, if this Elwood Sprague of Providential has anything to do with the beating you took, has he?
Pat, I'm on my way over to see Sprague right now.
Well, I tried calling Providential. He isn't there.
I know.
But if he and that gangster, that Tommy Hauser...
Sorry, Pat, he's waiting for me over at the Guilford.
Johnny...
There was no time to waste. Maybe Hauser was still gunning for me, but if so, well, maybe I wasn't the only one. Item 5, a couple of bucks for a cab to the Guilford Hotel. And there in his room, I found a very different Elwood Sprague than I talked to earlier. And the story that he slowly, nervously unfolded proved to be very interesting.
So maybe I didn't ever make no oil fortune there in Texas. It ain't so easy down there as you might think. But I learned to use my wits and my brains to get along by outsmarting the next man. You see what I mean, Mr. Dollar?
Then those 200 oil wells you were talking about...
Well, it made a good line. It fooled you, didn't it? It even fooled Ernie Whiteman for a while. That's what gave him the idea.
The idea for what, Mr. Sprague?
Well, me to front for this insurance racket. You know, collect a lot of premiums and then we'd skip town.
Right in the heart of the insurance industry?
Always harder to pick out a bad apple in the barrel full, ain't it?
Oh, brother. So what happened?
That Ernie's a salesman, Johnny. When he got started on the country people around here, the money come rolling in. And when somebody made a claim, we stalled him on it.
How long did you think you could get away with this?
Until the commission got wise to us. Then we'd move out.
The commission was planning to investigate you next week.
I know. Only by that time we'd be out of here.
You and Whiteman and this Tommy Hauser.
Hauser. Ernie brought him in. He said because he had a record, the police would know about him, so he would take the rap if anything went wrong. But then he walks out with all the money last night.
And then you sent for me. Why?
Because Ernie and me go after Hauser, he might have killed us. Ernie didn't want to send for you, but I made him. I held a gun on him.
Oh, real nice people.
Because maybe Hauser didn't know you. Maybe you could nab him and get the money for us. So what if you did get wise to us? What if we should have to cut you in to keep you from blabbing to the law?
You rotten... Do you think everybody in this world is a crook?
Well, at least it was better than leaving Hauser get away with all of it.
It looks to me like he has so far.
Well, Johnny, now listen.
Oh, I'm listening.
Now Ernie didn't know it, but I heard him on the phone. He was talking to Hauser. He was double-crossing me. They're meeting somewhere to split the money.
Yeah? Well, what else could you expect?
Now listen, Johnny. Then they're coming over here to kill me so that I can't talk, you see. That's when I phoned you to come over here.
And you think for 1 minute I'm going to stick my neck out to save that lousy hide of yours?
Oh, you got to, Johnny. You got to.
All I got to do is turn you over to the police.
The police?
Or would you rather just sit here and wait for Hauser and Whiteman? Well?
Oh, all right, Johnny.
All right, come on. At least it may keep you from getting shot, which is better than you deserve it. Well?
Ernie.
Back inside, please.
Ernie,
both of you.
That gun.
That's right. The one that killed Hauser when he tried to hold out on me. The one that's going to kill you, Elwood, for what I heard just now through this door.
Oh, no, Ernie, please. Johnny.
And of course that means you'll have to go with him, Dollar. Now get inside that room.
Pat,
Both of you.
I kind of thought you might be coming over here.
What are you talking about?
After I told you where I was headed. You too, Sergeant.
Sergeant. The police!
That's right. So you'd better drop
Look
that.
out! You think you're going
Well, Johnny?
Well, thanks, Ed. You too, Pat. Oh, and Ed.
Yeah, Johnny.
Maybe you'd better put a pair of cuffs on Mr. Sprague here. You know, to keep him out of any more trouble.
Oh, I'll go along peaceful.
So the big fat fee that was promised doesn't get paid to me after all. And I'm sure I may as well forget the expense account for a change. But you know something? It doesn't matter. Because the important thing was to have had some small part in wiping out this dirty racket. Me? I feel good. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Our star will return in just a moment.
Constipation is something people don't talk about much, but it can be a problem for anyone, even doctors. And when constipation occurs, it's interesting to see just what doctors consider important about a laxative they might use or recommend. Well, a majority of the doctors we heard from had this to say.
A laxative should be effective, gentle, as close to natural acting as possible, and a medicine that can be used with complete confidence.
Now, X-Lax has been popular with many doctors and millions of people over the years because pleasant-tasting chocolated X-Lax is effective. Overnight, it helps you toward your normal regularity. X-Lax is gentle. Next morning, it gives you the closest thing to natural action. And that's why many doctors and millions of people use X-Lax with complete confidence. X-Lax, the laxative that helps you toward your normal regularity gently, overnight. Is X-Lax in your medicine cabinet?
Now, here is our star to tell you about next week's story.
Next week, a man who uses government help to promote his one-man crime wave. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, originates in Hollywood and is written, produced, and directed by Jack Johnstone. Heard in our cast were Virginia Gregg, Edgar Barrier, Junius Matthews, Jerry Hausner, and Lawrence Dobkin. Be sure to join us next week, same time and station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. This is Dan Coverly speaking.
Next, the nerve-tingling progress of a man hurled into space from Suspense on the CBS Radio Network.
Citizens of Troy, this is Neil Kelleher, the Republican candidate for mayor of Troy. I'm taking this brief opportunity to tell you that a Republican city administration will restore garbage collection and disposal to an efficient level. The Democratic administration, having burned out the municipal incinerator, has now returned to the ancient system of garbage and refuse disposal by depositing it on an open dump. I shall take steps immediately to restore the incinerator and eliminate the threat of stench and smog that will surely be blanketing the northern section of our city as soon as the refuse piles get deep enough and the underground fires begin to burn. I intend also to eliminate the noisy collection of garbage in residential areas in the middle of the night so that Trojans can get their sleep. If you approve of the foregoing proposal, may I suggest that you can assure its becoming a reality by voting row A all the way election day.
Johnny Dollar.
Johnny, this is Don Boomhauer down here in Sarasota, Florida.
Don, how are you?
Oh, great, great.
Yeah? Now, what's the matter?
Well, the last time I called you, I mentioned that pal of yours, Earl Foreman.
Yeah?
Told you he was out in California and that he'd left me holding down the local office of Tri-State Life and Casualty for him.
Oh, yeah, I
So
remember.
what's he gone and done? Moved on out there to sunny, smoggy Southern California, bag and back.
Yeah, I heard from him a
Which is
few
to say, I'm still running the Tri-State office here in Sarasota.
That's bad?
Be fine if it didn't take so much of my time away from my real estate business. But what I called you about, Johnny...
Yeah, trouble, Don?
Yes, well, no, not exactly.
Well, which is it?
I mean, not exactly the kind you might expect. Looks like one our clients, an old man by the name of William Trasker, is dying.
Old Bill Trasker, the fishing guide?
That's the one.
Yeah. Earl and I went fishing with him several times out in the Gulf.
Oh, so that's how he knows about you.
Well, what's he dying of, Don? I can't imagine anybody having it in for old Bill and trying to knock him off.
No, it's some rare type of kidney ailment, the doctor says.
Oh.
Nothing suspicious about it, nothing whatsoever.
Oh. Well, then
The amount of insurance he carries is so small as to be almost negligible.
How much, Don?
$2,500.
Huh?
I know, Johnny. It would hardly seem to justify the cost of your coming down.
And if there's nothing suspicious about the circumstances...
Nothing at all. It'll be death from natural causes.
Well, Don, I'm afraid I don't see any reason...
During his periods of consciousness, he's in a coma most of the time, he keeps asking for you.
Oh? What?
Well, I don't know. Not for sure, that is. But what he keeps saying, or trying to say, and it's hard to understand him, well, Johnny, it sounds like he's trying to give us the clue to a murder.
Murder?
That's right.
Don, I'm on my way. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Tri-State Life and Casualty Insurance Company office in Sarasota, Florida. Following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the Recompense matter. Expense account item 1, $79.70, taxi in a plane from Hartford to New York, then another one to Florida. At the International Airport in Tampa, Don Boomhauer was waiting for me. We piled into his air-conditioned car and headed south on the Tamiami Trail down towards Sarasota.
That's right, Johnny. Old Bill Trasker.
Dying of some kidney disease, huh?
And according to Dr. Crutcher, nothing short of a miracle would save him.
Just too bad. He seemed like a mighty nice old man, a real gentleman. Well-educated, well-spoken. You'd expect to find him running a big business instead of a broken-down outboard rig to take out fishing parties.
So I understand. But frankly, Johnny, I'd never even seen old Bill until the doctor called me. Said he was dying and that he wanted to see you. Then I looked up his policy.
Yeah, $2,500, you said.
Yes, to be spent in giving him a modest but decent burial. And to pay any bills he might leave outstanding.
Apparently, then, Bill won't be leaving much of an estate.
And you'll understand why when you see the little kind of shack he lives in.
But now, over the phone, you said something about a murder.
Well, Johnny, it was so difficult trying to understand what he was trying to say. Even when he seemed completely conscious, he was very vague. Except perhaps when he was asking for you, when he told us he had to see you before he goes.
Well, now, Don, why...
He never said the actual word murder, Johnny. But he, well, listen, there was a name he kept trying to tell us. It sounded like Jerry or Gerald something. Last name we couldn't get at all.
Well, have you checked over his relatives?
When we asked him about relatives, he just turned his face away and shook his head.
But now, if he was talking about a murder...
Johnny, it's just that... Well, Doc and I agreed that from what he said, and, well, his knowing you and your work and wanting to see you, and, well, you know how deathbed confessions are.
Don, you're not making much sense.
Look, Doc will be waiting for us, and if Bill is conscious enough to make sense when he talks to you, well, let's just wait and see what you can get out of him.
Whatever you say, Don. Old Bill's home was a shack, all right, on a small, scrubby piece of land near the end of one of the bayous leading out from Sarasota Bay. As we stopped in front of the the long path through the palmettos that led up to it, Doc Crutcher came out to meet us.
Johnny, I'm glad to see you.
Yeah, how are you, Doc?
Don? Well, I just given him a final injection in a course of 7 that... Well, come on in.
He's failing, Doc?
As a last resort, I've used a new, very radical sort of treatment. One of the so-called but not fully tried miracle drugs.
And?
I'm just afraid he came to me too late.
But, Doc, there is a chance.
Oh, there's always a chance, Johnny. But in this case, a very slim one.
Doctor...
Here we are, Bill. You just relax.
$1. Yeah. Well, here I am, Bill. See? Right here in the flesh.
Johnny?
That's right. Hey, look, if you expect to take me out fishing, you got to get well, old man.
No. Oh, Johnny, it's too late.
Oh, come on now. That's no way to talk, old timer.
I'm gonna die now.
Yeah? Who said so?
But you must tell him.
Tell who, Bill?
Tell police.
Tell what to the police?
No.
What?
No. Murder.
There was a murder? Or you mean there was no murder?
No, tell police that I did. I did it.
Easy, old man.
Gerald.
Gerald?
Yes, John Gerald.
Gerald who, Bill?
Gerald.
Yeah?
Thornley.
Gerald Thornley.
Yes.
He was murdered?
Gerald Thornley.
Yeah.
So, please, I did it. I did it, Johnny. You tell.
Doctor.
Yes. Yes, I'll see if he's...
The end, Doc?
Well, no. As a matter of fact, his heartbeat is... Well, it's stronger.
What?
Much stronger. Doc, listen.
Yes, Doc?
Get to a phone and get an ambulance while I make him ready.
You mean that maybe you can pull him through after all?
Yeah. Now, come on, Johnny. Give me a hand with him.
Sure, Doc. Save him, huh?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, so that we can investigate this confession of his.
Huh?
Sure, and then see that he's executed for murder.
Oh, darn for the low one.
Yes, call that ambulance.
Great scientific achievements usually are made through the combined efforts of many men. Such is the story of the Atlantic Cable, one of the outstanding milestones of the 19th century. But today, the name of one man remains to remind us of that venture. The organizer and director, Cyrus W. Field, a retired paper merchant who risked his fortune, sanity, and integrity in an awesome adventure that lasted 12 long years. Field first was approached in regard to a short underwater cable to Newfoundland in 1854. After a huge investment of both money and energy, the cable was completed the following summer. Field then went to England to tackle the much larger problem of laying the Atlantic cable. Many futile attempts were made. Cable was broken. Splices were made. Cable was lost. Tempers flew, and ship captains resigned in disgust. Still, Field wouldn't give up. Finally, on August 8, 1858, it appeared that the project had been successfully completed. Cyrus Field went ashore and walked 15 miles to the nearest telegraph station. There he wired his wife, the Associated Press, and President Buchanan. He informed the president that Queen Victoria would telegraph her congratulations over the new cable. But before the Queen's message was completed, the line went dead. The much-hailed project was again a failure. Faulty insulation was blamed. In 1865, the largest steamboat afloat, the Great Eastern, made another attempt. Just 660 miles from Newfoundland, the cable parted. Inadequate hoisting tackle prevented its recovery. Field broke down and wept like a child. And yet, the very next year, he sailed with the Great Eastern for one more try. This time, every failure had been studied, every provision made. On July 27, 1866, Cyrus Field landed at Heart's Content. After personally cabling the unbelievable news, he immediately boarded the Great Eastern, retrieved the broken cable of the year before, spliced it, and laid the second Atlantic cable. Cyrus W. Field,
Another American whose driving energy insisted that somehow there must be a way. Let's find it.
And now, Act Two of yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
We carefully laid Old Bill in the back seat of Don Boomhauer's car and drove him to the hospital ourselves. And then we could only wait to see if the drug that Dr. Crutcher had given him would really do its work. And yet, if it did, if by some modern miracle the old man should recover. Well, Don had said it there at the shack, and he said it again that evening as we sat in the comfortable den of his home, trying to console ourselves with a couple of scotch and sodas.
No, it's wrong, Johnny. There's something very wrong about it. I mean, pulling him away from death's door only so that he can be electrocuted for that murder he confessed to.
But did he really, Don?
What else could he have meant? So you've got to investigate, Johnny. Even Doc Crutcher has to report that confession to the police.
Maybe.
And so do I. We've no way out of it. None of us.
Gerald Thornton.
Yes, the name of his victim, the man he murdered.
Did he? Is that what he tried to tell us?
Well, what else could he have possibly meant? And don't forget, he thinks that he's dying.
Oh, I know.
A deathbed confession, Johnny. Happens all the time.
Oh, but look, is he the kind of man who could have killed somebody? He certainly didn't strike me that way.
But how do you know? It may have happened years ago.
And it may never have happened at all.
And I hope that somehow you're right. But can you prove it? Well, Johnny?
Pour me another drink, will you?
Sure, all you want. But you haven't answered my question.
I'm going to try, Don. I'm going to try. At about midnight, Doc Crutcher phoned to say that we should keep our fingers crossed and maybe pray a bit. It now looked as though Bill Trasker might have a 50-50 chance to live. Then, unexpectedly, a call from Lieutenant Barney Phillips of the police department.
Yes, Mr. Dollar. Doc Crutcher told me all about it. And we'll appreciate any help you may want to give us on this.
Well, do you know anything about this Bill Thornley?
No, sir. Never heard of him. But we'll find out who he was. Don't you worry about that.
Lieutenant, how well do you know old Bill?
Well, that's the thing that puzzles me, Dollar. Old Bill is one of the nicest, one of the most kindliest old men I've ever known.
Oh?
Ever since he came here to Sarasota, that's about 7 years ago, seems he just went out of his way all the time trying to be nice and helpful to folks. Didn't have much to give to anybody, money I mean, but whatever he had or he could do for somebody, he never would hesitate a minute.
I see.
But that doesn't keep us from having to do our duty, get the goods on him, see that justice is done. The law is the law, and it's our duty to uphold it.
Old Bill came here 7 years ago?
That's right.
From where?
Well, now, if we knew that, we'd know where to look for information on this man Thornley that he killed.
Yes, he did.
What's that?
I'll talk to you later, Lieutenant.
Oh, fine, Mr. Dolan. If you have any connections anywhere that can help us find out who Gerald Thornley was and why old Bill killed him.
Or if I can find out that he didn't kill any such man or anybody else.
Now, Mr. Dolan.
I'll be in touch.
Why are you so sure he didn't murder someone, Johnny?
Did I say that, Don?
You didn't need to.
Don, I want no part of this thing.
Donnie, I know this is no ordinary sort of investigation, but as a company, we have to go through with it.
Why?
If you can prove that Bill didn't do it, which I doubt, well, it's the least we can do for a client, or something.
Yeah.
And if you end up proving he did, well, it's a public service by the company, or something.
Or something. Let someone else handle it. I want no part of it.
Why did old Bill ask for you? Well?
Oh, well, I think it's because of... Well, in spite of what he said, in spite of what it sounded like... Hey, let me use your car, will you?
At this time of night? Oh, here. Here are the keys.
All right, good.
What have you got in mind?
Well, maybe keeping an innocent man out of the chair.
Now, Johnny...
I'll see you later. Obviously, the key to this whole matter lay in finding out about Bill's supposed victim, Gerald Thornley. Who he was, where he was, or where he had been. And then if Bill had ever been there. So I drove over to the shack again and went through Bill's clothes, hoping that some of them might be old enough to show where he'd been before he moved to Sarasota. Every one of them bore a New York label. Item 2, $5.20 for a tank full of gas. Item 3, after I reached the airport in Tampa, 4:60 for a long telegram to Ripley Keener, a pal of mine on the New York side. Item 4, 7170, and shortly after dawn, I was in New York. Rip was waiting for me at the airport.
You could have saved yourself the time and money and phoned me, Johnny.
Now, just what do you mean by that, Rip?
Well, I could have told you all there is to tell about Gerald P. Thornley in one sentence. I handled a story on him for the paper myself.
All right, well, what about him?
He ain't. He what? 7 years ago, that crooked promoter disappeared.
Promoter?
And when the police finally caught up with when and where and how he disappeared, it left them with only one possible conclusion. Thornley was murdered.
Nevertheless,
No, Johnny. Stop trying to act like a Pollyanna and get on back to Sarasota and nail that old guy for murder.
The 14th Amendment to our Constitution is one of its most important sections. It bestows United States citizenship upon every person, regardless of race, who is born within our borders or who is naturalized. And this amendment further provides that the privileges and immunities of citizenship cannot be taken away by a state, nor may a citizen be denied the equal protection of the laws. It is this amendment which makes us all equal citizens with equal rights, to the end that this country of yours and mine shall be our country under God.
Now, Act 3 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, and the Recompense matter.
Over breakfast there at Idlewild Airport, Rip Keener told me more about Gerald P. Thornley.
Not that Thornley didn't deserve to have somebody knock him off.
Now, just what does that mean?
When he got through with all his phony real estate promotions, he left more innocent people broke and hungry than you can shake it. Well, Johnny, that man made millions on his crooked real estate deals. And who suffered? Wealthy people who could afford to lose a few thousand here and there? Oh, no. No, sir. I was poor people who fell for his pitch and then suffered for it.
But the law, the authorities, they never got on to him.
He was too smart. Every deal he made was perfectly legal at the time. I'll tell you this, Johnny. A lot of the real estate laws got rewritten as a result of him. I mean, in spite of the way it finally turned out, the switcheroony.
What?
Sure. That gave me material for that feature I hoped was going to win me a Pulitzer Prize.
Just what are you talking about, Rip?
Back there in 53, after the coroner's jury said it was murder, they went through his papers and bank accounts. They found he left enough dough and instructions for it to pay back every cent he'd taken from the poor suckers.
You are kidding.
A bit, Johnny. I told you it was a twist. And, Johnny, that's what makes his killer all the more wrong. So get on back there to Sarasota and nail him down.
Yeah, Rip, I guess it's all I can... Oh, wait a minute.
Huh?
Handle this right, and maybe your next feature will get you a Pulitzer Prize.
Huh?
Poor people who'd been taken by Thornley. Well, old Bill Trasker had never been in that category, in spite of his menial job these last 7 years as a fishing guide. Item 5, 10 cents for a call to Lieutenant Randy Singer, 18th Precinct. Then I had Rip Keener drive me into Sealand.
There you are, Johnny. A complete set of fingerprints on the late Mr. Gerald P. Thornley.
Good.
So why I should break my neck getting them in such a hurry for you. I could put that so-called mind of yours to work finding out who murdered him 7.5 years ago. Why?
Well, that coroner's jury could have been all wet, you know.
Huh?
Why don't you keep Rip here entertained until I can phone him a feature story from down in Sarasota?
Johnny, if...
That is.
Yeah? If what?
Now, if this absolutely crazy hunch of mine pays off. Item 6, another 7170 for a plane back to Florida. From the airport in Tampa, I drove on down to Sarasota, straight to the hospital.
It is a miracle, Johnny. If old Bill continues to improve the way he has in these last 12 hours, he'll live until they put him in that chair, much as I hate to say that.
Bill was much better. And almost was a miracle. He let me take a set of his fingerprints, and then he broke down and told me his story.
Then at police headquarters, when one of the lab men compared the prints with a set I brought down from New York, Lieutenant Barney Phillips nearly flipped.
But oh, no. Look, Al, I can't believe this. According to these prints, old Bill is Gerald P. Thornley.
That's right.
But I don't understand. But why, Dollar?
Well, his dirty real estate promotions were perfectly legal at the time. But he was ruining more innocent people, causing more heartbreak and suffering. But he hadn't thought about that in his lust for money. All he cared about was getting more and more of it, regardless of whom he was hurting. Until one day this kidney thing hit him, and it scared him. And suddenly he realized that one day he'd die as one of the most hated men in the world. But simply getting back the money would never erase the stigma that he'd have to live with. So he arranged his own disappearance, and he made it look like murder. So he could quietly get away and start leading the kind of life he should have been leading and could start doing some good for people. Exactly the way he's been doing here in Sarasota, Lieutenant.
There's a sort of recompense for the rotten things he'd done before.
Yeah, that's right.
And without having folks point him out as the crook he'd been.
That's right. And don't forget, the people he'd hurt up north were all paid off.
But Dollar, when he thought he was dying, he told you murder.
He said no murder. Doc and Don misunderstood. He said to tell the police that he did it. That's all. And now we know what he did.
Dollar, I hate to say this, but he's still in trouble.
Old Bill Trasker?
Gerald P. Thornley.
Not anymore, Lieutenant.
What's it?
Thornley is dead. Legally dead.
Well, I know Thornley's... But I guess you're right, Mr. Johnny. Well, you say you're right.
Yeah. After sticking around a few days to make sure that old Bill's recovery would be complete, well, I changed my mind about getting Rip Keener material for a feature. Let him wonder about it. Expense account total, including the trip back to Hartford, 200 and, no, Don, forget it. Just forget it. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, originates in Hollywood and is written, produced, and directed by Jack Johnstone. Heard in our cast were Russell Thorson, Bart Robinson, Harley Bear, Barney Phillips, Dick Crenna, and Herb Vigran. Be sure to join us next week, same time and station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. John Wall speaking.
Johnny Dollar has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
Lud Barlow, Johnny. I'm on a spot.
What's the matter?
The Templeton house in Boston was knocked over sometime during the night. We have a $100,000 loss on our hands. Can you go over there right away?
Well, I'll see what the plane situation is, Lud.
Never mind the plane situation. Just pack up and get out to the airport. I'll meet you at Hangar 12.
What?
I'm chartering a plane for you.
Bob Bailey in the exciting adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account. America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Mideastern Indemnity Corporation Home Office, Hartford, Connecticut. Following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the Templeton matter. Expense account item 1, $5 even, cab fare from my apartment to hangar 12 at the airport. A twin-engine Bonanza had been rolled out and a fueling truck was pulled up alongside. A man in a sheepskin seemed to be supervising things. The man who seemed to be supervising him was Lud Barlow. When he saw me, he waved his briefcase.
Hey, Johnny.
Hi.
Are you all set?
Well, I'm here. That's what you mean, Lud.
Had all your luggage?
Yeah, this is it.
This is Tommy Clark, Johnny, your pilot. How are you?
Hi, Tom.
I'll stow this gear for you.
Oh, thanks.
The faster we move on this, the better off we are. You know that.
I know.
This is the blanket policy. This is the itemized list. This is the itemized list broken down. You'll have to check the itemized against the sales. Your authorization procedure. And a description of stock records, including shipments received by Templeton House up to and including the first day of last week. Okay?
Swell. Now maybe you'll tell me what this is all about.
And when you get there... What?
What it's all about. Let's start with Templeton House, huh?
It's the biggest jewelry firm in Boston.
You said they were robbed last night.
Burglarized, broken into somewhere between 5 and 7 o'clock in the morning.
All set, Mr. Dollar.
What'd they get away with?
Well, that's for you to find out, Johnny. We carry a blanket policy on all their stock. Anything in the store in the way of merchandise is covered.
On the phone, you said something about $100,000.
It may be $200,000, Johnny.
I take it you talked to somebody in Boston.
Yeah.
Did you talk to the police?
Yes, for a minute. I told them I was sending a man. They're expecting you.
Give you a hand, Mr. Dollar.
Oh, thanks, Tom.
Okay.
Yeah. Thanks. Who's in charge, Lud?
Lieutenant Roebuck.
Roebuck?
Yeah.
Get your seatbelt, Mr. Dollar.
Oh, sure.
He'll want to see those contents records. You be sure and tell him they're up to date.
Who's the man with the company?
What?
The man at the company.
Templeton.
Stand clear, Mr. Barlow.
Remember, Johnny, a client can face a thing like this a lot better if a man from the insurance company standing by.
I'll try to remember that.
Good luck and keep me informed.
By the time we arrived at the Boston airport, I'd read over the policy and had a fair idea of the coverage involved. Expense account item 2, $10, more cab fare. I dropped my bags off at the Independence Hotel and had the driver take me over to Templeton House. 2 police cars were parked in front of the building, and 2 uniformed police officers were parked in the doorway.
I'm sorry, mister. The store's not open today.
Well, I'm from the insurance company.
Oh. Lieutenant Roebuck's in the back. Go ahead.
At the back of the store, a white-coated intern and an ambulance attendant were working over a blanket-wrapped figure laid out on the stretcher. One of them was operating a plasma tube. The other was checking the pulse. A group of men, some in uniform, were watching closely. The tall, thin one seemed to be in charge of things. Roebuck?
Yeah.
Johnny Dollar, Mid-Eastern Indemnity.
That didn't take you long. This Sergeant Younger, Sergeant Toohey. This is Mr. Dollar from the insurance company.
Hi, man. What's this?
Oh, this man was a special patrolman working the area. He must have walked right into the middle of it and got himself shot. They've been giving him transfusions ever since they found him.
Uh-huh. Said anything yet?
He hasn't been conscious. Doc, how about it?
We can't do any more here, Lieutenant. We'll have to risk a trip to the hospital and try to operate. Okay, boys, load up.
Doc, this is Mr. Dollar, insurance company.
How are you, Doctor?
Okay.
Doc, we're going to want to talk to him the minute he comes around.
I'm not going to promise you anything, Lieutenant. Well, see ya.
All right. Now, Mr. Dollar, you didn't waste much time.
I brought a contents list that might help you, Lieutenant.
Good. The best help we're going to get is from that patrolman. Come on, I'll show you around. This is where they got in.
Jimmy, huh?
Yeah, most likely. There's marks there on the door jamb. But near as we can tell right now, they only took important stuff. Easy to move.
Easy to break down and unload, you mean?
Yeah. Here you can see where they snipped the alarms, grounded the wires.
Mm-hmm. Showcases aren't touched.
No, they went straight for the safe, Dollar. Well, we really got something on our hands, huh? You don't just break into a store and open one of these things very easy.
Someone did. The neighborhood was canvassed for possible witnesses. I spent the rest of the morning with Dorian Templeton, the owner of the company. By noon, we had taken an inventory of the missing stock and drawn up a tentative list.
As far as I know, that about does it, Mr. Dollar. Now, what's the next step?
I'll check this against the merchandise received reports, Mr. Templeton. It'll take a while. As soon as I have that finished, you can check it over again and file a formal claim.
And then?
The company will reimburse you in cash.
Well, what are the chances for recovery in a case like this?
Well, I could quote the actuaries, Mr. Templeton, but I won't.
Why not?
Whoever broke in here last night knew what they were about. They opened your vault the way you'd open your front door. They took what they wanted and got out very quickly. No alarm, no witnesses. The chances are they planned the rest of it just as well. They probably scattered. The police aren't sure how many men were involved. They know it was at least 2 men, possibly 3.
How do they arrive at that?
1 man working on the safe, another man looking out, possibly 2. The point is, the more men who are involved, the harder it'll be for them to take the jewelry, break it down, sell it, and stay out of sight.
They're going to get away with it?
I didn't say that.
Well, nothing seems to have gone wrong with their plan so far.
One thing went wrong. That special patrolman surprised them. True, he didn't have time to draw his gun or sound the alarm, but they had to shoot him. And if something hadn't gone wrong, they'd have been satisfied to knock him on the head.
Yes. Well, what happens now?
Well, that's up to the police. I can tell you their investigation will take some time. Burglary is the toughest kind of thing to work on.
Why?
No witnesses.
I never thought of that.
Dollar, you all cleaned up?
Well, we got a tentative list. As soon as I check it, I'll give it to you.
Okay. Mr. Templeton, I'd like to have you come with me now.
Now?
Yes, we'll want your statement, sir, and there's quite a bit of work to do with the employees.
All right.
Dollar, as soon as you get the list up, give me a ring, will you?
Yeah, okay. Any news about the policeman?
Yeah. It's a murder case now.
Expense account item 3, $25, stenographic fees. The public stenographer at the hotel helped me make a comprehensive list of the stolen items, which was verified by Templeton. The amount of loss was set at $100,000. By late afternoon, clerks, stenographers, accountants, designers, salespeople, stonecutters, all in Templeton's employ had made statements to Lieutenant Roebuck. The statements were in the process of being checked. A general roundup of known safecrackers and burglary suspects had begun. Expense account item 4, $3.75 dinner. Lieutenant Roebuck and myself.
Well, it's going to be a long night.
Yeah. Any luck on the employees?
Oh, it's hard to say yet. One of them has a record.
Hmm?
Yeah, a fellow named Tabor, one of the janitors there. He's a 2-time loser. I had him tucked away in a cell until we clear some of this other stuff away.
Has he said anything?
Oh, he denies all knowledge. As far as time incident goes, he was home sleeping when all this happened, but that doesn't rule him out of somehow getting that safe combination and passing it on to a friend.
Yeah.
Man with a record's apt to have that kind of friends who'd be interested in just that kind of thing.
Hey, how much do you want me around?
You're a free agent, Dollar. If you have any ideas, I'll listen. It's a tough baby, any way you look at it.
Let me talk to Tabor. There might be a shortcut.
Why not?
Well?
John Tabor?
That's right. Who are you?
Johnny Dollar. I'd like to talk to you a minute.
Okay, talk.
You might be in a lot of trouble, Tabor. That'd be too bad. They tell me you're a 2-time loser.
If you don't believe what they tell you, you just go look it up for yourself. It's right down there in the books.
How did you get that job at Templeton's?
I asked for it.
They know about your record?
No.
You keep it from them?
I didn't broadcast it, would you?
No.
Okay, what other dumb questions have you got?
Do you have any ideas about this?
I've got a lot of ideas.
Do you know anything about it?
No.
Need anything?
What?
Cigarettes, anything?
I'm all set.
Okay. My company faces a big loss in this case. We'd like to avoid that loss. There's a standard offer I'm authorized to make in some instances. I'm going to make it to you. If you have any knowledge of this crime and can furnish any information that will lead to the arrest of the persons involved and recovery of the merchandise, my company will guarantee you the best possible legal assistance in the event that information should incriminate you.
That's pretty generous.
Well, I have to say it to you. You can use your own judgment. Hey, guard. It's a pretty good offer when you think about it, Tabor. You have a record. The police can't pass you up without a lot of scrutiny. You know that.
That record makes me a real hot one. I swiped a couple of cars, and now they think I might have opened that vault.
No, they don't think that. But they have to find out if you might have contact with somebody who did open it.
I don't know anything about it.
In that case, you'll be released.
Oh, sure. Sure, I'll be released when every cop in town had a go at me twice. I'll be released when the guys who did the job walk into the station and say we didn't mean it, we want to give it back. They've always got to have somebody to throw to the newspapers.
Maybe.
You know it and I know it. Nothing better than to throw some old ex-con in a can and hold him for questioning.
Well, Dolly, you go for it?
No.
Any more ideas?
Turn him loose, Lieutenant. See whom he talks to and whom he meets. John Tabor was released without bail, and a 24-hour watch was put on his residence. By 10 o'clock the next morning, the police had located 3 witnesses to the shots that had killed the special patrolman. However, none of them had seen the burglars or the car that was used. The district attorney's office issued an order impounding the financial records of Templeton House. A complete audit revealed that its affairs were in excellent shape. It also revealed that Templeton himself was the only man in the jewelry firm who had the combination to the vaults. His statements emphatically denied giving the combination to anyone. As far as the police were able to determine, he was telling the truth. The search for all known safecrackers extended into New York and Philadelphia and Chicago. On the morning of the 3rd day, a claims adjuster arrived from Hartford with a check for $100,000, full payment on the claim. 2 hours later, we had the first break on the case.
Hey! Caller, hey!
What? Oh, hello, Lieutenant.
Come on, get in.
What's up?
Well, the Harbor Division found a body down by the docks early this morning, all weighted down with 38 slugs. They were fired from the same gun that killed that special patrolman.
They match, huh?
Like the dimples on your knee.
Act 2 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, in just a moment.
It is a rare event when a young man decides to leave civilization behind and hide himself away in the steaming jungle just so he can help his fellow humans in a remote corner of the world. The late Dr. Tom Dooley did just that when he left the United States to help the sick and starving jungle people in the little kingdom of Laos in Southeast Asia. Dr. Dooley's story is well known to nearly everyone. And all over the world, people talk of his little jungle hospital on stilts. That's where he treated the dread diseases of the jungle and trained native medical technicians so that they might help their own people. Dr. Dooley wrote and lectured to many people so that the work of his medical assistance program, Medico, might go on. It was not easy for someone so young and so talented to give up the bright lights of the city and plant himself down in an unknown jungle just for the purpose of helping unfortunate people he didn't even know. But through Medico, Dr. Tom Dooley wanted to help people. He wanted to help people to help themselves. Today, the work of Medico is going forward in a number of countries besides Laos. Young men are being sent to the United States to be schooled in medicine with the idea of returning to their own countries to help their own people. Hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of medical supplies have been donated by American businessmen and pharmaceutical companies. Today, Dr. Tom Dooley's work is being continued for him. It is helping to create better understanding. It is an injection of the spirit of freedom, the right of all men everywhere.
Now, Act 2 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, and the Templeton Matter.
I spent the rest of the day with Lieutenant Roebuck at the morgue. The body that had been found in the harbor was a man about 35 to 40 years old, slim build, dark hair. The labels had been cut out of his clothes and the laundry marks torn off. His fingerprints didn't check with anything in the local files. Roebuck put them on the wire to Washington and requested an urgent identification. Johnny Dollar.
Blood Barlow, Johnny. What's this in the paper?
Well, the special patrolman and the unidentified man were killed by the same gun. As soon as we get an identification, we can go to work.
Well, how about that ex-con that turned up working at Templeton's?
Tabor? Well, they're still watching him. He might have been the case man. So far, it's just an idea.
I'd like a recovery on this one, Johnny.
So would I.
What do you think is possible?
Well, 2 days ago, I would have said no. Today, things look better. For one thing, none of the merchandise has shown up on the market. For another thing, there has to be some kind of connection with this unidentified man.
I just read your report on Templeton himself. He's out of the question as a suspect?
So far, yeah.
He's the only one who had the combination to the safe.
There's no apparent motive for him to rob himself.
But he's the only one
Don't
who
start yelling at me, Lud. I know what you're thinking. Find a motive. Well, give us time, boy. Give us time on everything. Lud?
Oh, I guess I hate to pay off big claims.
You may get it back. Keep your pants on. Expense account item 5, $50 deposit for rented car. That afternoon, I drove from Boston to Creeksdale, the home of the Grantland Safe Company, where I met a man who looked as formidable as the product he manufactured.
I am Grantland, sir.
I found him standing inside a shiny new vault, ready for shipment.
Beautiful thing, eh? On its way to South America tonight.
Well, I never thought of a safe exactly that way, Mr. Grantland.
Ah, beauty, strength. Think for a moment, sir, the treasures it will someday hold. But I bore you, sir, with my enthusiasm. Now then, you say you are here on a matter of vaults?
One vault, Mr. Grantland.
No?
The one your company sold and installed at the Templeton house in Boston 17 years ago.
Yes?
Have you read about the burglary?
No, sir, I have not. Templeton house?
Yes. The vault was opened.
Blasted?
Opened. Someone had a combination.
I am bewildered, sir. Indeed I am. You'll want a thorough accounting from my organization, of course.
Well, that's up to the police, Mr. Grantland. Right now, for my own information, I wonder if you could tell me who might have the combination to that vault.
Well, in answer to your question, I would first have to inspect our records.
Well, I brought the serial numbers.
Oh, well, let me see. That's as good as... the K series. Mr. Keating set the final combination.
Mr. Keating?
Yes, my chief engineer for years.
And who else?
Myself, sir. I'd have a record of the combination in my own file.
And who are those available to?
Myself, sir. I keep them in my own vault.
I see. Anyone else?
No one here. The people in proper authority at Templeton's.
I'd like to meet Mr. Keating if I could.
Impossible, Mr. Dollar.
Why?
Mr. Keating has been dead these 6 years.
I drove back to Boston, phoned Roebuck, and told him about my interview with Grantland. He said he'd already started looking into Grantland's background and expected to have a report within 36 hours. I was a little surprised when Dorian Templeton called half an hour later and asked me to have lunch with him.
Would you like a drink?
No, not now, thanks, no.
I didn't know whether to call you or the police, Mr. Dollar. I finally decided on you.
Uh-huh. What's the matter?
Well, it's one of those strange things. I'm not a particularly observant man, and I don't know why I observed this.
Go on.
However, last night, Mrs. Templeton and I went to a dinner dance at the country club. We thought with all this business, a little relaxation should do me some good.
Yeah, sure.
There was a young girl at the table next to ours, a very pretty girl whom I've never seen before. I happened to notice her handbag, jeweled affair, quite expensive. One of our items.
Yeah?
It didn't occur to me until we were leaving that it had been sample stock, not for sale.
What do you mean?
It was stolen, Mr. Dollar.
Why not the police, Mr. Templeton?
I was going to call them first thing this morning and report it. And then I got a package in the mail. It was the handbag, intact. Crazy?
You said it. Did you happen to get the name of the girl?
I asked the maitre d'. He said her name was Helen Tabor.
That's not so crazy. Expense account item 6, 10 cents, one phone call to Lieutenant Roebuck to see if John Tabor was still being watched. Roebuck said that 2 men were on duty watching his house at all times. I saw them when I drove up an hour later. They were parked across the street. Miss Tabor?
Yes, who are you?
Johnny Dollar. Is your father in?
He's sleeping right now. May I help you?
I don't know. Didn't I see you at the country club last night?
Why, yes, were you there?
Couldn't keep my eyes off of you. Or your handbag.
Oh.
I'll talk to him, honey.
Dad, is anything wrong?
Nothing I can't handle. Go ahead, fix up a pot of coffee.
All right, Dad.
Nice girl, Tabor.
Yeah.
Templeton was at the country club last night. He saw her. You can talk to me or you can talk to the police.
I don't have to talk to anybody.
The way it looks is that you cased the job. You might even have killed the special patrolman. He was shot close range. Could have been somebody new and trusted. You've got your share of things. That handbag was part of it. A little part of it.
The way it looks, huh?
That's about it. Of course, I don't understand why you sent the handbag back, but then you've probably got a good story for that.
Oh, I've got a good story. Nobody will believe it, but I've got a good one. It starts off by me saying I didn't help in that heist. I had nothing to do with it. I didn't case the place for anybody. I didn't even know it was coming off.
Let's get to the handbag, huh?
I took that 2 days ago. I borrowed it. I've been borrowing stuff right along whenever my kid needed anything. I always come back in good shape. I told her they let me do it. She don't know anything.
Borrowed, huh? That's kind of a strange philosophy.
I don't even know how to spell the word. I do know my kid's got a life ahead of her. I got to give her every chance to look good, act good, use her brains, meet the right people. Not just because the right people have money, but because they know more right people. It takes a little extra to let her do things like that.
You let her use the handbag because she had a date to go to a dance.
You guys are all the same. I didn't expect you to believe it.
Oh, relax. Maybe I do believe you.
What?
It sounds nutty enough to be the truth.
It is the truth.
All right.
You taking me in?
I'm going to tell Roebuck about this. He'll probably want to talk to you. He can check it better than I can. No, I haven't any authority to take you in. I wouldn't take you in anyhow. I'm interested in guys who walk into vaults. See you around.
Hey, wait a minute.
What?
I never thought I'd see the day when I try to help a cop or anybody like a cop. Maybe this is the day. I saw the paper last night.
Oh?
The picture of that guy they found floating in the harbor. They tagged him yet?
He's a John Doe until we hear from Washington.
His name's Kiley. Billy Kiley.
How do you know?
I used to know him a long time ago.
Billy Kiley?
Yeah, from Philadelphia.
Thanks. A check with the Philadelphia police and a comparison of fingerprints identified the man as William H. Kiley. His Boston address was on Parker Street. I drove out there with Lieutenant Roebuck. It was an ordinary, undistinguished apartment house. No one answered at apartment 12A, so we let ourselves in. The room had nothing to offer in the way of evidence.
Well, did you find anything?
No.
Well, I'll have some men come out here and give it a good going over. Well, maybe the manager or the tenant says something that'll help us. Come on, let's go.
Yeah.
Now, be careful, Dollar.
Yeah. Yeah?
Tim?
Yeah, this is Tim.
Any trouble there?
A little.
Say that again.
A little.
I don't know who you are, but I know you're not Tim.
Well, it sounds like we're getting something. Here, let me have the phone. I'll see if I can trace it.
Don't bother. I know where we can find him.
What?
I'd recognize his voice anywhere. It was dark by the time we got to the Grantland Safe Company factory in Creeksdale. There was a single work light spreading a sickly yellow glow over the main floor loading platform. We were expected. It went off somewhere in the darkness of the building.
You okay?
Yeah, I'm okay.
All right, let's try for that stair railing.
Right.
You see the flashes?
There.
All right. We'll have to try and make it.
Mr. Dollar?
He thinks you're alone. Answer him.
Yeah?
What are you doing here?
Looking for $100,000 worth of jewelry and the answer to a couple of murders. Funny?
You're very foolhardy, but you're courageous.
A man of your perception could do well with a part of that money.
No, thanks. I'll take it all.
You will take nothing, sir.
Keep him talking. I'll try to get under the stairs.
Are you alone?
For a little while. But I've got people coming, though.
Oh, people, eh? Mr. Dollar?
Still alive and kicking, Mr. Grantlin. You can't shoot around corners.
No. But then I don't have to shoot around the corner. Very good shooting, sir.
Grantlin, I want a statement.
No statement. No statement.
He was dead before the ambulance arrived, and there was no statement. There was never a statement. As nearly as it could be pieced together, Grantlin himself opened the vaults at Templeton House. William Kiley and possibly a man named Tim helped him. Kiley, of course, was killed for his efforts. Tim never appeared, was never identified. My hotel bill ran up to $168. That's item 7. Item 8, $35, car rental. I got $50 deposit back. Item 9, $32.50, airfare and incidentals back to Hartford. Expense account total, $413.28. Remarks? Put that against the $100,000 the insurance company didn't have to pay off. Johnny Dollar.
This is Barlow. I just talked to Roebuck in Boston. There's not one scrap of that jewelry anywhere in that whole safe factory. Not one piece.
I know.
What?
Just about now, there's a safe at the port of New York being shipped to South America. It's a Grantlin safe. And if you hurry over there, you can... Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Johnny Dollar has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
It couldn't have been either an accident or suicide?
No, Patsy, it couldn't.
But Trudy says Mr. Briggs was alone in his study at the time.
I know it sounds impossible, Patsy, but somehow I believe he's telling the truth.
But who fired the gun that killed Briggs? Oh, that's really the $64 question.
No, Patsy. The newspapers are right about Briggs' estate. That's the $4 million question.
Now for the case of the Devil's Left Eye. Today's adventure starring Lon Clark as Nick Carter, brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch cleanser. Lucky Bristol is a very polite individual. In fact, his first rule for success in running a gambling house is always be polite to the customers. As for his second rule, well, Lucky is in his private office now, politely explaining it to one of the said customers.
The way I figure it, Mr. Willard, what's the use of winning if you can't collect? And so I make it a rule to always collect.
Well, how much do I owe you, Lucky?
Better than 50 grand. More than I ever let anybody gyp me out of.
Well, you know, Lucky, those are gambling debts. Legally, you can't collect a cent on them.
100% correct, Mr. Willard. So when I run into a welcher, I have to use methods that aren't so legal.
If you're threatening me...
Why, I wouldn't harm a hair of your head, Mr. Willard. But you could meet up with an accident, couldn't you?
What do you mean?
Oh, a couple of broken legs, maybe. It could even be a fatal accident. In fact, I am willing to bet that's what it would be.
Lucky, you gotta give me time. I'll be able to pay you every cent if you'll only wait.
Wait? How long?
Well, my Uncle Jonathan has millions. I'm his only heir. If you'd just be patient...
You mean wait till the old man kicks off? He might outlive the two of us.
But if anything happens to me, you'll never get your money.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Maybe it'd be better if your uncle met up with an accident, huh?
You don't mean that...
I don't mean anything. Why don't you ask the old boy to loan you the money?
Well, I've tried, but...
That's right. You try. Try hard enough, and maybe there won't have to be any accident. Well, Mr. Willard, it was over a week ago you said you were going to ask your uncle to loan you the money. How about it?
I've begged him a dozen times to let me have the money, but he won't.
That's too bad, isn't it?
Look, Lucky, I'm going to Lake Placid for the weekend, but I'll ask him again on Monday. So if you'll only wait until then...
I've waited a long time now, Mr. Willard. From now on, I'm making no promises.
Mr. Jonathan Briggs' residence?
Hello, Kirby. I'd like to speak to my uncle.
Oh, yes, Mr. Harry. Just a moment, sir. He's in the study. I'll put your call through to him there. Hello?
Hello, Uncle Jonathan. This is Harry.
Oh, I thought you were up at Lake Placid.
That's where I'm calling from. I was worried about your cold.
I don't believe it. You knew very well that I'm so much better. The doctor said I could get up today.
But, Uncle, you've been in bed for the past week, and I naturally...
Yes. What you really called about was that money, wasn't it?
Well, Kirby can't hear you, can he?
What's the matter with you? You know I'm always alone in my study at this time of day.
Well, yes, Uncle Jonathan, I did want to talk to you about the money.
Well, you can save your breath. I won't give you one single solitary red cent.
But, Uncle Jonathan,
Not a penny, and that's final. If you...
Uncle Jonathan. Uncle Jonathan.
Yes, sir.
I'm Nick Carter. This is my secretary, Miss Bowen.
How do you do?
Sergeant Matheson of the Homicide Squad asked me to come up here and take a look around.
Oh, yes, sir. Won't you come in?
Thank you.
The study is this way, sir.
You're Kirby, Mr. Briggs' houseman, aren't you?
Yes, sir. It was I who found the body after the accident. This is Mr. Briggs' study.
Why, it's like a room in a medieval castle.
That's what it is, miss. Mr. Briggs bought the entire room from the owners of McLennan Castle in Scotland and brought it over to America piece by piece.
Even the wall paneling? And that huge stained glass window across the room there?
Everything, sir.
How unusual to find a room like this in a big city apartment.
Yes, miss. The city and town photographed it last year for their October issue.
Oh, Nick. Look at this magnificent antique cabinet here by the door.
Yes, that's a highboy, miss.
And look at those old guns on the wall beside the highboy.
Mr. Briggs collected antique firearms, miss.
God.
Here is the one that caused the accident.
An old flintlock musket.
Yes, sir.
Well, it certainly is a clumsy-looking thing.
Just about as deadly at close range as a sawed-off shotgun.
Well, why do they call it a flintlock?
Well, you see, Patsy, the hammer holds this bit of flint.
Yes, I can see it.
First you have to cock it,
And then when the trigger is pulled, a hammer falls, and the flint strikes against this piece of steel here and causes a spark.
Then what?
See this little hollow here?
Uh-huh.
That's called a firing pan. Holds a small amount of powder. That powder is ignited by the spark, and that sets off the real charge inside the gun barrel, causing the gun to be fired.
Well, if you have to go through all that preparation to make the gun shoot, how could it go off by accident?
That's what Matty was wondering, and that's why he asked me to take a look. Suppose you tell me just what happened, Kirby.
Well, sir, Mr. Briggs was in his study, as he always was at that time of day.
Early this afternoon, wasn't it?
Yes, sir. The clock had just struck 2:30 when Mr. Harry called from Lake Placid. He wanted to talk to his uncle, so I pushed the button for the buzzer in the study. And when I heard Mr. Briggs pick up the phone, I hung up.
How long after that did you hear the shot?
Not more than a minute or two, sir. I rushed in here and found Mr. Briggs in that chair behind the desk, dead. The gun was lying on the floor over there.
On the floor, huh?
Yes, sir.
Kirby, are you sure there wasn't anyone else in the room with Mr. Briggs?
Well, there couldn't possibly have been, sir. As you can see, there's no place to hide in here, and there's only one door. I was right outside, and no one could have got past me.
Well, how about that stained glass window? Does it open onto a terrace?
No, miss. Outside, there's a sheer drop of 23 stories.
Oh.
And it's the only window in the room, too.
Yes.
Well, guess the next thing is to talk with Mr. Briggs' nephew.
Oh, Mr. Harry hasn't arrived home from Lake Placid yet, sir. I expect him at 10 tomorrow morning.
I see. All right, then, you can expect me at 11.
Lucky, what's the idea of phoning me here at the apartment?
That was a nice, convenient little accident your uncle had, wasn't it, Willard? Convenient for both of us.
Look, Lucky, I can't talk to you now. I just got in from Lake Placid an hour ago, and there's some people waiting for me in the study.
You called me back?
Yes, of course. Goodbye. I'm sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Carter. I was in my workroom.
Workroom? In an apartment like this?
Well, I make a hobby of astronomy, and I have a little place fixed up where I can build my own telescope.
Sounds very technical.
Well, it is, rather. Of course, I can't grind my own lenses, but I have them made to my specifications and then do the rest of the work myself. Well, I suppose you want to know about Uncle Jonathan.
Shall I leave, sir?
No, that's all right, Kirby. Keep on with your work. Need any help with that ladder?
Oh, no, thank you, sir. I can manage. I'm all through except cleaning the stained glass window. I'll do the outside first.
The outside? My goodness, how do you get at it?
Oh, it's very simple, miss. Mr. Briggs had the window mounted on a special frame so that it swings into the room. You see?
Oh.
Very neat arrangement.
It's a beautiful window, Mr. Willard.
I've always thought so. As you can see, it represents Satan being cast out of heaven.
Well, Mr. Willard, about your uncle's accident.
I'm afraid there isn't much I can tell you. I was talking to him by a long distance when I heard the shot. And then a moment later, Kirby picked up the phone and told me what happened.
How do you think it happened?
Well, it seems pretty obvious to me. The gun fell off the wall and was discharged by the jar when it hit the floor.
You mean to say that a gun like that hung on the wall loaded?
It never was loaded, as far as I know. That's the...
You killed didn't pull his gun on you.
Darn it, I forgot all about it. I better call him right now.
There's a phone in the living room if you want to use it.
Thanks. Better come along, Patsy, in case you want any of those figures you have for us.
All right, Nick.
Good gracious.
Well, what's the matter, Kirby? Something wrong with the window?
Yes, Mr. Harry. Something very odd.
What is it, Kirby?
Satan's left eye. It's...
Kirby, look out! What happened? It's Kirby.
Oh, Nick, look at the ladder. It's half out the window.
He lost his balance. I tried to grab him, but it was too late. He fell. 23 stories down to the street.
From the antique stained glass window, the evil face of Satan seems to leer triumphantly down into the room where violent death has struck twice within 24 hours. We'll see what happens in just a moment. With Nick Carter brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch Splendor. A room transplanted from a medieval Scottish castle to the tower apartment of a Manhattan skyscraper has been the scene of two apparently accidental deaths. 2 hours have passed since the second tragedy, and Nick and Patsy, on their way back to Nick's office, have stopped in front of a small shop.
I never saw this place before. Giuseppe Serino, second-hand books and magazines.
Giuseppe's quite a character. You'll like him.
Oh?
Ah, Nick. Come down, my friend.
Hello.
Long time I no see, eh?
How are you, Giuseppe?
Sta bene, grazie.
Good. This is Giuseppe Serino, Patsy. Giuseppe, Miss Bowen.
I am very happy to meet you, Senorina.
Hello, Giuseppe.
Giuseppe used to be in Vaudeville.
Oh?
See. When I am not so fat like this, we play all the busy time. The 4 flying Sorinos. Tumblers extraordinaire.
Giuseppe, I wonder if you have a copy of City and Town for October of last year.
Sure. Back this way. We got them all.
All right. Is that the issue of City and Town that Kirby said contained a picture of the Briggs study?
Mm-hmm. How's business, Giuseppe?
She's a no good. Everybody, she's got too much money. Can afford the new magazine. No one's the old magazine.
Well, if you'd like to pick up some extra cash, I've got a job for you.
Well, no, I take.
Fine.
October 1946 you want, eh?
Yes, that's right.
Here she is. Almost like a new.
That's it, Giuseppe. Thanks.
Is the picture there, Nick?
Hey, just a minute, sir. Come on. Oh, yes. Here it is.
In color, too. Oh, the stained glass window certainly shows up well.
Yes, and here's what I was looking for.
What?
A gun. That 17th century flintlock. I knew it couldn't have fallen from the wall beside the highboy and landed where it did.
Why, it's on the highboy in the picture.
And I'll bet that's where it was when it killed Jonathan Briggs.
Yeah, but even if it was there, Nick, that doesn't explain how it could go off by itself.
No, you're right there. But it may prove that Willard was lying about where the gun was. And with Giuseppe's help, I may be able to learn how the second so-called accident happened.
What kind of job do you like for me to do, Nick?
Something that's right in your line, Giuseppe. A little tumbling.
Oh, I'm not so sure. It's a long time now since I do very hard stunts.
Well, this one won't be hard, Giuseppe. We can do it right in my office. And it's easy. As easy as falling off a ladder.
He's a hard worker for fat men like me.
Oh, Nick, you've made him fall off that ladder a dozen times. First you have him lean to the left until he gets off his balance. Then you have him lean to the right.
Yes, and every time he and the ladder fall in opposite directions.
Huh? What do you mean?
Well, Patsy, if Kirby had been leaning away from the window opening, he'd have fallen inside the room. And the ladder would have fallen across the sill the way we found it.
But Kirby didn't fall inside. He fell outside.
Then he wasn't leaning away from the opening. If he'd been leaning toward the opening, he would have fallen outside, and the ladder would have fallen inside the room.
But why?
That's what Giuseppe's been proving for me. When you fall off a ladder, your feet instinctively push it away from you in the opposite direction. But suppose it happened this way. You're not hurt, are you, Giuseppe?
No. But what's the big idea? Push the ladder when I'm in no look.
Sorry, Giuseppe. I had to prove my point. You see, Patsy? When I pushed, Giuseppe and the ladder both fell in the same direction, just as Kirby and the ladder did this morning.
What? Oh. You mean you think Willard pushed Kirby out the window?
From what we've seen here, I think he did.
But this test of yours isn't proof that he killed Kirby.
No, but when you add this to the fact that he was probably lying about the gun hanging on the wall, Mr. Willard appears to be a very suspicious character as far as I'm concerned.
But Nick Willard was in right class and he couldn't pull the trigger of the gun by...
But he could have, shall we say, made arrangements.
What kind of arrangements?
Come on, Patsy. We're going to take another look at Jonathan Briggs' study. Maybe that will answer your question. Perhaps the police sealed his room up right after Kirby was killed. If there's any evidence here, nobody's had a chance to destroy it.
Mm-hmm. Even the stepladder's still here.
Fortunately for us. I need that to get where I'm going.
To get where you're going?
Yep.
Where's that?
I want to take a look at the top of the highway. There.
Be careful that you don't fall, Nick.
I won't. Let's see.
What are you looking for, Nick?
Uh-huh. Just as I thought. Climb up here beside me and I'll show you.
It better be good, Nick. I don't like ladders.
It is good. See here?
Oh, what a shame. That beautiful finish is all scratched up.
Yes. That must be where the gun rested. And here's a dent in the wood paneling near where the butt of the gun must have been.
Meaning what?
When the gun went off, the recoil threw it back against the wall where the dent is.
Uh-huh.
And it bounced off the highboy onto the floor.
Hmm.
A gun like this would have to have quite a kick.
Well, what do you suppose those books are doing up here?
The butt of the gun were propped up on those books. Mm-hmm. You begin to see how he was killed?
Oh, yes. And at such a short distance, it couldn't have missed.
Right.
But how was the gun set off? You still don't know that.
I think I do. See these burn places here?
Yes, they look like cigarette burns. But nobody could lay a cigarette down up here. It's too high.
Patsy, take a look at the face of Satan in the stained glass window there across the room. See anything strange about it?
No. No, it's pretty badly warped, but that's just age, isn't it?
Look at his eyes.
Why, they don't match.
Exactly.
Oh.
The right one is yellow, and the left one is white. Now, do you remember what time Mr. Briggs was killed?
About 2:30, Kirby said.
Right. And about 2:30 tomorrow, I think we can put this case in the file, marked case closed.
Why did you insist on my meeting you here in the study at this time, Mr. Carter? I had an appointment for 2 o'clock with a friend.
This is more important, Willard. Sit there behind the desk, please.
All right, but what is this all about?
Now, everything is just the way it was 2 days ago. You're sitting where your uncle was when he was shot. And the gun is back on the highboy, loaded and primed.
What?
On the highboy, Willard. Not on the wall where you said it was. And it's pointed directly at the chair where you sit.
Oh, I'm getting out of here.
Sit back in that chair.
But the gun, if it should go off.
To kill you, just as it did your uncle. But there's no flint in the hammer this time, so it can't possibly go off. Can it, Willard?
I won't stay here.
You'll stay in that chair if I have to hold you there. What time is it, Patsy?
2:29.
Carter, let me out of here. In a minute or two, it'll be too late.
You're in no danger, Willard. The gun can't go off by itself. Or can it?
For the love of heaven, look at Satan's left eye. In a few seconds.
So you know about that left eye. You put it there, didn't you?
Well,
And you phoned your uncle at exactly 2:31 the next day to be sure he'd be sitting in that chair at the right time, didn't you?
I don't know what you mean.
You'd better know what I mean if you want to get out of that chair, and you better talk fast.
Yes, I did it, but...
How about Kirby?
He noticed the eye. I had to do something quick before he had a chance to tell you.
So you pushed him through the open window?
Carter, let me out of this chair. It's after 2:30 now.
Oh, don't worry. The gun isn't loaded.
Isn't loaded?
Now that we have the truth from you, nothing's going to happen.
That's where you're wrong, my friend.
Lucky.
Things are going to happen right now. Don't move, Carter. This gun of mine doesn't have to wait for the sun.
Lucky Bristol stands in the doorway, his revolver aimed at Nick, and it looks as though Jonathan Briggs' study may be the scene of still another killing. We'll see what happens in just a moment. Now for the conclusion of the case of the Devil's Left Eye. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser. Harry Willard has confessed to the murder of his uncle, Jonathan Briggs. But before Nick can take him to the police, Lucky Bristol, the gambler, appears in the doorway, a revolver in his hand.
Well, Lucky Bristol. How do you fit into this picture, Lucky?
I'm just protecting a little investment of mine, Mr. Carter. Mr. Willard here owes me $100,000.
$100,000? It's only $50,000.
It's $100,000 now, Mr. Willard. Or do you want me to tell Mr. Carter he can put his hands down?
No, 100's all right.
And cheap at half the price. When you didn't show up at my place at 2 o'clock, I came up here to see why.
Well, you found out. Now what?
Now nothing. I'm leaving.
Well, what about them? They know about Uncle Jonathan.
Well, if I were you, I'd make sure they didn't tell anybody.
You mean I've got to...
I don't know what you're going to do. I won't be here. But before I go, you better get Carter's gun to do it with.
Yes, of course.
Don't try anything, Carter. I'm still protecting my investment.
Don't worry. I know when I'm licked.
Okay, Lucky. I got Carter's gun.
Okay. I'll send a couple of my boys around late tonight in case there's anything you want carried out of the building and left someplace. So long.
You going to let this man make a fool of you, Willard?
What do you mean?
You think we better be killed to protect your secret, don't you?
Well, of course.
How about Lucky?
I don't kill you.
How about Lucky? You're going to let him walk out of here knowing enough about you to send you to the chair?
Smart guy, aren't you, Carter?
Yes, he is smart, Lucky. I never thought of that.
Why, you poor sap.
Keep your hands away from your pocket, Lucky.
You cheap little punk, if you think you can get away with anything like this.
Duck, Patsy.
I told you I'd get you.
Oh, nice work, Nick. Let them shoot it out with each other, then you shoot the winner's gun out of his hand.
Where'd you get that gun, Carter? I thought Willard...
Didn't occur to Willard that the gun he took wasn't the only one I had. I carry this one in a shoulder holster for just such emergencies.
You're a lucky stiff, Carter.
I may be lucky, but I'm no stiff. All right, Willard. You can get up off the floor now.
I'm shot, Carter. Hurts bad.
You live. Only your shoulder.
Take your gun back, Nick. Willard is all through with it.
Thanks, Patsy. Better call the police ambulance for Willard. And tell Matty to send along the hurry-up wagon for his pal.
Right away, Nick.
They may ride down to headquarters separately, but they'll end up in the same place when they answer for their crime.
Nick, when are you going to explain what's been going on? I don't understand it at all.
I didn't want to try to explain until I could show you a little experiment.
Huh?
Patsy, when you were a little girl, didn't you ever set a piece of paper on fire by focusing the sun's rays on it with a magnifying glass?
Sure, all kids do that. So what?
So you can set off gunpowder the same way. And that's just what Willard did.
Go on, I'm listening.
Willard replaced Satan's left eye in the stained glass window with a special lens he'd had made. A lens that would focus the sun's rays right on the powder in the firing pan of the old flintlock.
And he fired the gun that way? Well, I'll be darned.
It was the charged spots on the top of the highboard that gave him away. You see, he had to experiment for several days at the same time in the afternoon to be sure that he had the lens set in the window at exactly the right angle.
Golly, that must have been pretty complicated. Figuring the angle of the sun, the right kind of lens, the right time of day, and everything.
It was, even for an amateur astronomer like Willard. But fortunately, his uncle was sick in bed for a week, and Willard was able to use the study undisturbed.
So he was able to set the gun, go to Lake Placid 300 miles away, and then call his uncle on the phone at just the right time so he'd be sitting at his desk when the gun went off.
Right. Now you know as much about it as I do.
Oh, well. I knew Satan was dangerous, and I've heard of the evil eye. But I never expected to see a stained glass Satan with an eye evil enough to kill a man. Oh, that's really something.
Johnny Dollar.
Hi, Johnny. This is Lou Little over here at State Unity Life.
Lou, there must be some mistake. Goodbye.
What? Oh, wait a minute, will you?
Well?
Don't hang up on me. What do you mean, some mistake?
2 solid years I had to wait for an assignment from you.
Well, I know.
Now suddenly 2 calls within 2 weeks? I don't know if I can stand the shock. Come clean. What's the problem?
Problem? My only problem, Johnny, is getting rid of exactly $1,000.
Well, how nice. And I suppose you just want to hand it over to me.
What else?
You're kidding.
Am I?
You got to be.
Why did you come over here and see?
Sure, why not? Just be ready to pay my cab fare.
Sure, why not?
Okay.
Okay.
The CBS Radio Network brings you Mandel Kramer in the exciting adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account. America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator,
yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
If you ever suffer a touch of arthritis or rheumatism and you've never tried mentholatum deep heating rub, you can't know how good its deep heating action can make you feel. As you massage it into painful areas, you feel its deep heating action. You know relief is on its way. Mentholatum deep heating rub is an extra strong combination of active ingredients for safe, temporary relief of minor arthritic rheumatic pain. Use greaseless, stainless mentholatum deep heating rub often.
Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to State Unity Life Insurance Company, Home Office, Hartford, Connecticut. Following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the Well of Trouble matter. So maybe Lou Little was just leading me on. Had some real nasty case bothering him, but if it meant $1,000 in my kick, and after the one I handled a week ago for him for free, well, to repeat myself, why not? Expense account item 1, $1.20 for a cab to his office.
Not kidding you one bit, Johnny. Here you are, baby. A perfectly good check for 1,000 clams.
Well, a Merry Christmas to you, too. But what's it for, Lou?
Why don't you take a look at the signature on it?
G. Stanley Porter.
That's right.
Last week's little fracas.
After what you did for him, and considering you wouldn't even take expenses for it, well, he insisted that you have this.
Well, I thought I made it plain, Lou, that...
He insisted.
All right. I'm certainly not going to turn down $1,000.
He wouldn't have it otherwise.
Tell him thanks for me, will you?
Be glad to.
Hey, what goes around here?
Huh?
You planning a trip to the gambling halls of Las Vegas or just leaving the country in a hurry?
What do you mean?
Big stack of dough on your desk.
Oh, that.
Yeah, what goes, Lou? You must have around 5,000 here, all in small bills.
Well, pick up the change line, man. You'll find there's exactly $2,388.24. I was just about to mail out a receipt for it.
Receipt?
Yeah. Just received it in the mail from an old crackpot by the name of Jeremy R. Withers.
What's it for?
His insurance premium. What else?
In cash?
In cash, like always. He simply stuffs it into a plain brown envelope and mails it in.
Without even insuring it? He must be a crackpot.
Johnny, I've written him half a dozen times, pointing out the risk in sending this much cash in the regular mail. I've even offered to send somebody out to his place to collect it from him. But he'll have none of it.
Crazy. Stubborn as that wild old Western character, Durango Laramie Dalhart, huh?
Durango what?
That's right. You know, believe it or not, he lived in a town called Bumspung, Oklahoma.
Oh, now you're kidding.
No, I'm not really, Lou. Old Indian name. Bumspung means bad spring. Yes, Bumspung. Bad water. But at least Durango had sense enough to bring in the cash in person. Nearly 4,000 at a crack once a year. I thought maybe you might have heard my report on the case a couple of years ago.
I must have missed it. But at least old Jeremy Withers has company in his eccentricity.
Look, if you could meet some of the wacky policyholders I've had to deal with, you'd think nothing at all of Withers.
Maybe not. What are you chuckling about?
Old Durango. Boy, he gave us quite a scare that one time.
How do you mean?
Well, he brought in a stack like this one day, you know, and, brother, you should have seen them. One look, and you'd have sworn they were counterfeit.
But they weren't?
Now, you know what they'd done? Carefully washed and starched and ironed the money to make it look like new, just like some of these... Wait a minute, Lou.
What's the matter, Johnny?
Just hold everything a minute.
Huh?
Just hold up on that receipt for this stuff, will you?
Why? What's the matter with it?
Where'll I find this Jeremy Withers? You got his address?
Well, sure.
Let me have it.
Well, sure, Johnny. Well, what's the matter?
Just let me have his address. Expense account item 2, a dime for a phone call to police headquarters where I got some very interesting information. And incidentally gave none in return. Item 3, another $1.20 for a cab back to my apartment. Item 4, $3.97 to fill up the gas tank in my car. It was getting dark now, but I headed west on 44, then north on 202. A few miles short of Granby, I found the dirt road I was looking for, leading off to the left. Then, finally, the crossroads known as Millbury Corners, consisting of one general store, a grocery, and a filling station, where I stopped only long enough to get some local directions. The Jeremy Withers place turned out to be a tiny, square, unpainted clapboard building that sat forlornly in the middle of a small, seedy-looking, weed-grown lot. But there was a flickering light inside. I could see it even through the tightly drawn shades. No doubt an oil lamp. And when I knocked on the door...
Who is it? Who is it?
My name is Dollar. Johnny Dollar.
Dollar?
That's right, from the insurance company. Open up, Mr. Withers.
Just to leave me open up the peephole I put on this here door so as I can take a look at you first.
Go ahead.
Dollar, eh?
Here, take a look at these, my credentials, if you can see them in the moonlight.
Dollar, eh?
Come on, Withers, open up,
Just leave me get these here now chains undid. This bolt now.
Come on, Withers, you're stalling. All right now?
Just you stay outside there and tell me what the trouble is, young fella.
It's about that insurance premium of yours.
What's the matter with you, boy? I sent it all in yesterday.
I'll say you did.
In hard cash, too. Just like always. Good hard cash.
Good, huh?
Say, what are you talking about?
I'm talking about some of the 20s that were mixed in with that stack of bills. Some of the nice new ones. Like this one, for instance.
What's the matter with it?
Are you kidding? Plenty.
Just a minute, young fellow.
Just tell me one thing, Mr. Withers. Where did you get this money?
The time has come for a friendly warning. Now that the 4th of July is almost here, better keep plenty of 7-Up chilled and ready to serve. This is the sparkling drink that says a nice warm welcome to everyone who comes calling on the 4th. 7-Up has a wonderful gay sparkle and a fresh as all out-of-doors taste. Just about everybody goes for fresh, clean-tasting 7-Up. Grandmothers, moms and dads, the teenage set, even the tiny tots. It's this same clean, fresh taste that makes 7-Up just great with food, too. 7-Up wakes up your taste buds, makes whatever you're eating taste even better. Believe me, any food's a feast with 7-Up. So if you're in the business of pleasing people, and who isn't, keep plenty of 7-Up on hand for family and friends. Better order a case today. For a fresh, clean taste on the 4th of July, fresh up with 7-Up.
Now, you look here, boy. What's the matter with that money I sent in?
I said, where did you get it, Mr. Withers? I'm talking about these brand new $20 bills.
Anything wrong with it? The way you're talking, you might think it was counterfeit or something.
Counterfeit? Hardly.
No, of course not.
But it's plenty hot, believe me.
Now, what do you mean by that?
Are you trying to tell me you don't know?
How should I know?
Well, why do you lock yourself in the way you do? Not only a lock on the door, but safety chains and a bolt.
Man's got a right to protect himself, ain't he?
Against what?
Well, maybe against nosy people like you. Now, what's the matter with that money? You going to tell me or ain't you?
Sure, I'll tell you. These new bills are part of the loot from the First National Bank over in Millville.
Loot?
That's right, stolen money. Over $20,000, mostly in new 20s.
No.
I worked on the case. I had to memorize a list of serial numbers, or rather number groups, as long as your arm.
You must have a good memory, boy.
Luckily, the numbers were consecutive, all starting with 66644, so it wasn't too much of a strain.
Well, you mean you didn't solve the case?
I didn't get to first base. But you didn't answer my question. Where did you get these?
Just part of the money I had.
Mr. Withers, where do you get your income? Well?
From a pension, that's what.
Pension?
Anything wrong with that?
Big enough to afford an annual insurance premium of over $2,300?
So for 2-3 years, I've been able to pay it okay.
Doesn't make any sense, Withers, and you know it.
Now, look, son, I worked hard all my life. Made a right steady income. And I saved up a little bit to put aside.
Mr. Withers.
I never did like to waste what I had on fancy living and such like. So after my wife died and our kid went off and got herself married, well, I just kept on putting it aside.
Mm-hmm.
And these here last couple of years, too, I've been buying up some insurance so my daughter, she can benefit when I die. Now, anything wrong with that?
What sort of work did you do?
Flagman for the railroad company, that's what. Flagman on a railroad crossing.
A flagman. And you say that paid enough to save enough to buy the kind of policy you hold?
I told you.
Sure. Some of that money you sent the company was all right. Maybe it did come out of your pension money or whatever you managed to save. But the rest, these brand new $20 bills? Now, you better tell me about it, Mr. Withers, or would you rather tell it to a judge?
Well, all right, Mr. Mr. Dollar, did you say it is?
That's right, Johnny Dollar.
Well, maybe I had better tell you where some of the money come from.
I think you better.
Well, you see, I had a son, too. A stepson. His name was Bernard.
Wait a minute. Barney Withers?
You knowed him?
Barney the bum. That punk and small-time bank robber who was finally killed trying to crack Security First over in Danbury.
Yes, sir.
That was right after the job in Millville and 2 or 3 others before that.
Yes, sir.
Keep talking, Mr. Withers.
Well, now, maybe it's a pretty bad thing for me to say, him being my wife's kid and all, but, mister, that Bernard was no good.
That's an understatement.
Whatever happened to him, I mean his being killed, that's all he deserved. No good bank robber.
Go on.
Well, it was my knowing about him. That's what kept me from ever putting what I had in any bank. Instead, I sort of kept it right close, where I could watch over it.
Where?
Yeah, sure, I'll tell you. Right under the floor, over there in the corner.
You better show it to me, Mr. Withers. I'd like a look at the rest of your money.
Well, it's all gone now.
Gone?
I mean, all used up. The money of my own, I mean. That's why I had to start using up some of that Bernard hid away.
What's the matter with you, anyway? First, you tell me Barney was no good because of the jobs he pulled. You say that he deserved to die for what he did.
Yes, sir.
But you don't hesitate to keep and use the money that he stole.
Well, no, I didn't steal it, did I?
Well, do you think that makes you any less guilty for keeping it and spending it?
Well, sure.
Instead of returning it to the banks that it was stolen from? And why didn't you turn Barney in when you found out what he was doing? You say you had no use for him.
Well, I've been looking out for myself, is all. Man's got to look out for himself, don't he?
Well, from now on, the state's going to be looking out for you.
You mean you're going to get me arrested and put in jail?
You don't think I'm going to let you get off scot-free?
Well, it ain't as though Bernard done them jobs alone by himself, is it?
What difference does that make?
Well, 'cause that partner here's killed the bank guard over in Millville. Never caught him, though.
That has nothing whatever to do with this money that... Wait a minute. Do you know who that partner was?
Oh, I know. Why else you suppose I keep myself locked in here this way, and why I took out some life insurance?
Who was he?
Oh, that rotten, crooked Jerry McNear, that's who.
And you didn't tell the authorities?
Why should I? If I had, they might have tried to make me tell them where Bernard hid the money at. The same as that McNear's been trying. Only I kept telling him I don't know.
Mr. Withers...
Don't you see? As 'tis, the police and all think McNear got all the money. And I'll tell you this, Mr. Dollar.
Yes, tell me.
Only thing that's kept that McNear from killing me off for not telling him is that then he'd never find out where Bernard hid out that money.
Well, you better tell me, Mr. Withers, and fast.
Yeah. Well, now, if I tell you where it's at, so as you can take it back, you think maybe the police, they'd go a little easier on me?
Well, isn't that pretty up? Wait a minute, what's that?
A little shutter out there on the kitchen window. Must be. Now, listen. If you're sure it'll make it any easier on me...
If all or most of that money can be returned on the basis of your information, well, of course it will.
All right, then. You know the old Hacker farm about 2 miles up the road?
No, but go on.
Well, that's where the big poplar trees and the broken-down windmill is.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of broken windows in the house. Place is empty.
Go on.
That's counted nobody been living in it maybe for, 10, 15 years now. Except in Bernard when he was hiding.
And the money is somewhere in that house? Well?
Dollar?
Yes?
You sure you'll try and have them go easy on to me if I tell you where that money's hid?
The only thing I'm sure of is if you don't tell me, I'll turn you over to the authorities and tell them to show you no mercy at all.
All right, I'll tell you.
Go ahead.
Well, now, at the back of that old house, there's an old well. Only it ain't been used for years, and it's near empty now.
Yes?
You let yourself down by the rope on the windlass, maybe, 7, 8 foot. And there's a sort of big shelf hollowed out.
And that's where it is?
The money's right there on that shelf.
Hey.
Okay, Pop, thanks.
Jerry!
Expecting somebody else, Pop?
That's a corny line, McNear.
Keep out of this. Ready, Pop?
No, Jerry. No, listen, Jerry. Put it down. Put that thing down.
And now you.
Take it easy,
sir.
McNair.
Don't move.
Listen to me.
No, keep away from that lamp.
Yeah. Hot, tired, thirsty.
Easy as 1, 2, 3. You've made iced tea, and oh, what a beautiful flavor. Oh, what a beautiful flavor in new instant tender leaf tea.
Just take a spoonful of instant tender leaf.
1,
Add cold tap water.
2,
Load it with ice.
3.
You've made iced tea. New instant tender leaf is 100% pure tea. Richer, brighter, livelier tea. It's made right from the juices of ripe young tea leaves. Instant tender leaf brand. Make a pitcher full.
Easy as 1, 2, 3. You've made iced tea, and oh, what a beautiful flavor in new instant tender leaf tea.
In the brief second it took him to shoot down the old man, I suddenly realized that I'd come along without my gun. In spite of smashing the old-fashioned oil lamp, the only light in the place, his first shot put a nice new part in my hair. As I rolled under the table, the other 2 shots missed me, although he must have been able to see me in the light from the fire I'd started. He stood there looking down at me at the blood running from the crease in my hair. But then, instead of shooting again, he turned away from the now roaring fire, went out the door, and took off in a car. I got thoroughly singed, dragging myself and the body of Mr. Withers outside. Then jumped into my car and headed up the dirt road, hoping I could find the Hacker farm some 2 miles away. The one with the tall poplars, the broken windmill, the windowless house. Yes, and the loot from the bank robberies. Ahead of me were the tail lights of McNair's car. The moon was full. I could see pretty well, so I cut off my own lights. After only a mile or so, he turned off to a farm that had a broken windmill, all right, but there were lights in the windows of the house. Good. He was going to the wrong place. Or else the old man had told me wrong. With my headlights on again, I finally found it. The old Hacker farm. The remains of a mailbox still bore the name on it. After a quick look to make sure I wasn't being followed, I drove in the yard and parked the car behind a clump of bushes. Then walked around the old well. With only the moonlight to go by, I lowered the bucket, snagged the rope over the handle of the windlass, and slowly went down, hand over hand, into the well, feeling with my feet around the circular brick wall for the shelf that Withers had described. It was a big square hole in the side of that wall, big enough for me to crouch in and to find, with the help of a match, the 2 battered, moldy old suitcases loaded with money, mostly 10s and 20s, literally hundreds of them. No wonder McNair had been willing to kill once he'd found out where it was hidden. But as I knelt there, wondering about the best way to load the stuff in the bucket that was now swinging down near the water at the bottom of the well.
Pretty stupid, Dollar.
What?
Got yourself into a trap, didn't you?
Did I, McNair?
You think I didn't know it was you coming down the road after me before you turned off your lights?
So you knew.
That's why I turned off at that other place, to make you think I was stopping there, so you fell for it, huh? Fell for that old gag.
Pretty smart, aren't you, McNair?
That's right. That's why I stay alive. But you're not smart, Dollar. And that's why you're going to end up in the bottom of this well feeling real dead. Kind of, I'm the guy that's got the gun. So as soon as I get a match going...
What makes you think I haven't got a gun?
And didn't try to use it while I was knocking over the old man? And you think I didn't know you were still alive back
As he
there
talked,
in his place?
I crouched there, out of his sight, and pulled off my jacket. I draped it over one of the suitcases, set my hat on one corner of it, then shoved it out just far enough for him to see it if he struck another match, in the hope he'd think it was me. Then I waited.
Yeah, I got plenty of light now. And you think I can't see your head and shoulders sticking out of that hole? You make a real nice target, Dollar, even with only a match to see you.
All right, then, I'll climb on back up the rope.
Oh, no, you won't.
What are you talking about?
I'm going to shoot you right there in the well.
Now, wait a minute. Listen to me.
It's no use,
I
pal.
found the money. I'll make a deal with you. I'll split 50-50.
You make a deal? Ha. You're trying to stall, that's all.
McNear.
Shut up. I got to be sure of my aim before this match goes out.
Listen to me, will you?
So long, Dollar. Just as easy as that. Now, all I got to do is get down there and pick up all that nice new money. Oh! You got to be careful. Got nothing to hurry about. Not now. Well, come on. You better find that shelf.
Right here.
Dollar! I heard you driving the water.
You heard that suitcase with my coat on it. Let go.
Let go of me.
No, you let go of that rope.
This time I'll kill you.
Try this, McNear.
I'll kill you.
With only one hand? Try this. All he could do when he'd recovered from the shock of his fall was stand there in the water at the bottom of the well, knee-deep in the money from the suitcase I'd thrown down there, cursing me as I climbed out and pulled the bucket out of his reach. He was still there when I brought back a couple of the state police. Expense account total? Why bother with it when I'll collect such a nice commission on the loot I recovered? Not bad, you know. I mean, for one night's work. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Who did it? How did they do it? What in the world did they do? Who put the men in menthol smoking?
Alpine. That's who. Now, the menthol cigarette has tobacco flavor a man can get hold of. Alpine always tastes rich, never smokes rough. Alpine filter cigarettes.
Nice.
Now, here is our star to tell you about next week's story.
Next week, one of the most valuable violins in the world that inspires a man to murder. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, is written by Jack Johnstone, produced and directed by Bruno Zerato Jr., musical supervision by Ethel Huber. Johnny Dollar is played by Mandel Kramer. Also featured in our cast were Parker Fennelly as Mr. Withers, Leon Janney as McNear, and Alan Manson as Lou Little. Be sure to join us next week, same time, same station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. This is Art Hanna speaking. This is the CBS Radio Network.
From Hollywood, it's time now for Johnny Dollar.
I have your call to Hartford, Connecticut, Mr. Dollar. One moment, please.
Thanks, operator. Hello?
Pat McCracken.
Hi, Pat. Johnny Dollar.
Oh, good. Still out on the West Coast, Johnny?
Practically.
Did you clear up that Kincaid matter?
Mailed you the final report 2 days ago.
Oh, good. Now sit tight because I think I'll have another case for you out there.
Yeah? Well, I've got one all lined up for myself. I just
What?
want to get your okay for an expense account.
Oh, that depends. Who holds the policy?
Holds several policies with the companies that you serve.
Who is he? Or is it a she?
Oh, it's a he, all right. The most important client I know.
Huh? Who, Johnny?
And certainly the one deserving the most attention.
Well, who is it?
Me, Pat.
What?
Me.
Bob Bailey in the exciting adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account. America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar. To the Universal Adjustment Bureau, Hartford, Connecticut. Attention, Mr. Pat McCracken. Following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of and participation in the Yours Truly matter. Item 1, $34. Transportation and all the incidentals I could think of. Los Angeles to Las Vegas, Nevada. I needed a couple of days of relaxation after that Kincaid affair. Item 2, $31.40 for my room at the Flamingo Hotel, plus 2 fancy meals and a couple of drinks to go with them. Item 3, 85-cent phone call to my old pal Buster Favor down at Lake Mojave Resort on the Colorado River.
Sure glad to hear your voice again, Johnny. Coming down here for some fishing?
Buster, how did you guess?
Big lunker bass are practically jumping into the boat.
How big?
3 to 6 pounds.
Ah, I did that well on the Flamingo boat yesterday on Lake Mead.
Then I'll arrange for some bigger ones that stand by and wait for you. Want me to drive over and pick you up?
No, I like to be independent, so I'll rent a car here.
Well, in that case, wait for me.
Huh?
I've got to have 3 or 4 days' work done on my car at a garage there in Vegas.
So?
So I'll drive on up, leave my car, and you and I can come back here together in yours. And when you've had your fill of fishing...
Okay, Buster, it's a deal. See you when you get here. Item 4, $100 deposit on a rental car, a shiny new air-conditioned Cadillac. And remember, Pat, one of your companies holds the insurance on it. Item 5, $21.70 for drinks and a big dinner with Buster when he arrived. It was quite late when we hit Route 95 for the drive down to Lake Mojave Resort across the desert. It was still hot after the day's high temperature of 118.
You driving so fast to keep up the breeze, Johnny? You ought to take it a little easier. They patrol these roads pretty good, you know.
Are you kidding? I haven't seen a car in nearly 10 miles.
Yeah, and you mightn't see one of those law boys until he's right up on top of you.
Oh, Buster, you mean they hide on the side road?
No, not hide. They patrol some of them.
Hey, where do all those side roads go, Buster? Some of them are a little more than wagon trails.
Mostly to old mines, Johnny. Some of them 10, 15, 20 miles away up in the hills. Some of them being worked, some of them just... Now, look.
Yeah?
Over to your right. You see those lights? Look like they're on the side of the mountain?
Oh, yeah.
That's Haley's tungsten mine up there. Real big operation. A few miles ahead, one of my old friends has a mine. He works it for, Uh-oh.
What's the matter?
Look in the rear view mirror. I see some other lights.
Oh, hey, if you think we're stepping along, that guy behind us is certainly... Uh-oh.
Yeah, that flashing red light above the corner of his windshield means a highway patrol car. Also means you better stop.
Well, it isn't as though I've been driving all over the road.
It's as though you haven't been keeping a sharp enough eye on the speedometer. Okay, start thinking up excuses, Johnny, and they'd better be good.
Oh, no, I'll take it like a man. Shall we get out and greet the minion of the law?
No, don't. He might think you're trying to pull something. And those laddies carry guns. Just sit here calmly, eyes front, and try to look innocent.
Yeah. All right, boys. Huh? Oh, there's nothing in the back seat, officer. What?
Right, mister. Nothing but me. And this.
Hey, now, wait a minute. You're not... Hey, Johnny.
Yeah. I take it that thing's loaded.
That's right. Now get going.
You were flashing that red light.
Flashlight. Fooled you pretty good, didn't I?
You were making like the highway patrol, and man, is that against the law.
You think that's bad? Just wait till you see what I've got for you. I'll start her up.
Hey, look, mister.
Don't argue with a gun, Buster.
Yeah. Buster, remember that. And remember it's aimed right at the back of your head. I'll get going, you.
Sure. Here we go.
Whoopee! Watch it, will you? What's the idea of backing up that way?
I'm sorry. It's a rental car. I guess I'm not used to it.
Well, watch it.
Sure, yes, sir. Here now.
Take it real slow, buddy, and no funnies, or I'll pull this trigger first and figure it out afterwards.
Yes, sir. You're the boss.
You bet I am.
Well, what happens now?
Just keep going straight ahead. When I want you to turn off, I'll tell you.
Where do you think you're taking us, mister?
Where you guys will be a long, long time getting back to civilization. And by then, I'll be loaded and out of the state.
Just a plain stick-up, huh?
Yeah, that's right. Modern style.
Well, look now, just because we're driving a big car doesn't mean...
If you got dough enough to gamble big money in Vegas and rent a big car, you got enough for me. You and a few others I'll take over before the night's over.
Unless you get tagged first. This car will be plenty easy to identify.
You'll find this car back where I stopped you. If you ever get there.
Oh, brother, I wish I had a good look at that one of yours.
Why do you suppose I pulled up behind you and didn't give you a chance to look? Let up on that gas.
Getting a little nervous?
Well, I just want to be sure that if I have to put a hole in the back of your heads, I can get to the wheel before this crate flips over.
Pretty smart, aren't you?
Yeah. That's why I stay alive and in the chips. Easy now. You see that little side road?
Yeah, what about it?
Turn off on it.
Why not?
Hey, Johnny.
Yeah.
It's the road to old McKinney's mine.
Who's?
McKinney. He's the one.
Look, if you guys want to talk up. I'll quiet you down permanently.
Talking about this lousy road is all.
Yeah, well, that's why I picked it, buddy. And take it easy. Hit these bumps too fast and this gun's liable to go off. And you wouldn't like that now, would you?
We continued up the rough curving road on the side of the mountain, 10, 15 miles, I guess. And I could see nothing but the road itself and the shadow of the mountain ahead of us.
Turn up that air conditioning, buddy. It's a hot night.
Yeah, sure.
Listen, we go much further on this road, we'll scrape off the drip pan.
You know this road?
Well, it keeps getting worse and worse is all. This car's built pretty low, you know.
Hey, take it easy, I said.
How can I? You hear that?
We don't stop pretty soon, we'll all get stranded out here.
Yeah, maybe you got something there. Okay, buddy, that wide spot. You turn us around and stop. And take it easy.
Okay. Now what?
Just leave the engine running and both of you get out the right-hand door.
Yeah, sure.
Now, look.
Shut up. From now on, I'm not going to waste any time. Come on, get out.
You're not going to leave us out here, I hope.
That's right. I figure the temperature's still around 100, so you're going to have to take it easy. It'll be long after daylight before you get back down the highway.
If we make it at all.
Oh, you will. If you go real slow. And if I don't have to use this on you. Now turn around, both of you. Hands up in the air.
Now, look, mister, with no water out here in this heat, it'll be murder.
It'll be murder if you try anything cute. What? Wait. Nearly $100.
You don't know this desert heat.
Shut up. Now you.
Okay.
Yeah, lower that left hand just a little. And be careful. Say, I like that watch. And that ring. Yeah. Say, you must have done all right at the gambling tables.
Well, easy come, easy go.
That's right. Well. This card fall out of your wallet?
Yeah.
Johnny Dollar insurance investigator. Oh, boy, that's a laugh. A private dick. Just as big a sucker as anybody else.
Yeah, I'm laughing.
All right, now, boys. Walk. 10 steps, straight forward. Together.
Come on, Buster.
No, sir. Now, look, if you think that you're going to...
Wait a minute, Buster, don't.
Oh, no, you don't.
Why, you dirty rat.
Yeah. And one phony move out of you and you're going to get the same. Only right in the back, you hear me? Now you walk. Walk. Keep going. Walk. Walk!
Buster. Why, that dirty murdering...
Act two of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, in a moment.
While her husband was a captain assigned to a unit of the United States Air Force on the island of Okinawa, Mrs. Carolyn Pesaturo went along, but friends and build greater understanding with other people of other lands. A chance to demonstrate her convictions. Her maid, Kikuko Chibana, invited her to her home. Kikuko's mother intimated that Mrs. Pesaturo had never done a hard day's work in her life, not with a manicure job like that. Well, that did it. Carolyn Pesaturo volunteered to do a full day's work, just like any Okinawan housewife, and be no more tired at the end of the day. Bright and early one day, she found herself in the Chibana home. And after washing the breakfast dishes in cold, soapless water, she scrubbed the kitchen floor, prepared meals on a wood-burning stove, drew 25 buckets of water from the well, and worked in the fields for the rest of the day, carrying 50-pound bundles of cut rice stalks through knee-deep mud. Well, she did such a good job, she was invited back for the rice planting. But more importantly, Carolyn Pesaturo planted understanding so that others could reap the harvest of freedom, the right of all men everywhere.
And now, Act Two of Yours Truly, Johnny Dollar, and the Yours Truly Matter.
He'd overtaken Buster Favor and me on Highway 95 out in the middle of the Mojave Desert. At gunpoint, made us drive my rented air-conditioned car up a rough, winding side road, miles and miles up into the mountains, and finally stopped. There, he'd ordered us out into the stifling desert heat. He'd taken our watches and money, and there, in spite of my warning, Buster had turned on him. Then, with a gun aimed at my back, he'd ordered me to walk away from the fallen man. Then he took off in our car. Buster! Hey, the dirty murdering...
Just take it easy, Johnny.
Oh, what? Buster, you're okay.
Yeah, but I sure had myself worried there for a minute. Pretty lousy shot, wasn't it?
Oh, brother, you were crazy to make a dive at him.
Only legitimate way I could think of to get down on the ground.
What are you talking about?
You see these?
I can't see a thing, but it sounds like a couple of stones.
Yeah, real sharp ones, the kind that cut a tire to ribbons out here. Chunks of lava.
Oh, what?
Yeah, I shoved them under the right front wheel.
Buster, those tires are probably self-sealing.
Sure. So just to make certain, I went to work with this old knife of mine that he didn't seem to want. When he hits a few of those washouts we went over...
Oh, good boy. But on that rough road and with power steering...
Don't you worry. He'll have to stop and change a tire before he gets very far. Rubber sealant was already leaking out fast. Meantime, we better get on after him. Come on.
Are you forgetting he still has that gun?
Johnny, I'll show you tricks for getting a man in the desert at night that you never heard of. And don't forget, he'll be the one standing in the light from his car.
If he's had to stop.
He'll be stopped. If you stumble onto any rocks about the size of a baseball, pick them up.
Oh?
Yeah, maybe I'll show you why I ought to be pitching for the New York Yankees. And while I'm occupying him from one side in the darkness, why...
Okay, Buster, let's go.
Easy. This heat'll get you faster than you think.
Then let's hope it gets him when he stops to change a tire.
That's what I'm banking on.
If he does.
Don't you worry, Johnny. He will.
Slowly, carefully, we trudged on down the side of the mountain, conserving our strength. I was glad that Buster knew the ways of the desert. A couple of times we left the winding trail to make shortcuts around big mounds and rocks, around old mine workings. And then we saw them.
Car lights, Johnny. You see?
Yeah, but they're moving down there, winding back and forth. He hasn't had to stop yet.
No, I guess it... Hey, wait a minute. Those lights are coming up the trail.
Yeah, why would he be coming back here?
I don't know. Come on, toward that little hill on the side. When he comes around it, we'll let him have a handful of rocks through the windshield.
Yeah, right.
Pick up stones, anything you can get your hands on.
Right. Hey, look, there's a good spot on that mound. Huh? He won't see us, but we'll see him when he pulls around it.
We'll be practically on top of him. Here we are.
Okay, good. And don't forget, our eyes are used to the darkness. His won't be.
We'll just aim for his windshield, Johnny, with all we got.
But don't forget, he still has that gun.
Once we stop him, we'll have the advantage. With a cracked-up windshield, he won't be able to drive, and as long as it stays nice and dark... You listen.
Yeah, I am listening.
That's no Cadillac.
That sure isn't.
You think maybe he's nailed somebody else down on the highway and is bringing him up here?
He hasn't had time to get halfway down there yet.
Well, then who is...
Buster, I'm going to jump down and hail him.
But if it is him...
Have to take that chance.
Johnny, wait! That's a Jeep!
Hey, stop! Hey, you, stop, will you, please?
Now, what the howling tarnation are you doing out here? What's the matter? You get lost or something?
Hey, listen, mister. Did you pass a big sedan on the way up this road?
Now, wait a minute, young fella. Just who are you?
Mac. Hey, Mac. Mac McKinney.
Huh? Who's that?
That's Buster, can't you see?
Buster Favor?
That's right.
Well, hey, you gone crazy or something? wandering around out here this time of night?
Look, never mind that. I asked you about a car. Did you pass him?
Pass him? I helped him out. Just below that last hill
What do
there.
you mean?
Well, he had a flat tire, so I helped him put on his spare.
You what?
City dude, having a lot of trouble with the heat, so I give him a hand.
Oh, no.
And he give me a 10-spot for my trouble.
Doggone it, Mac. That guy stole our car and money from us and left us up on the mountain.
No kidding.
Who's kidding?
Well, well, then, maybe I done right at that.
What do you mean?
Yeah, I've been worrying about it ever since I left him down there.
What are you talking about, Mac?
Well, I got an instinct.
Yeah?
The same kind of instinct about everything that I got about finding a gold mine. Buster, don't you tell the government. But I have took over 40,000 worth of ore out of my mine up there since the turn of the year.
Yeah,
Look,
well,
mister.
Go on with whatever it is you were getting at.
Yeah, come on.
Yeah, well, instinct. Now, you take my gate down at the end of the road.
Oh, Mac.
That wasn't closed when you come up here, was it?
No, come to think of it, I wondered about that. But now, Mac...
Usually, when I go into Vegas, like tonight, I close it. But you know something? Tonight, I clean forgot.
All right, Mac, get to the point, will you please?
Well, the point being that I did lock up the gate when I come off the highway just now.
Oh?
And I clean forgot to tell that fella I locked it after I fixed his tire.
Wait a minute, Mac, wait a minute. You mean he can't get back on the highway?
He sure can't.
And he can't break down that gate?
Not without wrecking his car.
All right, then.
That's what I was worrying about on the way up the hill.
All right, now listen.
Should I go back on down and let him out or not?
Will you listen, Mac,
But
please?
then I remembered that bulge in his coat pocket like a gun.
It was a gun, all right.
Yes, sir. And my instinct
Mac,
told
please,
me...
I don't care what your
Told
instinct...
me I'd better get back to the mine and telephone the county police on account of maybe he'd been prowling around
Telephone.
my mine.
Look, Mac, you've got a phone at the mine?
Son, I got everything up there. Electric...
How far is it?
On this road, about 3 miles.
All right, then listen.
But
Listen.
walking across that ridge, not more than a half mile.
Good. Can you make it on foot?
I ain't been wandering around these hills the past 41 years for nothing.
Then, brother, go to it.
Huh?
Buster and I'll take the Jeep.
Well, now,
You go up
son.
to the mine and call the police. Tell them to set up roadblocks, whatever they want to do. And stop a 1956 Chevy. It's gray and white, license CGJ158. You got that?
Sure. CGJ158, a gray and white. Now,
Look, Mac,
now,
I'll
wait.
pay you for the use of this Jeep. Anything you like. $50, $100.
Oh, yeah?
He's not kidding, Mac.
Huh? You sure? You know him, Buster?
His word's as good as mine, better, and he's kind of a lawman.
Oh, well. Now, why did you
So
tell
get
me
on
that...
up there to that mine.
Yeah,
Fast as you
please.
can.
Will
Tell
you?
the police what happened to us. Give them that description, 1956 Chevy CGJ158. That's the car the crook is using.
Got it.
And you then go to it.
Right, Buster.
Come on,
One more
Buster.
way,
Yeah.
right?
And you better let me drive.
Okay, if you want.
Okay. Now, hold on to your seat, and I'll show you how one of these things can really take these roads.
What do you mean? You've only hit the road every 20 feet so far.
Hold on, Johnny. You ain't seen nothing.
Buster wasn't kidding. And Mac's old Jeep would have put a mountain goat to shame. To this day, it's a wonder to me how he ever held the thing together. To say nothing of how we managed to stay aboard. You think 90 miles an hour on the open road is a thrill? You should try 20 per on that old wagon trail.
Hey, wait a minute.
Wait, nothing. We gotta catch up on that guy.
No, what I mean is, how'd you ever know the make and license of his car? There wasn't enough light when he stopped us to see a thing.
Why do you suppose I put the car into reverse when we started?
Huh?
Doing that turned on the backup lights.
Backup light?
Sure. Gave me a good look at his car in the rearview mirror.
Johnny, you're all right.
Oh! Hey, how much more of this is there?
We ought to get to the gate any minute.
The gate? Buster, we ought to be shot.
What's the matter?
Oh, Mac didn't give us the key to that gate. We'll be locked in as well as that bandit.
Well, you don't think he's just going to be sitting there, do you?
Oh, yeah, you're right. He'll have to go on to his own car on foot.
Which gives us more time, Johnny, to take advantage. Now, look.
No, you look.
Huh? Oh.
Yeah. Either he didn't see the gate or he tried to plow right through it.
And look what it did to that nice car. Come on.
Okay. Over this way, Buster.
What?
Stay out of the Jeep's headlights. Circle around. He may still be in that car.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're right. Okay, we'll take it easy. And pick up a rock or two.
I'm way ahead of you, brother.
see any sign of him.
No. He's probably hoofing it down the highway to his own car. We're going to take no chances.
Right.
That gun of his looked pretty... Right, easy now.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Well, he's gone.
Yeah. Oh, brother, what he's done to this car. Somebody's going to pay a pretty penny.
The insurance company. But come on. We'd better light out after him.
We'll use the Jeep.
But, Buster, if this big car couldn't knock down
We'll
that
drive
gate...
off the road and cut through the fence if old Mac had a pair of pliers in the toolbox. Come on.
There were pliers in the toolbox, all right. And a pair of wire cutters, too. But it took us longer than it should have to find a place where even the Jeep could navigate through the fence. Finally, though, we got out on the highway. All right, not too fast, Buster. If he's still on foot, I want to be sure we see him first.
You know what I'd like to see?
What's that?
The lights from a couple of patrol cars coming this way.
You think they'd have time to get there, even if Mac phoned him right away?
Yeah, that's true. But where's our little pal with a gun? We ought to come on his car pretty soon.
Unless he's already got to it and taken off.
I just don't think so, Johnny. He'd try to move too fast in this heat, he'd collapse. Must be somewhere along this highway. Hide, maybe, under one of those storm bridges along there.
No, I think he's too smart for that. With a racket like his, he has to keep moving. Maybe he's bummed a ride back to his car. He's on his merry way again.
Well, we'll soon find out. The place he stopped is right ahead, on the curve behind that hill, just beyond that next bridge.
All right, then take it easy, will you?
Yeah. Maybe we ought to stop the other side of this bridge. Say, along about here.
Buster, there was something underneath that bridge. Looked like a car.
Your eyes are deceiving you now. Let's stop right here.
Let's keep going.
What? No, what?
Just keep driving until you get to my car. Get it?
Why don't you put that thing down?
Listen, how did you get in the back of this Jeep?
While you two bird brains were prowling around the cad there at the gate playing detective.
Pretty smart, aren't you?
That's right. Like I told you, that's how I keep alive. There's more than I can say for you boys.
What's that mean?
Pull up. There's my car. Pull up right beside it.
Now, look, mister.
Don't argue with him, Buster.
Okay, here's your car.
All right, now. Give me those keys. Come on. Yeah, and kill your headlights. Kill them. Okay. Now, look. Things got balled up tonight. I got held up too long. Now, I heard you say something about getting word to the cops, so I got to get out of here. I got to get out of the state. I don't know how you guys got the Jeep away from that crazy old man. I didn't plan on you getting down off that mountain before daylight, see? But it's too bad you did.
Oh, you sure?
Oh, yeah, I'm sure. Because I didn't take a chance on your getting away now. I can't. Especially you, Mr. Private Eye.
Well, thanks. That means you think I might find some way to get the police on you in a hurry.
Yeah, that's right.
Maybe I have.
No chance. Before I leave here, you're gonna be dead. From this.
You're out of your mind.
Yeah, Buster, I think he is.
Oh, yeah?
I'll stop waving that gun. One shot, just one shot, and you'll be dead so fast.
Oh, yeah, wise guy, how?
You know, Buster, I was right.
Huh? What, Johnny?
There was a car parked under that bridge back there, a police car.
You're crazy.
Oh, yeah, Johnny, I see what you mean.
What? What do you see?
You don't think you're the only one who can hide in a back seat, do you?
What are you talking about?
Old Mac must have really got that phone call through in a hurry.
What are you talking about?
That officer there.
Oh, that old bluff.
The officer waiting there in the back seat of your
You're
car
nuts.
with his gun aimed straight at your head.
Oh, yeah? Where? There! Oh,
Wow. Boy, that took a lot of nerve, Johnny, and throwing that rock in his windshield when he turned was just enough. Hey, where'd you get that rock, anyhow?
For some silly reason, I'd been hanging on to that rock ever since we started down the side of the mountain.
Silly reason, huh? Not by a long shot, no, sir. Oh, and what do you know? Here comes a patrol car. The one you were supposed to see hiding under that bridge.
You know something, Buster? I really did think I saw a car under there.
Oh, no.
No, really, honest. I think I saw it back there. Look very much. Expense account total, hold your hat, Pat, including incidentals and my fare back to Hartford, $528. And that includes $50 to old man McKinney for the use of his Jeep and $81.50 for the repairs to Buster's car by way of thanks for his help. The car rental agency will present you with its own damage claim on the cad. Oh, and of course the windshield on that Chevy will have to be replaced. You see, it was also insured with one of your companies. So, Pat, You can just charge off this case to recovery of that car. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Now, here is our star to tell you about next week's story.
Next week, a small round piece of metal, a coin. Face value, 50 cents. Insured value, $20,000. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, originates in Hollywood. It is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone, who also wrote tonight's story. Heard in our cast were Virginia Gregg, Lawrence Dobkin, Barney Phillips, Chet Stratton, and Junius Matthews. Be sure to join us next week, same time and station, for another exciting story of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. This is Dan Cubberly speaking.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Johnny Dollar.
Les Walters, Johnny, at Worldwide Mutual.
Well, hi, Les.
Say, I heard your report on that man who disappeared up in Eugene, Oregon a couple of weeks ago.
Jonathan Doe?
Yeah.
The man who never really existed?
That's right.
That was a pretty rough one, Les.
I can believe that. So it ought to be a lot easier for you to find a man who does exist. Or who did.
Well, which is it?
I wish I knew. His name is Elmer Leumas. Leumas.
Loomis. So what happened?
I told you he disappeared.
I mean, what have you got to go on? Leads, clues, whatever you want to call them.
Well, that's the funny part of it.
Yeah?
Nothing, Johnny. Absolutely nothing to go on.
You call that funny?
So maybe you better come on over here. We can talk about it.
Well, now, Les.
Yeah?
So maybe you're right.
And now, Act One of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Worldwide Mutual Insurance Company, Home Office, Hartford, Connecticut. Following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the Leumas matter, spelled Leumas. No leads at all, huh? Well, at least it gives me a clean, uncluttered start. So, expense account item 1, $1.10 for a taxi to the office of Worldwide Mutual in the Sperling Building down on the square.
Hi, Johnny. I suppose I could have saved time by telling you over the phone just to pack your bags and head on down to Vineland, but sit down.
Thanks. Vineland, New Jersey?
That's right. About halfway between Philadelphia and Atlantic City.
Yeah, Les, I know the place. I handled a couple of... Hey, wait a minute. You said Leumas?
That's right, Elmer Leumas, the man who disappeared.
Isn't there a Leumas glass company in Vineland?
One of the biggest. Up till a few years ago when he retired, Elmer Leumas was the sole owner of it.
And he must be plenty wealthy, huh?
Millions.
Which offers a lot of possible reasons for his disappearance.
That's right.
Okay, then, Lester, tell me all.
I thought I made myself clear, Johnny, when I said I should have sent you right on down there to Vineland, because all I know about him is that he's wealthy, retired, sportsman, yachtsman, that sort of thing, and he suddenly vanished.
How old a man is he?
Well, according to this copy of the policy, he's 59.
Straight life?
Straight life.
And who stands to benefit if his body just happens to turn up somewhere dead?
His wife, Lena.
How old is she?
Let's see, she was 30 last June.
Aw.
That's right. And incidentally, I understand she's quite a beauty. At least according to Harry Ware, who sold the policy.
Incidentally, huh?
What do you mean by that?
Oh, use your head, Les. Young, attractive woman, wealthy husband, nearly twice her age. Here we go again.
Now, don't go jumping to conclusions, Johnny.
Oh, no, of course not.
Of course not.
But just how soon do you suppose I can make connections to Vineland, New Jersey? Item 2, $4 even for a couple of taxi fares. One back to my apartment where I packed a bag, the other out to Bradley Field. Item 3, $12.55 for a plane to Philadelphia. Item 4, there in the city of brotherly love, $50 deposit on a rental car. After a late and hasty lunch, that's item 5, 2 1/4, I drove across the Delaware River Bridge and picked up Route 47. South Jersey is flat as a pancake, but full of beautiful homes and rich farmland, occasional cranberry bogs, and lots of big poultry farms and peach orchards. So the drive was a pleasant one. Then, in Vineland, the so-called heart of sunny southern Jersey, I went straight to police headquarters, a block off Landis Avenue, the main drag. I contacted Sergeant Louis Tomaso, with whom I'd worked before. As usual, he was right on the ball.
Kind of had a hunch you might be dragged in on this. How are you, Johnny?
Well, pretty good, Louis. Or rather, I'm not so sure. You have any real leads on this case?
Johnny?
Yeah?
Let me hand you a thought for the day.
Okay, shoot.
Don't be surprised when you find that Lena Leumas isn't at all broken up over this loss of her husband, because she isn't. If you ask me, she's downright tickled to death about it.
Is that your snide way of telling me that she's interested in somebody else? Somebody closer to her own age?
Johnny, if I could find out who that somebody else is, but who knows, maybe there isn't any. Or maybe there's a dozen of them. I don't know. This gal is the social type. One big party after another, night after night, month after month, ever since they got married.
And Leumas?
Couldn't stay far enough away from it all. Spend most of his time off on hunting or fishing trips or out on his yacht.
Funny that he ever married her in the first place.
Well, when a gorgeous young charmer starts cooing at a poor, lonely widower, nearly 60, well, what do you expect?
Apparently all she cared about was getting her hooks on his money.
What else?
When did he go?
10 days ago. Got up, had breakfast, announced he was going to spend the day in Philadelphia. Walked out the front door, and that was the last anybody ever saw.
And what about enemies, Lou?
Now, the one that anybody knows.
I mean, any reason to think he might have been hauled off and murdered?
The only reason to think he wasn't is the fact he took some luggage, some clothing with him.
Well, that doesn't prove anything. You've questioned his wife, of course.
Yeah. When you get through talking to her, you'll know just as much or as little as I do.
Well, how about his favorite hunting and fishing spots?
Check them all, favorite and otherwise. Nothing.
You say that he owns a yacht.
Owned.
Huh?
A sailboat, a big one. Kept it down in the little town of Tuckahoe on the Tuckahoe River.
So?
He just happened to have sold that yacht 2 days before he disappeared.
Oh.
Johnny, we haven't a single solitary thing to go on.
You sure about that, Lou?
What do you mean?
Not even his wife?
Act 2 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, in a moment. And now, Act 2 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, and the Loomis matter.
Expense account item 6580, dinner for Sergeant Louis Tomaso and myself at the East Landis Hotel there in Vineland, New Jersey. Then he gave me some directions, and I left him and drove east on Landis Avenue. In case you're interested, I found out that a guy by the name of Landis founded this fair city. The Loomis home was a massive red brick affair set in the middle of, well, it must have been nearly an acre of huge lawns and trees and flower beds. 25 or 30 rooms, I'd guess, really a mansion. And the long, broad driveway was lined with maple trees. In other words, there was money here, plenty. As for Lena Leumas, wowee. If she was 30, believe me, she didn't look it. And, brother, she had everything. She was tall, lithe, and brunette. with just enough makeup to enhance her soft and gently tanned complexion. She wore a pair of sleek blue velvet capris and a light silk blouse. A subtle touch of arpege that, well, at the risk of sounding repetitious. Wowie.
Well, come in, Johnny.
Yeah. How an old codger, wealthy or not, could ever rate something like this. And framed there in the doorway and a trace of moonlight filtering through the trees, believe me.
Johnny?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mrs. Loomis.
Mrs. Loomis? And with that look in your eye? It's Lena, and you know it, and come in.
Yeah, sure, thanks.
Oh, darn it, you would come the one night when I'm not having a party. In here, Johnny.
Yeah.
The place is dead as a doornail. Then I suppose I have to give the servants some time off. Sit down, huh? Like a drink?
Yeah, I think I could use it. No, thanks.
Not even to keep me company? Scotch and soda?
A light one.
Now, I just knew that was you I saw down on Landis.
What? What'd you say?
I say I just knew you'd be coming down here to investigate Elmer's disappearance. So when you rang the doorbell just now, I wasn't the least bit surprised.
Oh, that's so?
Elmer was always a great fan of yours. Your radio program, I mean. Where you tell about all those cases you solved. That's why I knew you the second I saw you.
I see. Well, now, Lena.
Johnny, I'm so fed up with answering questions about him. That Louis Tomaso from the police department has just about driven me crazy with him. He is kind of a cute guy, though, isn't he? Do you know him?
Well, as a matter of fact, I talked with him just before.
Here's your drink.
Oh, thanks.
Bottoms up.
Huh? These glasses must hold about a quart.
Oh, you know what I mean. Skull.
Yeah, skull.
Now, Johnny, I don't know how much Louis told you about Elmer vanishing this way, but whatever it was, there's nothing more I can tell you. He's gone. That's all. And you know something? I don't mind a bit.
Yeah, well, I kind of had a notion.
They find his body lying around somewhere? Well, just look at all it gets me. This home and property and all the stock in the glass company he sold and money. More money, Johnny, than you could even imagine.
Yeah. And I believe that his insurance amounts
Oh,
to
the
quite a lot.
insurance. Oh, that's nothing compared to all the money he has lying around in banks all over the place. It'll all be mine. And if you don't think I know how to use it.
You know, there are a couple of things that might put a crimp in your plans, Lena.
What Lena wants, Lena gets. Why do you think I ever married Elmer in the first place? Ooh, Elmer. Isn't that a terrible name?
Suppose I find out that he's been murdered.
Now, who would ever want to murder poor, sweet old Elmer, and why?
Oh, maybe to get hold of all this money you've been talking about.
Of course not. I told you I get everything.
That's exactly what I was...
If he just doesn't show up after 7 years, well, you know, the statute of limitations.
Oh, yeah, I know.
And what if he does come back? You know, suffering from amnesia, or maybe he was in an accident somewhere, you know.
Wow.
So I'll do what I can to keep him happy as long as he lives, and then I'll have it all. I don't love him, Johnny, not a bit. But I do try to keep him happy. It's the least I can do.
Lena.
And then when he dies, well, like I said.
Lena, listen to me.
He's a handsome old dog. I'll say that for him. You see? There in that picture on the table beside you.
Yeah, I see. But now listen.
Tall and wiry with that big shock of hair.
Yes, I see it.
But why he kept that mustache and Van Dyke? Well, they made him look even older than he was. Than he is.
What did you mean, was?
What?
Now, Lena, listen. There are some things I want to know.
How about another drink?
For instance, your husband had a yacht.
Oh, didn't you know? He sold it just before he disappeared.
To whom?
Does it matter?
Yes.
Well, it was some man by the name of... Well, here's the bill of sale. His name is Samuel Remley.
Remley.
Right here. R-E-M-L-E, Samuel Remley.
At Tuckahoe, New Jersey.
So now you've asked a question, you've got an answer, so let's have another drink, huh?
So help me, I simply couldn't pin her down to answering my questions. After a solid hour of trying, all I ended up with was an invitation to stick around for a big party she was throwing the following night. Young, charming, attractive, yes. But trying to make sense with her was a lost cause. Finally, standing out at the front door ready to leave, I decided to switch my tactics.
You You can't mean that.
That is exactly what I mean, because from what you've told me, what little you've told me, there's only one conclusion I can draw.
Johnny.
And you somehow contrived to have your husband done away with, to get your hands on all that money you've been yapping about.
Don't you see I get it all anyway, sooner or later?
Why wait, huh?
Even if I have to wait out the 7 years for that statute of limitations. Now listen, Johnny.
Yeah?
I don't like this. I don't like the way you're accusing me. You're threatening me.
That's right. I gave you all the chance I could to cooperate, but you wouldn't take...
Now, you just get out. You get out of here.
Sure, for the time being.
No. You stay away from me. Don't you ever come back
You
here.
better play it my way, Lena.
No. Get out.
Oh, well.
Hey, just a minute, buddy.
Oh? Who are you?
Me? I just happened to be looking out for Mrs. Leumas.
Yeah?
Yeah, and I don't like what I was hearing just now.
Oh, that's too bad. Now, if you get out of my way...
Oh, no, you don't, Buster.
Oh, no.
Jerry?
Jerry.
That's right, me.
Of yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
When I came to, my card case was gone. There was a lump on my head that must have been made by a blackjack. And inside my head was the solid conviction that Lena Leumas was, without question, responsible for the disappearance, possibly the murder of her husband. I climbed painfully back into my car, drove to the hotel, and after a dirty look from the night clerk, got a rum and hit the sack. Early the next morning, I was down at police headquarters.
Well, not having had a good look at him, you don't give us much to go on.
Yeah, well, look, if you pick them up, Lou, let me take care of them.
Now, Johnny...
Let's just say I want to question them.
Did you get anywhere with Mrs. Leumas?
Oh, Lou, the only question I got straight answers for was... Hey, wait a minute.
Yeah?
The yacht. Did you check out that yacht?
I told you Leumas sold it just before he disappeared. I saw the bill of sale on it myself.
Yeah, so did I. But, Louie, I got a hunch. How far is Tuckahoe?
35 miles. He kept the boat at Wilson's Landing.
Good.
Now listen, Johnny.
Lou, I'm going to play this hunch for all it's worth. It was more than a hunch, because it had to do with a rather strange and interesting combination of names. And the more I thought about it, well, I made tracks to the little town of Tuckahoe, to Wilson's Landing on the Tuckahoe River.
Here you are, Mr. Dollar. Right here is where the Lena was tied up.
But the owner, this Mr. Remley, he took it out last night?
Yes, sir.
Did you know the previous owner?
No, I'm kind of new here. But the boss must have. Captain Wilson.
Where is he?
Been down to Atlantic City the past week.
All right. What does this Samuel Remley look like?
Well, Mr. Remley's an old man, about 60.
Yeah?
Tall, slim, kind of wiry.
Full head of hair, a mustache, and a little Van Dyke beard?
Oh, no, sir. Mr. Remley's clean shaved and wears a butch.
Well, now listen.
Yes, sir?
Do you know where he headed for when he took off last night?
No, I don't, sir.
Then show me the nearest telephone. Item 7, $3 for telephone calls. I hit pay dirt on the fourth one to the Coast Guard station at Cape May.
Why, yes, Mr. Dollar. The Lena pulled in here a couple hours ago.
Good.
She's tied up at the clubhouse dock. I can see her from here.
Then, Captain, I'll be right down there. The highway police must have all been looking the other way, for I'm sure I deserved a handful of tickets for speeding on the trip down to Cape May. And there I found the Lena, tied up and taking on supplies. The owner? Well, when I told him who I was, he spread his hands quietly, smiled, led me down into the cabin, and poured a couple of drinks.
Salute, Mr. Dollar.
Salute, Mr. Well, is it Leumas or Remley?
Either. The names tip you off?
It took a while to get through this thick skull of mine, but, well, the rather unusual spelling of your right name, Leumas.
Yes. And spelled backward, it comes out Samuel.
Elmer spelled backward comes out Remley. Elmer Leumas, Samuel Remley.
So obvious, I hoped it might be overlooked. But
Oh, incidentally, I'm sorry about Pete and Jerry.
Pete and Jerry?
The bodyguards I left for Lena. Unknown to her, of course.
Oh, yeah. I can't wait to meet those boys again.
But I wanted to be sure she'd be watched over while I was away, taking time to really figure out what to do about her, about our rather pitiful relationship.
That's the reason for the disappearing act?
Yes. I knew that if I suggested just going away alone, she wouldn't hear of it. So...
And you were staying right here in Tuckahoe?
Old Cap Wilson at the landing knew who I was, of course. But nobody else did after I cut my hair and beard. Nobody else had really known me there anyway.
So then last night you took off?
When the boys came down and told me... Oh, here, by the way, you'd better have your credentials back.
Oh, thanks. Where were you going?
I don't know. Most anywhere. I might have realized I wouldn't get away from you, though. I'm a great admirer of yours, Dollar.
Well, thanks.
So, what now?
You've, had time to make up your mind? About your wife, I mean?
No. Yes, I suppose so.
Well, I don't know of any formal charges I ought to make against you. Of course, the violent police.
I'll somehow try to make up to them for all the trouble I've caused them. Would you like to sail back to Tuckahoe?
No, thanks. I've got my car. And who knows? Maybe you'd like a little more time to think. Alone. So, it wasn't much of a case after all. The two thugs, Sergeant Louis locked them up for assault, and I guess that'll have to do for them. As for Leumas and his wife, well, I'm glad it isn't my problem. Expense account total, including the trip back to Hartford, $89.50. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
Paul Hempel, Johnny, at Continental Insurance and Trust.
Well, it's about time, Paul. I began to think you got yourself another boy.
Matter of fact, the company has taken on a couple of staff investigators.
Why, the dirty so-and-so.
But I managed to convince the brass that you should handle this one.
Which one?
Protection for one of our clients, Johnny. His name is John R. Wilson. His life is being threatened.
Oh, I get it. When there's a chance of somebody getting hurt, you don't want your own men to take any chances.
Okay, I'll tell Randy Singer it's no go.
Sergeant Randy Singer?
Oh, he's a lieutenant now.
18th Precinct homicide down in New York?
That's right. Now, Singer has told us that if we send you down there, he'll cooperate. If we send anyone else, no. And another thing.
What's that?
There'll be a nice fee in addition to your expense account if you manage to keep this man Wilson alive.
Oh, how much?
$2,000.
$3,000.
$2,000, John. Well?
Well, it's been a long time since I've seen Randy Singer. Maybe I ought to run down there and say hello.
Bob Bailey in the exciting adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
And now, Act One of yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Continental Insurance and Trust Company, Home Office, Hartford, Connecticut. Following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the Wayward Killer matter. Expense account item 1627, fare to New York and taxi from Grand Central Station to 18th Precinct headquarters in East 40. My old pal, Sergeant Randy Singer, Lieutenant Randy Singer, pulled a long face.
Now I know my luck has run out.
Hiya, Randy. Well, what are you beefing about this time?
You might as well sit down, I guess.
Okay, sure.
Why don't these insurance companies of yours leave us alone? Let us handle things our own way.
What do you mean?
Well, the minute one of their clients gets into a jam, they send somebody like you down to pester us. Johnny, there isn't a thing you can do about this man Wilson.
The company said something about his life being in danger.
Yeah, that's what he said.
Well, is it true?
I doubt it.
Why should his life be in danger?
I don't think it should.
Okay.
Why does he think his life in danger? Because he was a witness to a shooting, a murder. Oh? Where? When? You remember reading about the bookie who was killed last week over in an alley off of First Avenue? Know anything about bookies? All right, now, did you read about it or didn't? Yeah, I read about it. Don't tell me a whole week has gone by and you haven't found the killer. We haven't found him. Even with a witness to the crime, this John Welton? Oh, Randy, you're slipping. Except for the description Mr. Welton gave us, we haven't a single solitary thing to go on. No fingerprints, no clues of any kind. The weapon? 38 special, make unknown. The same one apparently that was used to slug Mr. Welton. Just what happened, Randy? Well, it was Tuesday night, last week, that is. Yeah? Late, about 2 a.m. Welton was taking his dog for a walk before going to bed. And he passed this particular alley, saw these two men struggling. Heard a shot, so did his dog. Pooch let out a yelp, galloped around in circles, tied up his legs in the leash, and down he went. The dog or Welton? Welton, and don't be funny. Okay, go on. Well, the killer came running out of the alley and stumbled over Welton. Welton got a good look at him in the streetlight. The dog pulled the hunk out of the killer's pants. The killer smashed Welton on the head and took off. The dog kept yowling until a patrolman came around, found him there, and found the bookie in the alley, dead. And? All I want to know is what you think you can do about it. No clues, huh? Except Welton's description. You give him a look at the mug book? Yeah, he came up with nothing. You find a gun? No, ballistics said it was a 38 that did the job. Tried looking in the storm drains around there? Not yet. Look, why does Welton feel he's in danger? Because some fool reporter wrote it up in Sunday's paper that Welton not only saw the killer, you see, he'd been trying to keep that quiet, but that he could positively identify him. And when Welton tied that up with the fact that the victim was a bookie... Yeah, I see. That means the possibility of a connection with a syndicate. Or if he didn't play ball with the syndicate, they decided to knock him off. Well, now, Johnny, we don't like to admit that there might be a syndicate in operation anymore. Sure. The town's absolutely clean. Well, now, I didn't say... All your handsome wares in uniform have to do is march in the St. Patrick's Day parade, be on hand to welcome important foreign dignitaries, or snitch apples off the fruit stands over on 10th Avenue. Johnny... The fact remains that I think Welton's right. Bookmaking is a racket. Rackets mean racketeers. And as a mobster who killed that bookie was smart enough to leave you no clues, he's smart enough to shut the mouth of anybody who might be able to identify him permanently. Have you got a guard on Welton? Well, he's asked for one, and I've arranged for... Where does he live? Over on East 53rd. Tim Conroy, the man I'm going to send over there, just reported in. Then tell Conroy I'm going over there with him. But, Johnny, what for? What can you possibly do that we haven't done? Well, look, Randy, I'm getting such a nice, big, fat fee on this, I have to at least look like I'm earning it. Sure. I'll set the goal. Oh, Conroy, come in. Who knows, Randy? Maybe I'll even solve a murder. Conroy, get this wise guy out of here, will you? Mr. Dollar, nice to see you again. Hi, Conroy. Yeah, your dear old pal, Johnny Dollar. Now, take him with you. Take him anywhere, but get him out of here. Yes, sir. You'll be sorry you're being nasty to me, Randy. Johnny, so help me. Yeah, it was pretty obvious Randy hadn't gotten anywhere on the case. And believe it or not, but he was glad I'd come along. But my job was solely to protect Mr. Welton. So in Conroy's prowl car, we drove over to the little apartment building on East 53rd. Drove over to find a crowd milling about in front of the place. A crowd that included a couple of New York climbers. Come on, Johnny. Something's happened to you. Yeah, I started to think what it might be. Wilson! McCarthy! What's happened around here?
You're a little late, Conroy.
What's up?
Well, don't you see him laying there?
What? What's wrong? Who is he, officer?
Man named Welton. John R. Welton.
Act 2 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, in a moment.
Here is a message from the National Heart Institute of the Public Health Service.
It looks like an electronic control board panel banked with meters and switches. It is knee-high and 6 feet in length, surmounted by what appears to be a cylindrical coil. Its price is comparable to the cost of a new 3-bedroom home. But in human lives saved and repaired, its value is limitless. This is the heart-lung machine. Its development has opened new latitudes in heart surgery. In closed heart surgery, with a finger or an instrument inside the beating heart, the surgeon must go by feel alone. This closed method has been in use for many years, and for some conditions it is still the method of choice. However, a great many heart conditions cannot be corrected by closed heart surgery. Only with the development of the heart-lung machine has correction of many of these conditions become possible. Today, the surgeon can open up the heart, empty it entirely of blood, and under direct vision make unhurried repairs of valves or other defects inside the heart. Exactly what does the heart-lung machine do? Its purpose is to function temporarily as a heart pump and to oxygenate the blood and rid it of gaseous waste. In surgery, after the heart has been exposed, plastic tubes from the heart-lung machine are inserted into the two great veins that normally carry blood to the heart from the upper and lower parts of the body. Once the hookup is complete, blood destined for the lungs is then cycled into the machine where it is refreshed and returned to the system through another tube inserted into the femoral artery in the groin.
Know Your Heart was written and produced by the National Heart Institute, one of the National Institutes of Health of the Public Health Service, United States Department of Health, Education, and Welfare, Washington, D.C.
And now, Act Two of yours truly, Johnny Dollar and the Wayward Killer Matter.
It looks as though I got there too late. The man for whom I was supposed to act as bodyguard lay sprawled awkwardly on the sidewalk in front of his apartment.
Yeah, that's Mr. Wilson, all right. Johnny, looks like you and your insurance company just lost a client.
Hey, get this crowd back. He's still breathing. Come on, get him back.
All right. Get him there now. Get back, all of you. Get back in the car.
Has anybody sent for a doctor?
We got one on the way, Mr. Dollar.
How did it happen, McCarthy? Do you know?
Well, some kids were playing out here on the sidewalk, a couple of mothers with them. They heard a lot of noise up in Mr. Welton's apartment, up there on the second floor.
What kind of?
You see up there where the windows broke out of the frame?
Yeah, I see. What kind of noise?
Like a big fight, they said. And Mr. Welton yelling for help. He was yelling bloody murder, they said.
They hear anybody else? Anything else?
No, sir, not even the dog.
You sure?
Then all of a sudden he comes smashing out through the window and lands here on the sidewalk.
Have your men been inside there?
Yes, sir. Wilson went in. Come on, get back. Stay back of that line, will ya? He said Mr. Welton's place is an unholy mess, like a big fight.
Any sign of the assailant?
No, sir, but the door of his apartment was flung open.
So was a back door leading into a court in the alley.
Yes, sir. That's what Wilson told me.
That's a fire door that can be opened only from the inside.
So it looks like whoever did this to Welton made his getaway through the alley.
No doubt about it.
Well, all I have to say is I hope this man lives.
We'll soon find out, sir. Here comes Doc Strader.
Schrader made a quick inspection, then had us take Welton up to his apartment on the second floor. Fortunately, he wasn't hurt badly. No bones were broken.
All right, boy. All right. Your match is going to be okay. Just lay yourself down. You fellow.
Well, quite frankly, Mr. Dollar, I think that it's shock more than anything else. After all, thrown out of a window, even if he did suffer only a few bruises and contusions.
Yeah, Doctor, I see what you mean. Down, boy. Down. How long before I'll be able to talk to him?
Well, the sedation I've given him should keep him asleep until... say mid-afternoon. After that, you and your chief can question all you want.
My chief?
Aren't you working under Lieutenant Singer?
Yeah. Maybe I am. Randy Singer himself came over and took charge. While John Welton slept, he and his men closed off the alley and went over it with a fine-tooth comb. Meanwhile, since Welton had all the police protection he could possibly need, and then some, I went out and grabbed a bite of lunch. That's item 2, $1.75. Then I took a cab, item 3, $1 even, to the alley off First Avenue where Welton had witnessed the murder the week before. Just why, I don't know. But I'm sure glad I did. Yeah. Because of a crew working on the streetlights who came up with some rather interesting information. I'll tell you what I mean later. In any event, it led to item 4, a dime for a phone call. You know, a fellow in my business has to have some rather strange contacts. My call was to one of them, to a man Lieutenant Randy Singer would have known by name, at least, would probably have liked to get his hands on, or, more to the point, would like to have had some concrete evidence against for a number of things. My contact's name was Smokey Joe Sullivan, ex-counterfeiter, ex-bootlegger, burglary suspect, numbers racket. A man who's been picked up on more petty charges than you can possibly think of. Yeah. In a city with an underworld the size of New York, a man like Smokey's good to know. On occasion.
Yeah?
Smokey?
Yeah?
This is Johnny Dollar.
Yeah?
How would you like to pick up a fast $100?
Depends. Johnny Dollar, huh?
That's right.
How I know?
I'll be standing in the lobby of the Hotel Lexington. Come on over and see for yourself. Well?
Maybe I will, maybe I won't. There's any coppers around me.
Oh, come on, Smokey. You know me better than that.
Yeah?
I'll see you in the lobby of the Lexington.
Maybe.
Item 5, $1.10 for a taxi over to the Lexington, where I waited. An hour, 2 hours. No sign of Smokey. Then suddenly I realized why. There must have been somebody important there in the hotel, for outside at the curb was a police car with a man in a uniform at the wheel. No wonder Smokey hadn't showed. I sauntered out to 3rd Avenue, started around the block. And sure enough, at the first newsstand, a figure that had been hiding behind a newspaper fell in step with me.
What took you so long to spot that copper sitting out front, Johnny?
Now, look, Smokey, I asked you if you'd like to pick up a fast C note.
Depends, Johnny.
I need some information.
What kind of information, Johnny?
You been taking any bets on the horses lately?
Guy has to make an honest buck now and then.
Have you been working through the syndicate?
Now, Johnny, you know you don't ask questions like that.
But if the information I want is in the books of the syndicate...
You don't want me to play stoolie.
You know me better than that.
Okay. Ask me questions.
Yeah. Here's 20, 20, 50.
You said a C note.
You get the rest when you get the dope for me, if there's any to get.
Okay. Go ahead. Ask me.
All right. I want to know how much money, if any. I may be playing a wrong.
Okay, Johnny. If I find out anything.
Good.
You call me on the phone again. Maybe 3:30, 4 o'clock.
Good. And Smokey.
Yeah?
If there is such information to be had, and you get it, maybe I'll double that deal.
Okay, Johnny.
Act 3 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, in a moment.
Times have changed, and so has the man. Thaddeus Lowe, in the year 1861, organized what has been considered the first airborne reconnaissance unit of the United States Army. His craft? A balloon, which was in constant use during the Battle of Richmond, making observations every 15 minutes. But because of the balloon's limited maneuverability and extreme vulnerability, military thinking and interest soon switched to the heavier-than-aircraft experiments being conducted by the Wright brothers at Kitty Hawk, North Carolina. Finally, in 1909, the Army accepted the Wright brothers' 42.5-mile-per-hour aircraft. Contrast this with the faster-than-sound aircraft, the supersonic speeds of our modern planes. Contrast the skill, the technological know-how of the modern airman with that of the pioneers. You'll agree, I'm sure, that times have changed, and so has the man.
And now, Act 3 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, and the Wayward Killer Matter.
Expense account item 6, 95 cents for a cab back to John R. Welton's apartment on East 53rd. Randy Singer's boys had found no clue to the identity of Welton's attacker. Welton himself was beginning to stir.
Yeah, we'll be able to talk to him any minute now, Johnny.
Okay, good.
Hello, now get down, boy. Go lay on your pillows. Oh, incidentally, we found the gun that was used in the murder he witnessed last week.
Oh, where?
Like you said, in the storm drain near that alley on 1st Avenue.
Oh.
Yeah, but no print. No print.
Randy, I didn't think there would be. What time is it?
3:51. Why?
I'm going to make a phone call.
Oh, the phone's right over there. Hey, Wilton's coming through.
What's this? What goes on here?
It's all right, Mr. Welton. You're going to be okay.
police.
That's right.
Yeah. Got a phone. Thank heaven. I beg you.
Yeah, I'm afraid we got here a little too late, but you're going to be okay. The doc says so.
That man, the man who attacked me.
The same one you talked about the murder?
Yes. Yes.
Smokey, this is Johnny Dollar.
Johnny. Dollar.
Yeah? What? 23,400.
20.
Yeah, I got it. Good boy.
What did he say about...
I'll meet you at the Lex at, say, 6 p.m. And... Okay, the newsstand.
Mr. Dollar, what did you say about me?
Yeah, Johnny, what goes?
Funny. How would you like to make an arrest?
Arrest?
That's right, Randy. Of the man who killed that bookie.
Well, you know who he is?
Yeah, Welton, I sure do. And, Randy, I'm ashamed of you.
What?
Come here, boy.
Now, listen, Johnny,
This pup really deserves the credit. Good boy. Now, down.
Johnny, what under the sun are you talking about?
The night of that murder. Welton says the pup chewed a hunk out of the killer's pants.
Yes. He was trying to defend me.
You say that killer struck you, Welton.
He did.
But he made no move to hurt the dog.
Well...
Now, believe me, that doesn't make sense. He would have put a bullet in him even before he struck you.
Now, Mr.
Now,
Dollar...
what about this so-called fight here in your apartment a couple of hours ago?
It was the same man.
Yeah? And did the dog attempt to fight him off? No. Because there was nobody for him to fight.
Johnny,
You think he wouldn't have been heard down on the street if somebody really clobbered you?
Well,
You faked this attack on you, Welton, to make it look like the killer was somebody else. Too bad you didn't break your neck when you jumped out that window.
You don't know what you're talking about.
Another thing. And this is where you missed a bet, Randy.
Yeah?
Over on First Avenue, I checked with a crew from the electric company. They finally got around to fixing that street light.
Huh?
Yeah. That light's been out for nearly 3 weeks. So how could Welton have seen another man in that alley well enough to make a positive identification?
Now, listen, Dollar.
Shut up, Welton.
Then my phone call just now. Randy, Welton was in hot to that bookie he murdered. To the tune of $23,000.
He threatened me. He said he'd kill me if I didn't pay him. I had to kill him. If I hadn't killed him, he...
Breaks my heart, Johnny, but thanks. Okay, Welton, up on your feet.
Item 7, $65 even for a night on the town. Randy needed some relaxation. Item 8, $200 to Smoky Joe Sullivan. Expense account total, including a trip back to Hartford, $315.17. And don't forget that $2,000 you promised me. After all, Welton's still alive. For a while, at least. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, originates in Hollywood and is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone, who also wrote today's story. Heard in our cast were Edgar Barrier, Herb Vigran, James McCallion, Paul Dubov, Lawrence Dobkin, John Daner, Bill James, and Vic Perrin. Be sure to join us next week, same time and station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Johnny Dollar has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
Betty Lewis. Hey, it worked.
Sure it does. So hang up that extension. Come on back here in the living room. We'll finish up our cocktails and be on our way.
Yes, sir.
How about that, Johnny? Where'd you learn that trick of making your own phone ring? And the extension, too.
From the man who put the extension to my apartment. Yeah, it's kind of a line check. You dial that number and hang up. Then if both phones ring, you know the extension is okay.
Oh, what do you know?
Yeah, there's another line check number that you can dial. I forgot what it is, and all you get is a busy signal.
It could be an awfully cute gag sometime, you know, on somebody who didn't know about these numbers.
Yeah.
Oh, let's finish our cocktails and go... Huh? Well, I'm sure you didn't make it ring this time.
I kind of left your number with my call service.
Oh, no,
so
Johnny.
Maybe I'd better take it. Huh?
Now, listen. If that's some insurance company, well, you can just tell them they'll have to wait until tomorrow.
Sure.
This is the third time in a week that we've tried to have dinner together. First, it was that Curly Waters who tried to kid you.
Oh, no, take it easy. Maybe this call's for you, one of your faithful boyfriends.
Oh, well, then maybe I'd better answer it.
Well, just leave it to me. I'll scare him off. Johnny Dollar.
Burton Wells at Masters Insurance and Trust.
Oh?
I've got to see you, Johnny, here at the office, right away.
Well, look, I have a date, Bert, so can't whatever's bothering you wait until some other time?
Listen.
Huh?
You have a date, huh?
Yeah, that's right. We're just about to go out for dinner.
No. Johnny, unless you get over here right away, you may find you have another date.
What?
A date with death. Well?
Okay, Bert.
Bob Bailey in the exciting adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account. America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
And now, Act One of yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Masters Insurance and Trust Company, Home Office, Hartford, Connecticut. Following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the date with death matter. I told my date, Betty Lewis, to stay there in her apartment until I called her. Then I spent item one, $1.20 for a cab to Masters Insurance and Trust. Bert Wells was all alone in his office.
Come in, Johnny. Sit down.
Yeah, sure, Bert. Now, what's all the excitement?
Curly Waters.
Oh, I kind of had a hunch that was it.
Lieutenant Howard Daly's on his way over from police headquarters.
What's happened?
2 years ago, you had Curly sent up to the pen.
Yeah, that's right, for the Maley's department store job he pulled. Then, just a few days ago...
He swore that he'd get you for that he'd kill you, didn't he?
So what happened? When he escaped and came here to Hartford a few days ago...
I know all about that from reading your report. Thanks to some quick thinking on your part, the police nabbed him instead. Plus the loot from the department store robbery.
You know who deserves the real credit for that? The girl I had a date with tonight. Until you spoil things with your phone call.
Johnny, as you know, either you or the police wounded Curly Waters, which is why he was taken to the hospital and placed under guard instead of being locked up.
So?
Well, Mr. Wells, I see you managed to locate him.
Yes, Lieutenant.
You okay, Dollar?
Any reason why I shouldn't be, Howie?
Has Mr. Wells told you what's happened?
No, but I think I can guess. Curly Waters escaped from the hospital.
Yes. I had 3 good men there watching over him, but he managed to get by them.
How?
With help. One of his old cronies.
Gimpy Taylor?
Yes. Gimpy created a disturbance out in the hall, and when they went after him, Curly crashed out through the window. When they went back in after him, Gimpy took it on the lam.
3 good men, did you say?
Well, the odds were all with Curly and Gimpy. When the boys went out in the hall after Gimpy again, it was full of interns and nurses and stretchers with patients on them. If they'd fired a shot, they might have killed somebody.
Well, what goes? Do you want me to go out and look for him?
No, sir.
Don't you see, Johnny? The reason I called you is because of the threat against your life.
Of course. And, Johnny, I'm going to provide you with a bodyguard 24 hours a day until Curly is picked up.
No, wait a minute. Listen, Howie.
You listen. He almost got to you just a few days ago. Don't you forget that. And one way or another.
The lieutenant's right, Johnny. You said yourself that if it wasn't for your girlfriend, this Betty Lewis...
Uh-oh. Bert, let me use your... Here. You said one way or another, Howie.
That's right. And, yeah, maybe through your girl. Is that who you're calling?
Yes.
Are you sure she's at home, Johnny?
That's where I just left her. And I told her to stay there, not to move until she heard from me.
Johnny.
Oh, if Curly Waters ever... Come on, Betty. Pick it up. Pick it up. No answer.
Act two of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, in a moment. And now, Act two of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, and the date with death matter.
Curly Waters, killer, on the loose again. I left Betty in her apartment. I told her to stay there. But when I tried to call her on the phone, no answer. Lieutenant Howard Daly and I took the elevator down to the street to his prowl car. Next turn left, Howie. Take the next left.
No. We'll make it the one after that.
But it's one way, the wrong way.
Yeah, but it'll give us a shortcut. After a couple of blocks. Hang on, Johnny.
Hold. Now, it's the third building in the block.
Lead the way, Johnny. Where's the elevator?
Come on, forget it. The stairs are quicker.
Johnny, if Curly has got to her...
Don't say it.
Haven't you got a key?
I have not.
Stand back, Johnny. I'll see if I can smash it open.
Wait a minute. Betty. Betty. Wait, look, it's open. Betty. Betty, are you...
I'm afraid she's gone, Johnny. Just gone.
We went over the apartment with a fine-tooth comb, hoping to find some clue as to where she'd gone. Yeah, and how she'd gone. Curly was a desperate man, likely to do anything. Betty had left in a hurry, we were sure of that, because the closet in the foyer was left open, the coat hanger lying on the floor, and because of the way she'd left the front door unlocked. But that was all we knew. At least there was no sign of a struggle.
Because he probably had a gun. And your girlfriend probably knows he's one of the best shots in the country.
All right, Howie, now listen. Huh?
No, let me take it, Johnny.
But it may be. I'll get it. Hello?
Lieutenant Howard Daly there?
Who's calling?
Riley down at headquarters. Who'd you think?
Oh, it's Riley.
Thanks. Yeah?
We got one of them, Lieutenant. Gimpy Taylor.
What's that?
Where?
About 11 miles up North Road.
Yeah?
He wrapped a stolen car around a big elm tree, you know, up at Dead Man's Cave.
Did it kill him?
I managed to crawl a couple of 100 yards into the brush before he conked out.
Was Curly Waters with him?
Riley. Was Curly Waters with him?
There was no sign of him, but the man they stole the car from said there was two of them. There was two of them then.
Ask him. Any sign of Betty there?
Riley, any sign of a passenger, a girl?
No, sir, Lieutenant.
Okay, I'll keep checking with you. You hear it all, Johnny?
Yeah.
2 men stole the car. So the other one must have been Curly.
Yeah, but whether they were both on the rack and Curly was able to get away... After all, if Gimpy was able to crawl a couple of 100 yards...
Yeah. Curly may be a couple of 100 miles away by now.
Or maybe not. Howie, I don't think he left town with Gimpy. Helped him steal the car, yeah, to make it look as though he was leaving.
Why do you say that, Johnny?
Because of Betty. Because I think he's holding Betty to get me to him.
Then maybe you'll agree to a 24-hour-a-day bodyguard after all, huh?
No, absolutely not.
Johnny,
You think that Curly's a jerk?
I
Well, he
know.
isn't. He's smart. He's smart enough to smell a cop a mile away.
Just the
no,
same,
Howie, no. There's only one thing to do, only one way to flush him out.
Johnny.
Betty, what happened? Where have you been? What happened to you?
Well, I got a phone call.
Yeah?
From the hospital. At least they said it was the hospital.
Yeah?
They said you were down there. That you'd been shot by Curly Waters.
See, I told you he's clever, Howie. Oh, Betty, thank heaven he isn't out to get you. Oh, this is Lieutenant Daly from headquarters.
Hi, Lieutenant.
Hello. What were you going to say, Johnny?
I say he's clever. This means that Curly's still in town, still gunning for me. He called Betty to get her away from this apartment, knowing that I'd come here.
Johnny.
Yeah. And he might have been here waiting for me if you hadn't come, too. But he's smart enough to want to catch me alone. So, Howie, it means there's only one bait in the world that'll bring him out in the open.
What's that, Johnny?
Me. Alone.
Johnny.
All right. Betty, you're staying here. Howie, you're going back to headquarters. Me, I'm going to my apartment. I'm going to sit there and wait for him.
Oh, Johnny, no.
Okay. Sure, Johnny, you go right ahead. But I'll have enough men hidden away surrounding that place of yours.
No, then you'll never get him. Then he'll have to skip out. Maybe skip the country.
I'd like to see him try it.
Howie, he's an actor, a good one. If that costume of a priest he was going to use before, he can... Well, in that, he could have walked right by you or me or anybody else and never have been recognized. And with a phony passport, which he already has, he'll skip the country, all right. But when he comes back, I won't know. I won't be ready for him. Right now, I am.
Oh, but please, Johnny.
Yeah, listen.
No, Howie.
But you'd be a sitting duck for him.
Sorry. It's the only way.
Act 3 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, in a moment. Now, Act 3 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Johnny Dollar. Pigeon. Maybe soon to be a dead one. But the only way to bring Curly Waters out in the open was for me to wait for him. Wait for him to come and try to kill me. So after making Betty promise to stay in her apartment and Lieutenant Daly to go back to headquarters, I went over to my own apartment. And I waited. Believe me, I felt anything but brave. But I'd rather take my chances on having it out with him now than spend the rest of my life knowing he was still alive, somewhere, still gunning for me. That sooner or later he'd catch me off guard. 11 p.m., 12, 12:30. Huh? My impulse was to raise my gun and pull off a couple of shots right through that door. Yeah? Who was it?
It's Howie. Open up.
Oh. Oh, Howie, what the devil are you doing here?
Just checking up, Johnny. Checking up.
You got a bunch of your boys scattered around out there?
No.
Those bodyguards you were talking about?
No, Johnny, but listen, will you? Sitting here alone, waiting for him, you're taking too much of a chance. Can't you get it through that thick skull of yours?
I tell you, it's the only way to make him show himself.
And I tell you, it's the surest way in the world to get murdered.
You don't think I'm able to take care of myself, huh?
I didn't say that.
Well, then?
I'm a cop, Johnny. I just can't let you do this.
Oh? You mean you're worried that maybe you'll be set down to pounding a beat again?
Oh, no, you crazy fool. I'm worried about you. Won't you change your mind?
No. Now you better leave, Howie, and for heaven's sake, don't come back again.
But unless I do, how can I tell? How will I know?
Oh, you'll know. If he does come, and I'm sure he will, if you don't scare him off.
I hope and pray he doesn't.
Well, when it's all over, I'll call you.
Johnny, if he kills
go
you...
on, Howie, will you? You're just holding things up. And don't tell me he doesn't know you've come here. So go on, baby, beat it.
Okay.
And you give me your word that you won't come back until I call you.
But what if he gets you?
Your word on it?
Okay, Johnny.
I went back into my little kitchen and brewed a pot of coffee, a big one. Fatigue was a possibility I hadn't thought of until right now. But maybe Curly Waters had. Yeah, he probably thought of a lot of things, a lot of tricks. Because at least one thing was sure, after what happened a few days ago, he knew that somehow he'd have to get me off guard. I hoped and prayed that Howie would keep his word, would keep his men away from the whole area. That he himself would stay away, not even call until this whole thing had come to a head. Then I heard it. It was at the back door of my apartment, the kitchen door that led to a fire escape. Fortunately, I'd turned the light off in the kitchen. I could sneak in without being seen.
Johnny.
Oh.
Johnny.
Betty, get in here quick. Oh, why did you come here?
Oh, Johnny, I've been crazy with worry.
Didn't the lieutenant have brains enough to put some men around your place to keep an eye on you?
I threw an old tin can out the window, and when they went to investigate, I sneaked out the back way through the alley.
Betty, you're insane to have come here. Don't you see if Curly comes and there's a lot of shooting?
You think I could just sit there knowing what might happen here any minute? Knowing that if Curly got lucky or something...
honey, I don't know what to tell you. And I can't send you back without a police guide. And if the police come around, it'll only keep Curly away. I've just been sitting here hoping that Howie will have sense enough not to come back again.
Again?
Oh, yeah, he got worried about me, too. And... Wait a minute.
Johnny, it's Curly. Oh, Johnny.
Yeah, maybe it is. All right. Go on into the bedroom here. Come on, Betty.
Johnny.
Now, stay there. No matter what happens, stay there. You understand? Stay there.
Oh, please, dear.
Yeah, who is it?
Howie, open up.
Oh. I told you, Howie, you idiot. You would...
Just don't try to raise that gun, Dollar.
Curly.
Drop it. Drop it, Dollar. Now, over there. Sit in that chair. Yeah, I guessed right. You sent the cops away so I'd come after you, but I had to be sure. That's why I've been sitting in an empty apartment across the hall all afternoon, all night, to make sure. That's how I knew what the lieutenant's voice sounded like.
Real clever boy, Curly.
All right. I'm not going to waste any time. That dumb lieutenant might try coming back again, and I'd have to kill him, too. So, Dollar, I'm not even giving you time to pray.
You're pretty sure there aren't any cops planted around here, aren't you?
I'm not only sure, but Gimpy Taylor's wife is spotted where she can see him if they try to come around.
Yeah? Just what do you think she could do about it?
One shot into the alley across the street, and they'd forget all about you. Dumb cops.
All right, tell me, Curly.
Forget it. Goodbye, Dollar. No, don't answer. Not a word, Dollar. Not a word.
Curly.
Just hang it up slowly.
Curly, listen.
What? Who is that?
Or should I?
Curly, listen to me.
Hand me that phone. And don't move.
Move? With that gun on me here.
Curly?
Yeah? Who is it?
Myrtle, Gimpy's wife.
Myrtle?
Now listen, Dollar isn't alone.
He what?
In the bedroom, waiting for you. Listen, is the door to that bedroom open?
No, it isn't.
What goes, Curly?
Quiet.
Now listen to me. If the door of that bedroom starts to open, don't wait. Start shooting.
Hey, Dollar, hold this phone. Keep the line open. And don't move out of that chair.
Mind telling me why?
Quiet. No, you don't. But I do. Oh.
Okay, Betty. And thank heaven you remember the number to dial and make those phones ring.
And how about the way I disguised my voice for him?
Do you realize what a chance you were taking if he hadn't turned to fire when you kicked open that door? If I'd missed him when I threw that phone at him?
It worked. That's all that counts.
And look, one of his bullets nicked you right here on the arm.
Nicked me? Oh, blood. Oh, hold me, Johnny.
Oh, sure. Yeah, Curly's back in the clink. And this time to stay. When the necessary papers were signed, I hauled him over to the state pen myself. So, expense account total, including transportation, $47 even. Ready? Ready, Lewis? Well, I'll tell you this. If I were the marrying kind, believe me. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, originates in Hollywood and is written, produced, and directed by Jack Johnstone. Heard in our cast were Lucille Meredith, James McCallion, Russ Thorson, Sam Edwards, and Herb Vigran. Be sure to join us next week, same time and station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. This is Dan Cubberly speaking.
Mystery is my hobby.
Okay, Bart, go ahead and laugh. So I didn't recognize your voice over the telephone. Ha, ha, ha.
Inspector, I'm not laughing.
And what's that noise you're making? You gonna lay an egg or something?
I'm sorry, Inspector.
What burns me up is that this Albert Evans calls you instead of the police when he finds the body of John Crain. Fine thing.
Well, let's not be too hard on Evans, Inspector. He has the reputation of his hotel to think about, you know.
When a murder's been committed, nobody's got any
Murder?
right...
What makes you think that John Crain was murdered, Inspector?
Now, look, Bart, I'll admit that Crain was a crackpot. He had plenty of dough, and he lived like a hermit. But he wouldn't be screwy enough to kill himself by climbing into a trunk and then jiggling the thing into the lake.
I must confess, it's rather a unique way of committing suicide.
And besides, Crain died of a knife wound.
What? How do you know that?
Because I called up the doc at Chatsworth and asked him to examine the body. He found that a knife had penetrated the body just above the heart.
Inspector, you did that after I took you into my confidence and phoned you.
Yeah, you're darned right I did. I'm sick and tired of playing the dumb cop. Okay, Evans, so you won't talk because if your name is connected with John Crane's murder, your hotel gets a bad reputation. So we close up the hotel until we catch the murderer. How's that?
Oh, dear me, Inspector Danton. You wouldn't do that.
I wouldn't, eh? I'll even print your picture in the paper and tell the world that the trunk Crane's body was found in came from this hotel.
Oh, dear me, dear me. That would be dreadful. It would ruin me completely.
Then stop being a cluck and talk.
Very well. What do you want to know?
Who found the trunk with a body in it?
Hugh Crain did. He's John's brother.
Brother, eh? Where's he now?
Oh, I don't know. He's around somewhere, I suppose, making himself obnoxious. What a man.
He can't be any worse than some of the other characters I've met up here. Okay. So Hugh Cross, John's brother, found the body. Then what?
Well, then nothing.
What do you mean, then nothing?
That's all I know. Hugh Crain told me he'd found the body, and I called Barton Drake.
Yeah, Drake. Why didn't you call the police?
Because if I did, they'd come up here and start bullying my guests, just the way you've been doing ever since you arrived.
Oh, is that so?
Yes.
Well, you listen to me, you little sawed-off cream puff.
Inspector, have you found out anything?
Oh, hello, Bart. And who's this gentleman?
This, Inspector, is Hugh Crain, brother of the dead man.
Well, if it isn't good old Inspector Danton. How are you, Inspector, you old bloodhound?
Mister, you hit me on the back like that again, and you'll find out how I am mighty quick.
Can't take it, eh, Inspector? Come, old man. Let's not get off on the wrong foot. We've got a lot of work to do together.
Yeah? What kind of work?
What kind? Listen to him, Drake. What kind of work he wants to know. Why, Inspector, you're a cog.
I told you he was an obnoxious person.
Now, listen, Shrimp, pipe down or I'll twist your little nose into the shape of a pretzel.
Say, he's a real tough character, isn't he?
Oh.
Where'd you pick him up, Bart?
I didn't. He picked me up. Tell the inspector all about yourself, Crain. I'm sure he's in the mood for listening.
Glad to, Drake, glad to. Inspector, you doing anything for the next couple of hours?
Look, I can see everyone's having a good time at the poor old inspector's expense. That's all very nice, but the only thing I want to know is who murdered John Crain and why?
Now, there, Inspector. That's what I call getting at the hub of the thing. I'm glad you asked that question because I know the answer.
You know that... All right, who did it?
Why, Shrimp here. Albert Evans, proprietor of the exclusive Chatsworth Hotel.
Why, that's a lie. How dare you accuse me of such a thing?
Because you've got a motive, Shrimp, and a good one. John owed you money, bought all the supplies here. You went down to his cabin to collect, got into a fight, knifed him.
Of all the outlandish frauds, I never in my life tried to collect money from John Crain. I didn't even tell anyone he owed me anything.
There, you see, he admits that John owed him money. Don't try to get out of it, Evans. I'm too sharp for you.
You're nothing but a loud-talking, obnoxious windbag.
Now, Evans, just because you're going to the electric chair doesn't mean you should get sore.
Oh, no?
Sometimes I think I should have been a detective. It's such nice, easy work.
Now, think of that.
Crain, perhaps now that you've had your say, you'd better let Inspector Danton take over.
Sure thing. Help yourself, Inspector. Glad that I could solve the case for you.
Well, now, Mr. Crain, that's mighty decent of you. As soon as we get the little fella here locked up, I'll...
You can't lock me up. You can't. I didn't do it. Just because this big lummox said I did doesn't prove...
Take it easy, Bob. No one's going to lock you up yet.
But you just
The
said...
inspector was being sarcastic, Evans. It's a habit he has. You see, he was a little bit out of sorts because you didn't call him instead of me.
You bet your life I am. It's things like that makes a cop wonder why he's in the business.
Well, that's all right. But if you think that I murdered...
The inspector doesn't think that you murdered John Crain, Evans. As a matter of fact, we're both convinced that you couldn't have.
Oh, now look here, Drake. I've already explained why I'm sure that Evans killed my brother. Being next of kin, I demand you arrest Evans.
And being the cop on this deal, I demand that you stop talking, Crain. Bart, explain to this loudmouth why Evans couldn't have done it.
Glad to, Inspector. John Crain weighed a good 200 pounds. The trunk he was found in weighed at least 25. Our friend Evans weighs about 110. It would have been impossible for him to lift your brother's body into the trunk and then carry the trunk down to the lake.
You see what I mean, blabbermouth? Bart and I had that one figured out an hour ago, didn't we, Bart?
You bet we did, Inspector. Come on, let's take a look at that corpse. Crane's body and the trunk in which he was found are both in the shed, Inspector. Let's take a look.
Yeah. So that's what's left of Crain, eh?
Yeah.
Say, he was a big guy, wasn't he?
Yes, but of course you knew that, Inspector, when we figured out that Evans was too small to carry him, remember?
What? Oh, yeah, sure. What stumps me is, who would want to murder a guy who lived all by himself?
Anyone who wanted money badly enough and who figured that Crain had some hidden away in his cabin.
Yeah, I suppose you're right. See, the water sure did a job on the corpse, didn't it?
Yeah. Dr. Mason estimates the body must have been submerged about a month.
A month?